After burning all his luck to pull an SSR-tier Heavenly Demon, our guy gets Isekai'd by a wild Truck-kun out of nowhere. When Jun Xu finally opens his eyes, he's staring at the sterile white ceiling of a hospital ward, right? The truck. Before he can process the crash, a nurse walks in. "Private Kim, you're finally awake." She rushes out to call the doctor, leaving Jun Xu reeling. Wait. Did she just call me Private Kim? Panicked, he stumbles to the foot of the bed and checks the patient chart. It reads Private Kim Nam, age 22, concussion, and multiple fractures. It's not a mistake, he really is Private Kim. He falls back, sighing in disbelief. He used to feel bad for using these low-tier Kim soldiers as disposable fodder for his heavenly demon, but becoming one, talk about karma. He tries to move, but his leg clips a chair, making him squeal like a stuck pig. Hearing his soul-shattering scream, the nurse sprints back into the room to check on him. "Iasi. Private. You can move yet?" The doctor arrives, chuckling. "You survived a truck hit with minor injuries. You're lucky, soldier. But we still need to run an MRI and a mana perception scan to check your internal flow." Mana, what Jun Xu snaps. Before he can even adjust to this new reality, he's hit with a much deadlier problem. The bill for the emergency room, facility fees, CT scans, and X-rays is finally tallied up, total 22,370,000 credits. Jun Xu's jaw drops. 22 million for just 4 days. You don't have insurance, so you'll have to pay the full amount. The receptionist explains with a cold stare. No insurance. Every citizen in Korea has health coverage, he protests. The receptionist looks at him, totally baffled. What's national coverage? Do you have Legion insurance or Magic Tower protection? Legion, Magic Tower. Jun Xu starts to argue, then freezes. He's heard those terms before. They're hauntingly familiar. The Great Council, the Holy See, the Magic Tower. This is the world of 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. The game he mastered. It's a world abandoned by gods, where occult science rules and the earth is a toxic wasteland crawling with monsters. Humans must augment their bodies just to survive this hellscape. And somehow, he's been dropped right into the middle of it. Jun Xu screams in despair in the middle of the street before limping his way back to a cramped ding room. He went to sleep with an SSR, Heavenly Demon, but woke up as a literal test subject fodder unit. Is this divine punishment for all the Private Kims he sacrificed? Looking at his shoebox-sized apartment, his despair only deepens. This place is even worse than his old apartment. Was this Private Kim really this dirt poor? Body broken. Zero cash. What now? If this is 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠, then nuclear wars and dimensional rifts are coming soon. The revival of ancient gods will soon turn this entire place into a literal living hell. He doesn't know how he got here, but staying still is a one-way ticket to a permanent game over. A sudden idea flashes in his mind. He grabs a ballpoint pen, his hand trembling as he prepares the experiment. "I have to check this before it's too late," he whispers. Hardening his resolve despite the shaking air, he drives the pen sharp end first into his hand. He winces, but the puncture wound knits together and vanishes instantly. Ding, new trait acquired, accelerated wound recovery. A holographic system window flares to life before his eyes. It worked, Jun Xu smirks. There's a strategic reason he farmed so many Private Kims back in the game. As a free test character, Private Kim is the only unit that starts with 0 base traits, but that makes him a blank canvas. He can unlock, evolve, and swap traits with total freedom, unlike any hero. To a tactical pro, a blank slate is better than a rare unit. His wound recovery has already activated. Feeling his injuries vanish, he tosses his crutches aside and rips off the bandages. His body is fully restored. I am Private Kim now. I can equip any legendary trait in this world as long as I hunt for it. Inarkane. Being poor and powerless equals death. But Jun Xu isn't planning on being a victim. He's armed with 10,000 hours of pro-gamer knowledge, having climbed from rank 115,000 to rank 9. The very next morning, Jun Xu arrives at the player recruitment center, ready to rewrite his destiny. The director looks over his profile, his eyes full of judgment as he scans the scrawny soldier standing before him. "Private Kim, this is your first time applying." "Yes. I am here to join the mana purification project." Jun Xu keeps his cool. In a trash-tier world like this, he needs to secure the bag immediately. This body might be a degenerate starter unit, but his mind is top tier. It's time for the ultimate power-up, purifying mana. Huh, do you actually realize what dungeon expeditions require? He sneered. Feet on the desk. Yeah. I get it. You say that. But your hunter CV is basically empty. Junu looked flustered, thinking, of course I know. This job is a literal death sentence. Corrupted mana causes monster invasions. Clearing dungeons means handling toxic, discarded mana debris. Prolonged exposure means death or mutation. It's high risk. Fine. Once the party is full, I'll assign you. He spoke firmly, giving Junu one last warning before he left. Are you absolutely certain? I've seen countless degenerates chase the gold, only to return with hollow, broken souls. Don't worry. I might be better than you. Junu smirked and walked away. Wait. What? Grinding as a freelance player was his specialty. Warrior Kim had 10,000 hours of playtime logged. Soon, Junu's quest began. Team leader Hio was aggressive. Are you the new degenerate rookie? Guess so. I am just here for the system assignment. Hio grabbed Junu by the collar. Is this a joke? Where's your grit, Don, to beg for mercy if you start mutating? If you show signs of turning, I'll end you myself. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Junu brushed it off. Intimidating the newbie games or reality. Toxic players are all the same. But why is Rank L Hio here, right? Before his awakening, he looks like a complete NPC. Take it easy. Hell. We already short-staffed. We need every hand we can get for this raid. Nim, a veteran with 5 years of dungeon experience, stepped in to de-escalate the situation. Only if he's useful. Look at him, I'll be happy if he doesn't cause trouble. Hio clicked his tongue and released Junu. Alright team, listen up. Move out now. We have 4 days to purge 5 corrupted zones. Move. That bastard is crankier than the game. As Junu glared at Hio, Nim offered a pat. Ignore him. He's blunt. But he's a good hunter. Sure thing. Junu's irritation faded as he followed the party toward the looming dungeon entrance. They arrived at a derelict station. A foule. Nauseating stench wafted from the darkness, stinging their nostrils. Opening the gate. Get your gear ready, Hio commanded, swiping his card to unlock the dungeon. Corrupted. Slimes appeared. Low-tier mops. The team raised their shovels, preparing for a messy, low-rank brawl. Junu stayed back, observing. He knew the fundamentals of clearing corrupted mana and mana-infused monsters. Corrupted. Slimes are weak but annoying. They won't die unless you shatter the hidden mana core. The team struggled. The more they hacked, the more slimes multiplied. Panic began to set in. Find the cores. But how? If this takes longer, we all be infected by the corruption. A hunter prepared for an attack when a voice rang out. Step back. I'm not responsible for injuries. Without hesitation, Junu charged forward, slamming his shovel down with a lethal, calculated strike. Instead of splitting, the slime disintegrated, revealing a glowing yellow mana core. Perfect kill. Junu began systematically dismantling the horde. His teammates watched in awe. What was this, rookie? He wiped them out in one smooth motion. How Junu smirked, swinging his shovel. Simple mechanics. Really. He had studied the core principles of monster purging while gathering essential character traits earlier. Acquiring traits worked like the game interface. Complete specific hidden quests to unlock new passive skills. 2 days before entering the dungeon, his grind began. Junu crawled through gutters for treasure hunter and inhaled trash fumes for toxic resistance. His system window allowed 6 active traits. He could swap them instantly to adapt to any situation. Activating treasure hunter revealed the slime's hidden weak points. He executed them all in a single motion. Then, he toggled toxic resistance to negate the corrupted mana splashes during the messy cleanup. Despite his overpowered traits, the physical labor left Junu completely exhausted by sunset. On the ride home, Nim sat next to him. We finished early because of you. You were incredible. Are you waiting to awaken, like Hio? Junu laughed. No. I just learned these tricks in the military. If so, you a natural-born hunter. Nim said in awe. Suddenly, horns erupt from his head. The degeneration symptoms are worsening fast. Mana poisoning is taking hold. You look terrible. Why not rest tomorrow? He sighs. I'd rather face mutation than the debt collectors. À faire point. In this world, survival is the only priority. Junu stays silent. 4 days later, the rot spreads. Tainted mana claims the team, especially Hedgehog. His body swells unnaturally. His breath turns ragged, and his eyes go dead. I told him not to overdo it. Deer approaches. Unusually friendly this time. You've got fire. Kid. Youthful energy. You're doing better than expected. I am just following the Team S lead. Jun hides a smile. His new hidden stats are making the grind effortless. Even Deer looks exhausted. Suddenly, Hedgehog screams, clutching his skull in agony. Jagged, lethal spikes rip through his flesh. Multiplying by the second, the team stops, circling the fallen hunter. Jun senses a terrifying transformation coming. Deer rushes over. Hedgehog. Snap out of it. We need to leave now. Hedgehog turns. His eyes are hollow, replaced by the gaze of a bloodthirsty beast. Boom. The gentle hunter is gone. A massive, mutated boss monster stands tall. He's turned. He's lost all reason. Kill him, or we'll never leave alive. Jun frantically scans his system window for an answer. Every stat he has is for cleaning. 𝐁𝐞𝐄𝐲. This is a nightmare. The beast locks eyes with Jun. Cold dread sinks in. I am toast. A massive fist sends Jun flying. Blood sprays. The power gap is insane. System endurance gained. You have acquired a new trait. Jun's eyes widen. A lifeline, a trait, just in time. It's too early to die. He pulls up his trait interface immediately. Think fast to win. He needs to optimize and purge useless skills. Mana Heart for control. Endurance to tank the monster's lethal blows. Mana absorption for recovery. Produce. The final piece, corruption resistance. Adjustments complete. Jun stands, staring down the beast. Come get some. Bastard. The beast doesn't hesitate. It charges forward with bone-shattering speed, shovel in hand. Glowing blue. System strength trait activated. Power multiplied 10 times. He waits for the perfect window. Just one clean hit. He swings with everything. The impact sends the beast reeling backward. I can do this. But the monster suddenly curls into a ball. It spins midair, becoming a whirling wheel of death and jagged spikes. It hurtles toward him like a saw. What the hell is that? The spiked wheel launches off a rock, diving straight for Jun's position. Crash. The ground shatters into a million pieces where Jun stood. The monster uncurls, looming over the wreckage it just created. System endurance trait activated. Defensive power increased 10 times. Jun survived. He leaps above the beast. That still hurt like hell. It's a battle of attrition. He rains down desperate. Brutal strikes. If he stops now, he's dead. Survival is his only objective. Suddenly, a lethal spike shoots from the monster's back. Aiming for him, pure instinct kicks in. Jun twists his body midair to dodge. The spike grazes his shoulder, tearing flesh. It's not over yet. The mutant hedgehog unleashes a lethal volley of spines. Jun can't react in time. The spikes pierce him, throwing him back. He groans, refusing to stay down, shaking with fear. He forces himself up and lunges with a desperate punch. His fist shatters against the beast's hide. It doesn't even leave a scratch. Enraged, the monster fires again. The spines shred Jun's left arm to pieces. Tendons rip from his shoulder. Jun collapses, screaming in pure, agonizing pain. The gold soldier trait isn't enough. He stares helplessly at his impending death. Memories of the game flash by. He used to laugh at these battles. In this moment of crisis, his mind becomes eerily sharp and clear. Back then, everything was easy. A single touch could conquer any dungeon. He never cared about the character's pain, only about efficient power leveling. Now he realizes the truth. True power is forged through suffering and sacrifice. These thoughts race through his mind in the blink of an eye. As the monster's fist descends, Jun raises his arm to block the strike. His limb has transformed, swelling into a massive, monstrous weapon of war. The beast is stunned. Jun seizes the moment and punches it into oblivion. Strength surges through him. His body heals, but his proportions are now terrifyingly distorted. System window mutated muscle trait has been successfully activated. His gamble worked. By pushing his mana heart, he forced a physical evolution. Every ounce of pain was preparation for this one decisive turning point. The monster charges again. Jun blocks the blow with a single hand. Is that all? He sneers, launching a brutal counter barrage of heavy strikes. The beast cowers behind its guard as Jun taunts it to attack, driven mad by rage. The mutant abandons its defense for one final strike. Spine knuckles tear through Jun's chest. He's slammed into the blood-soaked dirt. He coughs up blood, realizing the monster was still hiding its true power. System mutant body acquired. New trait has been added to your inventory. Jun immediately equips the new trait. His entire physiology begins to shift. His frame expands, balancing his power. Thanks for the level up. You freak. The two titans clash, The ground trembles as they fight on equal footing. The thunderous sound of the battle finally wakes Hugh from his unconscious state. What's happening? Why is it so loud? Hugh groans in confusion. He watches in shock as Jun and the mutant trade devastating. Bone-breaking blows. Is that Jun? How can a human fight a high-ranking mutant like that? Both combatants collapse simultaneously, gasping for air in the center of the crater. Jun struggles to breathe. The monster is already standing, still hungry for blood. Even with this new size, he's still the underdog in this death match. He makes a final, dangerous choice. He activates his corrupted mana resistance, system developing resistance. He puts his life on the line for one last evolution. Purify, he roars. Before Hugh's eyes, Jun's body undergoes a terrifying mutation. System evolution complete. New class mutant gold soldier. He lets out a primal roar, firing a concentrated blast of energy at the beast. The overwhelming power vaporizes the monster instantly. Nothing remains but scorched earth. Jun turns his gaze toward Hugh. He has become the very thing he hunted. Hugh freezes in terror. He is now staring into the eyes of a predator. Huo looks up. Meeting Jun Xu's predatory gaze, cold sweat pours down his face as he gasps. No way. How can he still be standing, staring at the monstrous, mutated soldier before him? Huo feels a primal terror gripping his soul. Survival instinct kicks in. He turns to crawl away, but a massive, suffocating shadow looms over him like an omen of death. He slowly looks back, only to find Jun Xu looming there, reaching out with a distorted, massive hand to claim his prize. Accepting his end, Huo shuts his eyes tight, waiting for the killing blow that never comes. Seconds tick by in silence. He peeks open an eye and freezes. The monster is gone. Jun has reverted to his human form, but the cost of the transformation was high, drained of every drop of mana. Jun collapses forward, his body hitting the dirt. I made it. Herasps. His gamble paid off. The final line of defense against contamination held firm. In this hellscape, everyone knows the rule. Once you mutate, you lose your humanity forever. There is no turning back. But Jun just shattered that logic. He successfully manipulated his very traits to rewrite his fate. By clinging to a sliver of sanity, he traded his mutation for high-tier resistance, a legendary move to reclaim his human soul. Dragging his battered body to a wall, Jun collapses against the cold stone, breathing heavily as the adrenaline fades. Every bone and fiber of my being feels like it was rearranged. He groans. I am never doing that again. He forces himself up, a glow emanating from his palm. System, you have acquired a rank 1 mana core. A jagged grin spreads across his face. Despite the agony, the reward was worth every second of hell. A rank 1 core. Cleaning up after hunters definitely has its perks. Suddenly, Huo and the others approach, trembling as they ask, Are you human? We saw you transform. What kind of monster are you? Huo stammers. Jun Xu wipes the blood from his face, cooling his excitement to face them. He could not let rumors of his transformation spread. That would be a death sentence. He needed a cover story. And fast, I just gambled my life on a slim chance and got lucky. Jun Xu lies. Huo stares back, unconvinced. Luck, that was impossible. Before he can dig deeper, Jun Xu shoves a handful of rank 0 mana cores into Huo's hands. Shut up and take these. He turns away, waving a dismissive hand. Let's head back. I am suffocating in this place. Behind him, the others gasp in shock. So many rank 0 cores. This is a fortune. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Between saving their lives and lining their pockets, their silence was practically guaranteed. Huo watches Jun's retreating back, his mind racing. The next morning at the guild office, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 greets him with a greasy smile. I heard the cleanup was a disaster. 𝐁𝐿𝐳𝐽 says, rubbing his hands together. You are lucky to be alive, kid. It was a bit of a workout. Jun replies nonchalantly, wondering why this old fox was suddenly acting so friendly. 𝐁𝐿𝐳𝐽 leans in. You should have told us you were an awakened superhuman from the start. We could have put you on the front lines instead of wasting your talent on janitor duty. Jun realizes the man has jumped to the wrong conclusion. In this world, awakened superhumans are the elite, the masters of mana. Here, power is everything. Being a superhuman means instant status, basically modern-day royalty. It is no wonder he is sucking up. Normal people do not survive mutants. Only an awakened could have won. Even if Jun actually used his unique traits to cheat death, Cho pulls out a thick envelope, grinning ear to ear. Time to settle the bill for your cleanup services. I will not say no to that. Jun replies, deciding to let the man believe whatever lie helps his bank account. Cho lays out stacks of bills on the table, explaining the breakdown of the mission's loot. Usually, the guild takes 20% of the 50 million, leaving you with 5 million after the split. But for a talent like you, we are only taking 5% plus a special bonus to keep you happy. Jun stares at the stacks. 12 million credits. Being mistaken for an awakened was the best pay raise he ever got. With his pockets heavy and a spring in his step, Jun exits the office, feeling like a king. Just as he is planning his shopping spree, a familiar shadow blocks his path. Looks like you hit the jackpot. Kid. The man sneers. Jun recognizes him as one of the degenerates from the cleanup crew. We all did our jobs. Jun replies with a humble smile, trying to keep things professional. The man's tone shifts. Actually, I am here because I need a massive favor. Jun narrows his eyes. A favor. My wife is deathly ill. The man pleads. I was wondering if you could spare some of that cash for her treatment. He drops to his knees, begging desperately. I know we just met, but please, have mercy. Jun scowls. In a world of hunters and monsters, showing kindness to a stranger is usually a one-way ticket to a shallow grave. In this dog-eat-dog world, a knife in the back is always a heartbeat away. Yet, looking at his pathetic state, my resolve faltered. Compassion, that fatal flaw, silenced my common sense. I gripped the old man's weathered hands and forced a reassuring smile. Please, sir, take this. It's not much, but consider it a gift. I dumped a pile of rank 0 mana cores into his palms. Night fell. In a dark alley, that same beggar stared at the loot and erupted into mocking laughter. What an absolute degenerate. A little acting as a starving veteran, and the kid hands over his entire stash. He wasn't alone. 3 shadows emerged, led by a man known as the Deer. Is he a rookie hunter? Deer sneered. The fake beggar grinned. I bet I could VV milked him for more. Still, it pisses me off that a loser like him gets paid more than us. He treats us like trash while playing the hero. Deer spot. That brat is no awakened hero. Let's teach him a lesson he won't forget. Any ideas? Deer snatched the mana cores, his eyes gleaming with malice, crushing a core in his fist. Hey, he sit. We know his weakness. Let's show him how cruel this world truly is. Unbeknownst to Jun, a dark conspiracy was already tightening its noose around his neck. Meanwhile, he lay in bed, basking in the warm glow of his own supposed kindness. Being a hero feels great. At this rate, I'll reach the S-rank hero tier in no time. Days later, Jun was living the dream, sunbathing in a luxury hotel while a professional mage massaged his weary muscles. This is the life. Wealth really changes everything in this dungeon-filled world. It was better than any VR game. But as the mage touched his bicep, a sharp, searing pain shot through him. 3 days of recovery. And the muscle strain still feels like a boss monster-esque strike. Using mutated traits was a double-edged sword. Every cellular evolution came with a brutal physical toll on the host. The more powerful the skill evolution, the more devastating the backlash. But in a life-or-death crisis, do I even have the luxury of choice? Glancing down at the pool, Jun spotted a man with a twin-headed black dragon tattoo sprawling across his chest, clad in black suits. His guards stood like stone pillars. The Iron Fist Guild. In this city, guild law ruled the streets. Far above any pathetic government regulations, survival meant relying on awakened hunters. Relying on raw stats alone in a shark tank like this. Pure suicide. A sudden realization sparked in his eyes. Wait. I still have my secret stash of dropped items. Right. By sunset, he was at a local exchange. The clerk smirked, looking to offload some monster loot. Kid. Exactly. I've got some high-grade monster materials that might interest you. I don't touch rank 0 trash. She warned. Jun grinned. Don't too worry. This is the real deal. He pulled a glowing azure orb the size of a fist from his pack and slammed it onto the counter. Her jaw dropped. A rank 2 mana core. Jun leaned in. Check the purity yourself. It's flawless. Her shock was priceless. All those hours grinding and refining it in the hotel room had finally paid off. Through sheer willpower and skill fusion, He had synthesized a legendary mid-tier core from scraps. Staring at the stack of credits, he marveled. High-tier loot really was the fastest way to get rich. 4.7 million credits, she announced. Junu grabbed the cash, his heart racing. A pleasure doing business. Got any top-tier weapons or armor, he asked. The clerk's smile widened. Right this way. Big spender. She led him to the back room. Rows of lethal blades and heavy plating lined the walls. A true armory. Incredible. It's like seeing the game's premium equipment store brought to life. Take your time, she whispered. Junu's eyes burned with determination. Time to gear up for the next raid. He emerged into the night, shoulders heavy with new gear. A predator finally equipped with his claws. Now the real game begins. Suddenly, a panicked beauty rushed toward him. Are you a mercenary? Please, help me. I have nowhere else to turn. Junu held up his hands, waving her off. Wrong guy. Find a real guild for that. She slammed a massive stack of bills into his chest. The Iron Fist thugs are after me. Just get me home safely. Jun Xu's eyes locked onto the cash. 500,000 for a bodyguard. A daily quest. He stepped up. Can't he ignore a lady in distress? Let's move. She followed him, a strange joy in her eyes. Thank you. She led him straight into a desolate, narrow alleyway. Something felt off. Why here? Not even an ant was in sight. Suddenly, she vanished around a corner. Junu chased her into the abyss. Only a silhouette remained. Hurry, they're right behind us, she urged. Too dark. Junu complained. I can see a damn thing in here. System window night vision trait acquired. The darkness began to peel away. A new trait. Perfect. Now everything's clear. Junu whispered, eyes glowing. His vision sharpened instantly. The shadows held no more secrets from him. Then, he saw it. The girl was leveling a pistol at him. You are more cautious than you look. A trap. Junu's heart hammered. He backed up, hitting a solid wall. Going somewhere. 𝐁𝐞𝐢 smirked. Lights flared. 3 more thugs emerged from the pitch-black corners. Junu glared at Hugh. Nice to see you again. The bastard laughed. Why? Junu spat. Hugh chuckled. Because you are naive degenerate. No reason. Before he could finish, Junu bolted, slipping through their loose formation. Stop him. Shoot that brat, Hugh screamed, his face twisting in rage. Without a second thought, the girl pulled the trigger. Cold-blooded execution. A bullet tore into his back. Junu collapsed into the cold dirt. He lay still in a pool of blood. Idiot aim for legs. Better dead than gone. The girl replied coldly, lowering her weapon. He's dead weight. Maybe a mage will buy the mutated corpse. Alive, he was worth a fortune. Now he's just scrap meat. Just strip his gear. Hugh sighed. Waste of a good hunt. But as they approached, the body was gone. Only blood remained. Where is the corpse? Hugh's voice cracked with pure, unadulterated terror. Asterisk crash times. The street lamp shattered, plunging the alley back into suffocating darkness. A heavy thud followed. One man dropped before he could even scream. Is he still alive? Hugh gasped. Then, a chilling voice echoed nearby. I am still here. Junu's eye flashed a predatory golden hue. Active trait strength, stamina, mana heart, night vision, and mana recovery. I'm not dying to a bunch of backstabbing cowards today. Thank God for bulletproof vests. New trait unlocked fake death. Utilizing the system's hidden mechanics, Junu had deceived them all. He played them like a fiddle, waiting for the perfect moment. Panicking, they flailed. Where is he? He broke the lights. Junu materialized behind Hyo. Looking for me. You son of a, I saved your life. Now, I'm taking it back. Junu's fist connected. Hyo hit the pavement hard, spitting blood and cursing Junu's name. He lunged back with a kick. Junu sidestepped with effortless grace. Is this how you repay your savior? Another blow sent Hugh reeling. As Junu prepared the finishing stomp, a thunderous gunshot shattered the silence. The girl stood there, her smoking barrel aimed straight at his head. She cried out in panic. Are you okay? Jun Xu ignored her, staring coldly at the fresh bullet wound on his arm. I was careless. In Aeon Zone, humans are the true monsters, far worse than any mutant. My innocence was a death sentence. I will never trust another soul in this hellhole again. Decision made. Jun Xu drew his pistol and fired 2 rounds in rapid succession. The first bullet shattered the girl's wrist, forcing her to drop her weapon in a spray of blood. The second tore through the man's shoulder, sending him collapsing to the dirt, screaming in agony. Seeing the threats neutralized, Jun Xu whispered with cold satisfaction. That is enough. He turned to finish the threat. But a sharp whistle of wind signaled a lethal ambush from behind. Instinct took over. He spun around, barely blocking the kick before being sent flying backward, gritting his teeth. Jun Xu stood up, realizing Hugh's physical form was warping before his eyes. His legs, they are mutating, he muttered, his pulse quickening. The grim reality hit him. Hugh had undergone a level 1 superhuman awakening. The tension spiked. Damn this trash system. He cursed. An awakened hunter already. In this world, awakening is the core evolution that separates the prey from the predators. A level 1 awakened possesses enough raw power to slaughter any normal human armed with a rifle. To survive, I have to face a monster using nothing but this fragile, unranked body. Hugh glared with murderous intent. I will kill you, he roared, then vanished into thin air. Panic flared. But Jun Xu forced himself to remember Hugh's hidden stats and traits. Omnidirectional movement. Those elastic legs allow him to strike from any conceivable angle. He scanned the area. Hugh was not running. He was scaling the vertical walls of the ruins. Suddenly, a shadow loomed above. Hugh plummeted down like a meteor. You bastard. There was no blocking this. Jun Xu threw himself aside, feeling the shockwave as the ground shattered. Hugh's eyes burned with rage. You think you can dodge forever. It ends now. Hugh lunged forward with a crushing kick. As it connected, a cruel smirk touched his lips, but his smile froze. Jun Xu had not been hit. He had parried the strike with a steel baton. Jun Xu smirked back. Sorry, Bal. I am not planning on being your punching bag. Buying this gear was the best decision I have made, he thought, gripping the weapon tight. He recalled the shop interface. Is a pistol enough for a warrior class build? Firearms had a hard cap. To truly evolve, he needed a weapon that scaled with his hidden stats. He needed a fallback, a warrior tier melee weapon to bridge the gap in power. The baton was a perfect choice. In this brutal world, the right item is the difference between life and death. Every hunter knows that traits and weapons must align with their specific class path. To take down an awakened like Hugh, I need the raw impact of a true warrior. With a roar, Jun Xu swung the baton, slamming it into Hugh and pinning him to the dirt. System window, trait acquired, my first class evolution skill. The strike trait, confidence surged through his veins. Jun Xu went on the offensive, closing the distance instantly. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, twin slash, uppercut, cross cleave, but Hugh's reflexes were superhuman. Hugh countered with a devastating low kick. Jun Xu's eyes narrowed. This is it. My chance. I cannot retreat now. Even if my bones shatter, I have to land this next hit. It was a desperate gamble. Jun Xu braced himself, refusing to back down. He sacrificed his arm to block the kick and swung his baton into Hugh's thigh. System trait acquired. New trait combo mastery. A grin spread across Jun Xu's face. This was the ultimate warrior skill, activating strike and combo together. He unleashed a storm of blows that left Hugh no room to breathe. Each impact felt like a hammer to the soul. Hugh's defenses crumbled under the relentless pressure. As his consciousness faded into darkness, the former predator began to beg for his life. Please, stop. Jun Xu finally ceased his assault after a crushing blow to the beast's chest, staring at the lifeless awakened deer. Jun Xu raised his fists and let out a triumphant roar. I did it. I took down an awakened monster. Suddenly, his skin turned crimson, vaporizing the falling rain. What is this heat? Pain racked his body. Yet an overwhelming surge of raw power began to overflow. Jun Xu doubled over, his agonizing screams echoing through the clearing. As his stats surged, a realization hit him. This was it. System level 1, awakening success. His journey as a hunter had begun. Overjoyed, he cheered like a child. I am finally an awakened, a real superhuman at last. High-paying mercenary contracts and elite guild scouts were now finally within his reach. Low-interest loans and status. His life was changing. Then, a cold voice interrupted. Are you done yet? Jun Xu spun around, his eyes narrowing at the intruder. That Kim Iron Fist. He was a notorious character from the game. The second major figure, after Kim the Warrior, an enhanced class warrior wielding high-caliber firearms and a specialized prosthetic limb for hunting. But Iron Fist was a ruthless underworld thug. Trespassing on his territory meant only one thing, trouble. Did you forget to check who owns this land before causing a scene? Iron Fist growled menacingly. Comment? His henchmen leveled their rifles at Jun Xu. One wrong move meant certain death. Jun Xu paled. I was ambushed. I wasn't just going to lie down and die. Iron Fist cocked his pistol, So, you already saying those beasts are scarier than the Iron Fist gang. Jun Xu froze. Fighting armed thugs in his current state was a guaranteed death sentence. Without warning, Iron Fist raised his weapon, aiming directly at the center of Jun Xu's heart. Kid, you made a fatal mistake. Welcome to the consequences of trespassing in my domain. His face twisted into a sadistic grin as his finger tightened on the trigger, ready to fire. Just as he was about to fire, Jun Xu spoke with eerie calm. I say, but you forgot something. Jun Xu grabbed the barrel, shoving it against his own chest. I don't die that easily. Bang. He pulled the trigger himself. A bullet tore straight through his chest, shocking every gangster present. Iron Fist's eyes widened in total disbelief. This crazy degenerate. He actually shot himself. Jun Xu stood firm, unfazed by the hole in his chest. Who? That actually just tickles. Before their eyes, the fatal wound began to knit together, sealing shut in mere seconds. Trait gained high-speed regeneration. A dark curiosity flickered in Iron Fist's cold gaze. Well now, that's an interesting trick. Iron Fist chuckled. Jun Xu smirked. Regeneration was a god-tier trait. It was the ultimate evolution of the recovery skill, unlocked only by the elite, level 1 hunters. He had to keep the pressure on. Fear and intimidation were his only tools for survival now. I don't survive on luck. Jun Xu sneered, gesturing to the dead beasts. I don't care who you are. If you cross paths with a warrior, you'd better be ready for the lethal consequences. Iron Fist didn't flinch. Instead, he let out a booming laugh. Kim the warrior. Who but name? I like your guts. Kid, you can go. But consider this a heavy debt you owe me. He clapped Jun Xu on the shoulder, whispering, I trust you know exactly what that implies. Loud and clear. Jun Xu replied, though internally he wondered if the gangster knew his secret. Satisfied, Iron Fist extended his hand. Good. Let's make sure our next meeting is profitable. Jun Xu stared at the outstretched hand, weighing his options in this dangerous, system-driven world. An underworld alliance could be useful. He gripped the hand firmly. It's a deal. See you around. The next morning, Jun Xu arrived at the superhuman tower looking like he was on vacation. The game graphics didn't do this place justice. It was a massive monolith of power and wealth. It was a world away from his slum. Suddenly, a stunning receptionist in a sharp suit approached. Welcome to the superhuman tower. Hunter, how may I assist with your registration today? Jun Xu blushed, completely caught off guard. Whoa. Is every staff member here? This gorgeous, she radiates a high-tier NPC vibe, composed and professional. Even with Junu staring, she doesn't break her perfect customer service mask. A practiced, professional smile remains fixed on her face, as she gestures toward a massive interface at the end of the hall. To claim your hunter certification, please initialize the mana and trait assessment over there. Junu gives a quick nod of thanks and heads toward the towering machine. Asterisk. She guided me without even being asked. Asterisk, he muses. Asterisk, I must look like a total noob. No matter. Once he secures that license, his true journey in the world of Soon finally begins. Suddenly, gasps erupt throughout the hall. Look up at the ceiling, the Saintess is here. Junu looks up, spotting a blinding golden radiance. Asterisk, wait, is that a divine ship? Times he wonders skeptically. Right then, the golden light intensifies, flooding the hall and forcing everyone to shield their eyes. A group of figures emerges from the glow. Stepping into the view of the stunned crowd, Junu's eyes widen in total disbelief at the girl leading the pack. Asterisk, the main Monarch Legion. Why are they here? Asterisk, why would the Saintess show up now? Meanwhile, the crowd erupts into a wave of fanatic cheers for her. What an honor, they shout. But unlike them, Junu can't find a single reason to smile. Asterisk, I'm still stuck in the tutorial while she's already reached Saintess status. Little do they know, this peaceful religion is actually a cult of annihilation, waiting to slaughter the innocent. Speculation runs wild. Is she here for a mana check? Or perhaps to update her level ranking? The Saintess simply offers a smile, answering with her actions as she walks straight to the testing bay. Seconds later, the machine hums to life. The mechanical roar grates on Junu's nerves. Asterisk, the sound of a mana scan is always so damn loud. The crowd holds its breath as the display flashes. Class Priest, Mana, level 8. 6 sub-traits detected. The hall explodes in chaos. Level 8 and 6 traits. That's absolutely insane. The Saintess beams, Soaking in the worship of the masses, Junu watches for a moment longer before stepping up for his own scan. Asterisk, this is no time for admiration. Asterisk, he thinks, his heart heavy with the truth. A level 8 superhuman is a walking national tier threat, a force that will eventually sweep through soon like a plague. But if he speaks up now, they'll just treat him like a lunatic and stone him. Asterisk, focus on the now. Asterisk, he tells himself. Asterisk, if a rookie like me shows 6 traits, it'll draw too much heat. I need to mask them. But just as Junu opens his system window to adjust his stats, the Saintess suddenly stops and glances back. A guard notices her pause. Your Eminence, is something the matter? She ignores the question. Her eyes locked onto Junu. It seems there's someone here I haven't met before. She whispers. Suddenly, she's standing right behind him. You have quite an interesting ability. Don't you? Junu flinches, spinning around. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Panic flares in his mind. Asterisk, what did she just say? Did she sense my trait? Manipulation? Asterisk, onlookers begin to mutter. Why is she talking to him? He looks like a nobody. Before they can process it, she takes Junu's hand. Warrior. What is your name? I'm Kim. He stammers. Insane. When a Saintess asks your name, it's never a good sign. Well, Warrior Kim, she declares. On behalf of the ancient father, I shall grant you a holy baptism. The master of the black gold throne craves individuals with rare power like yours. Submit to him and find peace in this hellish world. A golden script begins to crawl from her hand onto his arm. The hall fills with envious cries. A baptism, I'm so jealous. To be personally blessed by the Saintess herself. What a lucky guy. But Junu is fuming. Asterisk, if I accept this blessing, I'll be bound as a holy knight to their twisted cult. He knows the future. This cult is destined to lose the war against the major powers of Aaron soon. Asterisk. Accepting this is like buying stock in a bankrupt company. Asterisk, he thinks. Asterisk. I have to refuse. To everyone's absolute shock. Junu yanks his hand back and drops to one knee. I refuse the baptism. The Saintess freezes, her face blank with disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? Yes. Junu replies, I am serious. After a tense silence, she sighs. As you wish. Whether you serve or stray is your own choice. The Saintess gripped his hands, her voice ice cold. The High Priest chose you. Boy, if you can survive this trial, your freedom is worthless. As she spoke, the air shifted. Jun Xu gasped as his arm ignited. A sudden violet flame erupting where she touched him, the Saintess vanished, leaving the holy fire to consume him. He collapsed. Screaming in pure agony, the crowd watched with chilling indifference, enjoying the spectacle of his desperate struggle, refusing the baptism. What a pathetic atheist. They sneered. He deserves to burn. System alert, negative trait activated. Holy fire debuff triggered for rejecting the sacred ritual. He expected a penalty. But this searing heat was hellish. Holy fire, the ultimate status ailment. This persistent burn makes daily life impossible. With no cure except total submission at the cathedral, I refuse to protect my future. But am I really going to die right here? As his consciousness flickered, the office guide rushed over, pouring water over his scorched face. A wave of cold relief washed over him. Momentarily silencing the roaring flames, his vision cleared. Through the steam, the girl's worried face finally came into focus. It was her, the guide. Everyone else abandoned me. Yet she stayed to help. Gratitude surged through him. Just a bit more. He gritted his teeth. I can stop now. Forced into a meditative stance, he braced himself. System fire resistance trait acquired. The holy fire debuff scales with the victim's mana, since I am only a level 1 warrior. The flames are manageable. I can still win this. First, fire resistance. Second, I need to trigger a massive mana surge. He accessed his status window, reconfiguring his hidden stats. The flames exploded in a violent frenzy. Panic-stricken, the girl poured more water, desperately trying to keep him conscious. Hang in there, she cried. The cooling water gave him the mental window he needed. Water against fire. Hold logic against burning pain. I must synchronize these opposing forces. His thoughts spun, merging fire and water into a perfect yin-yang mana circuit. Submit, he roared internally, commanding his mana to crush the divine flames. Jun Xu's eyes snapped open. The agonizing heat had completely vanished. System mana shield trait acquired. The girl gasped in shock. Are you actually okay? I am alive because of you. He smiled. Onlookers stood frozen in absolute disbelief. He overcame the holy fire. Is he a hacker? Jun Xu smirked at their confusion. It's just a temporary mana shield fix. But the pain is finally gone. These black embers look badass. Next stop, the mana measurement terminal. The screen flickered to life. Results: Kim. Age 22. Warrior class. Mana level 1. 6. Level 1 with 6 traits. A super rookie is born. Even the Saintess looked back. He rubbed his nose, sighing. So much for staying under the radar. I wanted a low-profile power-up. But this mana shield revealed too many traits. Incredible, the guide beamed. I've never seen a rank 6 circuit from a beginner before. Let's get your official warrior identification card issued immediately. Moments later, she slid the card over. Congratulations. You are now a certified warrior. He gripped the card, eyes nearly misty. I fought through hell to hold this. She tilted her head, smiling. Now, let's review your rank 1 benefits and privileges. No need. He interrupted confidently. I already know the system by heart. Tax exemptions, weapon permits, arrest immunity, and free access to all public gates. She blinked in surprise. How do you know the hidden perks so well? Call me a PhD in warrior science. He joked with a sharp, determined grin. I don't waste time. He glanced at the hungry crowd watching him from the shadows. I must recruit him. Think I can snag an autograph? A super rookie special feature is mandatory. The manager watched the vultures circling outside. Junu whispered, Is there a quiet way out? She flashed a knowing smile. I am one step ahead, she said, revealing a massive, obsidian black cloak. She beamed at Junu. Just follow my lead, stunned by her charm. Junu's face flushed, donning the cloak. They slipped past the crowd undetected. I can thank you enough for looking out for me. An invisibility cloak and a secret exit. You're a lifesaver. She simply smiled. System stealth trait acquired. Junu grinned. He just snagged a top-tier hidden skill. Suddenly, the office manager came to a halt. Go straight. Warrior. My guidance ends here. Junu offered a deep, respectful bow. This is plenty. Thank you for everything. She waved, wishing him a safe journey. Junu watched her leave, amazed. A kind soul in a place like Suan. Beautiful and kind. I'll repay her once I am stronger. He checked her business card. Associate Human Manager B. Wait? B. Junu's expression froze. He stared back at the woman in the distance. No way. BJ, one of the 3 legendary SSR warriors. That terrifying swordsman from the game. In-game, she was a cold-blooded monster. I never imagined her being this gentle. The lethal BJ is actually this kind. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, B smirked to herself. 1 week later, Junu struggled to balance his system stats. Maintaining his mana shield turned every dungeon clear into a grueling survival match. Using specialized traits would have been easy, but his current debuffs were absolute torture. To purge the heat poison, he needed Netta a rare item with a soul-crushing price. At this rate, I'll be broke before I even find it. His phone buzzed Assistant Choi. Junu prepared to vent, but a brilliant plan suddenly took root. Moments later, he stepped into the Hunter Recruitment Bureau. Our miracle rookie, the man who conquered heat toxicity with 6 unique traits. Choi groveled, offering premium milk tea. His brown nosing was 10 times more desperate than before. I didn't expect things to escalate like this. Junu sipped his drink. The item I requested? Did you find it? Choi sighed. It's nearly impossible. Netta is only held by rank 5 master physicians. Junu stood to leave. Wait, this involves our contract. I'll get it for you. I've already found a lead, Choi shouted. Sweating bullets. Junu sat back. If Choi wanted that contract, he'd find a quest with Netta rewards. What's the mission? Choi slid over a tablet. Ever heard of Gel Security? A security firm, Junu asked. A massive private military company. Top 10 Global, run by a power couple from an ancient martial lineage. Their foundation is ironclad. Why would elites need me? Junu wondered. It's their son. Choi whispered. He's 20 and still hasn't awakened. Despite his legendary bloodline, he's powerless. Junu scanned the file. Level 8 mana. Yet he hasn't awakened. That's impossible. Exactly. It's the ultimate mystery in the hunter world. They need a rank 1 warrior. It's the perfect quest for someone like you. Intrigued, Junu agreed. Soon, they were waiting inside a sprawling opulence. The directors are busy. Choi stammered, nervously tapping his foot. Choi was a wreck. But Junu remained calm. True power always takes its time. He scanned the room. Pure opulence. It reeked of wealth. Sorry for the wait. A cold feminine voice startled them. The G security directors entered. Elite power radiated from them. Songdu and Lamisi Junu bowed. Thanks for seeing us. We appreciate your time. Lamisi said with a sharp smile. Junu sensed their auras. Rank 6 warriors? At least dangerous. Songdu scoffed. This kid, he looks utterly useless. Watch your mouth. Lamisi he sit? Or leave the room. He grunted but stayed. Fine. Sit. Shisaihu. Are you here for the quest? I must check your son. Before Junu finished, Songdu slammed the table in rage. A nameless newbie dares to lecture me. Calm down. Dear. He's just an outsider. Lamisi soothed. Forgive him. He's stressed. Our son's condition is a secret. Accept the quest first. You need us too. Don't you? Junu smirked. Deal. Bring the boy out. Seiyuan appeared. Looking timid. Hello. Uin. Junu shook his hand. Zeromana. Highly suspicious. He spotted Yuan's engraved gloves. Unique gear you have there. They were precious to me. Junu realized they were mana seals. The parents froze. Junu had exposed their hidden truth. A rank 1 warrior for this job. You were baiting me. The logic is simple. You needed a specific sacrifice. Uin. You refused the Holy Order's baptism. Didn't you? He sealed his mana to dodge divine retribution. You heard a rank 1 survived the punishment. That's me. Yuan stared in awe. Junu's deduction was flawless. Amazing. You're like a protagonist from a mystery novel. Junu laughed. Knowing the future made everything look easy. I had a hunch the moment I saw the photo. In the future, Uin becomes a legendary holy knight. Save him. Please. Songdu's arrogance vanished into desperation. Can he escape the ritual? The elite director begged. He's convinced? Of course it's possible. Junu replied, I've spent 10,000 hours mastering this world's secrets. Trust me. Uin. I'll break this curse for you. Yuan hugged him. Sobbing. The parents wept in relief. The saintess is a fraud. Yuan is mine now. Junu hugged him back. However, I have one condition. The parents blinked. Another condition. Name it. This quest just evolved. It's a matter of survival now. Do whatever it takes. Just save our son. Teach me the unrivaled sword arts. Lamisi's face hardened. Do you realize what you're re-asking? Her aura turned lethal. Junu shivered. The vice director was the real monster here. Se Dongdu saw his wife's killing intent flare and whispered, Ace. Honey. Let's not level the house just yet. Most people think training in ancient swordsmanship is a joke in this high-tech 21st century. They're wrong. In this world, rough, overwhelming power is the only currency that matters. A master swordsman can cleave a tank in two. A high ranker is worth an entire fighter jet squadron. If a level 1 superhuman masters this specific secret technique, they'll skyrocket to rank 4 effortlessly. It's basically an early game cheat code. A hidden treasure, usually reserved for the guild elites. I'll deliver results. Just keep the reward ready. Junu said, cooling the mother's blazing temper. Lamiji's murderous aura vanished at her son's voice. Fine. Succeed. And the secret memory chip is yours. For real, Junu grinned. This was the legendary jackpot he needed to change his fate. He bowed, hiding a sigh of relief. With this top-tier swordsmanship, his power-up would be unstoppable. Fail, and you will face our absolute wrath. Limi warned. Junu just chuckled. Failure wasn't an option. No more talk then. Let's initiate the treatment immediately and secure our future. A mana-focusing circle and 200 mid-grade potions were prepped. Perfect. This is all I need. I need total isolation with the patient. Junu stated. Lamiji hesitated. Her eyes filled with maternal worry. I'm sorry for earlier. My son was forced into a brutal baptism before he could even walk. He's lived like a prisoner, never knowing friendship or a normal life outside these cold walls. We've been on edge for too long. I'm putting my son's life in your hands now. She bowed deeply. Hearing Ujin's tragic backstory, Junu felt a surge of genuine righteous fury. That damn saintess trapped this whole family in a nightmare. Ujin just hugged his mother tightly. In the original game, this trauma turned him into a cold-blooded traitor. What a waste of potential. Junu's eyes hardened. Don, don't worry. I'm going to rewrite this kid's destiny. No matter what. The room cleared. Junu stretched, turning to the trembling boy. All right, kid. Time for the awakening. Ujin was shaking like a leaf, his face pale as a ghost. Whoa. Take a breath. Man, are you? Are you going to use electric shocks? Or the giant needles again? Ujin stammered. Junwoo groaned. What kind of amateur hour treatment have they been putting you through all this time? Usually, you'd just chug nectar after awakening to cure the holy fever. Simple. Right? But Ujin's mana stats were so bloated that the fever would incinerate him before he could awaken. Keep your mouth shut about what happens today. Promise. Ujin nodded, his resolve finally hardening. Junwoo grabbed the potions. He pushed his mana barrier to the absolute limit, thinning the veil. Instantly, the holy fever crashed over him like a tidal wave of pure, agonizing heat. He slammed back the potions. Ignoring the vile taste, every single bottle vanished down his throat. Trait gained potion addiction. Mana consumption spiked, but the medicinal effects amplified by 500%. Now, for the main event. He focused every ounce of energy into a localized mana shield. The barrier flared to life, violently pushing the holy fever out of the circle's radius. Ujin's eyes went wide. Whoa. Don't celebrate yet, kid. We're just getting started. Remove those mana-sealing gloves. Reach out of the barrier and grab my hand. Now, Ujin turned white. But the resonance. Want the double fever. Kill us both instantly, as long as you stay inside the circle. You were safe. Junwoo stepped out, welcoming the storm. Don't overthink it. Just follow my lead if you want to survive this. Ujin took a shaky breath and peeled off the seals, deciding to bet everything on Junwoo. The moment their hands touched, a mana explosion rocked the room. The kid's hidden power was monstrous. Junwoo's bones felt like they were melting, but he gripped tighter. This was the decisive turning point. It was a soul-crushing pain, worse than the Saintess's curse. But he refused to break. Screw that Saintess with a roar. Junwoo dragged Ujin back into the safety of the mana barrier. The seals were gone, but Ujin stood tall, his hands steady, and the fever finally broken. Success. Yeah. That's why I had to pull those crazy stunts. Junwoo replied casually. Beyond the barrier, Junwoo activated damage absorption, siphoning the lethal holy fever into himself to stabilize Siyuan. Junwoo snatched up the wooden sword and tossed it to Uin. Last step? Let's do this. Don't stop, strike me until you awaken. Time to see if those childhood sword skills actually paid off. Uin let out a shout and lunged. Junwoo parried the first blow and immediately bolted for his life. His steel gauntlet had been pulverized by a single wooden sword strike. System new trait acquired protection. Even with the new buff, one clean hit from Uin would still send him straight to the afterlife. After a high-stakes game of tag, Junwoo was gassing out. Uin still hadn't awakened, and Junwoo was getting pissed. What kind of monstrous swordsmanship is this? Even dodging was a nightmare. Trait acquired evasion. Junwoo glanced back and saw a terrifying aura beginning to radiate from Uin's body. The awakening was starting, but before he could celebrate, Uin's wooden sword began to glow with divine light. SSR, rank sword, man unity. Junwoo stared at the system window, completely speechless. The ultimate state where blade and soul become one, a warrior's peak. But the kid was in a total trance. One hit, and it's game over. Facing a lethal threat, Junwoo wasn't about to just sit and die. He summoned his status window, his mind racing at light speed to find a survival gambit. He stacked every defensive trait possible, channeling the room's mana into his arms to reinforce his barriers. The moment the system settings locked in, Uin's devastating strike closed the distance. Junwoo gritted his teeth and crossed his arms, betting his entire life on this single moment. An explosion of blinding light filled the room. As the dust settled, Junwoo stood there, miraculously in one piece. A massive, shimmering shield stood before him. System new trait acquired mana shield. Junwoo smirked. I actually did it. He had fused protection and shielding to create the ultimate mana shield. He exhaled a ragged breath. Almost got sent to the pearly gates by a kid with a wooden stick. He went to sit down when he heard a faint groan from Uin. Uin staggered and collapsed. You seriously gonna take a peaceful nap after almost turning me into gold dust? Grumbling, Junwoo walked over and realized the kid was already fast asleep. Guess the awakening process really fried his brain for a second. In the game, SSR rank Uin was a knight, but awakening as a warrior gave him swordman unity instantly. I've accidentally created a monster warrior instead of a standard knight. Talk about a plot twist. Who knows how this changes the future? Either way, the kid is now a silver spoon powerhouse, and now he owes me a massive favor. Junwoo grinned, hoisted Uin up, and carried him out. A short while later, inside Uin's quiet bedroom, his parents watched him sleep with tearful eyes. Our wine. He actually survived the divine fever. They bowed deeply to Junwoo. Thank you. Truly. Junu just shrugged. Told you I could handle it. Chul handed him a water, acting like a total fanboy. I knew you were the man for the job. We haven't seen him sleep this soundly in years. Lim whispered. We can never repay this debt. She nodded to her husband. Dongdu understood perfectly and approached Junu with a thick envelope. As promised, the Ghost Mountain sword chip, plus a massive bonus for your spectacular success. Junu's heart did a backflip, but he played it cool and waved them off. Please. Dongdu insisted. Accept this 1 billion won. It's the least we can do. 1 billion. Junu was losing it internally, but he kept his poker face steady and professional. Well, it would hurt my heart to refuse twice, so I guess I have no choice. Junu and Dongdu shared a firm handshake. Shortly after, Junu and Joyle headed for the exit. Once in the car, Chul shouted, We hit the absolute jackpot today. Boss. Junu admired the Ghost Mountain memory chip and the loot. Yeah. They look pretty damn good. Gonna use it, Chul asked. Junu nodded. Yeah. But first, I'm taking a long overdue break. Choi spoke up, sensing I wanted to keep my rewards hidden from any prying eyes. Too bad, he remarked, refining that NTA would have given your mana a massive, permanent boost. I stared at the vial. If I could just absorb this without the specialized gear, I'd skyrocket my stats and save a fortune on medical bills. We finally reached the hotel. Choi leaned out. Look, Hunter. I'll track down the equipment needed to refine that nectar. Don't do anything reckless yet. I nodded. I'll think about it. Thanks for the ride. Back in my room, I popped the cap and smirked. Patience was never my strong suit. I've seen how cutthroat this world is. I can't bet my life on Choi's loyalty. Others get addicted to mana, but my unique traits can maximize even raw, unrefined nectar. Without hesitation, I downed the vial. Instantly, agonizing white-hot pain exploded through my entire body. It felt like my muscle fibers were being shredded and woven back together by raw power. The agony faded, replaced by a blinding golden aura. System rank, 2 superhuman status achieved. I cheered internally. But then another system window flickered into existence before my eyes. Trait acquired Blackfire. By curing my god fever with NTA, I'd unlocked a legendary power. With Blackfire and my unseen blade style, I finally felt a sense of true relief. If I master these 2 traits, oh no monster or hunter will be able to touch me. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. A cryptic message from Director Choi flashed across the dark screen. Why the hell was he texting me now? Something about the timing felt incredibly off. I tried to ignore it, but then my phone started vibrating like a ticking time bomb. A barrage of notifications hammered my ears, one after another, screaming for my attention. Give it a rest, I growled, snatching the phone to see what the emergency was. Hunter, we need to talk. I think it's safer if I send these instructions via text. The message was a rambling mess about cults and hesitation, clearly a hidden distress signal. Focus on your path. When the sword is drawn, your enemies will finally be revealed. Respond immediately. I narrowed my eyes, scanning the text for the hidden, desperate pattern. What is this guy playing at? These sentences make 0 sense. Unless there's a code. Wait. I looked closer. The warning was buried right under my nose the whole time. Escape. Dagar. Gang. The realization hit me like a freight train. He was compromised. He hid the warning in the text. The Daggers, the Iron Fist's most vicious rival guild. If Choi wanted to betray me, he would have just called to stall for more time. They must have snatched him while he was out. My information has definitely been leaked. My expression went cold as ice. Well, I guess it's time to test my new evolution. Everyone pays their dues and soon. The next day, screams of agony echoed through a warehouse, tucked away in a desolate corner of the city. A dark interrogation was underway. Choi was bound to a chair, bleeding. A thug stepped forward and grabbed his hair. You're a tough one. Chua? Where's that superhuman brat hiding? Tell us and this stops. Choi spat blood at his feet. He's my partner. I'm not saying a word to losers. The thug's face twisted into a demonic snarl. Wrong answer. You leave me no choice. He signaled his muscle. A man stepped forward, hefting a heavy, rusted executioner's axe. Left or right? Which hand do you use to feed yourself? Choi remained defiantly silent. Silence fine. Let's start with the right. He raised the axe high for the strike. Asterisk boom times. A massive explosion rocked the building, freezing the executioner mid-swing as smoke filled the air. What the hell was that? The leader screamed, reaching for his weapon in the chaos. A terrified lackey scrambled in, Boss, some maniac just lobbed a grenade into the lobby. On a nearby rooftop, I looked down and grinned. The real hunt starts now. With a grenade launcher propped on my shoulder, I aimed directly at the Dagger Gang's hideout. You fools picked the wrong target. I can't abandon the only person who actually kept a promise in this godforsaken, cruel world. Alright? Let the massacre begin. Jun pulls the trigger, and a devastating shell screams toward the gang's headquarters. Seconds later, a massive explosion rips a gaping hole through the building's side. Armed thugs swarm out like rats. Where is he? Find him now, watching them panic. Jun wears a cold, mocking smirk. Just as I thought, they're pouring out of that building like a nest of cockroaches. It looks like a standard apartment. But I know the truth. This is the Dagger Dungeon, a place I've cleared 1,000 times. A massive, complex labyrinth consisting of 6 interconnected buildings. Since this was one of my trial quests, I could probably clear this place with my eyes closed. All my past grinding is finally paying off. The veteran has returned to finish the job. Jun shifts to the next rooftop, his tactical backpack heavy with weapons. Staying in one spot is a death sentence. Below, the Dagger Gang units split up, desperately searching the perimeter for the intruder. Minutes later, in a dark alley, 3 goons whisper, "Was it the Iron Fist Guild? Who else is this? Insane. Only those psychos would have the guts to pull off a stunt this crazy bird. When we catch them, they were dead meat." Suddenly, a strange metallic sound echoes from behind a nearby dumpster. One thug turns, eyes narrowing in suspicion. "What was that? I'm going to check it out." The leader grunts, "Fine. Just make sure you check every single inch." The thug creeps behind the trash bins, peering into the gloom. Nothing. Just empty shadows and silence. He turns to leave, but a hand suddenly erupts from the dark, slamming his head into the pavement with bone-crushing force. Jun's stealth skill fades as he materializes. He props the unconscious body against the wall, a playful grin on his face. I was standing right in front of him, and he didn't notice a thing. Nothing beats the shadow stealth combo for an infiltration. While these thugs are busy chasing ghosts outside, I'll be slipping into their main tower. This is almost too easy. Time to use the secret passage and get this party started. Jun opens a hidden hatch beneath the trash, descending the internal ladder while staying alert for any movement. I've avoided every unnecessary engagement so far. Stealth is the only way to reach the target. These bastards usually keep hostages on the 5th floor near the boss's room. I have a plan. I'll move like a ghost so they never even see me coming. A great plan. But reality has other ideas. Jun barely takes his first step before an alarm blares. Intruder alert, enemy forces have breached the perimeter. All units, gear up and move to the rally point. Jun's face darkens. Damn it. They've already sniffed me out. Next, his gaze locks onto the heavy door ahead. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place now. If I head out, I hit the main corridor. It's the fastest way to the stairs, but it's a total trap. Once they know someone is inside, they'll turn that hallway into a reinforced kill zone with barricades. If I open this door, they'll turn me into Swiss cheese. Jun pauses for a second, then kicks it wide open. Just as he predicted, a wall of thugs stands ready. "Hey guys, eat lead, this one S on the house." Jun laughs, pulling out a heavy machine gun and spraying a relentless storm of lead into the crowd. Screams of agony erupt instantly as the first line falls. The survivors scramble, trying to find cover from the onslaught. A Gatling gun. Where the hell did he get that? Kill him, fire back. You idiots. As they raise their rifles, a grenade rolls into their midst. Jun ducks. Style over substance. Boy style. He reaches into his backpack, pulling out several more high-explosive grenades. One wasn't enough. "Here. Have the whole set." He tosses them in and slams the door shut instantly. Muffled explosions and desperate shrieks echo through the walls, a sound that brings a smile to Jun's face. He looks like a demon as he whispers, "I'm so glad you guys liked my little gifts." After a few minutes, Jun enters the smoking ruins, his eyes scanning for survivors. Is that all of them? Stay alert. Suddenly, a thug hidden under the rubble lunges upward, his gun aimed directly at Jun's heart. On high alert, Jun Xu's honed instincts caught the bullet's trajectory. A sharp tilt of the head, and death whistled past. System trait, acute sensitivity acquired. This was the exact survival buff needed to clear this treacherous dungeon. Eyes narrowing, Jun Xu locked onto the cowardly sniper lurking in the shadows. Seconds later, the sniper was neutralized. Wiping sweat from his brow, he looked up. The pawns were cleared. The real hunt began upstairs. Reaching the 4th floor, the silence was deafening. He'd made it this far unscathed. But the true nightmare was just beginning. The Dagger Gang elites would intercept him here. Right before he could reach the boss's penthouse sanctuary, moving like a ghost, Jun Xu checked the corner. To his shock, the hallway was eerily abandoned. Sensing a trap, he kicked open the casino doors. But only empty tables stared back at him. System trait absolute focus acquired. Something was wrong. The game's script had changed. He had to stay sharp. With his new trait active, a faint, mechanical whirring echoed from the ventilation shafts above. He looked up just as a tactical drone deployed from the ceiling. Its red lens gleaming with malice. A flashbang drop. White light exploded, searing his vision and plunging his world into a blinding void. Damit! A stun trap. Amidst the blindness, a shadow materialized behind him. Cold steel thirsting for blood. A dagger lunged for his throat. Caught you. You pathetic little rat. The assassin shrieked with twisted joy. It was the Dagger Gang boss, a tier 2 assassin class superhuman with lethal killing intent, asterisk clang times, an energy shield manifested, parrying the strike. Jun Xu's vision cleared as he turned. Who did you catch? The boss recoiled, his face pale. My blade couldn't pierce. That's impossible. He leapt back, creating distance. Jun Xu's voice was ice. Who are you calling a rat? You the one hiding in vents like a pest. Internally, Jun Xu realized the boss had deviated from the game's pattern. That was close. The scenario had evolved beyond his memories, but his combat reading was still top tier. The flashbang drone was a coordinated attack pattern meant for the final boss room. Not this floor. Good thing I pre-equipped sensitivity and focus. I anticipated the ambush before the system even flagged it, against a tier 2 assassin. My 5 senses are the only thing keeping my head on my shoulders. You countered my perfect ambush, the boss roared. Jun Xu smirked. Don acted so surprised yet, reaching into his inventory. He drew a heavy blade, his aura shifting from prey to predator. I'll make you regret targeting me. He charged, but the boss vanished into a blur of high-speed movement, reappearing behind him. The boss sneered. Too slow. All that talk for nothing. He hurled a throwing knife coated in a sickly green glow straight at Jun Xu's spine. Jun Xu spoon, his sword ringing as he deflected the projectile. An assassin class boss. His agility is truly monstrous. If not for my sensitivity and focus traits, I'd be a corpse on the floor right now. That blade is dripping with lethal magic toxin. A single scratch would mean an instant game over. The longer this drag on, the worse my odds. The boss laughed, sensing his advantage. Lucky brat. Surrender now, and I'll be merciful. I'll only take one of your hands. Shut up and fight. The boss cackled, mocking Jun Xu's seemingly amateurish sword stance. A marksman trying to play swordsman. You can't even read the situation. You loud-mouthed fool. Jun Xu's heart skipped. A marksman. He thinks I'm a long-range specialist because I used guns earlier. Perfect. He's completely misread my hidden stats. He thinks I'm helpless in a melee exchange. Seeing the silence, the boss's grin grew predatory. I'll carve you up in the most painful way imaginable. He lunged with a devastating slash. Jun Xu tightened his grip, raising his sword high above his head. One opening, one chance. He's careless because he thinks I'm a novice. Now, the boss easily sidestepped the heavy swing, his face contorted in a mocking sneer. Too slow, he jeered, completely unaware he had just stepped into a death trap. Jun Xu's eyes flashed with cold light. With a lightning-fast snap of his wrist, the blade shifted. The vertical drop pivoted into a vicious horizontal arc. The boss's eyes widened in pure, unadulterated terror. A marksman. With a sword combo, he barely blocked, the sheer impact slamming him into the dirt. The Dagger Gang leader finally realized his mistake. Junu was no longer prey. His eyes trembled with pure terror as he stared at the boy. Junu raised his blade. I'm no mere archer anymore. I'm a first-class warrior. He unleashed the Cloud Mountain Sword first form. The mountain spider slash tore through the leader, leaving him mortally wounded and broken, dropping his blade. The boss coughed up blood. Junu sneered. Never drop your guard in a fight. Infuriated, the bastard played his final card, waiting for Junu to celebrate his victory. He lunged for a hidden dagger and hurled it. This isn't over yet. You brat. Jun Xu. A desperate last-ditch effort. Blood sprayed as Junu's sword ended the villain, but a poisoned blade sank into his side. He collapsed, pulling the dagger out. He cursed his own carelessness. Damn it. I let my guard down. The venom was racing through his veins. He had to switch his system traits immediately. Trait swapped recovery. Regeneration. Mana core. Standing up. He felt the divine power returning to him. The pain was agonizing, but manageable. He quickly stowed his weapons and prepared to move. Shouts echoed from outside. An intruder. Find him now. The guild hunters were closing in. Junu narrowed his eyes at the window. I can't waste another second here. I need to clear out of this building before I am surrounded. On the 5th floor, 𝐁𝐄𝐲 was desperately tipping his chair to escape. I must get out. 𝐁𝐄𝐲 strained his fingers to reach a sharp glass shard on the floor nearby. Before he could cut his bonds, a dark shadow loomed over him. Blocking the light, he looked up in shock. It was Junu. How did you get captured by these low-life degenerates? Junu removed the gag as Cho cried out. My savior, Junu sighed while untying the ropes. You were a handful. Old men. Junu sighed. Cho asked with tears. You came for me. Junu's face turned serious. Quiet. We need to move. The reinforcements are coming up now. Cho tried to stand but screamed in agony. His legs were completely shattered from the torture. Junu stopped and turned back with a look of suspicion. Seeing those mangled legs, rage boiled inside him. Those bastards. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Get on my back. What, no? I've already burdened you enough, Cho protested, waving his hands weakly. Stop talking, we're on the clock. Let's get to a safe zone first. Cho nodded, tears falling. Thank you. Just this once. I'll accept your help. As he carried him, Junu realized the man's loyalty hadn't broken under such brutal conditions. This world was a living hell. Yet moments like this felt surprisingly human and touching. Hours later, they finally reached the safety of 𝐁𝐄𝐲's private office. Junu slammed back recovery potions. System notification poison resistance trait acquired. He leaned back, feeling the toxins vanish. That's better. The poison is finally out. Cho piled up more potions. Take whatever you need. My entire stock is yours. Junu smiled, checking his stats. This is plenty. I've already gained what I needed. Cho bowed his head in shame. I am so sorry. The information must have been leaked. I shouldn't have been so naive about trusting my own guild staff. Don't you worry about it. Junu replied. I already drank the elixir to survive anyway. Cho gasped in pure shock. What? You used the legendary elixir to save me. I had to. Junu shrugged. Or I wouldn't have made it. Cho was absolutely devastated. Cho blamed himself, while Junu secretly let him believe that story to deepen his debt. Suddenly, a series of violent pounds shook the office door. Is it the Dagger Gang? Cho panicked. Junu. What do we do? Junu crossed his arms with a cold smirk. Sounds like guests. Time to welcome them. Junu stepped toward the door as 𝐁𝐄𝐲 followed, trembling with anxiety. As he opened it, 𝐁𝐄𝐲 gasped. Standing there was Kim of the Iron Fist and his gang of thugs. Junu smirked confidently. So, you finally showed up. Impressive. Kim growled. Wiping out the Dagger Gang is no small feat. I knew you were no ordinary degenerate. Why did you summon me here? Junu remained silent. He knew it was finally time to claim his high-tier quest rewards from the system. The Iron Fist and Dagger guilds were bitter rivals, locked in a bloody war for control over the Silim district. According to the system tutorial, players were required to assist the Iron Fist Guild in eliminating the Dagger threat. Massive rewards awaited the Dagger's downfall. Kim narrowed his eyes. What is your play? Planning to establish a new guild or something? Junu shook his head. No. Managing an organization isn't really my style. I called you here to hand over the Dagger Gang's territory. It is all yours now. Kim froze in shock. Junu explained. I prefer playing solo. The underworld does not interest me. Consider our previous debt settled. Kim stood in silent contemplation for a moment before speaking. I lose nothing by accepting. But this territory is worth far more than your debt. Junu just laughed. We understand each other. Since I secured Selim for you, I want you to grant me one wish. Kim arched an eyebrow. One wish. What could a hunter like you possibly desire? Tell me your price. Junu thought to himself. The one thing every soul in this hellish city of Soon craves, just a house. He replied with a smile. Deep down, he knew it was time to establish a true home base. Kim blinked in confusion. Wait. You are just asking for a house. In this chaotic world, a solo hunter needs a proper sanctuary. Junu replied. Kim nodded. Fine. You took out the daggers? It is a deal. I will honor the request. You survived those Dagger bastards, so consider it done. Junu grinned. I like your straightforwardness. It is refreshing. Kim asked. What kind of place, a luxury villa or an apartment? Neither. Junu interrupted. I have very specific requirements for my new base of operations. I need a secluded location with high security and total soundproofing. Absolute privacy is mandatory. Also, it must have a massive underground training facility. Kim stroked his chin. Secluded with a basement training hall. Huh. Junu maintained a poker face. But his heart was racing. He was praying for the system's hidden legendary location. Come on. Mention the house I am thinking of. Finally, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 spoke up. I know a place. It is on the outskirts of Silim, right along the 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 mountain range. Internal fireworks went off. Bingo. A house nestled right on the slopes of 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 mountain. It was the ultimate starter base for any player in Soon. Junu kept his cool to avoid raising any suspicion. By the next morning, Junu was already standing inside his new fortress. He relaxed on the second-floor balcony, soaking in the sun with food and drinks by his side. So this is the legendary feeling of finally having your own domain? Not bad at all. He leaned over the railing, breathing the fresh air. What a view. This house is absolutely top tier. When he first reincarnated into the world of Soon, he was lost and confused. He had wasted 20 million credits back then. But now he owned a mansion fit for a high-ranking hunter. With the #1 security guild and Director Choi backing him, he could disappear for a year without a worry. The joy faded as he stared into the distance. This was Soon. One could not afford to be complacent. Once the main story quest advances, villains like the Saintess and Father will emerge to burn the city. Junu grabbed a pickaxe. Time to find the real reason I chose this house. A few moments later, in the underground training room, Junu tapped the walls, searching for a hollow echo. It has to be around here somewhere. He kept searching until his knuckles struck a section that sounded completely different from the rest. Time to work. With a roar, he swung the pickaxe. The wall shattered, revealing a hidden dark space behind it. Junu marveled at the destruction he caused with just a single strike. My passive traits are finally kicking in. I will finish this excavation faster than expected, he muttered. Hours of digging passed, but he found nothing. Faster than expected. My foot, I did not realize this hidden room was so deep. Jun Xu refused to yield. He pushed past his limits, demanding the hidden power to finally reveal itself. He swung the pickaxe with bone-crushing force. Suddenly, a geyser of mana-rich water erupted from the shattered earth. There it is, he roared. He scrambled forward, catching the glowing droplets like a man possessed. Within seconds, his gaunt features filled with life. I can feel it. My body is regenerating at an incredible rate. So this was the legendary mana spring, a fountain of raw, concentrated energy, pulsing with pure power. Even hunters with 0 health points could achieve a full recovery by bathing in its essence. It even purges the most lethal debuffs. Truly a god-tier survival asset for any solo player. Finding a free resource like this was a miracle. Unique to this hidden base near the 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 mountains, Jun Xu immediately set to work, rigging a plumbing system to channel the flow into a massive tub. He twisted the valve, filling the basin with liquid mana before submerging his weary body. Getting this house was hell, he muttered it. This isn't a game where you just click a button to win. The density of the life force here was palpable, vibrating against his very soul. With this recovery buff, he could train to total exhaustion and heal instantly. It was the ultimate power leveling loop. It was time for this solo grinder to begin a high-efficiency VIP-tier training montage. Blade in hand, he began his hellish routine. 2 weeks passed in the dim light of the underground training hall. I've been locked in this room for 14 days. But I've finally mastered the black flame trigger. His eyes sharpened, burning with a new whip. Dangerous intensity. He unleashed the mountain crusher, followed by the great divide and the piercing heart forms in a blur of steel. He sheathed his sword with a smirk. Perfect. I can now sync my swordsmanship perfectly with the black flame. Better yet, the intensive training had unlocked a series of invaluable passive traits. System window, low-level blast. 1 strike, fire resistance, meditation, and mana stability. Jun Xu stared at the list, deep in thought. The physical grind was over, but one crucial task remained. He needed mana refinement, a skill that couldn't be earned through practice alone. Had he refined his energy before consuming the dew of heaven, he would have reached rank 3 already. Stuck at rank 2. His current mana capacity was his greatest bottleneck. To fully absorb the dew's essence and break through his limits, mana refinement was mandatory. It was a rare skill, But Jun Xu remembered a hidden exploit from his days as a pro player. Back then, he had controlled the Golden Warrior. Visiting an obscure shop owned by 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠, the shopkeeper had been stunned. "You want to buy that? It's been gathering dust in the back for 10 years. I'll take it." He'd insisted. Instantly, the system chimes had echoed in his mind. "System alert. You have successfully purchased the mana refinement skill." He grinned, remembering he was likely the only person who knew that legendary skill was hidden in a junk shop. Time to head to the SW Commercial District. That antique shop holds my ticket to rank 3. He rushed to the coordinates, but his heart sank when he saw the heavy shutters pulled down. Why is it closed? And the door? It's been sealed with a mana lock to keep everyone out. As he stepped closer, he noticed a small, weathered sign hanging from the entrance. Closed until the Sing market stabilizes. Curiously, the surrounding streets were unnervingly quiet. This was supposed to be the busiest hub in the region. Now, it was a ghost town compared to his memories. In the game, this place was open 24/7. Reality was starting to diverge from the script. Almost every storefront was boarded up. Had the world changed more than he realized? He spotted a lone man smoking in front of the only shop that still had its lights on. Jun Xu approached him cautiously. "The market seems dead lately. What's going on?" The man exhaled a cloud of smoke, looking at Jun Xu with pure irritation. "Are you blind? Kid, I'm exhausted. The thugs keep coming back to fight, and no sane customer will step foot here anymore." Thugs. I thought the Iron Fist Guild was managing this territory. The Iron Fist, give me a break. Ever since the Dagger Gang was purged, every degenerate in the city is fighting for control. Iron Fist. Poison. And the nudists. Junu realized the situation instantly. A total gang war. In the original game S lore, the Iron Fist Guild claimed this entire territory alone. Naturally, the Singo market was supposed to fall under Kim's absolute control, but since I wiped out the Dagger Gang, it's become a lawless battlefield. Time to intervene. As Junu calculated his next move, a violent roar echoed from across the street. "Get out." "Trash," the shopkeeper hissed. Junu moved toward the source of the chaos. He needed to scout the situation personally before unleashing his power. Nearby, an Iron Fist grunt was sent flying, smashing into a pile of cargo crates. His comrades stood frozen in fear, unable to retaliate against the overwhelming force before them. Facing them was the Poison Gang, led by the infamous underboss, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠, a Tier 2 superhuman. He sneered. "Are you idiots deaf? I'll say it once more. This entire intersection is now Poison Gang territory. Understand? Scram back to your rat holes." The fallen hunter spat blood, cursing the bastards. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. "Who's causing a scene on our turf?" Both gangs turned to see the nudist gang approaching, led by a twisted figure. It was the exhibitionist, a Tier 2 underboss with a reputation for pure insanity. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 groaned. "Damn it. Not these freaks again." The exhibitionist laughed. "This market belongs to us. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Get lost, weirdo." "So, you're choosing to escalate this?" the pervert asked with a chilling grin. The injured Iron Fist member trembled. "These guys are psychos. I have to run." As he tried to flee, Junu appeared beside him. "What a pathetic mess." The man gasped in shock. "You!" The superhuman who slaughtered the Dagger Gang. Junu looked down at him coldly, offering a hand. "Why are you still sitting? Get up and do your job." Junu then turned to the brawling gangs and shouted, "Hey, you brainless thugs, shut up and get over here." The hunter panicked. "Are you crazy?" Junu smirked. "Relax. I'm helping you." To restore order, he needed a hierarchy. Supporting the Iron Fists was the logical choice. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 glared. "Who's this brat? You looking to die today?" The exhibitionist crossed his arms, eyes narrowed. "Is this kid a sacrifice for us?" Junu ignored them, noticing the terrified civilians watching from the shadows. Two Tier 2 superhumans. Asterisk. I can win, but I can't let the shopkeepers get caught in the crossfire. Asterisk. I need to show them a level of power they can't even imagine. Junu grinned, pulling a blade from his inventory and optimizing his system stats. In an instant, a malevolent black flame erupted from his body. His sword surged with the blue energy of the Void Mountain sword. The bosses froze. That energy, that divine pressure. Is it really him? The exhibitionist's jaw dropped. The one-man army who purged the daggers. Junu smiled. Bingo? Now, listen closely. I am making an offer you can't refuse. No var. Just a duel. Winner takes the market. It's a fair deal. Isn't it? 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 roared. I'm not stupid. Dueling a swordsman like you is suicide. The pervert agreed. But Jun Xu countered. Don't worry. We'll fight using your best skills. Moments later, the gangs cleared a path. Leaving the three leaders in the center, Jun Xu faced the exhibitionist. Your specialty is mind control. If I resist it, I win. A sickening, lustful grin spread across the villainess face. I'm flattered a handsome guy like you knows my style. Let's play. Why don't we just end this pointless struggle? You could always join our primitive goddess cult. Jun Xu sneered with total disgust. Ugh. Join your squad, get real. Your pathetic faith isn't even a rank 2 tier. It's just some nameless degenerate sect. Why would I ever waste time with a fake guild that's not even registered on the Westphalia official rankings? Hearing Jun Xu's mockery, the smug grin on the flasher's face vanished into a mask of pure rage. You heretic, he barked. I'll force you to repent, using the goddess's ruthless mercy and love. Kneel and beg for a divine audience. He lunged, activating his mind control trait directly at Jun Xu's head. Jun Xu stood his ground, taking the hit head-on without making a single move to dodge the psychological strike. Suddenly, his mind felt heavy, his knees buckled. This priest-class mind control was undeniably powerful, but sorry. Bal. Even your precious goddess shouldn't think she can mess with me. Accessing his system window, Jun Xu swapped in his divine resistance trait. Instantly, his mind cleared and his body felt light again. Without hesitation, he delivered a crushing knockout punch. The other naked degenerates scrambled to pick up their fallen leader. Lord Flasher, are you all right? We need to retreat and regroup immediately. As the cultist fled, Jun Xu turned his icy gaze toward the scorpion. Now, it's your turn. Impressive. She sneered. But the Venom Guild is on a different level entirely. Jun Xu shrugged. We'll see about that. Your hidden stat is poison brewing. Right, give me the deadliest cocktail you've got. I'll drink it right now. The scorpion chuckled darkly. Fine. If you re that eager for a funeral, I'll be happy to help you cross over. The victim from earlier rushed to Jun Xu's side. Stop, their toxins are lethal. Drinking that is pure suicide. Jun Xu gave a confident smirk. Don, don't worry about it. I know exactly what I'm doing. The scorpion handed him a vial of glowing liquid. Drink up. If you survive, you win. If not, I do. He analyzed the drink. As expected, it was a high-tier neurotoxin designed to inflict the most excruciating pain possible. Man, this smells like hot garbage. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. If this doesn't kill me, prepare yourself for a world of hurt. Don't expect an antidote once it starts burning. She spat. Trust me, I won't need one. Jun Xu downed the toxin in one go. A second later, he collapsed, his blood feeling like it was boiling in his veins. The scorpion stepped over him, kicking his side mockingly. Feeling the burn already? That's the end of your little show. Bark like a dog and beg for your life. Maybe then I'll consider giving you a drop of the cure. Jun Xu didn't waste breath on her. He gritted his teeth, desperately focusing his mana to contain the lethal surge. I need to focus. This isn't a simple poison, it's a complex mixture that standard resistance can fully neutralize. He had to endure the maximum damage using his healing trait, while manually forcing the toxin to concentrate. Manipulating his system interface, he successfully shifted the entire toxic load into his left hand. System notification. You have acquired a new trait, drug resistance. Done. With this new trait, I can finally control the toxin with mana. Now for the final act. He sliced his palm with a blade, venting the black poison. The crowd gasped. He concentrated the toxin to purge it. Impossible, the scorpion shrieked, her face turning pale as she watched her ultimate weapon fail. Before she could blink, Jun Xu appeared right in front of her. That poison was pathetic. Now, it's my turn. Without giving her a chance to react, Jun Xu seized her arm with an iron-like grip. He ruthlessly severed her finger with a single strike. As she screamed in agony, her subordinates froze in terror. Kneeling in the dirt, she glared with pure hatred. You think you'll get away with doing this to me? Jun Xu casually picked his ear. Stop whining like a typical loser and get lost already. Her lackeys rushed in, pulling her away. Sister, we have to go. This guy is a monster. She retreated, swearing revenge, while the Iron Fist Guild members erupted into wild victory cheers. We did it. Take that. You bastards. The cheers of the guild echoed through the area. Jun Xu smirked, but his eyes drifted toward the merchants. Winning the battle was easy. The real politics started now. Nearby, the merchants whispered nervously. The Iron Fist won. I wonder how arrogant they'll become now. Walking away, Junu looked at the man he had saved. Make sure your report says I am the one who handled this. The man bowed deeply, a grateful smile on his face. Of course, Sir. Thank you so much for everything. Jun Xu held up a finger. One rule for the Iron Fist Guild: respect this market. The thug nodded frantically, desperate for mercy. Protection fees are now capped at half of what the Dagger Gang took. The subordinate gasped. We'll lose our margins. Jun Xu's expression turned lethal. Are you questioning my authority? The man instantly cowered in fear, trembling before the protagonist. No. Sir, absolutely not. Our boss will surely understand your terms. Jun Xu projected his voice, ensuring every merchant nearby heard the declaration. He was building his reputation as a local hero. Cheers erupted from the stalls. He cut the fees in half. He's the savior of Sing World. A hidden smile tugged at Jun Xu's lips. This reputation grind was finally paying off in spades. Merchants swarmed him, bowing low with tearful eyes. Thank you, young master. You've saved our livelihoods today. I only did my duty. Jun Xu waved it off modestly. Just remember me with a discount next time I am shopping. Of course, an 80% discount whenever you visit, they roared in unison, their affinity levels skyrocketing. Jun Xu was thrilled. Maximizing NPC favor in Sing World was the ultimate shortcut to late-game power. Bidam. The market was bustling again. Even old Kim Chun-bok had reopened his legendary item shop. As Jun Xu entered, Chun-bok beamed. The talk of the town, the hero of our market has finally arrived. Jun Xu shrugged modestly, though his ego was soaring. Just doing what needed to be done. Sir, don't be humble. Those degenerates were a plague. I nearly lost my arm to their senseless thuggery. He gestured to his bandaged limb. Luckily, a Qigong master treated me with internal energy, or I'd be stuck in a hospital. Jun Xu's interest piqued instantly. A Qigong healer, right here in the Siu Lim district. He's a miracle worker. Would you like me to introduce you? His skills are top tier. I'd appreciate that. But first, I need some supplies. Chun-bok chuckled. Take your pick of anything in stock. But Jun Xu wasn't interested in the common inventory displayed on the shelves. He tapped the floorboards with his boot. A knowing smirk appearing. Nice stock. But show me the hidden vault downstairs. Chun-bok's jaw dropped in shock. How could you possibly know about that? Jun Xu just winked. Trade secret. In his head, he laughed. 10,000 hours of gameplay meant no secret room was safe from his knowledge. Chun-bok gave in and led him to a concealed hatch. He glanced back, still wary of his guest. Normally, I never let first-timers in here. But for you, I'll break my own rules. The doors opened to reveal a trove of magical artifacts. Chun-bok gestured inside. The magic collection, all yours to browse. Jun Xu bypassed the trinkets, his sights locked onto his true goal, the ancient god's flute. He lifted the artifact with trembling hands, his heart racing with the thrill of a legendary find. He'd seen rare gear before, but this flute was special. It held the seal to supreme mana cultivation techniques. This was the jackpot. With this top-tier item, his power-up progression would reach heights no one expected. Returning to the counter, Jun Xu laid out his selected loot alongside the mysterious flute. I'll take these, he said. Chun-bok inspected the pile, whistling in genuine admiration for his taste. Rainbow diamonds, a grimoire, magic gauntlets, and the ancient god's flute. You have a god-tier eye for quality. Total comes to 2 billion gold. Chun-bok stated calmly. Jun Xu's eyes nearly popped. 2 billion. Chun-bok let out a hearty laugh at his reaction. That's the retail price for strangers. Kid. But for our market's guardian angel, 500 million will do. Jun Xu exhaled, a cold sweat breaking. You almost killed me. Transaction complete. Having exalted affinity with an NPC was basically a cheat code for legendary items. Now for the final quest, step finding a high-tier priest capable of unsealing the Flute-S true power. He already had the perfect lead on where to find the right candidate for the job. Chun-bok. About that healer-S address. Later that day, Jun Xu stood before a weathered door and knocked loudly. Silence met his call. It seemed like no one was home at the moment. He pressed his ear to the wood, suspecting the target was out on a quest. Suddenly, the door swung open. Apal. White-haired youth stared at him gloomily. Why are you waking me up so early? Early man. It's mid-afternoon. Jun Xu replied, instantly recognizing the legendary healer from his past life. The youth yawned, Time is relative. So, what brings a hunter like you to my doorstep? Hearing this, the youth's demeanor flipped instantly, beaming with a sudden, polite energy. So you're a client. I thought you were just another thug. Please, come inside. Leading Junwoo into the room, he gestured to a single bed. Lee Harry, where are you hurt? Jun scanned the room, his eyes locking onto a specific statue, based on that relic. It's definitely him. The youth frowned, confused. What are you doing? I said. You could lie down on the bed. Jun Xu finally faced him, pulling out the ancient god's flute. Actually, I'm not here for treatment. I need you to break the seal on this. The youth waved his hands frantically. A seal? I'm just a chi healer. That looks like a divine seal. You should visit a temple for that. No. Those places charge a fortune and might even seize my item. Jun Xu explained calmly. He slammed a bag of cash down. Break the seal, and I'll give you 100 million gold. Priest Kim gasped. How do you know my name? Jun flashed a smirk. Of course I do. Priest Kim. The third hidden guide. Servant of a god, forgotten for 3,000 years. In this degenerate world, he's one of the few genuinely pure and honest characters available. Unlike most corrupt priests, he has a heart, which makes him the perfect tool for me. In other words, I can use him. Priest Kim stammered. Wait. How did you find out? Jun thrust the ancient flute toward him. I'll keep your secret. Just help me with this. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Taking the artifact. This one be easy. But... all right. I'll give it a shot. The two sat on the floor, the ancient god's flute resting between them like a dormant beast. With a grim expression, Priest Kim extended his hands, focusing his power to unravel the seal. Suddenly, the outer parchment flickered. It was working. Kim channeled more mana into the flute. The seal trembled violently as the ancient bindings began to unravel under Kim's persistent mana. Finally, the parchment disintegrated. A blinding golden light erupted, revealing the artifact's true, divine form. Item flute of the ancient god. Trait unlocked in her mana cultivation. Kim stood there, speechless. Incredible. Junwoo praised. Your skills are even better than the rumors suggested. Staring at the flute's stats, Priest Kim cried out, Heavens, is this a 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠? It is. Much appreciated. Jun Xu brought the flute to his lips and blew a single note. As the melody echoed, Junwoo felt his wasted mana being recycled and absorbed back into his core. System, you have successfully acquired the In Her Mana cultivation trait. Incredible. It feels like the calm, deep currents of the North Sea are flowing through me. Give it 2 weeks, and I'll hit rank 3 superhuman. After absorbing all this power, Kim clapped in amazement. I've never seen a warrior class use a mana cultivation technique like that. Jun Xu sat on the bed with a tired grin. Well, I'm not exactly your average hunter. Kim noticed his fatigue. You look exhausted. Rest here. Yoon collapsed onto the mattress. Information overload? I'm beat. I'll leave myself in your hands for a while. Kim smiled warmly. Rest easy. You paid enough for a lifetime of lodging. Stay as long as you want. Thanks. Yoon muttered, drifting off. He's a good guy. Just like the game lore said, securing a trustworthy priest now will pay massive dividends for my future revenge. Dropping his guard, Junwoo fell into a deep sleep, until strange noises jolted him awake at midnight. He sat up groggily. What's that sound? Then he saw it. Kim was dousing the cash with gasoline. Jun's eyes went wide. The sleep vanished instantly. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Kim didn't blink. His eyes were hollow, void of life, as he stood over the money with a lighter. Oh, forgotten God, accept this offering from your humble disciple and descend once more. The prayer finished, and Kim let the lighter fall. Jun roared. What is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Jun dove forward, snatching the lighter and shoving Kim aside. What do you think you're doing? Burning my money as a sacrifice? Are you insane? I have to burn all my cash for the god priest, Kim yelled. Junwoo stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Cash as an offering. Apparently, that was the only way to trigger a divine power-up. Kim explained the ritual. Junwoo realized this was Kim's naive past, still trapped by useless dogma. Kim looked confused. Little did he know, his god had been dead for 3,000 years. In the game, this religion stayed weak, until Kim revived the deity with secret training methods. Yet, Even now, he didn't know the most efficient way to serve his own master. Junu decided to intervene. You're redoing it all wrong. Bal, listen to me. Stop burning paper bills. You need to vaporize pure gold. Kim looked at him with suspicion. That's Kim's spot. Our guild has followed these sacred traditions for thousands of years. Then why hasn't your god awakened yet? Junu countered. Think about it. Priest. Kim went silent. Burning gold is hard. So I have a much better method for you, since you taught me mana techniques. I'll pay you back now. A few moments later, Kim stared at the bubbling golden liquid. I really shouldn't be doing this. Let's stop. Junu poured the melted gold into a cup and shoved it toward the hesitant priest. Trust me. Drink this, and your divine stats will explode. Just focus on your god's response. Fine. I'll trust you this once. Kim closed his eyes and chugged the liquid gold. Within seconds, a blinding golden light erupted. His entire body surged with holy aura. Heavens, this is way more effective than burning millions of one. Junu smirked. Efficiency is everything. Kim's eyes sparkled with respect. I don't know how to repay you for this legendary secret. Oh. Right. Take this as a token of my gratitude. Kim handed over a necklace. Junu feigned shock, though he already knew its hidden value. It's a holy relic with high-tier healing traits. My god would want you to have it. Junu acted hesitant but was mentally celebrating. This trade was paying off better than expected. Hey, this priest's guild always dropped the best high-ranking quests in the game anyway. Junu pushed further. Priest, would you mind if I prayed to your god as well? A week later. Stop, please. I feel like my body is turning into solid gold. Kim gagged. Trying to hold it in, after chugging another bottle of Junu's gold juice, Junu approached with 10 more bottles. Kim backed away, his face pale with absolute terror. I'll get mana poisoning at this rate. Nonsense. Keep praying. You won't die. I promise. Junu forced the liquid down Kim's throat. Asterisk, don't worry. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, this is your path to power. Every NPC guide in this world has a unique trait that breaks the normal rules. While warriors have high defense, priests are immune to mana poisoning. It's the perfect power leveling exploit. Soon, Kim successfully triggered a class evolution level 3 bishop. He had finally awakened. Level 3, I can't believe it. At this rate, I might actually become an apostle. Impressive. You'll reach apostle rank in no time. Junu said, hiding his satisfaction. Kim bowed humbly. I am still lacking. You are the one who truly deserves to be called a master. Now that you've hit level 3, you need a regional council to officially confirm your rank. Exactly. I'll head there immediately. I owe all this rapid growth to your guidance. I'll never forget this debt. Kim said emotionally. Junu just waved it off like a hero. Asterisk. Just don't forget to bring me those S-rank relics from the Guild S vault later. Bishop. By the way, could I ask for one more favor before I go? The council meeting is intimidating. Could you act as my personal bodyguard during the assembly? Other high-ranking bishops will be there. Junu immediately accepted the invitation. The next day, other priests were stunned by Kim's rapid, level 3, awakening, showering him with constant praise. Junu was disappointed by the small scale. Suddenly, a mocking voice cut through the air. All eyes snapped to the entrance. An old bishop and his masked followers walked in. Bishop, you've arrived. Kim's greeting was met only with a thunderous, cold shout. Who gave you the authority to convene a regional council? The bishop roared. Every priest has that right. Only true priests. Not a filthy apostate like you. 3 levels in 3 months. Advanced growth is impossible through normal training methods. You must have betrayed us for dark power. The accusation of heresy filled the room. I found a better path, Kim pleaded. But the bishop ordered his immediate arrest as the masked guards lunged forward. Jun Xu stepped in, blocking their path. Now. Don Pulley the kid. Who are you? I'm just his bodyguard. This is church business. I am his guard. So it's my business too. Back off. Old men, while they clashed, the pure-hearted Kim desperately tried to explain his secret method, absorbing gold. The bishop's face twisted. You've committed a sin against the heavens. This is heresy. No. Kim cried. Our God has permitted this path to power. Silence. Heretic. Taste the eternal flames and repent in the fires of the afterlife. The bishop raised his staff, launching a massive fireball directly at the young priest. Suddenly, a shimmering mana shield snapped into existence, absorbing the entire magical blast, attacking without warning. How unholy. The bishop gasped. You blocked my magic. Jun Xu smirked. Do you really want to fight a candidate for the apostles? An apostle A, degenerate like him. Stop talking nonsense and prepare to die. Kim trembled, clutching Jun Xu's arm. Sir? Why did you call me an apostle candidate? Don sweated. Eat this and pray. Jun Xu handed Kim a glowing golden orb. Move aside. The bishop threatened. Unless you want to be reduced to ash too. What if I prove he's a true apostle? Jun Xu grinned, enjoying the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a pillar of divine radiance erupted, enveloping Kim as he knelt in prayer. This is the light of an apostle. The bishop's jaw dropped in terror. Jun Xu watched the old man's panic. This was exactly why he waited until now. The bishop was a high-tier villain, oozing pure malice. It was time to clean house. Awakening, the apostle trait required a specific trigger consuming foreign gold during a false accusation. As the system finished, the transformation, Jun Xu unsheathed his blade with cold intent. Now, it's time to teach these fake believers a lesson. They won. Forget. Jun Xu glanced back at Kim. Hey, ask your god something for me. Would you? What's the penalty for snakes who attack their own brothers out of pure envy? He's done far worse than just this. The bishop flinched, his dark secrets exposed. How do you know that? Kim looked up, his eyes glowing with divine authority. The word is clear. Kim whispered, purge the house. This is God's holy decree. In a flash of silver, Jun Xu lunged forward. One strike. The bishop was dead. One future disaster avoided. Jun Xu let out a satisfied breath. Efficiency is everything. Kim looked shaken, but Jun Xu shrugged. Don't mourn a monster. He earned this, so what does your god want you to do next on this quest? To Levan. To build the first council? Then go. Go expand your influence. Jun Xu smiled. And once you're successful, don't forget to pay me back for today. Grateful for his life. Kim opened the church vault, offering Jun Xu legendary treasures. There it was, the first holy sword. A top-tier item worth over 1 billion gold. He also claimed the holy statue, an item radiating a massive aura of protection. He had unlocked Sanctuary, a skill to turn any area into a perfect safe zone. Any intruder is hit with a suppressing pulse. Finally, I can train without watching my back. Time to test out these legendary new drops. Even high-grade recovery potions can't touch this fatigue. I really pushed my stats to the limit. Mastering Holy Light and Mountain Breaker forms is worth it. I can feel my mana core resonating. System, show me the fruits of my hard labor. I hit up 𝐁𝐄𝐲 for intel. Turns out, the guild is facing a serious crisis. 𝐁𝐄𝐧𝐠, recall that first scrapyard. How could I ever forget that hellhole? That was my first taste of how terrifying soul-type monster traits truly are. The cleanup crew was slaughtered. We're looking at 6 high-tier mutants. Minimum. Copy that. Why skip the Hunter Association? The higher-ups want a total media blackout on this. Typical politics. So, what's the bounty for purging this toxic infestation? Stingy pay. But they're offering a rare-grade artifact rifle with unique perks, an artifact rifle. My trigger finger is itching. What are the stats on that? It scales with the user. That piece was once wielded by a high priest. Visions of legendary gear danced in my head. This is a quest I can refuse. Every shot inflicts hellfire debuffs on the target. This item is a massive game changer. Quest accepted. But the miasma at the site was thick enough to choke an S-ranker. The corruption is spreading too fast. Visibility is dropped to 0. Something's definitely wrong. Blind spots everywhere. One wrong move and I'm monster bait. I need to be ready. Growls echoed from every shadow. The System S radar was going completely haywire. A presence behind me. I pivoted, unloading lead into the beast before it could strike. Found you. The boss monster has finally appeared. Its wings have high physical defense. The boss went airborne, then dived like a predator. If my agility stat wasn't boosted, I'd be a cold corpse right now. High mobility and armor. I need a critical hit to end this quickly. Leveling my sights and calming my breath. One shot. Right between the eyes. Quest complete. New soul attribute successfully acquired. Sharpshooter skill leveled up. But my celebration was cut short by a deafening roar. Damn! The gunshots just rang the dinner bell for every mutant in the area. Facing the whole horde is suicide. Time for a tactical power play. Activating stealth. I watched from the shadows as the swarm gathered around their fallen leader. Bingo! I tossed a grenade into the pile and opened fire. Total carnage. Tactics beat brute force every time. I stepped out of cover, surrounded by loot. My mistake. The real predators were already circling me in total silence. What 0 sound signatures? They bypassed my detection skills entirely. These aren't teen mutants. They're undead summons from a necromancer. There's hundreds of them. As I planned my escape, one ghoul spoke, superhuman. We need to talk. Talking monsters. Then I saw the speakers wired into their skulls. Creepy. So, the necromancer is using you as a walkie-talkie. He muttered, narrowing my eyes. The voice crackled again. Why have you invaded our sanctuary? Hunter, your sanctuary. This toxic dump is your idea of a home. Give me a break. It clicked. The Protection Association claims to be a non-profit cleaning magic waste, but they're actually the most corrupt villain guild in all of Aransoon. The cleanups are just a front for their shadow operations and illegal power grabs. This whole disaster has their fingerprints all over it. Time for some payback. These degenerates have built a shadow empire so vast that the government is forced to beg for their intervention. They exploit these crises as a smokescreen to purge any official who dares oppose them. Suddenly, a voice crackles through. Why continue this futile struggle? I have a proposition. You possess rare talent. Why not join our protection guild? Jun Xu sneered. Join the same guild that orchestrated these mutant outbreaks. Don't make me laugh. With your stats? UD reached the guild's ranking tiers instantly. Jun Xu's response, a silent. Middle finger salute. That guild name is trash. It lacks style. It seems you truly don't know your place in this world. Fine then. If you won, join us alive. You'll serve as a loyal undead warrior instead. At the mage's command, the undead horde swarmed. Junu opened fire, his weapons shredding through the monsters like paper, but the system defied him. Shattered limbs began reassembling, the monsters returning to their original, gruesome states, realizing physical projectiles were useless against this regenerative trait. Junu gripped his hilt and drew his blade. The holy attribute is the ultimate counter for shadow-type monsters. A sword. I thought you were a sharpshooter. Before the creature could finish its thought, Junu's blade flashed, harassing it. Shut up. I'm coming for your head next. Wizard. With his holy attribute awakened, the tide of battle shifted in Junu's favor as he carved through the darkness. However, the sheer density of the mob was overwhelming. To conserve his stamina, Junu pivoted his combat strategy. Beyond his core stats, strength, vitality, speed, and endurance, Junu possessed hidden potential. By syncing his artifact necklace, gauntlets, and holy sword, his active trait count skyrocketed from 6 to 9. He swung the blade, testing the weight of his newly amplified power. It was a massive power-up, yet the sea of monsters seemed endless, threatening to swallow him whole. Before long, the weight of the battle took its toll, and Junu's vision began to blur from sheer exhaustion. System alert, new trait unlocked. Flash dash. He surged forward, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake, like a localized hurricane. He reaped every life in his path, then evolved again, unlocking the leap trait. By chaining dash and jump, he became a phantom, effortlessly dancing through the enemy's closing encirclement. Time to clear the trash. In a blur of steel, the entire horde was reduced to silence. The speaker crackled again. Impressive. A hidden night class. I want your corpse for my collection even more now. Junu glared at the source of the sound. Step out and face me. Coward. No mage is dumb enough to duel a warrior head-on. Fina. Here is a gift for your arrogance. A dark mana surged. Boss encounter level 2 zombie guardian, Karen's thrall. Junu cursed. His recovery skills were still on cooldown. Without warning, the massive beast swung its weapon, aiming to crush Junu into the pavement. Junu leaped back, but a hidden arrow hissed through the air, piercing his back with deadly precision. Excellent. Your durability is top tier. You'll be the crown jewel of my undead legion. The summoner's mocking voice echoed. Junu remembered a fundamental rule of the system. In a raid against a summoner, don't waste time on the pawns, you have to kill the master. Junu feinted an attack on the guardian, then dove between its massive legs, breaking for the perimeter, scanning the environment. His eyes locked onto a shadowed figure lurking on the second-floor balcony. Junu activated dash, evading the guardian's reach to close the distance. Found you. You little rat. It was Karen, an R-rank summoner and the guild's regional leader, the true boss of this hellscape. So, you actually have a brain. I suppose you were smarter than you look. Karen looked surprised but quickly regained his smug composure. You too late. You'll never lay a finger on me. Karen unleashed his mana, and dark tentacles erupted from the ground, binding Junu's limbs in a crushing grip. A volley of arrows rained down, skewering Junu as he let out a guttural scream of agony. I love the melody of a hero's despair. Know your place. Insect. A crimson orb of mana ignited in Karen's hand, ultimate skill black fire. Junu struggled against the restraints. The heat of the impending blast searing his skin, seeing Junu's desperate struggle. Karen laughed. Is this it? Is this the limit of your pathetic power? Junu's bloodied lips curled into a smirk. You really think I've shown you my full strength? Think again. Once I equip the right counter traits for a bottom-tier summoner like you, things are about to get very interesting. Junu recalibrated his system window, locking in the No Mountain Sword trait. Stop barking and just die, Ken roared, launching a desperate fireball, oblivious that his final hour had arrived. Magic and physical stats resonated perfectly. A hidden skill awakened in the face of absolute danger. Ultimate sword energy manifested, cleaving through reality and slicing the fireball into nothingness. A new trait emerged, Thunderburst. The pinnacle of swordsmanship was finally within his grasp. After the decisive finishing strike, Boss Karen fell. Jun Xu collapsed, his stamina completely depleted, exhausted but victorious. He whispered with a smirk, "That was way too close." Still, he had soloed a tier 3 superhuman and the dungeon boss, Karen. Usually, hunting this at level 2 requires a full party. Soloing with basic gear is suicide. 10,000 hours of pro gaming experience finally paid off. Time to gather the dropped items. 1 hour later, Jun Xu arrived at Joel's office to report the quest completion. 3 representatives from the client guild were waiting to deliver his ranking rewards. Choice was fawning over him. Did you really clear that mutant-infested hellhole alone? Jun Xu leaned back, feet on the desk. Piece of cake. No big deal. Remembering the officials were watching, he faked an injury. Ouch, watch the wound. Man. Choose played along instantly. My apologies, we must protect your precious, heroic body. The staff watched the cringeworthy acting, unable to believe these were the city's saviors. A blonde official stepped forward. Thank you, Hunter. Defeating those degenerates was an incredible feat. Jun Xu straightened up, turning serious. I was just doing my job, Sir. However, something unexpected happened in the dump. Do you recognize these components? He revealed the electronic mana chips scavenged from the fallen zombies. The official's face turned pale. These are mana chips, used to create artificial phantoms. This forbidden technology is exclusively used by Ken from the Protection Association. This wasn't an accident, it was a setup. The official slammed the table in pure rage. Jun Xu noted the reaction. I take it you aren't teen fans of those guys. They've extorted us for years. The official hissed. We've always been at each other's throats, but transforming innocents into mutants, that is a line they should have never crossed. Observing the man's fury, Jun Xu confirmed the client had been kept in the dark. The association's true, rotten nature only starts to unravel after this specific quest chain. The official bowed deeply. Forgive us, Hunter. We put you in unnecessary, life-threatening danger. Jun Xu acted humble, though internally, he was counting on a massive bonus reward. A heavy briefcase was pushed toward him. This is the compensation we promised. Jun Xu opened it, his eyes widening at the loot. Wait. There are 2 items, the Arxon gun, plus a bonus for surviving such a high-risk mission. Jun Xu grinned, happily accepting the gear. Now we're talking. Let's see the rest. Holy Water of the River, a legendary elixir for free. This was a massive power-up. The official warned him. Stay safe, Hunter. We're filing formal charges against the association. Jun Xu didn't need to hear more, which means they'll be coming for my head soon. Exactly. You are now their primary target. They will strike back. Jun Xu shrugged, unfazed. He'll be fine. Survival is what I do best. The meeting ended quickly, and the 3 representatives made their exit. Cho took the wheel as they left. Hunter. Maybe we should go into hiding for now. Jun Xu stared out the window, deep in thought. Hiding isn't the best move. This quest chain leads to an unavoidable collision with the corrupt Protection Association, especially since he just executed their director. Karen. The real war was just beginning. The Protection Association quest branches out hesitation is the fastest route to a game over. If you stall, the chairman dispatches a high-ranked superhuman squad to raid your home. Junu, playing on the lowest difficulty, asks, Director, ever heard of the John Yubong sector? Cho replies, the forbidden zone south of Siolim. It's a restricted wasteland. It's a massive poppy farm. Cho warns, Junu, That S association territory, pure trouble. Cho gasps. What? Why would a hunter association be running a narcotics operation? It's worse. Junu scoffs. Illegal body mods and human trafficking. They're just thugs in suits. Cho fumes at their depravity. But Junu remains cold. Good. I am hitting Yubong first. Cho's hands jerk with such shock he nearly sends the car swerving off the road. He fights for control, narrowly stabilizing the vehicle as his heart hammers against his ribs. Junu flashes a list of claymores and explosives. I need these items to prep the battlefield. Are you starting a world war? Cho stammers. This hardware will cost a fortune. Only degenerates worry about gold. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Handing over a heavy, mysterious crate. High tier drops from the junkyard dungeon. This should cover the initial expenses. Cho counts the loot. Fine. But the chairman is a rank 4 monster. You can solo them. Junu's smile turns predatory. Who said anything about going in alone? Just secure the list. Yunu orders, his eyes gleaming with the confidence of a regressor. 2 nights later, armed sentries prowl the perimeter of the Jun Xu stronghold. An invisible strike slams into a guard's neck. He collapses before he can even scream. The second guard panics, swinging his rifle wildly. Who's there? Show yourself. A gut-shattering blow ends his confusion, sending him into a dark, permanent slumber. Junu decloaks, suppressed pistol in hand. Infiltration never gets old. Time for the basement tour. He keys his comms, reaching out to his heavy hitter. Kim the Iron Fist. On the other side, Kim is busy crushing skulls while balancing his phone. Underground secured. Kim grunts, looking at the rows of caged, terrified captives. These bastards crossed the line. This isn't a guild, it's a slaughterhouse. Then we burn it all. Junu declares. Did you find the modification lab? Kim confirms the facility is intact. It's a top-tier factory for illegal skill evolution. Take it. Junu says, use their tech to power up your own crew's hidden stats. Kim hesitates. Are you sure? If the association tracks this back to us. It's var. Junu laughs. Since when do I ever take a gamble I haven't already won? After hanging up, Junu eyes the vault, their main revenue stream, guarded by losers. He flicks a lighter, a maniacal grin spreading. Let's spark the association's grand collapse. The next morning, a panicked lackey bursts into the association's obsidian skyscraper. Chairman, job emergency. The Jun Xu sector has been completely neutralized. Chairman Park D-Job turns from the window, his aura thick enough to crack the glass. The same rat who humbled Director Karen has seized our entire southern operation. D-Job's fist shatters his marble desk. Bloodlust radiates from him like a physical heat. The messenger trembles, handing over a phone with shaking hands. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. D-Job snatches the device, his eyes narrowing as the system interface glows. It's a selfie Junu smirking, while the association's poppy empire burns. D-Job screams in fury. Warrior Kim. I'll tear you limb from limb for this, he roars, blinded by rage. Bidam. A massive army of rankers and hunters mobilizes, converging on the ruins. The association is going all in to reclaim their turf and execute the intruder. The lead squad halts just outside the zone, sensing the deadly trap awaiting them. The bald leader's teeth ground together as thick smoke choked the air. That bastard actually torched the entire poppy field. That Kim warrior. He's completely lost his mind. His subordinate spat, eyes wide with disbelief. The leader spun toward his crew, roaring. Enough talk. All we need to do is hunt that madman down, breach the perimeter, show the chairman the raw power of our external affairs circle. The squad shouted in unison. As they pushed forward, the leader hissed a warning. Watch the windows. He's likely tracking us from inside. Copy that. The subordinate replied. The second we spot him, we're blowing him to kingdom come. Just then, a metallic glint caught his eye, a rifle barrel poking through a cracked window pane. Sniper, watch out. The leader reacted instantly, his shot shattering the glass and sending the rifle plummeting down. A smoke, arrogant grin crossed the captain's face. Just as I predicted, his men cheered. You're a legend, Cap. But then, the earth began to shudder. What the hell? An earthquake, the hunters cried out in sudden panic. The leader turned just as a massive explosion tore through their rear lines, causing instant, bloody carnage. Claymores. It's a damn trap. The captain screamed while his men trembled in sheer terror. Heads up rocket launcher. 12 o'clock. Someone shrieked from the heart of the chaos. Instinct took over. The leader looked up to see a rocket screaming through the air. Locked onto him. Son of a times, boom, times a massive pillar of fire and debris consumed the area in an instant. Deep in the bunker, Jun Xu watched the monitors. Dark circles under his eyes and a twisted smile. Pulling an all-nighter for these traps was worth it. His Shadow Times trait had kept them totally invisible. You think I'm crazy enough to fight 100 hunters head-on? Think again. I'll pick you off from this underground hell until not one of you is left standing. With a cold laugh, Jun Xu slammed the red detonators, lighting up the remaining sectors. Thunderous blasts rocked the base, erasing life in seconds except for one squad shielded by a glowing barrier. At the center stood Jop, his expression unreadable behind the shimmering dome of energy. Impressive prep work, Jop muttered as the smoke cleared. He's definitely not the amateur we expected. Leave him to me. A cold voice interrupted. I've already mapped out his entire tactical pattern. It was 𝐁𝐶 rank L. Grade 3, superhuman and vice president of the association. Jop smirked. Bring him back alive. I want to make his death as agonizing as possible. 𝐁𝐶 led his group forward, tossing grenades to clear any remaining hidden mines along their path. Crack time sector clear. Moving up the point, man shouted over the ringing in his ears. Keep testing for traps, 𝐁𝐶 ordered. Suddenly, he spotted another rocket streaking directly toward his head. Without flinching, 𝐁𝐶 swatted the missile aside with his weapon, sending it exploding into a nearby wall. He turned to his marksman with a cold glare. Did you pin his location yet? Got him. Right rooftop. Hidden launcher, the sniper confirmed, locking his sights. A single high-caliber shot rang out, obliterating Jun Xu's automated turret in a shower of sparks. Perfect. We're in. 𝐁𝐶 sneered. Time to show this rat what real hell looks like. The squad breached the hub, unaware that Jun Xu was tracking every heartbeat on his screen. 𝐁𝐶. Ruthless as ever. Suddenly, the terminal flared red. The proximity alarm was screaming. Jun Xu stood up, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The Times newbie killer Times quest is living up to its name. The door lock was blasted inward, hiding in the dirt like a mouse. How pathetic. Two female hunters stepped into the room, their laughter echoing through the cold. Dark bunker, Ebony and VIP. Both grade 3 elites? Scanned the empty room with predatory boredom. Wait. Where is he? Did he seriously know we were coming and run away? They didn't realize Jun Xu was right there. His Times, Shadow Times, and Times, Feigned Death Times, traits masking his presence. I knew your pincer move was a sham from the start. Jun Xu whispered. Now. Eat this. Click. He dropped a stun grenade right at their feet. A jagged smile hidden by the darkness. A deafening blast echoes Ebony and the VIP turn just in time to be blinded by the searing light of a flash bomb. Seizing the opening, Junu bolts into the shadows. Sorry folks, I don't have time to play with losers like you. Realizing they've been played, the villains howl in rage. You little rat, when we catch you, we'll tear you limb from limb. Junu doesn't look back. He's focused on the mission. He sprints up the stairs, knowing the Guild-S assassins are closing in. Suddenly, 2 bullets graze past his head. Pure luck. The rounds whistle past his skull and shred the concrete wall behind him. Damn. They already here. Time for a quick buff. Junu instantly activates his mana shield and protection traits. He pivots, manifesting a massive barrier that seals the entire corridor and blocks the path. Lead rains down from Ebony and the VIP. But his defense tier is too high for their standard rounds to penetrate. Junu smirks, sticking out his tongue. Shoot all you want. I've got all day. The VIP just smiles, raising her weapon again. You think that toy can stop us? She sneers, her finger tightening on the hair trigger. A magic-infused round shatters the shield, tearing through Junu and slamming him into the floor in a spray of blood. Enchanted explosive rounds. She laughs. Junu groans, struggling to stand as Ebony readies her next move. A glowing blue arrow whistles through the air, sinking deep into Junu's hip with a sickening thud. That was just the appetizer. She taunts. Junu barely stands, flashing them a middle finger. Lame. You're just thugs in tight suits. VIP's face turns red. I'll teach you some manners. You little brat. She lunges with blinding speed, her boot connecting with Junu's jaw and sending him flying backward. He crashes into a grandfather clock, coughing up blood. Suddenly, a searing agony paralyzes his body. Hurts, doesn't it? A high-tier arterial toxin, Ebony purse, closing in like a predator on wounded prey. VIP hoists him up by the collar, grinning. Time to deliver this trash to the chairman. Junu's lips suddenly curl into a bloody grin. Welcome to the destination. Finally, he'd lured them exactly where he wanted. The two hunters freeze, startled by his sudden shift in tone. What are you talking about? Hear that ticking, Junu whispers. Doesn't it remind you of anything? His eyes flash with a dangerous, predatory light. Sounds like a massive time bomb, doesn't it? He instantly swaps his traits for burst speed. Enjoy your stay in hell. In a blur of movement, he's 50 feet away. Fighting those two high rankers head-on would have been suicide. He had sacrificed all his defense stats just to sell the act and lure them toward that clock. Hidden inside that clock was a 1 billion won cache of devastating white phosphorus explosives. Junu looks back and clicks the detonator on his remote. Sweet dreams, ladies. Fear finally strikes Ebony and VIP. But it's too late. The massive inferno swallows their screams instantly. Target neutralized. Looks like that trap worked perfectly, but his radar shows more signatures approaching. He needs to recover mana before the cyborg leader arrives. Speak of the devil, the cyborg and his squad materialize from the settling smoke. Seeing the carnage, the cyborg's eyes glow with mechanical rage. You actually defeated Ebony and Viper. Junu just winks. And you were next on the list. The cyborg snarls, promising to torture him until he begs for death. So uncivilized? Junu scoffs. The cyborg raises his weapon. Enough talk. I'll end you here. Guns level at Junu's chest, but he just smiles. Actually, I'm glad you all showed up right now. All that heavy machinery you used to reinforce your bodies. It's exactly what I was hoping for. Thanks for the contribution. You're all just experience points for my next evolution. Junu triggers another 1 billion won ceiling charge and unleashes a hail of buckshot into the confused crowd. The dust clears, leaving only the cyborg standing. Dumb. How much gold did those body upgrades cost you? I'll carve the flesh from your bones. The metal monster roars. Lunging forward, he blurs forward, his mechanical blade shearing Junu's gun in half before swinging a lethal follow-up strike. Junu barely draws his blade to parry the blow. 1 second late, and it would have been game over. His raw power is insane. I need to outspeed him or I'm dead meat. Jun Xu pivots, delivering a devastating slash straight into the cyborg's flank. The impact does 0 damage. Instead, the monster grabs the blade. Dragging Jun Xu into a fatal range, he triggers a leg booster, launching a kick that sends Jun Xu flying. His mana-reinforced armor is impenetrable. Without a second to breathe, the cyborg pounces, crushing Jun Xu's ribs before pinning him under his boot. The villain sneers at the bloodied hero, still relying on that pathetic, weak body. Are you? I'll start by taking your arms. Let's see how much agony you can truly handle. As he raises his hand, he freezes. Jun Xu is suddenly aiming a pistol, a handgun, from that disgusting body. The cyborg laughs. Haven't he realized yet? Ordinary bullets are useless against me. These aren't ordinary. Meet black fire. The impact ignites, turning the cyborg into a screaming, mechanical bonfire. His machine body runs on mana, and black fire is the ultimate mana-consuming plague. Once it sticks, there's no putting it out. That's the fatal flaw of your mechanical perfection. Gritting his teeth, Jun Xu stands and delivers a final, decisive strike to end him. With the boss down, he snipes the remaining Guard Association grunts. Without their leaders, they're just target practice. Those screams are music to my ears. But suddenly, an ear-shattering roar vibrates through his very skull. A war cry. Is the final boss finally stepping onto the battlefield? A massive, menacing shadow appears. Those glowing red eyes. It's Park Desop, the Tier 4 president himself. Just wait right there, you piece of trash. Desop leaps from the ground, soaring instantly to the 5th floor rooftop. I've never endured such humiliation. I'll take great pleasure in executing you for defying the Guard Association. Mana explodes from his fist as he charges. He's too fast. Jun Xu takes a direct, bone-crushing hit. If I hadn't swapped to a defensive trait, I'd be dead. But defense alone won't win this. Jun Xu counters with a lightning strike, but Desop blurs past it with a mocking smirk. Fancy skills. Jun Xu fires more black fire, but Desop deploys a high-tier mana shield, neutralizing it. Reclaiming the momentum, the president unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes, overwhelming Jun Xu completely. He's too powerful. Was this fight impossible from the very beginning? He's a natural SR rank monster. I am just a starter tier. This level gap is absolutely insane. To bridge the gap, Jun Xu must activate his mutant soldier trait, a forbidden transformation into a monster. Knowing he'll lose his mind in this form, Jun Xu pulls out his final hidden ace, the Berserker Lens, an artifact that grants temporary, controlled rage for a limited time. This is the power I need. He crushes the lens, and a system window flashes before him. Rage trait acquired, mental interference cleared. Focusing all stats on absolute combat, preparation complete. Jun Xu lunges forward, delivering a punch that cracks the very air. 𝐁𝐿 braces himself, barely blocking the sheer force of Jun Xu's evolved strength. I don't know what you just did, kid. But things finally got interesting. Let's see what you've got. 𝐁𝐿 activates his own buffs, and the real bloodbath begins. Fists collide like tectonic plates, neither side backing down in this brutal exchange. Mid-fight, Jun Xu awakens superhuman strength and iron armor traits. The battle high is taking over. I can do this all day. 𝐁𝐿 just grins. Impressive. But I've already analyzed your patterns. This is where you lose. 𝐁𝐿's eyes flicker with an ominous, murderous red light. Shut up. Jun Xu swings with everything he has, but his fist hits nothing but air. He attacks again and again, but 𝐁𝐿 reads every move, dodging with terrifying ease. You have zero foundation. 𝐁𝐿 buries a punch into Jun Xu's gut, making him spray blood. Jun Xu swings wildly in a rage. Your strikes are just clumsy tantrums of an amateur. 𝐁𝐿 ducks, delivering a brutal uppercut that sends Jun Xu flying. His rage trait is already flickering out. I'm losing the lead. My traits are failing. I have to bet everything on one final non-melee strike. Decision made. Jun Xu stealthily swapped his iron armor trait for the mana core. Sensing the shifting aura, 𝐁𝐿 glared warily. What kind of demonic trick are you pulling now? I am ending this right now. He lunged at Jun Xu, channeling mana for a final strike. You better at brawling. But remember, I'm not just a fighter. I'm a swordsman. Jun Xu locked his grip on 𝐁𝐿's arm, his right hand morphing into a blade that skewered the villain's core. Quite a fight. Monster. 𝐁𝐿 wheezed before collapsing onto the cold ground, warning abnormal status. As a golden light engulfed Jun Xu, his internal mana began to surge, reverting to human form. The system announced, you have evolved into a Tier 3 superhuman warrior. Thank God for the level up. Jun Xu muttered before darkness took him, and he fell unconscious, waking up in a mana bath. Jun Xu blinked. Me? Finally back home, Director Choi rushed in, sobbing as she hugged him. Oh God. Are you all right? What happened? Director, I thought you were dead. You were lying there among the fallen hunters. Her childish sobbing made Jun Xu chuckle. So, you were the one who saved me. I appreciate it. You were still breathing. So I used the mana spring. You've been out for a whole week. Unbelievable. You actually wiped out that entire heretic guild, all by yourself. The association office is blowing up with calls, she chirped. Jun Xu grinned. I guess I am special. Special, you are legendary. She gave a double thumbs up, making Jun Xu beam with pride. I've gathered the dropped items. Check the inventory. I need to focus on my recovery first. Now that I've reached Tier 3, it's time. A week later, he returned to the Superhuman Bureau. Name Kim Jun Xu. Age 22. Class Tier 3 Warrior. 6th Circuit. Thinking of the official perks, Jun Xu smiled until he heard applause from behind him. Incredible performance. I've never seen anyone achieve such a rapid skill evolution. 𝐁𝐿 said in awe. Planning to build your own guild or country, he laughed, scratching his head. Nothing that crazy. Can I just get my certification? Oh, absolutely. Right this way. Sir? She replied with a smile, handing over the official rank card. 𝐁𝐿. I have to admit, I'm truly envious of you. Me. Why? Because of your strength. I wish I had the power to protect things too. Seeing her look so vulnerable reminded him of her tragic fate in the game's original storyline. A sudden idea struck him. Want to undergo awakening? Of course, who wouldn't want that power? Then how about becoming my disciple 𝐁𝐿? So-yi's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. I can guarantee your awakening. Trust me, I can see the hidden stats and potential within you. Unaware of the legend she would become, she accepted immediately. It was a fateful, life-changing decision. No fees required. Just focus on your training. You can repay me once you've officially awakened. But I failed my awakening tests even in the elite classes. It's not that easy. You know, it's a mountain. Most can climb. Don, don't worry about that. Just put your faith in me. He knew her secret. She possessed the blood-stained star, a trait fueled by pure killing intent. This was the Tier 1 hidden trait of the legendary Berserker, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. While it granted massive EXP gains through combat, the skill evolution came with a devastating price. The risk was high, her psyche could shatter, turning her into a degenerate, bloodthirsty monster. Her awakening quest was directly tied to the darkness of her unique core trait. Prepare your mind, he warned. She smiled shyly. Will it cost a lot? I'm on a budget. I only make 20 million won a year. He laughed. Money is nothing. Your willpower is everything. Before she could ask more, an assistant entered. Mr. Kim, you've been summoned to the 5th floor. The 5th floor. Jun Xu was stunned, but he stood up and followed her anyway. In the Hunter Tower, floors match your tier. A summons here meant a Tier 5 ranker. As he racked his brain to guess who it was, the elevator pinged. He had arrived. To Jun Xu's shock, the one calling him was the S-rank Yuan. Post-awakening, he's now a level 5 security director. I had a hunch, but it's really you. Congrats on securing your rank 3 hunter certification. Master, good to see you here. Jun Xu forced a smile, though envy gnawed at his gut. Even with top-tier talent and wealth, level 5 felt suspiciously fast. Master, I want you to have this. Consider it a gift for your achievement. Yuan handed over a box. Jun Xu played coy. You really shouldn't have. His hands moved faster than his words, tearing it open. Inside sat a rare mana concentration artifact, a perfect drop for a mana warrior. Jun Xu grinned, slapping Yuan's shoulder. Well, I can't refuse a friend's kindness. Thanks. I'll put it to good use. Yuan smiled, but his expression soon turned hesitant. Master, there's another reason I called. I need a favor. A favor? Why so serious all of a sudden? Could you help my friends? They're suffering from the same divine fever we once faced from the temple. 4 of them have been plagued since childhood. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. 4 victims of the divine fever? Wait. Are these the legendary support characters from the original timeline? This is the ultimate shortcut. Jun Xu donned his hero mask. I can ignore those in pain. Let me see them before we start the treatment. Yuan agreed instantly, arranging a meeting at his private residence for the group. One look, and Jun Xu knew he was right. These were Yuan's future elite Saint Knight subordinates, all heirs to elite families, currently serving as hostages for the Temple of the Father's Will. Let's be clear. You were brainwashed and baptized against your will. Right, yes. Can you actually cure us? Jun Xu's voice turned cold. The treatment is pure agony. But you will awaken like Yuan. Can you endure it? The 4 exchanged glances before shouting in unison, their eyes filled with desperation. We'll do anything to end this fever. A week later, thanks to Jun Xu's guidance, all 4 successfully awakened. The wealthy families flooded Jun Xu with high-value treasures and gifts as tokens of their gratitude. But these trinkets weren't the true legendary rewards Jun Xu was really hunting for. He requested a private meeting with the Galaxy Store rep. I have a specific favor to ask of you. Anything for you? Master. Jun Xu leaned in. I want access to the hidden gold mine under your branch. The representative's face went pale. A gold mine? That's impossible. We have no such thing. I'm talking about the space between Ane and A2, basement level 8, beneath the parking lot. Are you still going to tell me it doesn't exist? Jun Xu's gaze pierced through him. The rep trembled. How do you know that, even for you, that area is strictly off limits? I'll keep your secret. Jun Xu's voice dropped. Just one day. Give me access, or the world finds out. The next day, Jun Xu led Beiji into the dark, hidden depths of the mine. I can believe there's a hidden dungeon behind this wall, Beiji gasped. See, I told you. This is where you will finally awaken. You have no idea what I risked to get us in here. But are we really training in such a creepy place? Trust me, it'll be a blast. Jun Xu smirked. Heavenly killer traits don't trigger normally. You have to push them to the absolute brink of death. This was an undiscovered dungeon, the very place where the legendary Beiji was destined to awaken. It's so dark, and the smell is revolting. This place is making me really anxious. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. A zombie lunged, shattering Beiji's glasses. Help save me, she cried out in terror. But Jun Xu just tossed her a blade. Training starts now. Kill it yourself. Jun Xu's eyes were ice. Fight for your life. That's the only way you'll trigger your awakening. What are you, insane? How can you say something so ridiculous right now? The zombie lunged again. In a fit of pure rage and terror, Beiji swung, Get away from me. With one strike, the monster was pulverized. Even Jun Xu stood there, stunned. What the? A blind swing with that much raw power. Her talent was even more monstrous than he imagined. A perfect start. Jun Xu clapped. Beiji glared back, pouting. You're a jerk. You should have V-warned me. Hey. You won. Didn't you? Jun Xu laughed, pointing at the heap of zombie remains. She's truly one of the 3 legendary warriors. Even unawakened, her heavenly killing star trait dominates the battlefield with pure carnage. Jun Xu watched her in awe, thinking, am I really supposed to be the one protecting her? Don't sweat it. I won't let you die. Jun Xu promised, but even to his own ears, it sounded totally unconvincing. Baek grumbled at his lack of confidence as they ventured deeper into the mine. Her combat prowess was already defying logic. You mentioned those superhero prep courses earlier. Is that where you mastered such high-level swordsmanship? Jun asked. Nope. Never took a single sword lesson. You're the one who said I was a natural, Baek laughed playfully. Jun Xu forced a smile, inwardly crying. He'd bled for every stat point while she was born, a walking cheat code. They pushed further into the abyss. The tunnels stretched on, a bottomless throat of darkness with no end in sight. How much further, she asked. Jun just smirked. This dungeon won't tent, not until her true power finally awakens. Suddenly, a drill zombie lunged from the shadows. Soa barely dodged the spinning steel, her survival instincts screaming in warning. In the game, these drill zombies were mid-tier nightmares. Jun gripped his blade, realizing he needed to step in, but Jun's worry was completely wasted. You're a zombie. Why are you cheating by using weapons? Soa yelled. With 2 perfect, basic slashes, she decimated the monster instantly. It was a total, overwhelming victory for the unawakened girl. It's like my body just moves on its own, she whispered. But that split-second lapse allowed a hidden zombie to bite her. She crushed the creature, then looked at her leg in terror. Jun, what do I do? Is this the end? Jun Xu rushed to examine the wound. Well, normally, a zombie bite means you're about to join the undead horde. Please, kill me before I turn, she sobbed as dark, corrupted veins began crawling up her neck and arms. Jun Xu kept a grave face before pulling a glowing vial from his inventory. He flashed a devious, confident grin. Relax. I've got the cure right here. After the treatment, they sat down among the rubble to recover their stamina. I really thought I was a goner. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Jun replied. This world is a meat grinder for the unprepared. These zombies are weird. Jun noted. The gear? The uniforms. It feels like this entire place was engineered by hand. He was right. The Galaxy store was built at a suspicious speed, far too fast for its massive scale. Thousands of laborers worked under brutal schedules. Many died. Yet the official death toll was kept at a perfect 0. The corrupt construction firms buried the bodies right here. Eventually, the CEO of Galaxy Store heard the grisly truth. To protect their public image, they sealed the area, burying the secret along with the restless souls of the dead. I can believe such evil is hidden here, she whispered. But Jun? How do you know all these corporate secrets? Because in his past life, the Forbidden Zone opened, and the legions of the dead nearly wiped out all of Seoul. He couldn't reveal he was a regressor. Just think of it as my unique skill. I see things others miss. Baek nodded, choosing to trust him without another word. Her faith in him was becoming absolute. Jun Xu watched her closely. This was the exact spot where she awakened in the original timeline. Where was the trigger? The victims are still suffering even in death. Baek said, standing with fire in her eyes. Let's give them eternal rest. Jun smirked. Her resolve was finally hardening. The hunter within her was starting to stir from its slumber. I have this strange urge. Like I was born to fight this. Jun's heart raced. The awakening process had begun. He urged her forward. As they descended deeper, the temperature plummeted, turning the air into a bone-chilling frost. The atmosphere turned suffocating. Stay sharp, Jun warned. We're entering the territory of something far worse than zombies. They reached a dark warehouse where a twisted nursery rhyme played from a static-filled radio. The voice was bone-chilling. Suddenly, the radio screeched. A massive shard of ice plummeted toward Baek's head. Jun's hidden stats kicked in. He tackled her aside just in time, but the jagged ice tore through his own shoulder. Blood splattered the cold floor. System Tier 3 Mutant Ghost, the Guardian of the Galaxy Store, Forbidden Zone, has appeared. A Tier 3 Jun gripped his bleeding arm. Run. This boss is way beyond your current level. Before she could even scream, hundreds of frozen spears were launched toward them like a blizzard of death. Jun parried the shards, but a massive beam of ice slammed into his chest, pinning him against the back wall. Jun, she screamed, rushing forward. Stay back, he roared. Run, I'll buy you enough time to escape. I'm not leaving you here, she cried. Someone has to survive this, Jun yelled, coughing up blood. Listen, the reason I know you can win is because you possess the trait of the heavenly killing star. Trust in yourself. Only then can you truly awaken. As ice rain descends, Jun Xu challenges her. The lesson ends now. Can you find that faith? In a sudden flash, a mysterious force surges forth, completely nullifying the icy barrage. I'll put my faith in us. Soldier, I'm not backing down now. A divine golden light erupts. She's awakened as an SSR rank warrior. With one explosive strike, she shatters the ice prison, holding Jun Xu. What is this power? It's real. I've actually awakened. Lost in the moment, she misses a lethal ice pillar charging her. Just as death nears, a shadow flickers past, slashing the frost to dust. You reawaken now. So, drop the act. Jun Xu smirks. Wait. Acting. To trigger the awakening of a heavenly slayer star, one must gamble their soul in a life or death struggle. You risked your life just to force my awakening. You did well. Now, let's get to work. The monster lets out a blood-curdling roar, launching jagged bone ice daggers toward them both. Soren watches, trembling as the temperature drops. It's furious. The atmosphere is changing. Stay calm. Jun Xu commands, charging into the fray. Just tank the hits. I've got the rest. He deflects the daggers effortlessly. See, easy. He turns back, only to find Soren completely frozen solid. Are you okay? He realized that even with an SSR rank, she's still level 1. Her power is still raw. The frost finally thaws, and Soren emerges, shivering violently from the cold. She shakes her head. I took a lot of hits, but strangely, it doesn't even hurt. Jun Xu nods. Scanning hair stats. Every awakener gets a unique trait. Yours, Soren, is indestructible. Before, death felt certain, but this rank 1 defensive trait is her perfect shield for the tower ahead. Having awakened multiple times, Jun Xu uses his insight trait to scan the hidden stats. This skill is absolute. As Jun Xu strategizes, Soren steps up with newfound confidence. I don't think I need protection anymore. He grins, stepping back. Fine then. Let's see what our heavenly slayer star can really do. Another wave of ice daggers screams toward them. This time, they don't stand still. They vanish into a blur. Soren has already mastered quick dash. Weaving through the projectiles, Jun Xu is genuinely impressed by her growth. You learned quick dash already. Impressive. My body feels weightless. I'm ready for more. But mid-sentence, her pupils shrink. Something massive is closing in. 2 colossal blocks of ice are hurtling toward them like runaway freight trains. Jun Xu leaps to evade, then panics. Wait. Soren, let me. No need, she interrupts. She rockets into the air as Jun Xu watches in shock. The ice blocks collide below, exploding into a million shards. Incredible. Jun Xu cheers. He didn't expect her to unlock the high leap skill so quickly. Soren exhales, a thrill in her voice. It felt like I was actually flying. She stretches, her eyes burning with battle lust. What's the plan? Soldier Jun Xu realizes she might soon surpass him, snapping back to reality. He instructs, distract him for a moment. I'll deliver the finishing blow. He's taught her enough for one day. It's time to end this raid. Soren nods firmly. Copy that. Without a second's hesitation, she charges straight into the monster's danger zone. She moves like a gale, taunting the beast while dancing through its attacks. Is that all you've got? You icy freak? Jun Xu watches from the sidelines, stunned. Multiple traits already. Her talent is absolutely terrifying. He lets out a dry laugh. All right. Lesson over. Time to close the curtains. He grips his hilt and lunges. His blade erupts with lethal energy. The trajectory is perfect, a silver flash cutting through the air toward the monster. A titanic explosion rocks the chamber, filling the dungeon with thick smoke and debris. Soren stares at the devastation, breathless. That power? Yuri on a whole different level. Soldier. Jun Xu shrugs it off. It was nothing. Suddenly, a strange object clatters to the floor. It looks like a smartphone. He picks it up, narrowing his eyes at the dropped item. So, this was the monster S mana core. Soren is baffled. A phone. A phone can actually be a mana core. For a phantom-class monster, anything is possible. On the screen, a photo of a young girl appears. Jun Xu sighs as the system reveals the tragic background. A worker who gave his life to protect his daughter. That phone absorbed his lingering resentment, condensing it into a high-grade mana core, heartbroken by the story. Soren sobbed. May he find peace. Jun nodded. He certainly will. Suddenly, the phone flared. An invisible force lifted it, refracting the device into two mysterious crystals. Soren stared at them, eyes wide. What are these things? Jun explained they were mana crystals. Used correctly, they could craft legendary to high-tier equipment, a massive reward from the Galaxy Store boss. But then, the earth groaned and shook violently. What's happening? Soren cried. Jun realized the truth. The boss is dead. This dungeon is collapsing. Terror gripped Soren. What do we do? How do we get out? Have you mastered your new movement skills? Jun barked. Soren stood frozen, her mind racing. No time to explain. Jun bolted, screaming. Run, unless you want to be buried alive. Run. His speed was incredible, leaving a trail of dust as he tore through the crumbling corridor. Seeing Soren lagging, Jun roared. Push your limits. Slow down and you re-dead. She tried her best, sprinting desperately. She cried out, I can go any faster. Jun's brow furrowed in grim frustration. The warp gate was miles away. Could she truly surpass her mortal limits in this crisis? A boulder crashed near her. Shock flickered in her eyes, instantly replaced by a cold, sharp resolve. Suddenly, Soren's pace exploded. She charged forward, her speed reaching a terrifying new level. She hadn't awakened just to die here. Behind them, the world was literally splintering into nothingness. Up ahead, Jun spotted the exit. There, the warp gate. Move it. Almost. There, Soren panted. Jun watched her, worried. She looked absolutely battered and exhausted. He couldn't help. She needed this. Her legendary status came from mastering 3 specific traits: Heaven's Wrath for rapid growth and invincibility to negate the deadly side effects. Now for the final piece. Soren ignored the pain, charging headlong toward the glowing exit portal. Debris rained down. A jagged rock struck her shoulder, sending a spray of crimson into the air. The agony was too much. Soren collapsed, her knees hitting the fractured ground. She bit her lip until it bled. I won't give up. I will survive this. Blood-red aura erupted around her. In a flash, she vanished. Her final trait, the Juggernaut, had awakened. She bypassed every obstacle with ease. Jun stared, completely stunned. Where did she go? Did she fail? His heart plummeted as the dust settled around the collapsing gate. Suddenly, Soren lunged from the chaos, grabbing Jun. Go, now we have to move. Jun was caught off guard by the contact, but before he could even react, a shimmering energy shroud enveloped them. Their last-second escape trait saved them from the ruins. They reappeared on a busy street, instantly surrounded by a crowd of shocked, staring civilians. The public was confused, but Jun just exhaled in relief. Incredible. I knew you could do it. 3 traits unlocked, plus a near-death evasion. Suddenly, a soft, trembling sob broke the silence. Mr. Warrior. Jun looked down. He finally realized Soren was still clinging tightly to his chest. He gently pulled back. Soren. You. Okay, can you stand? I am all right, she whispered. She looked terrible. Jun grew frantic. You're not fine. Your face is completely beet red. Her ears were burning like tomatoes. She stammered. It's just... Stay like this. For a second, she threw herself back into his arms, her voice pleading. Just hold me a little longer. Jun stood frozen in confusion. I just need to fix my clothes. She mumbled. Okay. Done. Thank you. Jun scratched his head, blushing. Sure. You really gave me a scare. They both stood up, and Soren let out a long, shaky breath of pure relief. That was a narrow escape. Jun watched her, feeling a deep sense of admiration and awe. He still worried. Would this Soren survive the tragedies that defined her original, brutal timeline? All right. Jun Xu, turning toward the city. Let's get out of this disaster zone. Leaving the gate, he hands Soren a glowing crystal. Take it. She gapes. A crystal. For me, that's worth billions. Junu shrugs. Just use it to accelerate your power up. Get strong. Fast. Soren clutches the gem, her hands trembling with hesitation as she mumbles, "This is too much. I can't repay this debt. Pay me back later." He replies coolly. Jun Xu smiles generously, but his inner system is already calculating the massive ROI. This wasn't charity. He was investing heavily in her awakening for a strategic reason. The Flame Sword skill, a top-tier technique that makes level-up experience skyrocket like a rocket. It's a unique trait only she can use, requiring a specific memory chip to unlock. Oblivious to his hidden agenda, she beams. "Thank you, I won't forget this." Dawn sweat it. The warrior waves off. Just remember who had your back. Finally home, Junu's rest is instantly sabotaged. A mysterious car is already waiting outside. No peace for hunters. Soon's world never sleeps. The man in the car. It's Yuan. Yuan leans out with a friendly grin. "Hey, warrior, time to roll." "Get in." Jun climbs in, sighing. "Thanks for coming." I've been looking to repay the favor." "Right." Jun Xu forced a nod, but his soul was screaming for a nap. He wished Yuan hadn't shown up. He was exhausted, but Yuan was bubbling with excitement. "The meeting with armor management is set. I can't wait." Junu knew this was critical. In this tower, legendary items provide the stats needed to survive the hell ahead. Master blacksmiths capable of tier 3 crafts are always swamped by the big guilds. Yuan whispers excitedly. The contractor this time. He can forge tier 7 armor. Tier 7. Jun's eyes fly open. Step on it. Soon, they arrive at a massive estate. 2 lines of elite knights greet them. Junu is stunned. Is this a forge or a fortress? Yuan gazes at the architecture in awe. This blacksmith clearly lives like a king. Suddenly, Junu's survival instincts kick in. Uin. What's this smith's religious affiliation? Junshu sighs as Uin looks blank. Of course. You have no idea. Just like his trouble with the temple. This forge belonged to the 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 sect. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 was a fanatic. A true believer in the Church of the Father's will. He was the Church's face. Why would he help a hunter who rejected their baptism? Suddenly, a heavy hand blocks their path, stopping them cold. A knight growls. Identity verification required. Junu narrows his eyes. Verification. Before he can move, the knight grabs his arm. Activate your black fire. Show me. Jun grit his teeth, suppressed rage boiling. He had no choice but to comply. Dark flames erupt from his palm. Satisfied yet, he asks, his voice dripping with venom. The knight stares at the black fire, a chilling aura filling the air. Yuan explodes. Let him go. We're guests with a confirmed appointment. Enough. A thunderous voice commands. A man in a wheelchair emerges from the shadows. It was Jun, the tier 6 superhuman smith. Who gave you permission to touch my guests? The knight bows instantly. The smith turns to Jun Xu, eyes narrowing. A heretic with black fire. You're an unusual one. Hunter. A true anomaly in this system. Is this the standard welcome? Jun scoffs. The smith offers a cold, hollow smile. Apologies. May you find the light. Jun rolls his eyes. Light and salvation. Give me a break. The smith ignores the jab. Inside. Let's discuss what kind of armor you desire. Jun follows. Watching the smith's back, he could smell a hidden quest or a trap. Inside, the forge is lined with legendary gear. The smith begins his presentation. This style is for the saintess, but I can adapt it to your unique trait. Junu scanned the shop, his eyes locking onto a specific set of armor across the room. Marching forward, Junu spoke with icy resolve. I've made my choice. This one. He pointed to a budget set gathering dust in the corner. Rochu's jaw dropped. Seriously, you airy taking that junk, Junu replied coolly. Exactly. This is my style. Suddenly, Zhou Chun snapped. Ridiculous. Do you have any idea how impossible it is to imbue mana into basic scrap? I can T-forge holy armor with this. Junu shrugged. I don't need holy status. Just maximize the physical stats. Watching the blacksmith's face, Jun gauged if his request was even feasible. Holy armor is legendary gear for paladins, granting massive defense buffs to the wearer. But this divine gear came with a fatal drawback. To unlock its true potential, the user must possess an absurd amount of divine power. To boost that stat, he'd have to join a cult. They were dangling bait just to recruit him. Smirking, Jun grabbed Zhou Chun's hand with a sly, flattering grin. I'm counting on your master craftsmanship, Blacksmith Chun. With that, he and Yu vanished. As they laughed and walked away, a silent night tracked their every move before retreating inside. Hearing the heavy footsteps, Ro Chun sighed. I can only imbue basic traits into that gear. The knight narrowed his eyes. Are you seriously honoring that degenerate request? Zhou Chun shook his head. Would you have me defy the goddess? You said he was our salvation. I still can stomach it. The knight spat, his doubt festering despite the prophecy. I must witness his power with my own eyes. He bowed, a sharp determination glinting in his gaze. 7 days later, at Chunbok's general store, the old man pleaded. Junu, you shouldn't consume that much mandragora essence at once. It's dangerous. Ignoring the warning, Junu downed 3 vials of the high-grade elixir. Thanks, Ulmen. He grinned. Chunbok trembled, watching for any sign of a violent reaction. Are you? Okay, Junu smirked. Better than ever. Thanks for the free power-up. Chunbok exhaled in relief. You saved our lives. Business is booming because of you. These potions are a small price for our hero. Suddenly, a man approached and bowed deeply before the young hunter. Greetings, Superman. The man shouted. Junu paused. Then the memory clicked. He slapped the man's shoulder. Right, you were from the Iron Fist Guild. Long time no see. The man leaned in, whispering. Have a moment. Our boss requested a private meeting with you. That's all, Junu asked. The man scanned the crowd. Too many ears here. Let's find somewhere quiet. Junu nodded without a second thought, stepping into the armored vehicle waiting outside. As they pulled away, the driver chuckled. We prepared our finest armored unit for you. Impressive. Right. Junu leaned back, unfazed. It's decent enough. I guess. They entered the Mayarem district, and Junu's instincts flared. The Iron Fist HQ was here. If he remembered correctly, Mayarem was a breeding ground for the city's worst degenerates. Suddenly, the driver spoke. We were low on fuel. Let's stop at this station for a quick fill-up. Junu agreed, but his eyes narrowed. They were at the Miori terminal. The driver flashed a sinister grin. All right then. Harrow, have a nice, long rest. He slammed the door and vanished. A trap. Junu's reflexes kicked in instantly, snatching the traitor's arm before he could escape. You piece of trash. Junu hissed. Do I look like some brain-dead rookie to you? Who the hell do you think you were messing with? The man froze in sheer terror. What? Without another word, Junu kicked the door off its hinges and leaped into the street. Enjoy the fireworks you prepared for me. Junu tossed a live grenade back into the vehicle. Boom! The car vanished in a roar of flames. Junu sprinted away. Narrowly escaping the shockwave, he looked back at the inferno. That blast was too big for one grenade. Bastard really was a traitor. Junu began connecting the dots, starting with that suspicious armored beast of a car. From Mayarem's thugs to this station trap, the chilling sense of déjà vu finally clicked. These events mirrored the legendary betrayal arc where the Iron Fist was sold out. An Iron Fist mole had marked him. Suddenly, a hail of lead erupted from afar. He scanned the perimeter as a mob of armed degenerates swarmed his position. Target spotted, the leader barked. That's the brat from the photo. Kill him. There's a massive bounty on his head. Let's get paid. Boys, the mob went feral, charging Junu. That car bomb was just the opening act. Thunderous gunfire filled the air as they opened fire with lethal intent, diving behind a wreck. Junu cursed. Damn it. This cover won't last against these numbers. In a desperate burst of speed, Junu activated his trait, leaping skyward and sticking a landing on a nearby rooftop. But the shooters pivoted instantly, peppering the roof. They weren't losing his trail. He deployed a mana shield, the blue barrier groaning under the relentless kinetic impact. Junu's eyes narrowed. They aren't even awakened. How was their reaction time this insane? The leader roared. Focus fire on the center. Tear that shield apart. A concentrated barrage hammered his defense, causing the mana barrier to flicker and crack. Such absolute precision was impossible for thugs. He had to retreat before it shattered. He leaped as the shield broke. A bullet grazed his arm, Drawing hot blood, he realized his mistake. These weren't ordinary street thugs, he couldn't hold back anymore. It was a waste of new gear. But survival took priority over credits. Eat this. You bastards. He hurled a cluster of tactical smoke bombs downward. Thick, choking clouds erupted, swallowing the street and blinding the mob. Panic set in. Tear gas. I can see my lungs are on fire. Find him. We need the antidote. Jun sneered. Who do you think you were hunting? You're not even superhumans. Stay down. He turned and vanished into the haze. He sprinted through the residential blocks, stopping only when the chaos faded behind him. Catching his breath on a rooftop, he wondered how thugs mimicked superhuman focus. Then, the dark realization hit him, the secret behind their unnatural strength. Combat enhancers. High-risk drugs that grant temporary power-ups at the cost of one's soul. Their mention of an antidote confirmed it. They were being controlled by a guild. Only one monster in Mayrim would deploy drugged pawns with such cruelty. The Manhunter, the city's top-tier long-range specialist, and a master of remote execution. His M.O. was flawless. Use a mole to plant a bomb. Then flush the target out. Use drugged thugs as bait. Then finish the job with a single sniper round. A glint of light flashed in the distance. A high-caliber bullet tore the wind, instincts screaming. Jun twisted mid-air. The round whistled past, nearly claiming his life. A cold sweat broke. A millisecond slower, and his head would have been gone. He grinned through the adrenaline. The gamble worked. The Manhunter had revealed his nest. With a predatory gaze, Jun calculated the trajectory and leaped from the rooftop. I see you now. You coward. He charged toward the sniper's hidden position. To kill a coward who hides behind a scope, you have to get close. His muscles burned as he accelerated, pushing his stats to the absolute breaking point. He utilized the remaining smoke as cover, staying in the sniper's blind spots. Another bullet missed. The hunt had shifted. Now, the predator was the one being hunted. Jun skidded to a halt, glancing up with a predatory smirk. He muttered it. Found you. You rat. High above. The Manhunter cursed under his breath. Damn it. How is this degenerate tracking me? Jun's plan was flawless. By weaving through the searing smoke and embers, he'd completely vanished from the sniper's radar. He lunged forward, closing the distance to the sniper's hidden nest with the speed of an awakened hunter. The Manhunter gasped, his eyes widening in terror. Is he jumping from that distance, mid-air? Jun leveled his weapon. The sniper sneered. You think a novice can outdraw a high-ranking marksman? But before the sniper could squeeze the trigger, Jun ignited his secret trait, Blackfire. Thunder roared as both hunters fired simultaneously, their bullets tearing through the air at supersonic speeds. A bullet grazed Jun's shoulder, a searing pain that made him grit his teeth. This guy was a pro. To land a hit in this chaos was impressive. But Jun didn't break his cold, battle-hardened composure. A dark grin spread across his face. Across the battlefield, the Manhunter was clutching a shattered shoulder. Unlike Jun's wound, the sniper was engulfed in cursed black flames. Even a graze was a death sentence. Watching his prey writhe in the dark inferno, Jun whispered, Game over. I win. Suddenly, the ground gave way. A hidden magic trap snared Jun's legs, dragging him into the earth. An entrapment spell, he hissed, as the sniper desperately downed a glowing potion to stay alive. You little brat, the Manhunter snarled through bloody teeth. You think it ends here? Jun's face darkened. If he didn't break free, he'd be a sitting duck. The sniper prepared his final lethal strike. Burn in hell with your own fire, the sniper screamed. Jun struggled. A direct hit meant instant death. The battle had transformed into a desperate race against the clock, and the closing trap. Jun had to dampen the trap's mana flow. It was a risky, desperate gambit. But survival was everything. Slamming his palms onto the dirt, he channeled his inner core, his awakening aura surging like a tide. He activated purification, shattering the trap's magic circuits as he wrenched himself from the Earth's iron grasp. But before he could fully stand, his pupils constricted in sheer shock at what he saw. The Manhunter had survived the black flames, limping toward Jun with murderous, bloodshot eyes. Nice struggle, the sniper mocked. But you're far too late to change your fate. Kid, Jun froze. How the hell did he extinguish a skill that ignores all normal regeneration? Ignoring Jun's shock, the sniper shakily retrieved his weapon, his voice sounding cold and hollow. Victory is mine. Your head is my ticket to a life of luxury. Now, He pulled the trigger. But his target had vanished into thin air like a ghost. A fist collided with his jaw before he could blink. Call it a plot twist. Jun smirked. Asterisk system notification Earth resistance acquired. Asterisk. At the final second, a new hidden trait had saved him. Jun breathed a sigh of relief. That single stat point was the difference between life and death. Jun grabbed the sniper's collar, a marksman at point-blank range. You were just a sitting duck now, Doc. Who put the guild bounty on my head? The sniper trembled. His bravado completely shattered. Fine. I lose. Just let me have one last smoke. Jun let go, granting the man's final wish. The manhunter fumbled for a cigar, his hands shaking as he struck a flame for his smoke. Jun watched him through narrowed eyes. Is the taste of tobacco really worth it right now? The sniper let out a low, twisted chuckle that sent chills down the spine of the forest. Oh. It tastes like sweet victory, he roared, lunging forward with a sudden, insane desperation. Asterisk bang times. A single shot echoed through the dungeon, painting the ground in a fresh crimson spray. You knew, the sniper wheezed, staring in disbelief. Jun's smile was ice cold. Obviously, did you think a 10,000-hour veteran wouldn't recognize a mutagenic cigar? Nice try. You degenerate. What the? The sniper's eyes went dull as his life bar hit 0 instantly. Jun looked down at the corpse with a heavy sigh. That was a pathetic way to go. A true degenerate to the end. He played the coward to buy time, then gambled everything on betrayal. Ivenas a degenerate mutant. There must be a reason for this existence. Jun hesitated, then scavenged the hunter's corpse. Retrieving a hidden USB drive, a cold smirk formed. Time to unmask the mastermind behind this hit. Next morning, news of the brutal Mayorum gang shootout flooded the office screens. Cho's eyes widened in shock. You actually survived that death trap alive. Jun nodded. It was close. Danger follows me like a shadow now. Jun sighed heavily. The web of betrayal was too complex to explain simply. Suddenly crash. The door shattered as a broken soldier was tossed inside like trash. Choi and Jun turned, eyeing the massive shadow looming at the entrance. Iron Fist entered. Forgive me. I failed to manage my own hounds properly. Cho barked. Stop breaking my door. Was it your guild that attacked him? Did your Iron Fist thugs really try to execute my friend? Just a low-tier traitor. Iron Fist clarified. But I've extracted some vital intel. Jun stared at the prisoner, sensing the familiar scent of desperate greed. That hunter smelled like debt. Jun muttered. Iron Fist flinched. How do you know? He's a degenerate gambler, drowning in debt despite the high-ranking rewards. Jun nodded. A clear-cut case of betrayal for a quick payday. My failure. My burden. Iron Fist bowed. Jun remained cold and distant. Accepted. Even for a kingpin. Managing a guild of mercenaries is never easy. The Iron Fist Guild was clearly blind to the rot within their ranks. Had it not been for Jun, the revenge quest would be buried Iron Fist. I'll find the puppet master. Iron Fist vowed. Jun smirked, holding the USB. Already found him. Can your system interface handle this encrypted data? Cho grinned. I didn't get my system certification for nothing. Kid. He hacked in. 𝐁𝐄𝐓𝐑𝐀. This guy. He's a professional executioner. 20 awakened targets neutralized. Jun. Check his latest quest log immediately. Cho tapped the screen. A new contract was issued just 3 days ago. The reward window flickered 20 billion. Cho's voice shook with terror. Iron Fist and Jun froze. Who had that kind of capital for a hit? The quest came from Ascendant Security. Cho whispered. A corporate titan. Cho pulled up the client's hidden profile for Jun to inspect. That bastard Jun recognized the saintly knight from the Jew estate. The plot thickened. Why would a holy knight want a hunter dead? Access the Ascendant Group's hierarchy. I need to see their full bloodline. Cho nodded. Fingers flying. Initializing data bypass. Give me 1 second. As the file opened, Jun's expression turned lethal. He saw the pattern. Ascendant Security is a top 5 military guild. Led by the Legion lineage, Jian was stripped of his inheritance, forced into the path of a knight. But the Saintess chose Jun as the savior, shattering Jian's only hope for glory. Jealousy is a poison. My awakening stole his spotlight, so he ordered my execution. This degenerate needs to be put down. Iron Fist frowned. He's backed by a Titan guild. How do we strike? One wrong move, and the entire Ascendant army will hunt us to extinction. Cho growled. We can just let this snake crawl away after this. Jun's eyes glowed with a dangerous spray. Hidden power. Relax. I have an idea. Cho beamed with excitement. I knew you'd find a way. Jun smirked. To take down a high-ranking target, we need to focus on leveling up first. Moments later, a new visitor arrived at 𝐁𝐄𝐲's office. Upon hearing about the assassination plot, Yun slammed the table in a rage. That degenerate, how dare he target Warrior Kim? Jun rushed to calm the storm. Relax. I'm still breathing. You're my most reliable ace, a wealthy rank 5 powerhouse. Yun's gaze turned cold and sharp. I won't let this insult go unpunished. Blood for blood. Let's hire a top-tier assassin for payback. Cho frowned. The fee for a high-level hit would be astronomical. We are talking about taking out the son of Ascendant Security. After all, Uin tried to protest. But Jun cut him off. I have a better plan. Yun turned to him. Curious. Let's hear it. Master. Jun's lips curled into a cold grin. I'm challenging Lion to a formal duel. The room went dead silent in shock. A duel, that's suicide. It's far too dangerous. Jun shook his head calmly. If I don't, he'll just send deadlier assassins. Besides, he'll just hire a proxy fighter anyway. This world is rigged. Jun noted. But if I win, I'll force a formal apology and massive compensation out of them. Silence filled the room. Finally, Iron Fist muttered. It's a gamble, but it might be our only viable path. Jun nodded. Gripping a USB drive filled with incriminating data, with this evidence, he can't refuse. If we allow a proxy fighter and keep it private, his pride will force him to accept. His tactical logic was flawless. Cho volunteered to deliver the challenge. I'll handle the letter, but we need a legal representative. Uzin stepped up. Leave that to me. My family has deep ties with a former Supreme Court justice, seeing his team unite. Jun laughed. Thanks. Everyone. Yet, the three of them kept staring at him with heavy expressions. Yun sighed helplessly. Why the long faces? I'm not walking into my grave. Iron Fist frowned. Are you truly confident you can win? The enemy knows your stats. He'll definitely recruit a rank 4 combatant or higher. It won't be easy. Jun didn't flinch. He knew he couldn't use his mutant attributes in a public arena, making this fight harder than his clash with the chairman. But he wasn't going in blind. I already have a pretty good idea who his proxy will be. Iron Fist gasped in surprise. You've already identified the opponent. Yeah. That's why I need time to prep. Uin. Will you spar with me? Yun didn't hesitate for a second. Of course. I'll give it my all to help you. Master. Seeing Yun's intense aura, Jun quickly added, Thanks. But take it easy. Don't accidentally kill me like last time. 3 days later, at the duel grounds, Jun's allies filled the stands. In and 𝐁𝐄𝐲 were screaming at the top of their lungs. We're rooting for you. Warrior Kim, show them your power. However, Jun looked exhausted. His training had been brutal. He had pushed his limits to prepare for this encounter. Right then, a group of powerful figures appeared in the distance. Jun recognized the leader immediately. 𝐁𝐞, the high-ranking commander of the Holy Order's paladins. 𝐁𝐞 let out a cold, sharp laugh. It's been ages since I've had a real duel. Jion, trailing behind him, looked nervous. 𝐁𝐞𝐤𝐧𝐠, you didn't need to come personally. Yeon stammered. 𝐁𝐞 snapped back. Shut it. You have no right to speak, as long as I'm in charge. No paladin in my squad is allowed to lose. Yeon fell silent, trembling in fear. Jun narrowed his eyes. Jion acted like a tyrant before. But in front of this, commander, he was just a cowardly turtle. While Jun observed them, 𝐁𝐞 stepped forward. Warrior Kim. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Jun nodded politely. 𝐁𝐞𝐤𝐧𝐠. Suddenly, 𝐁𝐞 bowed his head in a formal, solemn apology. Jun was stunned. What gives? Is this guy actually being sincere? Before he could process it, 𝐁𝐞 continued. This incident was a personal mistake. It has nothing to do with the Saintess. Jun's gaze sharpened. Then tell me, what exactly is the Holy Order's stance on this? 𝐁𝐞 leaned in and whispered. The Saintess claims that Warrior Kim is our light, our prophesied savior. Jun froze in disbelief. Light savior Jo Chun had said the same thing. What kind of hidden plot was this? Ignoring the confusion, 𝐁𝐞 laid out his terms. If I win this duel, you must join my squad. What, join your team? Jun shouted in shock. Are you guys literally obsessed with me? While Jun panicked, Jion was fuming with silent rage, completely powerless against the commander's decision. 𝐁𝐞 sneered. This is our Saintess' divine will. Suddenly, Junu's legal counsel arrived. The lawyer spoke firmly. Duel time. Everyone. Confirm the system-linked death contract now. If the paladin wins, Jun Xu is forced into the Father's Guild. If Jun Xu wins, Jian is forbidden from hunting him. Do you both accept these terms? Agreed, they shouted. Immediately, a violent surge of mana erupted from Jun Xu's core. In X-Insane, oaths are magical. Break the pact, and the system detonates your heart. Not even a degenerate, like Jian, is crazy enough to defy a magic-binding contract. The attorney continued. Now, I will verify the international combat protocols. All traits and weapons are legal, but consumables must be synthesized on site. Jun Xu's allies watched with pale faces. The holy knights stood like stone statues. I am ready. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 boasted. Junu smirked. Hold on. I need to craft my victory. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠's excitement flickered. Fine. 10 minutes per item. Don't waste my time. Junu quickly brewed 3 legendary potions. He looked like a god-tier alchemist in action. The lawyer identified the drops: adamantine body, flash speed, and the magic dragon potion. Junu chugged all 3. To kill a boss-tier paladin, he needed every possible buff. The preparation ended. The system display flashed a lethal countdown for the duel. Junu and 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 stepped onto the arena, the atmosphere heavy with killing intent. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 narrowed his eyes. Warrior Kim. Joining us is a divine honor. Give up now, Junu scoffed, his gaze cold. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Then I have no choice but force. I want, kill you, you're too valuable. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠's mana exploded like a volcanic eruption. Junu's heart hammered. This realm was different. He had to risk everything to win. The digital countdown hit 1 second. The world seemed to hold its breath. 0. The system triggered the start of the life or death struggle. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 roared. He vanished instantly, leaving a massive crater where the ground shattered. He's gone, Junu hissed. He realized the paladin had activated a high-rank blink trait. In a heartbeat, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 materialized in front of Junu. His face twisted in madness. Warrior Kim. You shall become a god. Junu's mind reeled. Become. A what? The heavy hammer slammed down. A shockwave of fire and smoke consumed the stage. The UIN crowd screamed in terror. That power? Is the match already over? As the smoke cleared, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Pointing toward the center of the crater, Junu stood defiant. He had deployed a triple-layer shield at the perfect moment. Become a god. Junu glared at the paladin. Stop spewing this cultist nonsense. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 didn't move. He just stood there with a haunting, Serena smile. Junu knew the trick. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 had used a flash rush trait for that ambush. It was a top-tier surprise attack. So, Junu's defenses had nearly shattered. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 chuckled darkly. Now I understand why the Saintess wants you so badly. Shut up and explain, Junu barked. Savior. Light. And now God. What's the truth? 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠's eyes gleamed with fanatical light. It's exactly what it sounds like. You are our Legion S, hope the vessel that will stop the coming apocalypse. Junu's blood turned to ice. He realized their god was nothing but a corpse. The lore was clear. The Saintess needed a ritual for the world-ending boss. You monsters. Junu's voice trembled. I'm just a sacrifice for your dead god. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Precisely. A holy devotion. A divine sacrifice for the greater good. Rage surged through Junu. You lunatics, you just want to use me as fuel. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 didn't blink. He simply readied his hammer for the next lethal strike. He laughed manically. Your soul will feed our father. You've already lost this war. Degenerate. Jun Xu roared, lunging forward with pure rage. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 barely raised his shield in time to block. The impact sent 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 skidding back. He frowned. This kid's power was suddenly off the charts. Jun Xu smirked. Worried, he had reallocated every stat point into a pure offensive warrior trait. With a sonic boom, Jun Xu vanished. Closing the distance at wind-tearing speed, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, using warrior traits designed to crush 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠's spirit. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 held firm, a cold grin creeping across his face. Decent swordplay. For a brat, silence was Jun Xu's only answer. He was waiting for the perfect window to switch traits. Suddenly, he swapped weapons mid-air. A heavy strike slammed directly into 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝑠's forearm. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝑠 didn't flinch, offering a twisted compliment. Hey, this might actually get interesting. Jun Xu gritted his teeth. It worked. 3 days of hellish preparation weren't for nothing. He had sparred with Yuan to master instant trait switching. a skill essential for this boss fight. Fighting a high-tier superhuman taught him how to toggle his system interface mid-combat. Switching from iron wall defense to lethal burst damage, he was cycling through his skill tree seamlessly. Jun Xu's relentless assault was a storm of steel, forcing 𝐁𝐿 into a desperate defensive stance. "Here I come," Jun Xu screamed, his eyes glowing crimson as he activated his berserk state. He seized the chance to advance, fully mastering the high-risk berserk trait for this strike, to bridge the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4. Mastery over trait evolution was key. Under the crushing weight of the attack, 𝐁𝐿 couldn't even find a moment to counter. With a final blow, 𝐁𝐿's hammer was knocked away. The villain's face twisted in pure shock. How 𝐁𝐿 gasped. It felt like he was facing 4 elite warriors at the same time. Jun Xu looked down at him, his voice as cold as the abyss. "I am winning this. I refuse to be a sacrifice for your pathetic, rotting cult." 𝐁𝐿's composure snapped. He clenched his fists, his aura flaring with murderous intent. "Forget the ritual. I'm going to kill you myself." He lunged forward like a demon. 𝐁𝐿 hurled his weapon with lethal force. Jun Xu threw up a system mana shield, * crack times. The shield shattered like glass. The raw power of the boss was overwhelming. Jun Xu was blown back. Damit. Was he hiding this much power all along? Before he could breathe, 𝐁𝐿 was already looming over him, face distorted with fury. "You dare mock our god." A massive blow sent Jun Xu crashing through the wall. 𝐁𝐿 looked down through the dust. "Apologize now, and I might accept your surrender." "Never." Jun Xu spat, coughing up blood as he forced himself back to his feet. "If you want me dead, you'll have to earn it." He charged back into the fray. The two clashed in a blur of violence. 𝐁𝐿 landed a heavy blow to Jun Xu's shoulder. Shockwaves rippled through the air as steel met steel in a deadly, rhythmic dance. Both fighters were battered, their armor shredded, and their bodies reaching their absolute limits. A massive explosion of mana forced them apart, leaving them panting across the battlefield. 𝐁𝐿 was covered in deep gashes, but Jun Xu was also bruised and bleeding heavily. "Enough games," 𝐁𝐿 roared. A massive, glowing tower shield materialized in his hands. He raised it high, chanting to the heavens, "Grant me your wrath, O Holy Father." The ground shook as a wall of dark water surged forth, swallowing everything in sight. The Dark Tsunami, a ranker-level ultimate skill. To Jun Xu, it looked like a total disaster. There was no dodging this. He had to find a way to break the skill. He closed his eyes, trusting the hidden stats he'd built as a Kim-class warrior, mountain breaker style. The final gamble. Everything depended on this one strike. Blending 𝐁𝐿's sword arts with the 𝐁𝐤 cultivation technique, Junu's internal power scaled to new heights daily. Born from desperate resolve, his ultimate strike was perfected to cleave through any material in the universe. Jun placed his absolute faith in his 𝐷𝐸r trait and his own honed abilities. Years of effort and self-belief culminated in this moment as he gripped his blade and charged forward. A blinding sword light erupted. D6 stood frozen, forced to watch as the radiant arc tore through his tsunami. The energy expanded rapidly, engulfing the entire arena in a soul-piercing brilliance. High in the stands, Jian's group watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding power. Even 𝐁𝐿's team was blinded. As the glare faded, the silhouettes of both warriors finally reappeared. Suddenly, Jun coughed up a spray of crimson, his body reaching its limit. Opposite him, D6 was barely standing. A truly magnificent battle. "Warrior Kim," he whispered. Then, the captain collapsed. The referee raised Junu's hand, shouting, "The winner is Warrior Kim." 𝐁𝐿's team rushed the floor to celebrate the impossible victory. Jun flashed a satisfied, weary smile. He had done it, defeated a high-tier superhuman without even tapping into his mutated traits. 𝐁𝐿 tackled him in a hug. "Master, you are legendary." The others were moved to tears of joy. "That wasn't even human. We knew you, D. Crush that guy," they cheered, surrounding their hero. Suddenly, a roar of rage shattered the moment. Jian was charging, hammer raised in a cowardly ambush. Before Jun could react, 𝐁𝐿 intercepted the blow. A massive shockwave of energy rattled the stadium. The outcome was clear. Jian was sent flying back, unable to match 𝐁𝐿's raw strength. "You coward," 𝐁𝐿 barked. "How dare you ignore the duel's result and attack our master? You want death." Before 𝐁𝐿 could finish him, the guild lawyers stepped in to restrain the aggressor. "Don't forget the magic oath," they warned Jian. "One more reckless move and your heart will explode." "Warrior Kim killed our captain," Jian screamed. "The 𝐁𝐞𝐢 army will have their revenge." At his signal, The remaining knights drew their weapons, escalating the tension to a breaking point. Junwu remained calm. "You claim I'm the one who killed him?" he asked coldly. "We saw it," Jian spat. Junwu scoffed. "Open your eyes." "Jian, you're the one who killed him." Jian's face went pale as he began to tremble uncontrollably at Junwu's sharp accusation. He was an honorable warrior and a worthy opponent. Junwu said, looking at the fallen captain, "He didn't deserve to die for a pathetic, disgusting assassination plot orchestrated by a coward like you." Junwu demanded Jian honor the oath and accept the result. Jian fell silent, his head hanging in shame. The referee freezes in surprise. "Are you certain you want to trigger that clause? This hidden contract allows the organizers to pay the diamond penalty instead of the loser. However, it requires the winner's consent." All eyes turn to Junwu for his final decision. "Agree to this, and I'll give you 10 extra diamonds." The king pleads desperately. Junwu simply shakes his head. Not enough. The entire arena stands frozen in shock. With SR rank mana on the line, Junwu knows it is time to squeeze every last drop. "I don't want diamonds. Give me your Iron Fist trait instead." Junwu demands coldly. Terror flashes in the king's eyes as he tries to play dumb about the skill, but it is too late. Junwu already caught that flicker of panic on his face. "No Iron Fist and 10 diamonds. No deal." Junwu smirks, backing him into a corner. "How did you find out?" the king stammers. Junwu ignores him, eyes cold and demanding. He knows the king is trapped. Refusal means the magic circle strips away every single skill. "Fine. I'll hand over the Iron Fist." The king finally relents, his voice trembling. "But you must bet it in a rematch." Junwu laughs. "Deal. Name the time and place." Having secured the legendary Iron Fist, Junwu exits the underground arena and heads home. Look at that insane aura. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. This damage reduction buff is a total game breaker. With a mountain of diamonds and new traits, his power-up is reaching God-tier levels. Next, he activates the healing trait from the sacred necklace gifted by Priest Kim. Violent mana swirls around him as his very DNA begins a legendary transformation process. * system alert immortality trait acquired. * his ultimate warrior build is almost complete at last. Junwu stashes his hoard of diamonds securely. These are his tickets to the top rankings. Suddenly, his phone rings. The caller ID displays a familiar name, Jin Yang, the hunter from the Fox trade. Junwu mutters before heading to the Hunter Guild. Jin Yang leads him to the penthouse, her eyes filled with deep professional respect. "Our guildmaster is eager to meet you," she says, mentioning his famous reward-giving reputation. They enter the office to find a mysterious man in a sharp black suit. "A pleasure to meet you. I'm Sumbejin, chairman of the Hunter Guild." Junwu freezes. * system. Knowledge times kicks in. This man is actually a high-level assassin boss. Playing along, Junwu shakes his hand while masking his sudden surge of killing intent. "The honor is mine. I am Warrior Kim," he replies with a polite, fake smile. Junwu recalls the hidden lore. This imposter chairman is destined for a violent purge soon. Suddenly, a man bursts in. "Sorry, I am late." Beijing glares. "Director Kang. Explain yourself. I heard the slayer of the Mountain King was here." Kang pants, eyes wide with excitement. "Besides, today is the official start of the legendary unification tournament." "Isn't it?" Junwu observes silently. Wait. Kang is the real guildmaster from the game. "What's happening?" "I'm Director Kang." The man beams. "But you can just call me Kid." Junwu laughs it off. "I could never be so casual with a powerhouse like you." Watching the friendly banter, Bien abruptly cut in. "Enough introductions. Let's get down to business." Both Junwu and 𝐤𝐤𝐾 turned their gaze toward him. Bien remained perfectly composed. "Superhuman. We're inviting you to join as an official Hunter Guild member. I'll need time to consider." Junwu frowned. Official status sounded good, but he didn't trust the guild master. Byungjin pushed harder. "To be blunt, our guild is currently establishing a high-level hunting ground within the zone. Right now, our guild's standing is far from stable. They needed their own territory to hunt freely without government red tape and constant permissions. They needed an S-rank talent like Junwu to secure that new frontier." It sounded plausible until 𝐤𝐤𝐾 spoke up. "Master, that's not our real objective, is it? He doesn't just want a hunting ground. He wants a private army. An armed kingdom." Junwu was stunned. Isn't that a bit extreme for a single guild? The generals in those regions have massive influence because they command their own private forces. Exactly. It's impossible, 𝐤𝐤𝐾 noted. But Byung-jin coldly interjected, "It's possible." He stared Junu down. "Superhuman Kim. Lend me your power. One day, I'll hand this guild over to you." Junu's brow furrowed. The guildmaster's chair. This man's eyes were burning with dangerous ambition. 𝐁𝐞𝐄 chimed in with a smile. "Just forget all that and join us. I'll personally take care of you." Jin Yang snorted in disdain. "Director Kang, you really think you're capable of that?" 𝐁𝐞𝐄 scratched his head, stuttering. Junu glanced at her, then back at Byung-jin. The master was an unpredictable wild card. If 𝐁𝐞𝐄 fell, dealing with the master would be a nightmare. While Junu deliberated, 𝐁𝐞𝐄 pushed Jin Yang aside, a bright grin returning to his face. "Join us, Kim, and you'll get massive tax breaks. Plus, you can watch today's fusion competition." Junu made his choice. He had to protect 𝐁𝐞𝐄. "Sounds good. I'm in." Later, 𝐁𝐞𝐄 drove Junu out. The old man laughed. "Haha, I owe you big time. Kid, I was worried the master would snatch you up first. Honestly, his interest in you scares me." Listening to the endless chatter, Junu sighed. The game never mentioned. This NPC was such a talker. "Director Kang, why haven't you set up your own hunting ground?" Junu asked. 𝐁𝐞𝐄 didn't hesitate. Because of the internal factions, those aligned with the master cared only for politics, not hunting quests. Junu muttered to himself, piecing the puzzle together. "So the master is trying to recruit me to his side." 𝐁𝐞𝐄 nodded. "He's got it all wrong. A guild should focus on growth, not wasting time on meaningless political power plays." Lately, 𝐁𝐞𝐄's loyalists were being reassigned, weakening his position. Junu felt a pang of sympathy. He thought 𝐁𝐞𝐄 was just a simple, happy-go-lucky guy. But he was surprisingly deep. The car sped through the barren wasteland until they finally reached a heavily fortified camp. This was the guild's private, high-stakes hunting zone. Stepping inside, Junu scanned the area. There are so many hunters here. Suddenly, Jin Yang approached. "Hunter Kim, you're finally here. Weren't you traveling with Director Kang?" "Yeah." He had an emergency bathroom break. Before he could finish, Jin Yang cut him off coldly. "Getting too close to Director Kang is a bad move. Mark my words." Junu narrowed his eyes. "You think I'm picking sides?" She didn't blink. "You clearly know our internal rift." "I know enough," Junu replied. "Your goals are fundamentally different." Jin Yang spoke flatly. "He's obsessed with minor details. He can see the bigger picture." As she spoke, Junu observed her closely. He noticed it, the yellow eyes and the faint scar. Jin Yang was a member of Byung-jin's secret assassin unit. This guild was just a front, unaware of his revelation. She continued, "Even regarding the hunting grounds, is too soft. He obsesses over minor legalities." Junu smirked. "Actually, I think I like the guy. He never talks behind backs and stays honest." Those words made Jin Yang's expression darken instantly. She sneered. "Fine. Suit yourself. Just don't regret it later." She turned and vanished into the crowd. Now that the situation was clear, it was time to begin the real preparations. Junu ducked into the tent and smothered his face in sunscreen. The stench nearly made him gag. He had to endure it to trigger the hypersensitivity trait. After a long wait, the system finally pinged. Finally, all the necessary traits for the skill evolution had been gathered. By merging them, he unlocked an absolute hunting attribute, the sixth sense. Junu smiled in satisfaction. This trait wasn't just for hunting, it was perfect for spotting snakes. He stepped out, fully alert. He whispered to himself, "Time to see what kind of twisted thoughts these losers are hiding." Suddenly, his sixth sense flared. Two men ahead radiated killing intent. No, everyone around him did. Junu froze in shock. What is this? Is almost every single person here actually a demon? As he processed the horror, 𝐁𝐞𝐘 approached from the shadows, clutching 2 bottles of soju. With a simple smile, the veteran warrior found him. "Let's drink before the competition starts." "Kid." Behind him stood 2 subordinates, his inner circle. They quickly bowed, greeting the young hunter. "The director speaks highly of you." Junu shook his head. "Sorry. I'm not much of a drinker." He couldn't drink. From 𝐁𝐞𝐘's trusted man, he smelled the foul, metallic scent of a traitor. Junu watched them feast from the sidelines. They were laughing, oblivious to the spy in their midst. He had to warn the old man. But would 𝐁𝐞𝐘 believe a stranger over his own loyal men? One subordinate stepped closer. "Hunter Kim, mind looking after the director for a moment?" Junu nodded. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 was already wasted. Staggering over to lean on Junu's shoulder with a grin, "Warrior Kim, are you having fun?" Junu could only offer a tight, awkward smile in return. "Yeah. Real fun. Traders always spice things up." The subordinate returned, hauling a crate of drinks. He started pouring. "I'll take the whiskey. For the director, a special beer mix." "Right. I'll make it perfect for you." 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 cheered. Manager Choi's mixes are the absolute best. Manager Choi filled the glass and handed it over. "Bottoms up. Director. Let's finish it." 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 reached for it, ready to gulp it down. But Junu's hand shot out, stopping him cold. "Wait. You drink it first." The sudden demand caught Manager Choi completely off guard. Junu narrowed his eyes, his voice ice cold. "What's the matter? Is there a reason you can tea? The best time to catch a rat is during the act." Choi's killing intent was now suffocating. In this chaotic situation, poisoning was the perfect way to eliminate 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 quietly. Junu shoved the glass toward him, questioning him directly. "Did you put poison in here?" Choi flinched, his face turning pale. "What are you saying?" 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 looked on, totally confused. "Warrior Kim." Why the sudden drama? Junu didn't blink. "If it's clean, then prove it. Drink." As Choi froze in terror, Junu grabbed him, forcing the glass toward his trembling lips. Panic set in. Choi shoved him away, the glass shattering on the ground. His guilt was exposed. The sudden outburst left 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 stunned there in stunned, breathless silence. Manager Choi. "You bastard. You really tried to kill me." The traitor finally bared his fangs. "You betrayed us first. The chairman told me everything. You blocked my promotion to director." The air grew thick with hostility as the two men began to clash. Choi lunged with a kick, but Junu was faster. He seized Choi's arm, pinning him instantly. He pressed a blade to Choi's throat. "The betrayal is confirmed. What should I do with him?" "Wait, please. Have mercy," Choi whimpered. Junu looked at the furious 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. "Your call, uncle." Director Kang stared at the man he once trusted. Without a word, he drew his weapon. With one ruthless flash of steel, Choi's head was severed. Blood sprayed the ground like rain. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 wiped the blood from his face, his voice hollow. "Stupid fool. Your greed killed you, killing me for a promotion. How pathetic." The trio peels out, leaving the betrayal behind. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 is fuming. "That snake Byung-jin. Sending my men away just to corner me. Dirty move. Absolute scum." Suddenly, a truck pulls alongside. It's Jin Young, smirking coldly. "Heard you caught a big prize." 𝐁𝐞𝐧𝐠 tenses but keeps his cool. "Just a common catch. Nothing for you to worry about." Jin Young scoffs. "Cut the act. We know you've got Manager Choi." She levels her gun at 𝐁𝐞𝐧𝐠. The negotiation is over. Jun Xu reacts instantly. He swaps his tret, slams the gas, and rockets forward. It's an ambush. A dozen cars swerve into pursuit, bullets shredding the asphalt behind them. 𝐁𝐞𝐧𝐠 isn't backing down. He leans out the window, eyes blazing with rage. "You think you can take me out?" He tosses a grenade into the enemy line. Asterisk, asterisk, boom, asterisk, asterisk. Fire consumes the road, but Jin Yang's car emerges unscathed. "Yunsu, slow down. I can T-aim." Yunsu grins. "Want me to show you how a pro does it?" Before 𝐁𝐞𝐧𝐠 can blink, Junsu leans out. Leaflin hit. Locked and loaded. Asterisk, asterisk. System alert marksmanship trait activated. Asterisk, asterisk. Lightning crackles around the barrel, negating all recoil. 3 traits synchronized. He sees their movements in slow motion. Sixth sense. Locked on. Asterisk, asterisk, bang. Asterisk, asterisk. A single shot tears through the wind, shredding a lead tire with lethal precision. He doesn't stop. Car after car spirals out of control. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 man is left speechless. He's a god with that gun. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Hunter Kim. You're a total monster. But Jin Yang is relentless, her eyes fixed on them like a starving predator. Junsu swaps traits again. He drifts the car violently, scraping against her side in a panic. They break the chokehold. Junsu's driving is legendary, a masterclass in high-speed survival. He tears away, leaving a screaming Jin Yang in the dust. Kill them, get them now. 5 cars are still on their tail. Junsu executes a perfect J-turn, weaving through the chaos. Finally, breathing room. Junsu exhales. While his passengers try not to lose their lunch, they reach the perimeter of a hidden base. Sentries block the path, Weapons drawn. Rank 4. Hunter Kim. Returning from a raid. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 barks. The guard barely looks up, and the dogs behind you, Jin Yang's crew, slides to a halt right behind them. She jumps out, ordering her goons to lower their weapons for now. The sentry's eyes narrow. Any violence here is a direct challenge to the general. Understood. Jun Xu says. Suddenly, Byung-jin arrives, screaming. Stop them, they're murderers. The guard remains cold. We don't police the hunting grounds. Move along. The chairman knows the rules, doesn't he? Military territory is off limits to your squabbles. Byung-jin stammers. But the guard's hand moves to his blade. Are you challenging the Eastern Army? That shuts him up. His face turns a sickly, pale shade of white. He glares at 𝐁𝐞𝐄𝐧𝐠, running like a rat. Did you hire a professional racer to save you? 𝐁𝐞𝐄𝐧𝐠 laughs. That's all, Hunter Kim. Best hunter. Best driver. And a Gotia marksman. If I had a daughter, I'd marry her off to him in a heartbeat. Byung-jin's blood boils. I can believe a man like him would side with trash like you. Jun Xu steps in. Director Kang. Let's keep it civil. No need for blood today. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 smirks. Why so quiet? We were in the hero world now. Let them bark. Quiet. A voice like thunder shakes the ground. Everyone freezes in their tracks. Out steps Gu Hyun-woo. ***, rank 7 warrior. ***, general of the Eastern Army. Heads bow instantly. General. Forgive us. Just a small dispute. Jun Xu narrows his eyes. There he is. Hyun-woo's gaze is piercing. Hunter squabbles are none of my concern. Get out of my sight. Do you think the guild is some playground? General Hyun-woo's roar left 𝐁𝐶 and Byung-jin speechless. His voice turned cold, issuing a final warning. Suddenly, his sharp gaze locked onto Jun Xu. After a tense silence, the general made his move. Fine. This once, the Eastern Army takes over. Byung-jin's face paled. He couldn't believe his ears. General, this is Hunter Association business, he protested. But Hyun-woo barked back. This comes from the top. Terror gripped them both. The general calmly declared the next phase of his plan. Tomorrow at City Hall. An honorary duel. One representative from each side. Winner takes all. He stared directly at Jun Xu. The young hunter frowned. Why is he looking at me like that? The general's gaze lingered before shifting away. His next words chilled the air. The loser offers their head. Refuse. And I'll be the one to judge you personally. Rain lashed down at City Hall the next day. He looked at Jun Xu, his voice trembling. Kim, are you sure? Even if you volunteered, this is madness. Jun Xu didn't flinch. Don sweated. He cut the old man off. This honorary duel, it's just a test of my worth. He knew the truth. That rank 8 powerhouse was watching from the shadows of the building. The legendary general of the East. Hoen Guam himself. Jun Xu smirked. Watch closely. I'll show you what I'm capable of. The duel began. Byung-jin narrowed his eyes. A snake-like grin on his face. Such a pity. Hunter Kim, we could have been great allies if you joined us. Jun Xu let out a mocking laugh. He waved it off with contempt. I don't play house with degenerates like you. Byung-jin's face contorted with rage. Fine, then I'll just have to slaughter every last one of you. He unleashed a terrifying surge of mana that shook the ground. The crowd gasped in horror. A vampire. He's a shape-shifting demon. Jun Xu wasn't surprised. Vampires were supposed to be extinct. But he had already prepared for this exact monster. The night before, Jun Xu had sent 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 men on a specific mission. Manager Park returned with the loot. Looking skeptical. I scavenged the markets. But is this really enough for that leech? Jun Xu just shrugged. Relax. Park, you're always in such a rush. He activated his system, merging his traits. Trait evolved diamond body. The trinity was complete. Meanwhile, Byung-jin lunged forward like a rabid beast. Jun Xu didn't dodge. He raised his shield, meeting the impact head-on. A rank 4 blocked me, Byung-jin hissed. Jun Xu smiled coldly. I'm not the weakling you think I am. With a heavy swing, Jun Xu's blade forced the monster back. Byung-jin gritted his teeth. This strength. Is he hiding his true rank? This was the ultimate game-breaking combo, a synergy of S-tier traits, Giant's Might, Diamond Body, and Immortality. A God-tier setup for a low-rank hunter. Seizing the lead, Jun Xu rained down a flurry of strikes, forcing the vampire into a desperate defense. In a flash of steel, Byung-jin's claws were severed. He screamed. his eyes turning blood red. "You forced my hand." His body began to warp and distend in a gruesome display. Jagged fangs erupted from his gums. And new, razor-sharp claws tore through his skin. Monstrous appendages burst from his spine. The crowd watched in horror. A mutation awakening. The second form of the demon, a forbidden evolution fueled by pure malice. It's a suicide move that risks losing control, but it grants power to wipe out entire rank 5 teams. He had to end this now, before the mutation reached its final, unstoppable stage. The mutated Bung Jin blurred, striking with insane speed. Even Jun Xu's black fire was swiped away like nothing. Jun Xu's heart raced. He's tanking the black fire impossible. If he fully awakens, he'll hit rank 7. Before Jun Xu could react, he was pinned to the dirt, coughing up a mouthful of crimson. He cursed under his breath. What kind of monstrous power was this? Seizing the opening, Bung Jin lunged with murderous intent. "I regret this. Hunter Kim. To think I must execute a talent like you." A barrage of razor-sharp pincers screeched through the air, converging on Junu simultaneously. Asterisk, boom, times. The earth shattered, veiling the battlefield in a thick shroud of debris and dust. Bung Jin stood tall amidst the ruins. He savored his perceived victory, until a weary sigh echoed from the smoke, freezing the villain in his tracks. Junu rose from the wreckage, his gaze chilling and his voice dripping with icy resolve. "That almost killed me." In his grip gleamed the wrecker's iron fist. Bung Jin gasped. "What? How are you alive? That awakening should have incinerated you. Normally, yes. But my black flame trait suppressed the corruption of the transformation." Junu let out a low, dangerous chuckle. "You're finished? Now it's my turn to play." Since the enemy's evolution had been stalled, there was only one logical conclusion to this hunt. "I'll take your head before you fully transform." Yunu's Vong. Unleashing a blinding arc of devastating sword light, he smirked, whispering, "Farewell, monster." Bung Jin watched the approaching light in a state of pure, paralyzed terror. Before he could even scream, the brilliant blade sliced through him, splitting the villain clean in half. As the light faded, a massive crater remained where Bung Jin had evaporated. 𝐁𝐞𝐄's party rushed forward, erupting in cheers. "You actually took down a rank 5 vampire, I'm seeing it. But my brain can't even process this. You're legendary." Meanwhile, Bung Jin's remaining lackeys were spiraling into a state of absolute, frantic panic. Jin Young stood frozen in shock. She never imagined her invincible leader could be annihilated so effortlessly. Unfazed, Junu turned to 𝐁𝐞𝐄. "What's your move regarding the Hunter Guild? You should take over as chairman." Hunter Kim Junu shook his head firmly. "No. You understand this guild best. I trust you to lead it." Their conversation was interrupted as Hong Wan approached. "Hunter Kim, follow me. The general requests an audience." Junu smirked. Just as he suspected, General Jom had been monitoring the entire battle from the shadows. Moments later, inside the Imperial Palace, Junu bowed respectfully. "Hunter Kim Junu." Reporting as requested, he looked up at the figure seated on the throne. "So, this is the legendary General Jom of Hoang. He's supposedly over 100 years old, but he doesn't look a day over 40. Interesting. Your combat style is refreshing." Jom noted. "Tell me, boy, who was the master that trained you?" Even without releasing his mana, the general's presence was suffocating. Junu took a steadying breath. "I have no master." Jom's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Self-taught, the two disciples flanking him immediately scoffed in derision. "Typical rogue movements. Your swordsmanship is barely basic, and your footwork is incredibly clumsy and unrefined." Junu's eyes narrowed at the insult. Yom, however, ignored his subordinates and continued to observe the young hunter. "The more I look, the more intrigued I am. Would you consider becoming my personal disciple?" In the original game, choosing the warrior class would trigger this exact legendary hidden questline. Becoming Jom's apprentice meant gaining the General's divine martial arts and a massive power-up in stats. Yet, Junu bowed low in refusal. "I'm honored. Truly. But I intend to walk this path on my own." The room went dead silent. "You dare decline the General's grace?" the disciples shouted in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" Junu remained stoic. Accepting the offer would mean being shackled by endless guild restrictions. The easy road isn't always the correct one when you're aiming for the absolute peak of power. Jom stayed silent, but his disciples' constant bickering finally broke his patience. Silence, he roared, unleashing his aura. All of you, shut your mouths. Jom's killing intent exploded, making the very air feel like lead. The sheer pressure was overwhelming, feeling as though a mountain was collapsing directly onto Junwoo's body. But Junwoo didn't buckle. He stood firm, relying on his unique traits to weather the storm of power. Seeing Junwoo still standing in his killing intent, Jom retracted his aura. You survived that. Impressive. You clearly have potential. So why reject me? Junwoo felt like he was facing a beast larger than a mountain. Taking a deep breath, Junwoo spoke with unwavering conviction. I will reach Tier 9 and claim the Constellation rank, a position only 4 legends in history have ever reached. Jom's expression shifted from surprise to genuine intrigue. To reach Tier 9, Jom said slowly, you'll need more than talent. You'll need advanced swordsmanship and hellish training. Enlightenment is your only path forward. Without it, Tier 7 will remain a distant dream. Despite the warning, Junwoo's resolve remained unshakable. Right or wrong, I'll carve my own destiny. I walk the path I choose. That was the answer Jom wanted. He let out a booming laugh, respecting that unyielding, the indomitable hunter spirit. Without another word, he snatched a blade from his side and hurled it straight at the main character. The room gasped in terror, but Junwoo's eyes ignited like twin stars as he tracked the weapon's flight. It was an SSR-tier Black Tiger sword. Before Junwoo could even process the legendary drop, Jom beckoned him for more. Following the command, Junwoo stepped forward and respectfully accepted the next hidden treasure from the general's hand. This is the Hua Wang secret art, Jom explained, noting how Jun Xu's style already pulsed with raw, overwhelming power. The Hua Wang style was a lethal fusion of crushing strength and blinding speed, the perfect evolution for Junwoo's stats. Stunned by the sudden windfall, Junwoo finally found his voice. General, this is too much. Why give me all this? I'm investing in your soul and your limitless potential. Jom replied with a smirk, dismissing the boy's hesitation. If you hit Tier 8 or even Tier 9 within 10 years, the entire Eastern Army will be yours to command. The declaration hit the room like a physical shockwave, leaving everyone, including the main character, utterly speechless. This is madness. General, he's a foreigner, the advisors hissed, but Jom's gaze remained cold and absolute. Listen, well, he roared. Anyone here who reaches Tier 8 can claim my throne. Those are the rules. Silence fell over the dissenters. Jom turned back to Junwoo, setting the ultimate system quest timer 10 years. Roam free for now. But if you aren't Tier 8 by the deadline, I'm taking that Black Tiger sword back. Junwoo's grip tightened on the hilt. Feeling the heavy weight of the legendary weapon and the general's expectation, he knelt with solemn grace. 10 years, I'll show you the results in 5. Consider it a promise. He didn't care about the army, but a player never turns down a high-tier buff or a powerful ally. By the next morning, Junwoo was back at the guild headquarters. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. So, how does it feel? Lord Black Tiger. But seriously, why reject the chance to be his direct disciple? Jun Xu just shrugged casually at the question. I prefer my freedom. To collect all 3 divine swords, I can be shackled to any single guild or nation. With Soren's link established, he just had to wait for her Martian warrior awakening to trigger the next phase. Yet, Janet and Kali were still missing pieces of the puzzle. He let out a long, weary sigh. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 laughed, oblivious to Junwoo's grand strategy. You really are a wild card. Different from any hunter I've met. Truth is, without you, our association would be a smoking ruin. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠's expression suddenly turned dead serious. Since you won, take the chairman's seat. At least accept the position of honorary director. Please. Junwoo blinked in surprise. Honorary director 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 nodded fervently, eyes pleading for a positive answer. Just show up for quarterly meetings. You keep all the high-ranking perks and the salary no strings attached. A dream job with passive income. Junwoo hesitated, and 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 immediately doubled down on the rewards. And that's not all. We've prepared a special item specifically for your sharpshooter build. Junwoo's interest spiked. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 snapped open a briefcase, revealing 2 sleek, long-barreled Dasan firearms. Junwoo leaned in, his eyes scanning the intricate craftsmanship of the legendary weapons before him. Lore told of the mad scientist Dasan who forged these. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 handed them over with a proud smile. They re yours. But why stop at 2? There's a rumor about a complete set of 5. Collecting all 5 unlocks Dasan's magic book. Right. Junwoo knew exactly what that meant for his skill tree. That artifact was a god-tier item for the ultimate sharpshooter trait, He'd hunt them down eventually. 𝐤𝐞𝐄𝐃 gave a sharp wink. Then, it's a deal. Welcome to the board. Director. With the perks secured, Junwoo nodded. Fair enough. I'll leave the paperwork to you. President Chang, leaving the office behind. Junwoo returned to his private training sanctuary to test his new limits. He descended into the basement. And within hours, he'd already mastered the 4th stage of Hua Guang swordsmanship. He lost himself in the rhythm of the blade, the air shimmering as swordlight danced in the darkness. The secret was mana synchronization. When the flow is perfect, the sword chi and the soul become one. Junwoo exhaled. Focusing his intent, he drew, and a colossal wave of sword chi tore through the air. A massive explosion ripped through the air, drenching the sky in flames. As the smoke dissipated, a jagged crack scarred the thick wall. Jun Xu muttered in awe. This power is insane. But I'll need more training to truly master it. Thanks to the Black Lake sword, he could now channel a massive amount of deadly aura. Junwoo smirked with satisfaction. The system window flashed, Quick Draw and Lone Moon traits unlocked. He cheered in triumph. Acquiring 2 powerful attributes made all that brutal training finally feel worth it. He was inches away from the Tiger Master evolution. 2 more traits and the final goal was his. But in this world, a peaceful life is just a beautiful lie. Chaos erupted below, interrupting his rest. Are you kidding me? He groaned. I just sat down. A black car screeched to a halt. A bloodied man stumbled out, Iron Fist, now missing an entire arm, battered and broken. He wailed. Hunter Kim, please, save my brother. You have to help him. Seeing Iron Fist in such a wretched state sent a shockwave through Jun Xu. He rushed down, his voice laced with concern. What the hell happened to you? On the rooftop, the truth came out. So, your own subordinates betrayed you to start their own syndicate. Iron Fist nodded grimly. They were running a human trafficking ring behind my back the whole time. They've been harboring a grudge ever since I disciplined the team leaders. He added through gritted teeth. Junwoo narrowed his eyes. I doubt that's the only reason. He activated his perception traits to scan the area. He remembered this from the game. Iron Fist was always destined for betrayal by those he trusted. The traffickers were supposed to be dealt with, but heavily armed guards were already surrounding the perimeter. This wasn't an ambush for Iron Fist. The real target was Junwoo himself. The Mad Bomber and the Demolition Expert, the Hunter brothers, were likely the ones pulling the strings. Jun Xu made his move. I'll take the front gate. You go find your brother while they re-distracted. The front gate, Iron Fist gasped. That's suicide. It's a complete death trap. Jun Xu flashed a confident grin. Have faith. I'm level 4 now. He drew his weapon with lethal intent. Without a hint of fear, Junwoo walked straight into the enemy stronghold. Radiating pure, calm authority, the ambushers sprang into action. Their leader laughed coldly. Is this brat actually coming straight for us? Junwoo glared at the man. So it was you, the degenerate who stabbed Iron Fist in the back. It wasn't betrayal. The man spat. Iron Fist was the one standing against the guild's true will. Junwoo's voice turned icy. So, human trafficking is a line you never should have crossed. He leveled his gun at the villain, who just laughed, mocking his simple choice of weaponry. That's high-grade body armor. You moron. Go ahead. Pull the trigger. I double dare you. Junwoo's lips curled into a smile. Bang! The bullet punched through the armor and buried itself in flesh. The villain collapsed, gasping in disbelief. How? How can one bullet pierce my tactical defense? Junwoo stood tall. He held the Dasan, a legendary firearm designed to shatter every known defensive skill. His arrogance infuriated the traitor. Don, just stand there, kill him, fire at will. A hail of lead rained down. But Junwoo moved like a ghost, reloading as he dodged with effortless grace. The Dasan gun was his first elite reward from the Hunter Association, and it was devastating. With sheer destructive power, Junwoo began systematically eliminating every threat in his path. He stacked his gunner traits, turning every shot into a guaranteed kill. He wasn't just fighting, he was hunting. Clearing the room was child's play. Then, his splash damage trait finally activated, amplifying his lethality. The final piece of his ultimate gunner build clicked into place. He had become a god of war. Time to sweep the trash, he whispered. Before unleashing a masterclass in sharpshooting on the survivors, he opened fire with a wild, relentless intensity that left no room for escape. Even with armored plating, the enemy stood no chance. They fell one by one like dominoes. Soon, only a single survivor remained, staring at Junwoo as if he were a monster from the abyss. Junwoo exhaled coldly. Looking at your face? You were not the mastermind behind this mess. Are you? Where are they? Before the traitor could answer, the phone on the floor suddenly shrieked. Jun answered. A mocking voice crackled through. Warrior Kim. I've sent a little gift your way. Jun frowned in confusion. A gift. Suddenly, something lethal tore through the air toward him. Asterisk boom times. The front erupted. Smoke choked the air as the entire basement groaned and collapsed. Using his traits, Junu narrowly escaped. Behind him, the entire building began to crumble. Junu hissed through gritted teeth. Those bastards. Using a whole building as a death trap. Time for a lesson. He activated his sixth sense to track their mana signatures. Target locked, without a second delay. Jun sprinted toward the adjacent skyscraper. Hide all you want. He sneered. My traits will find you anywhere. Suddenly, another projectile launched. Jun Xu dove aside, just as the missile slammed into the building behind him and exploded, surveying the wreckage. Junu's expression darkened. So, this is how you want to play. Fine, I am ending this cycle today. He materialized his sniper rifle. Instantly switching to his marksman trait, he took aim with cold precision. A dark, confident smirk playing on his lips. With these traits, it is just like an FPS game. Within seconds, he located the two rats. Junu's finger tightened on the trigger. Asterisk crack times. The bullet shredded the wind, piercing the first target's skull. As his comrade slumped over, the remaining assassin spiraled into a sheer, suffocating panic. He scrambled to grab the body. I hid between the buildings. How Jun Xu stayed locked on. Go ahead. Try to hide. He whispered. These walls are nothing to my current caliber. His ammunition was specialized, phase-shifting rounds, designed to penetrate any obstacle and strike hidden targets. Asterisk bang times Junu fired again. The bullet roared through the concrete, obliterating the second target instantly. Their souls were shattered. Jun Xu knew the job was done. The others would finish the rest. With the threats neutralized, Iron Fist finally arrived on the scene. As he stood amidst the debris, a shout echoed. Boss Iron Fist turned to see his squad. Seeing a young boy on his subordinate's back, he beamed. You're all still breathing, thank God. We staked our lives to keep your brother safe. Sir? The soldier reported proudly. Iron Fist nodded, overwhelmed with relief. You kids have no idea how much I worried. After a moment, his eyes sharpened. Where are the rest of our members? The prisoners are secure. What's the next move? Boss Iron Fist narrowed his eyes. First, we sweep this mess. Then, I'm personally dealing with the vermin who backstabbed us. Iron Fist approached the survivors. His aura turned murderous, making the traitors tremble in terror. Elsewhere, Jun Xu waited at the extraction point, wondering why Iron Fist was taking so long. What's the holdup? Him Iron Fist, he's usually faster than this. He muttered. Suddenly, a voice boomed behind him. Warrior Kim Jun jumped. Spinning around in surprise, to his shock, the man dropped to his knees. What's wrong? Jun asked. After a tense silence, Iron Fist's voice shook. Please, Warrior Kim. Teach me to be strong. This crisis proved one thing to protect his family. He needed a power beyond his own. If you guide me, Junu, I will become your loyal servant forever. Iron Fist declared. Jun Xu stood frozen for a moment, then let out a sharp, exasperated sigh. If you're grateful, just give me a massive reward. I don't need a lifelong debt. Yet, he couldn't deny it. Iron Fist had the potential to become a legendary warrior. Seeing Junu hesitate, Iron Fist pressed on. I'll even sign a magic contract with you. A contract for absolute obedience. Jun Xu squinted at him. Are you really serious? Iron Fist nodded without hesitation. Jun Xu's lips curled. Fine. Prepare to face death tomorrow. Iron Fist slammed his head down in a deep bow. I obey your commands absolutely. As the first light of dawn touched the ruins, a new, formidable alliance was born. Junu and Iron Fist approached the hidden facility. Is this the body mod lab we reclaimed? Iron Fist muttered. Junu nodded coldly. Exactly. The traitors who stabbed you in the back used this place for human trafficking. Here, Iron Fist cried out in horror. Those bastards said they were only using this place for storage. Wait. Don't tell me you brought me here to experiment on my body too. Junu remained calm. Precisely. This lab is perfect for a power-up for hunters with upgradable traits. Today, you'll undergo biomodification and prosthetic grafting simultaneously. Iron Fist shuddered. Both, at once. Isn't that suicide? I've seen countless degenerates lose control of their mana and die during this process. Jun waved it off with a smirk. Relax. You'll survive as long as the compatibility is high. They descended deeper into the facility, stopping at a heavy blast door in the basement. Jun ordered Iron Fist into the system interface capsule while he took over the control terminal. Materials were scarce, but enough to forge a Tier 3 warrior. The logic was simple, but required mastery. Jun glanced at Iron Fist through the glass. This is going to hurt. You ready for this awakening? Iron Fist nodded. Do it. Jun didn't hesitate, his fingers flying across the system window keys. As he clicked the final prompt, a violent surge of mana began to swirl around the experimental tank. Iron Fist braced himself as the surgical saws moved in. Steel met flesh, and the agony began. A guttural roar echoed. Jun's plan was clear: mechanical arms for melee, integrated machine guns for mid-range. To achieve perfection, he needed to balance the raw stats for this unique class. Instead of raw power, Jun focused on the dexterity trait, the path that would transform Iron Fist into a devil. Finally, Jun integrated a mana heart. Suddenly, the entire system window glowed with a blinding light. Biofluids pumped into the tank, injecting the serum directly into Iron Fist's mutating veins. His entire skeletal structure began to shift. Jun watched the progress bars, a satisfied smirk crossing his face. The evolution is a total success. The capsule hissed open, revealing razor-sharp claws and a jagged maw. Iron Fist had transcended humanity, awakening as a savage mutant werewolf. How does it feel? Kim Iron Fist Jun asked. Do you like your new personal power-up? The werewolf serum and mana infusion had triggered a rare skill evolution. This was the birth of a monster. With this trait, you'll have no trouble hunting down your enemies and reaching your goals. Lord Jun, I owe you my life. Iron Fist growled. What are our next orders? Jun pondered. Start expanding our guild's influence throughout Sector 1. We need total control. He needed a ruthless crew to maintain order and keep eyes on the other rival villain gangs. Suddenly, subordinates rushed into the room. Iron Fist turned his terrifying gaze toward them. You guys, they froze, staring at the beast before them. Is that you? Boss 1 stammered. Big brother. What the hell happened to you? You're a monster. Iron Fist dismissed them. Just a little body modification. Forget that, report your findings now. We found the trafficking route 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 used. They reported, but a young mage is guarding it with lasers. Iron Fist narrowed his glowing eyes. A young mage, using high-tier laser magic. Jun stood up, his face grim. That mage might be the hidden piece we've been looking for. They arrived at a nearby skyscraper, half ruined by devastating mana blasts that tore through the walls. Inside a reinforced cage sat a frail, shivering figure. The surrounding area was a total war zone. Did one kid do all this? Iron Fist gasped. We need to act before the whole tower collapses. There was no doubt left. The sheer destructive power confirmed her legendary identity. Trapped in that cage was Janet, one of the 3 most broken, top-tier warriors from the game. While others relied on gear, Janet possessed innate energy, the secret trait of an unstoppable boss monster. But she was redlining. Her mana was depleting fast, and her very life force was fading away. She was venting her power instinctively, lashing out at everything just to survive the nightmare. As Jun stepped forward, deadly bolts of mana suddenly locked onto him and Iron Fist, dodging the flares. Iron Fist snarled in frustration. Damn it, we can't even get near her. But Jun charged forward, ignoring the mana beams. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly rocked the room. Inside the cage, Janet finally stopped. Within seconds, Jun had already reached the iron bars. He crushed the metal with his bare hands. Despite the searing pain, he didn't let go. Suddenly, Janet lashed out from within. A massive explosion erupted, burying the cage in thick smoke. Outside, Iron Fist panicked. Before he could act, a potion bottle was hurled from the debris. Jun emerged from the haze, cradling Janet's fragile, unconscious body in his protective arms. He exhaled, barely avoiding being scorched. As Iron Fist approached, Jun signaled him to be silent. I used a sedative to calm her. We must leave before the effect wears off. Iron Fist replied quickly. I'll have my guild members rush her to the hospital immediately. Jun shook his head. No. She's coming with me. I'll take full responsibility for her treatment. Later, at Jun's home, Soren arrived at the basement, Master, your star pupil is finally here. You reached level 3 already, Soren grinned. I knew you'd notice my rapid growth. Master, so? What are we learning today? Junu hesitated. It's complicated. My second disciple candidate is unstable. He glanced toward Janet, who was currently resting on a chair with her eyes closed. Soren rushed over to check her. Good heavens, what on earth happened to this poor girl? She can control her power yet. Junu explained, I'll awaken her true strength and train her. He asked if Soren could look after her. Without hesitation, Soren agreed to help. If it's for you, Senior, I'll do anything. And so, she moved into Junu's house. Days later, Junu and Soren were still suppressing Janet's mana leaks. Her power auto-defended relentlessly. Master, how much longer must we counter these attacks? Soren asked. Exhausted after a full week, Junu was also at his limit. Their mana reserves were nearly dry as the struggle continued. Her mana is finally depleting. Junu said, she'll regain consciousness any moment now. Hold on. They pushed through for a bit longer until the mana vanished. Their hard work finally paid off. Janet slowly opened her eyes, looking around the room in a daze. Where am I? Soren rushed to her side with a bright smile. You are awake. I was so worried about you. Are you hurt? Janet shook her head. I don't think so. But why am I here? Soren pointed at Junu. That man over there saved you and treated your critical injuries. Janet stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life. My name is Janet. Glad you okay. Junu said. But how did you end up locked in that place? Janet's voice trembled. My parents died escaping the Iliang magic tower. I was captured after that. Junu wasn't surprised. Her tragic backstory was identical to the secret lore in the game. Junu approached her sincerely. Janet, if you have nowhere to go, you are welcome here. I want to take you as my disciple. You can avenge your parents' deaths. Janet froze. I'll teach you to become a superhuman. Janet bit her lip. But I have nothing to pay. It's fine. Junu laughed. You can repay me once you've become strong enough to survive. Janet hesitated, her eyes tearing up, before turning determined. Yes, please make me a superhuman. Junu nodded firmly. Good. I am expecting great things from you. My new apprentice. He was thrilled. Janet was a rare talent. He did teach her the game's ultimate sword techniques. As Junu was lost in thought, a stray mana bolt suddenly whistled past his ear. It struck the wall behind him, exploding instantly. I am sorry, Janet cried. I didn't mean to. Soren quickly comforted her. It's okay. No one was hurt. It was just an accident. Junu sighed helplessly. Janet, let's focus on controlling your mana output first. Shall we begin? Junu began explaining her unique trait. Your power is called innate energy. It's extremely rare. Do you understand what that energy represents? Janet shook her head. While Soren guessed, Sword Chi, Junu explained the mechanics. This trait was a mirror image of the Heavenly Slayer star. He warned Janet to temper her physical vessel first. A narrow pipe simply cannot handle a flood of mana. Do you really think I can actually transcend my limits? Janet whispered, her voice trembling. Easily. Junu smirked. I'll grant you one of my traits. It's time to test the system transfer. This was the same system interface he'd eventually use to synchronize swordsmanship between Soren and Janet. The diamond body trait was activated, designed to forge a mind and body of absolute steel. For a girl broken by trauma, this was the ultimate power-up. Janet's eyes ignited with sudden excitement. Master, what's our first quest? Junu let out a booming laugh. First, you eat. Training will be pure hell. So fuel up. They proceeded to feast like starving hunters. 2 weeks later, deep within Junu's private training dungeon, the air crackled with intense combat energy. Janet was transformed, her frail past replaced by raw vitality. Beside her, Soren was evolving just as fast, watching from the sidelines. Junu couldn't hide his satisfaction at their explosive growth. Reaching this level in 14 days, they were literal geniuses. Soren had even unlocked a hidden sword trait. Break time's over. Janet's vessel was ready. Now, they would master the art of precise mana manipulation. Junu drew his blade, a sharp, challenging grin crossing his face as he faced his student. I'm not holding back. Show me you can block a real hunter. He lunged like a lightning strike. Janet raised her shield in a desperate guard. Junu's relentless assault forced her into a high-stakes defensive struggle. He could feel it now, the hidden stats within her finally beginning to awaken. Her movements grew fluid, synchronized with her talent and focus. Junu swung again, pushing her to evolve. A massive shockwave blasted her back. Jun smiled. The calibration of her mana flow was finally perfect. She had achieved total control. Soren rushed over, hugging her tightly. You did it. Janet, you awakened. Congratulations on your awakening. Junu's plan was progressing even faster than the original game's timeline. Thank you, Master, she beamed. An SSR-tier character truly was a different breed of monster, awakening directly into level 3. Compared to average hunters, her potential was absolutely shattering the scales. I won't let a junior outshine me, Soren declared heroically. I am heading straight to the dungeons to hunt. Wait for me, Janet chased after her. Junu watched his disciples, satisfied with their accelerating power-ups. They were growing fast. Soon, they'd mastered the 3 ultimate sword styles. Junu checked his own quest log. Time to handle some personal business before their solo missions officially begin. He muttered. Days later, Junu touched down in a rugged territory surrounded by jagged, soul-chilling mountain peaks. He had arrived at 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠, the fortress city famous for the legendary Great Holy War. Beneath these spires lay a massive transdimensional labyrinth, a death trap where forgotten gods, souls still roamed, guarded by the world's elite guardian alliance. This city was humanity's most fortified bastion. He was here for the 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 cultivation technique. He headed straight to a shady pub named Diana's. A mysterious woman greeted him with a sharp gaze. A new face. What brings a kid like you here? Do you trade intel along with those drinks? Junu asked, his voice cold and professional. The woman narrowed her eyes. Information depends. Who exactly are you looking for? Sigmund Sigurdsson. I've got the gold if you've got the location. The woman froze in visible shock. That's complicated, she whispered. His wife is currently fighting a terminal illness. He's not seeing anyone. Junu recalled the game's lore. Sigmund's tragic backstory always ended with his wife's untimely death. Mom, take me to her. I might have the one thing that can save her life. On the city's edge, the owner of Diana's led him to a secluded home. He's inside, she warned. Sigmund is in a very dark place right now. Junu nodded, prepared for a high-tension encounter. She pushed the door open cautiously. Master Sigmund, someone is here claiming they can help your wife. Inside, 2 high-tier priests were already stationed by the bed, desperately casting high-level recovery magic. The woman sighed with relief. Perhaps with the church's top healers present, a miracle was finally possible. Perhaps a tactical retreat is in order. But before the words could land, a firm grip locked onto the priest's wrist. It was Jun Xu. The startled priest yelped in pain. What's the meaning of this? Unhand me this instant. Do you realize who you're interrupting? These are high-ranking priests from the prestigious 𝐁𝐞 and 𝐔𝐍𝐿 guilds. While their healing stats were top tier, Jun Xu countered coldly. Your magic is useless now. That holy light is only accelerating her degeneration. This blatant insult ignited the 𝐁𝐞 priest's fury, causing him to bark back in indignation. Who do you think you are? How could a nameless hunter like you know anything about divine arts? Before Jun Xu could respond, Sigmund, who had been watching with gritted teeth, roared. Get out. What does an unranked superhuman know about our crisis? Diana, the local tavern owner, rushed forward to intervene. Sigmund. Stop. He says he knows the secret to purging 𝐁𝐻's curse. But every passing second was a desperate gamble between life and death for 𝐁𝐿. Suddenly, her body was hoisted into the air by an unseen force. Sigmund lunged forward. 𝐁𝐻, no, I'll start the awakening level healing immediately. Jun Xu reached out to halt him. But he was too late. The priest flooded her system with a devastating surge of holy light. Instead of healing, her body was jerked higher into the air. Sigmund's expression twisted into pure, unadulterated horror. A sinister black aura instantly enveloped 𝐁𝐿's frame. Sigmund turned on the trembling priest, his voice laced with desperate rage. Why is she changing? Keep healing her. The priest shook his head. It's too late. The holy light can no longer suppress this demonic corruption. Just as Sigmund fell into total despair, Jun Xu's calm voice cut through the room. She can still be saved. This is an archdemon possession caused by a 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 spirit. Isn't it? Sigmund's eyes went wide. How? How could you possibly know that? Do you actually have a way to purge it? With a sharp nod, Jun Xu replied, I told you the truth from the start. Hearing this, the legendary Sigmund dropped to his knees. I beg you. He choked out. Save my wife. And I, Sigmund, swear on my honor to grant you anything you desire. A wise choice. A thin smile touched Jun Xu's lips. Make sure you don't forget that oath. Instantly, He accessed his system interface, swapped his active traits, and channeled refined mana into 𝐁𝐿 crumbling core, Stigma, a lethal labyrinth debuff created by high-tier demons. It's a soul-shattering curse. Known as the worst status effect in the game, the demonic parasite was rapidly draining her life force, but under Jun Xu's expert control, her vitals finally began to stabilize. Sigmund gasped in relief. The seizing stopped. Jun Xu nodded. I've used my mana to force her into a deep, restorative sleep. Just then, the two priests returned with the ritual components. Hunter, we've brought the items you demanded. Jun Xu's eyes sharpened. Good. Let the purification begin. He immediately began sketching a complex array around the bed. While the others watched in awe, Jun Xu began synthesizing a rare, high-tier mana-stabilizing potion. Are candles really enough to cure this? The priests asked. Jun Xu replied, this isn't just healing, it's an all-out war for her soul. Even in the original game mechanics, this specific demonic debuff was a nightmare that few players could ever clear. Traditional healing only feeds the parasite, strengthening it by siphoning the target SHP. You were essentially fattening the monster. To overcome the possession, we must first uproot the demonic seed embedded deep within her mana circuits. Suddenly, black smoke erupted once more, hoisting 𝐁𝐿's body into the air like a puppet on strings. Within seconds, two terrifying demonic horns sprouted from her forehead. Her physical form began to warp into something monstrous. Sigmund recoiled in terror. She's turning into a demon. Did the ritual fail? Jun Xu remained unfazed. No. The process is perfect. To kill a demon, you must first force it to reveal its true form. Without a second of hesitation, he slammed a blessed relic directly into 𝐁𝐿's abdomen. A blinding, celestial radiance exploded from her body. Jun Xu roared, "Begone! You filthy parasite! Return to the abyss!" With a final shriek, a black shadow was torn from her body, and she collapsed back onto the bed. Finally at peace, Sigmund rushed to her side as 𝐁𝐿 opened her eyes. Seeing his tears, she whispered, "Who died? Why are you crying?" "My love, Sigmund sobbed. You've been a prisoner of darkness for 6 months. You were almost lost to us forever. It was all thanks to him," he said, pointing toward the mysterious hunter standing in the shadows. Jun Xu ignored the praise, glancing at the stunned priests. The core is purged. Now, finish the post-awakening recovery process. He turned and vanished from the room, leaving the priests to their work. Moments later, in the drawing room, Sigmund looked at Jun Xu with profound respect. "I am forever in your debt. But why travel all the way from Korea for us?" Jun Xu leaned back, his eyes unreadable. "I came specifically to find you." "Sigmund." The guildmaster froze in shock. Junu smirked. "You promised me everything, didn't you? Then pass down the legendary 𝐔𝐍𝑋𝐈 cultivation technique." The ancestor of the Sigmund line was none other than 𝐔𝐍𝑋𝐈, the greatest hero of Norse mythology. The 𝐔𝐍𝑋𝐈 art is a prestigious family inheritance, a high-level cultivation method that transcends all standard mana arts. As Smund channeled the power, Jun Xu felt his cells ignite. His mana began evolving into a harder, more violent force. A massive surge of raw magical energy suddenly encased Jun Xu's heart, pulsing with newfound strength. Entering a deep meditative state, he finally mastered the technique and unlocked the rare 𝐁𝐞𝐢 attribute. His max mana capacity skyrocketed by 30%. Now, even high-tier sword skills were within his grasp. Just then, two priests rushed in. "Lord Sigmund, the purification for Lady 𝐁𝐿 is finally complete." Sigmund stood up, overcome with joy. "Is it true?" Without another word, he dashed toward her room. The priests turned to Junu, asking hesitantly, "Hunter Kim, your exorcism skills are incredible. Can you cure other possessions?" Junu gave a subtle nod. "I know a few tricks." The priests' faces lit up with pure excitement. "Please, teach us. We'll pay you well. And you earn massive favor with the Holy Church." Junu agreed instantly. Of course, the Guardian Alliance risks their lives against giant dungeons for all humanity. He claimed he couldn't possibly take their money, offering to teach the holy arts entirely for free. Moved by his words, the priests began praising him as a living saint, their hearts filled with gratitude. Little did they know his true scheme. Would these powerful factions really accept such a gift without repayment? Never. This was his path to unlocking a hidden quest. Days later, A massive festival erupted in 𝐁𝐿. Everyone toasted to the victory. Sigmund and his wife flanked Junwoo, relentlessly pushing drinks while downing their own. Junwoo was speechless. Just how much could these people drink before passing out? He was reaching his limit. A week ago, Junwoo had been giving lectures to the entire city. He'd spread the cure to the church and alliance, saving countless warriors from the brink of demonic corruption. He even revealed the secret materials needed to stabilize their mana and survive the awakening process. He had rewritten the fate of 𝐁𝐿, making this celebration well-deserved. But the exhausted hero needed rest. Slipping away from the chaos, Junwoo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully escaped the party. That family certainly knows how to rage. Suddenly, the director of the Guardian Alliance appeared to greet him. He laughed warmly. I was worried I did miss you. I rushed here the moment I fully recovered. Do you have a moment to talk? Junwoo shook his head. I am exhausted. Let's catch up later. The director sighed in disappointment. That's too bad. Our chairman was truly hoping to meet you. The moment he heard chairman, Junwoo froze in his tracks. His eyes narrowing, the director kept rambling. If you're too busy, I'll just explain it to him and we can reschedule. Junwoo's fatigue vanished instantly. He flashed a grin. Actually, I am wide awake. Lead the way immediately. This chairman was the Heavenly Demon's youngest disciple. Moments later, Junwoo arrived at a luxurious estate. He bowed respectfully to the man seated before him. It is an honor. I am Hunter Kim. The man replied with professional courtesy. A pleasure to meet you. 𝐁𝐿. Junwoo praised his dedication to the maze and the alliance. Tranvi smiled humbly. Please, take a seat. Tranvi leaned forward. I heard you shared the secret seal-breaking techniques here in 𝐁𝐿 City. Your reputation as a rising star is quite impressive, exactly as the rumors described. Junwoo was surprised. You know of me, Tranvi chuckled. Nothing escapes the eyes of the Guardian Alliance. You are Korea's greatest rising star. Tell me, have you ever considered becoming my personal disciple? The room went silent as the powerful chairman waited for Junwoo's life-changing answer. Junwoo's eyes widened in shock. What are you being serious right now? Your instincts remind me of my master, as if you see the future. Tranvi said. Junwoo frowned. The Heavenly Demon. Tranvi nodded slowly. Indeed. The man who was once number one under the heavens. His skills reached the divine realm. Though he's been in secluded cultivation for decades, his power remains legendary. The Heavenly Lord, Ghost Lord, and Blood King, all his disciples are SSR rank. Level 8 monsters. The Heavenly Demon holds O rank status. A peerless existence, forged by his absolute, all-encompassing combat technique and mana control, mastering the world's peak martial arts. Chairman Wei slowly breaks the heavy silence. Regrettably, my primary technique was passed to my senior brother. Yet don't underestimate me. My blood fist remains a top-tier power. No hunter seeking strength would ever regret learning it. Jun Xu's eyes ignite. Incredible. The blood fist is a rank 1 martial art. This is a legendary hidden quest opportunity. However, Jun Xu hesitates, replying, I'm honored by the offer, Chairman, but I cannot follow you. Wei freezes in confusion. Why am I not worthy enough to be your master? Jun shakes his head, revealing his blade. I've already awakened my path under another master's guidance. Wei observes the sword and nods. I say, so you've met the legendary Master Goom. I can betray his teachings. He's a living historical icon. 𝐁𝐿. Flicking his tongue in realization. Just when I find a genius disciple, that old man beats me to it. I have no choice. Wei places a medal on the table. A small token of my appreciation for your potential. Jun Xu gasps. Is this the legendary Heavenly Demon medal? Wait. You re-gifting me this rare item? Wei replies. Only my inner circle uses this. Treasure it. Thank you deeply, Chairman. Jun Xu says, feeling the weight of the gift. The message is clear if Junwoo ever changes his mind. Wei's guild doors are wide open. Jun Xu is ecstatic. Being scouted by 2 world-class rankers is the ultimate power trip. He trembles with excitement. Wei asks, why are you shaking? Jun Xu quickly stands up, bowing deeply. He says, I'm just overwhelmed by your generosity. I'll cherish this. Stay safe. 𝐁𝐿. Very well. I hope our next meeting is as master and disciple. His heart racing. Jun Xu prepares to claim his high-tier quest rewards. The next day, at a corporate skyscraper, 2 priests arrive, bearing a massive reward chest. Jun Xu plays it cool. acting humble, while the priests shower him with endless praise. After the formalities, Jun Xu finally cracks open the treasure chest. Inside lies a massive hammer, a specialized drop from the prestigious Thor Guild. The Gaia Order presents an SSR-tier invisible shield, a magical item that adapts to mana flow, clinging to his new gear. Jun Xu is thrilled. The priests ask, "Is it to your liking?" Jun Xu looks up, smiling. "Are you truly granting me such high-tier artifacts for free?" He expected more. And luckily, the priests weren't finished with the loot drop yet. Another chest opens, revealing Yas nectar, 7 diamonds, and rare angel's tears. Then, a strange pulse. A demon's heart. Jun asks. The priest confirms with a nod. Refine it with the nectar for a massive stat boost. Jun Xu remains silent, calculating his next move. Pushing his luck, he asks, "Do you happen to have a fire dragon's heart?" The Gaia priest is puzzled. Isn't that a specialized item for high-rank fire mages? Jun Xu summons his black fire, smirking. Exactly. And I have the perfect trait for it. To win his bet against the tower, he needs the Hellfire evolution from that specific heart. Seeing the black fire, the Thor priest understands. "I say, we shall grant your request." He produces the fire dragon's heart, the final piece of Junu's rapid power-up. Much appreciated. Junu beams. The Thor priest announces, "You are now an honorary holy knight." The Gaia priest nods in agreement, cementing Jun Xu's new status. Jun Xu doesn't complain. Scaling his power level is the priority. Regardless of the titles, "I accept." He smiles. "It's an honor to serve as your guild's holy knight." These connections are vital if he ever needs to reclaim his father's legacy. He'll need their backing. By evening, as the sun dips below the horizon, the village festival is still in full swing. Navigating the crowd, Jun Xu hears a familiar voice as a white-cloaked figure rushes toward him. Priest Kim appeared, his face twisted in dread as he silenced Jun Xu. "Hey," he said. "The Inquisition is hunting me. We have to disappear." Now, tension spiked instantly. Hostile eyes scanned the crowd, escaping to the shadows. Kim finally breathed. "I thought I was dead. My reincarnation almost ended there." "Why here?" Jun asked. Kim revealed he desecured a hidden hoard. "A golden relic boosted me straight to level 5. But the church tracked it." Kim trembled, clutching his head in fear. "I need level 7 fast to summon our god's protection." "What do you need?" Jun asked. Kim hesitated for a moment. Finally, he spoke. "This is why I tracked you down. Hunter, I need you to lead me into the great labyrinth." "Floor 10 fortress," Jun muttered. Kim nodded with desperate resolve. They needed massive divine power to legitimize their new religious guild. Using the dungeon as a secret training ground was a perfect plan. At the entrance, guards stood watch over the abyssal gateway. 2 hooded figures approached. "Halt, state your business." Masked strangers entering the labyrinth, Jun stated. The guard's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Entering masked looked criminal. "Hiding your face. You look like degenerates." The maze was the ultimate sanctuary for outlaws and fallen hunters. A lawless zone. A level 4 Superman. "You may proceed. IDs verified at the exit if you return." They stepped inside. Kim followed, dazed by his status as an official religious fugitive. "I thought you were famous," Kim whispered inside the dark tunnels. But those guards didn't even recognize the legendary Jun Xu. Jun smirked. "Keep it down. Anonymity keeps us both alive." "It's eerily quiet," Kim noted, his voice echoing in the gloom. Suddenly, Jun's pupils contracted. The air, it reeks of demonic rot. "Demons lurking ahead," Jun warned, drawing his weapon with lethal intent. "Correction, they're charging." As he spoke, monsters erupted from the dark. Jun summoned Thor's hammer. "Priest, bless my weapon with holy light." Kim cast the buff. Instantly, the hammer blazed with celestial energy. SSR weapon, plus golden blessing. Time to test this new power. Jun lunged, a whirlwind of destruction tearing through the demon horde. Mobs cleared. Absolute warrior power. 𝐁𝐞𝐄𝐲, your buff was top tier, Jun admitted, checking his improved stats. "Safe for now. We'll hit the 9th floor through that gate." But Jun's expression turned grave. His survival instincts were screaming, "Don't relax yet. Things are about to get very complicated." The massive gates swung open. A woman emerged from the mist. Her elite squad blocked the path. Late again. Little savior. Kim recoiled in terror. How had the Inquisition tracked them here? They hadn't followed Jun. They'd been tracking Kim from the start. She possessed a high-tier tracking trait. Escape was no longer possible. The Inquisition overseer grinned. "Your game of hide-and-seek ends today. So, You've finally decided to join our creed, a savior. Or a sacrifice. Jun Xu scoffs, eyes cold as ice. Join your cult. Don't make me laugh. The woman's grin widens as she invokes the saintess's blessing. Embrace us. She purrs, and you shall stand as an equal to her holiness herself. But the price is your soul? Jun Xu realizes this isn't a recruitment, it's a divine execution. Are you insane? He roars. Who gave you the right to decide my fate? She clicks her tongue, a mocking smile dancing on her lips. Don't fret over the details. The ritual for your ascension is already prepared. Her eyes gleam with pure malice. Jun Xu sneers. Did you toss your manners in the trash? You know this reckless move will trigger absolute chaos. Right. In response, the woman lets out a bone-chilling shriek that pierces the heavens. They are deep within the great labyrinth, a lawless tomb where no rules apply. The order is given, kill him, priest. Kim trembles as the paladins close in, but Jun Xu just smirks. Right? No laws here, which means I can tear you limb from limb without a second thought. Kim stammers. Can we actually win this? 2 rank 5 elites and a squad of rank 3s. The odds are suicidal. Watch me. Jun Xu declares, creaming a grenade. Priest Kim. Buff me now. Kim snaps into action, channeling divine energy into the weapon, armed with high-tier traits and legendary gear. Jun Xu welcomes the bloodbath. The blessed grenade streaks forward, erupting in a blinding pillar of holy fire. But as the smoke clears, the Father Church fanatics stand completely unscathed. Cheap tricks. The woman mocks. Did you think toys could scratch our armor? Jun Xu doesn't blink. He swaps his system trait to sharpshooter and unleashes a heavy cannon barrage. Yet, a shimmering barrier deflects every shot. Their defense is absolute. Witness the Father's true power, she screams. Still feel like a savior. Jun Xu drops from the sky, a predatory grin on his face. That was just the greeting. The real show starts now. Skill evolution 𝐔𝐍𝐋𝐈𝐌𝐈 combat arts. His mana boils, surging through his veins like molten lava. He blurs, moving faster than the eye can track. He carves through the cultist ranks, his senses awaken, perceiving the battlefield in slowed down, crystalline detail. Every hidden stat and structural weakness is laid bare before his eyes. His blade clears the scabbard in a lethal flash of steel. Savage Lotus Slash. The formation shatters as Jun Xu unleashes his inner mana. His gaze locks onto the survivors. Cold and calculating. Tiger King. Twin strike sword light tears through the very fabric of space. Hold your ground, the woman shrieks. The Great Father is watching our trial. The knights lock shields, forming a desperate wall of steel. Jun Xu charges head-on, his blade humming with divine killing intent. Tiger King burst. A devastating shockwave explodes, sending the paladins flying like broken dolls. Even the leader is grazed, her hair sheared by the blade's wind. The knights panic, begging for orders. Accept your glorious end. She replies with chilling indifference. She ignores their terror, her laughter echoing with fanatic zeal. Your deaths please the Father. Rank and numbers mean nothing to the awakened Jun Xu. He is no longer a hunter, he is a force of nature. Obliterating the paladins, he dances through the carnage. His sword art beautiful, yet utterly destructive. The woman watches, mesmerized. You are truly magnificent. She gasps. It's an honor to see the Savior's true light. Jun Xu huffs, ready to send someone who can actually fight. She nods slowly, a dark promise in her eyes. Oh, absolutely. I'll send someone worthy. But listen, well, I only care about one thing. You absolutely must not die. 2 high paladins stepped forth as she spoke. Yet, Jun stood tall, his aura unshaken by fear. Without hesitation, the knights charged. Jun remained calm, effortlessly parrying their heavy blades with his shield. Suddenly, the knight who struck the shield coughed up blood, his face twisting in pure shock. Internal damage. 1 hit was all it took. Ignoring the knight's confusion, Jun blasted him away effortlessly. The second knight lunged from the shadows behind. Jun reacted instantly, leaning back in a perfect dodge. Using the momentum, he spun into a counterattack. His hammer roared down, crushing the high paladin's defenses. Jun smirked with cold satisfaction. Is this your test? I haven't even finished my warm-up yet. Broken and battered, the paladin stared at Jun in terror. This man wasn't a savior at all. You're a devil's worshipper, he screamed, lunging one last time. Disappear, you filthy demon. Jun's brow furrowed, still breathing. With a cold flash of his blade, he ended the knight's life. A waste of effort. Yun Sai. Now, It's just you and me. He turned his gaze toward the woman. She erupted in manic laughter. That power hidden within you? It's truly magnificent. You really are the savior from the prophecy. Jun ignored her madness, swapping his weapon and traits instantly. Behind him, Priest Kim stood ready, channeling powerful buffs to amplify Jun's combat stats. Is that all you have to say? Jun asked coldly. The woman shrieked. What more is there? I only wish to see your soul reach the divine realm. Suddenly, a blinding sword beam obliterated everything. As the smoke cleared, the woman was gone, erased from existence by the overwhelming strike. Priest Kim gasped in awe. You took them all down alone, Jun shrugged. Your blessings made it easy. Jun looked down at the woman's remains and let out a sharp, cold huff of annoyance. She was talking nonsense until the very end. You just can't reason with these crazy zealots. They began scavenging for loot. But the area was scorched. Did I overdo it because I was angry? The gear was trashed. But the battle dropped enough materials to evolve his high-tier 1 versus 1000 trait. With the path finally cleared of obstacles, the journey ahead was finally wide open. Jun and Priest Kim finally reached the massive gate of floor 10. Kim cheered. We made it. Jun nodded, offering a rare smile. Congratulations. You've reached your destination at last. Kim looked back, filled with gratitude. Without you, I'd still just be a talentless, low-level healer. You worked hard too. Jun replied. Suddenly, Kim reached into his pocket and pulled out a cord. This is the heart of prosperity, Kim said. Jun's eyes widened at the SSR rank holy relic. Seeing Jun's excitement, the priest smiled, happy that his gift was well received by his mentor. I found it in that treasure valley you mentioned. It's perfect for you. Jun patted his head. Kim beamed under the praise before asking curiously, So, where are we heading next? Back to Korea. Jun stated firmly. It's time to find the final item for the level 5 upgrade. Days later, Jun arrived at a dense, mystical forest in the Gangwon province of South Korea. The woods were lush but deadly. Suddenly, a cold blade pressed against Jun's throat from the shadows. A figure in a black cloak emerged, his voice like ice. What is an outsider doing here? Jun squinted, recognizing the hidden stats. This was the SR rank character known as Snakebone. He had successfully tracked down the mutant hideout. Snakebone growled again. Answer me, human. I have business here. Jun replied calmly. The guard snapped. This is a restricted zone. Get out. Jun smirked, unfazed. Isn't this the way to Hope Village? Snakebone froze in total shock. How do you know that name? To humans, it was a monster Dane. But mutants called it home. Snakebone lowered his weapon, his hostility fading into a cold, suspicious curiosity. You know our village's true name. Follow me, and stay close if you want to live. Jun followed quickly. He was lucky Snakebone was far more reasonable than the other mutant guards. Moments later, Hope Village appeared a vibrant, thriving sanctuary, where mutated beings lived in surprising peace. As Jun Xu was led in by Snakebone, the mutated inhabitants immediately shifted into a defensive stance. A hulking bear monster soon loomed over them, blocking their path. Why bring a degenerate human here? He growled. He knows our village's name. Snakebone replied calmly. And he claims to have a message for you. The bear leaned down, scrutinizing Jun Xu's stats before speaking. I don't recognize you. State your business. Junta. Jun Xu took a deep breath to steady his nerves. I've come to request a favor from the chief. After a tense silence, he continued. I'm in need of mutated magic cores. I was hoping we could bargain. Before he could finish, a massive paw sent him flying. Only his diamond body trait kept him from blacking out. Seeing the human still standing, the boss monster let out a roar and lunged with murderous intent. Impressive. Now die like a dog. Jun Xu panicked, shouting, Wait, stop, I'm not here for a raid. He realized the bear's rage magic cores only dropped from the corpses of their fallen kin. The bear swung its claws, each strike echoing with a deafening, bloodthirsty scream. Would you sell your family's remains for silver? The bear unleashed a devastating wave of sword chi, a monster using sword chi. Is this real? Jun Xu pushed the thought aside. He had to survive first. Please, calm down. I can offer a price that makes this a fair trade for everyone. We don't want your money, the bear roared, unfazed. Jun Xu reached into his inventory for a secret item. A strange glow emitted from the object, making the bear recoil. What kind of artifact is that? It wasn't a legendary weapon, but a simple cup of ramen, The ultimate price? Jun Xu smirked. The giant bear's eyes flared with rage. Are you mocking me with this human trash? Jun Xu calmly poured in the boiling water. Don't knock it till you try it. Let's talk after you eat. He slid the steaming cup forward. Trust me. This isn't your average rank F grocery store snack. Get lost before I tear you apart, the bear barked. But then the savory aroma hit its nose. In a split second, the ferocious beast looked as docile as a hungry puppy. Jun Xu grinned. No mutant with an enhanced sense of smell could resist the scent of this national treasure. The bear sat down before the noodles, muttering, "This scent? I've never smelled anything so divine. I heard Hope Village was struggling to find decent food." Jun Xu noted. The bear huffed. "You're well informed." Jun Xu shrugged. "Just eat." "Don, do you want to know why humans are so obsessed with this stuff?" The bear hesitated for a moment, his pride battling his stomach. Before his attitude completely flipped, "I am only eating this to study human culture," he grunted, then proceeded to inhale the entire cup. The moment the flavor hit his tongue, his eyes widened. It was like he had ascended to heaven. The chewy noodles and the spicy, rich broth filled him with an overwhelming sense of warmth. It was a god-tier flavor profile. How can something taste this incredible? The bear trembled. "Is there more?" Jun Xu nodded. "I brought an entire stash. Everyone, come and get a taste of the good life." He began handing out snacks, turning the hostile encounter into a chaotic, joyous village feast. To ensure every mutant loved it, Jun Xu had seasoned everything with a special magic powder. The mutants were hooked. Even the chief forgot his anger. Jun Xu's hidden charisma stats were working perfectly. Suddenly, Snakebone held up a jar, looking suspicious. "Wait. Is this magic powder actually safe?" The atmosphere chilled instantly as the surrounding mutants froze in sudden, panicked realization. The bear glared at Jun Xu again. He couldn't blame them. The wrong energy could cause a core overload. Jun Xu smiled confidently. "If you don't believe me, why not ask your village guardian?" He referred to the tree god, the legendary seer known as the grandmother of all monsters. The tree god was the village's true deity. Though her combat stats were low, her wisdom was absolute. In this village, her word was law. She decided the fate of every mutant resident. The bear rushed the powder to the tree god for inspection. After a long silence, he gasped. "Really? It is true." The tree god whispered. "This is purified rank 0 core powder, a perfect supplement for us." The chief quickly activated a translation skill so the entire village could hear the divine verdict. Hearing this, the surrounding mutants rejoiced instantly. They bowed deeply to the great tree. "God, in gratitude, thank you for lending us your wisdom, Godmother." Snakebone then approached Junu to speak. Suspicions cleared. "I acted out of line earlier. My apologies." Junu waved it off with a grin. "No need for apologies. Now that the misunderstanding is settled, let's have a massive BBQ feast." Junu began grilling high-tier meat for everyone. The atmosphere transformed into a joyful, legendary celebration. Junu's reputation surged among them. The tree god smiled, welcoming a prestigious guest to the Village of Hope. Junu even shared his private soju. The big bear took a shot and roared with refreshing laughter. "Now I get why humans love this stuff." Incredible, Junu smiled. Glad the chief enjoyed the drink. "But chief, aren't you human too? Why speak as if you were a different species entirely?" The big bear sighed. "Old habits. It's been ages since we were treated like actual human beings. Under the old regime, we were just talking beasts. Hunters were always aiming for our heads." Junu looked at him with respect. "Still, you're amazing. I heard your war achievements changed everything. Mutants earned rights because of you." The bear nodded. "A victory we achieved together. Through blood. The village hasn't seen this much joy in years." He finally heard the laughter he craved. Hearing those words, Junu couldn't help but feel a deep sense of resonance and emotion. Zuch pure souls. Touching their old wounds made completing this reputation quest surprisingly easy. Opening up, Big Bear spoke. "You mentioned needing magic cores. Take these." He handed over 4 cores. Junu's heart raced. Reputation quest complete. Now, it was time to collect the real system loot. Brade magic cores. Outwardly, Junu maintained a humble smile. "I truly appreciate your generosity, Chief." Item secured. Junu quickly made an excuse to slip away, thrilled with his massive quest reward. But before he could clear the forest, Snakebone suddenly blocked his path like a shadow. Standing before Junu, he spoke slowly. "Leaving already? I still haven't properly thanked you yet." Junu scratched his head. No need for that. The gifts I received were more than enough. Snakebone's eyes narrowed. I feel you want something even greater from our hidden village. Surprisingly, Snakebone didn't object. Instead, he made a sincere proposal to the powerful hunter. If you need more mutant cores, just say the word. I'll gladly give you mine. Yunu froze. He waved his hands frantically. Don't say such terrifying things. I'm not here to harvest hearts. Snakebone remained dead serious. I mean it. This is my choice and my destiny. The godmother prophesied, I must give a part of myself to the one who regenerates flesh. Meat is that valuable. This was the Skull Snake's personal quest. A scenario Junu never heard of. Junu pondered. Maybe the core was a metaphor for something else entirely. Not a literal item. Snakebone nodded slightly. Perhaps. When the fated time arrives, I will surely know the truth. After a final talk, Junu left the Village of Hope and returned to pick a new house. His eyes widened. This massive estate before him was finally his new base of operations. A 3,000 square meter garden. It even came with a private pool right in the courtyard. The real prize was the secret underground training facility. Vast and fully equipped for high-tier awakening. Junu was hyped. He never dreamed of owning a high-rank lair like this so early. Just then, 𝐁𝐞𝐄𝐲 walked in. Seeing Junu's maniacal grin, he asked, "Feeling that good?" "Superman," Junu grinned back. "Director Choi. Thanks for recommending such a perfect lair for my training." Choi laughed. "Don't mention it. But why the sudden move to such a massive plate? My disciples need space to grow. And I need a private zone for my own evolution. And regarding the room I requested..." Choi winked. "Everything is set up exactly as you wanted." Deep inside was a state-of-the-art laboratory. As Junu entered, a glowing spirit materialized before him. "Greetings. Master, I am the magic spirit. How may I assist you?" Junu stepped inside. "Initiate full scan. Leveling up gets complex from here. I'll need your support for the next awakening." As soon as Jun Xu stepped into the chamber, the spirit snapped her fingers. A wave of pure mana surged. Instantly enveloping him, the system began a deep scan of his innate traits. But suddenly, a red warning flashed, a system error that left Jun Xu stunned. The spirit's voice trembled with anxiety. "Master, something is wrong. The scan of your mana circuits has failed." Jun Xu paused. Then a smirk played on his lips. "That's probably on me. I can manually toggle my mana loops." "Keep that a secret." The spirit stood frozen in disbelief. "Is that even possible? There is no record of such a phenomenon in my database." Jun Xu remained unfazed. His eyes sharp. "See for yourself. Now, go find a rank 5 elixir that can handle someone like me." The spirit fell into a deep silence before shouting in excitement. "A standard elixir 1 cut it. But if we craft a custom one..." Jun Xu gave a cold, decisive nod. "Exactly. Sounds like a high-tier investment, doesn't it?" The spirit began harvesting every scrap of Jun Xu's data. She fed his hidden stats into the system until the interface turned green. "You possess 136 unique traits," she cheered. "The constellation design is finished." Jun Xu blinked. "A constellation? What's that?" The spirit explained with gravity. "It's a legendary elixir that was once thought to be purely theoretical." She looked at him intently. "Are the materials ready?" Jun Xu frowned slightly. "It's not exactly what you asked for. But it'll work." He had ordered the spirit to find the perfect match for his power. With a determined look, he gave the final signal. With Jun Xu's approval, the spirit began forging the rank 5 elixir. The process took hours, stretching deep into the cold night. Soren and Janet suddenly burst in, their arms full of supplies. "Congratulations on reaching rank 5, they cheered. Jun Xu stared at them, completely baffled. "How did you find out?" Soren pointed outside. "The word is already on the streets." Jun Xu looked toward the entrance and saw 𝐁𝐄𝐲 and 𝐁𝐞𝐢. They stood there in sharp suits, holding expensive gifts and wine. Jun Xu sighed at the spectacle. But Cho didn't care. He rushed forward with a massive grin on his face. "I invited them. We couldn't let a milestone like this pass." But the real shock was still waiting for Jun Xu. Fireworks erupted as Yuan's family appeared on a projection to congratulate him. Jun Xu's face turned bright red. "Even Yuan is in on this." Chell spoke up, breaking the mood. "By the way, I noticed a strange flower basket left at your front door." Jun Xu's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Now that I am rank 5, everyone else watching. I have to be careful. Are they trying to curse me with these gifts?" Without hesitation, he tore the floral arrangement to shreds. Suddenly, A sleek black sedan pulled up to the curb. A woman stepped out, radiating an aura of absolute authority. Jun Xu narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Now who is this? Did the whole city get an invite to this party? The woman approached him with a measured pace. Warrior Kim. I assume. My compliments on your rank 5 awakening. Thanks. Jun Xu replied coldly. And you are, the woman smiled. Realizing her oversight. Forgive me. I should have introduced myself. I am Song Hyun Johun of the 𝐁𝐞𝐤 group. The name hit Jun Xu like a physical blow. The youngest daughter of the 𝐁𝐞𝐤 empire. He looked at her warily. What does a guild like 𝐁𝐞𝐤 want with me? Yang didn't blink. I'm here to hire you for a very specific mission. Jun Xu interest was piqued. What kind of mission? Then it clicked. 𝐁𝐞𝐤 group was currently embroiled in a brutal, blood-soaked succession war. Getting involved with them was a one-way ticket to a massive headache. His gut told him to stay far away, but Yang continued, represent us in the 5 battle link to decide the next heir. The rewards will be legendary. She reached into her coat and pulled out a high-tech firearm. Jun Xu's eyes widened to dinner plates. Is that the destruction trait gun from the legends? In an instant, his entire perspective shifted. Jun Xu flashed a hungry grin. Let's sign the contract. It's time to go on a high-tier loot run. The next day, inside a towering skyscraper, Yang leaned back. Since you already own 2 rare pieces, I knew you'd bite. Jun Xu couldn't hide his excitement. If the stakes are this high, what else can you offer if I win? Yang remained calm. We will grant you a specialized stone gun with the stasis trait. She promised even more rewards for continued victories. But don't get greedy, she warned. Your opponents are all rank 6. Just give me 1 win. Jun Xu fell silent, his mind racing. Soon, they arrived at the grand arena. A man stepped forward, a mocking sneer on his lips. So, you actually showed up. Little sister, how brave of you. Yang didn't even acknowledge him. She walked right past him, heading straight for the VIP seats. The man's face twisted in anger. Know your place, he hissed, his pride wounded. This was Song Hyjun, the eldest son of 𝐁𝐞𝐤 group, a rank 6 superhuman and Jun Xu's ultimate obstacle. Seated beside him was the 𝐁𝐞𝐤 group's second scion, Chun, a rank 6 powerhouse. Isekai'd. Just let it go. This duel is strictly between the 2 of us. Jun Xu approached and took his seat next to Yang, his voice low and steady. So, the opening match features the champions of the first and second sons. Yang nodded grimly. That's right. Both are absolute monsters. Jun Xu narrowed his eyes at the arena. One was an SR rank armored warrior, a titan of pure defense. His opponent was the SR rank demon flame. After a moment, Jun Xu whistled. A global conglomerate. Indeed, the arena was crawling with high rankers. Yang leaned in, her expression dead serious. Watch closely. That armored warrior is my second brother's trump card. He's considered the strongest contender in this entire tournament. Below them, the armored warrior charged, a heavy juggernaut aimed at Demon Flame, but Demon Flame merely smirked, his lips curling in contempt. Then, he let out a guttural roar that shook the stadium. Solar flare. The sudden heat stunned the warrior. Before he could raise his shield, a blinding sphere of fire erased the distance. Yang gasped in horror. A deafening boom rocked the arena as an inferno erupted, turning the warrior into a human torch before he vanished into ash. When the smoke cleared, only Demon Flame remained standing amidst the embers. Yang's face went pale with terror. Chun clutched his head in disbelief, while Jun sat back with a triumphant, wicked grin. Meanwhile, Jun Xu sensed something off. That wasn't normal fire. The energy signature was distorted. That Demon Flame wasn't a rank 6 warrior. He was a mage wielding solar heat. But wait. Didn't the Sun Tower strictly forbid killing? Activating his sensory trait, Jun Xu scanned the killer. His heart skipped a beat. Is that the northern solar eclipse? Could this be the exact person he had been hunting all this time? After a tense silence, Jun Xu glanced at Yang. Miss Hyang, I'm up next. Right, she nodded weakly. Without a word, Jun Xu stood up. I am heading down. Keep your head in the game. Yang looked at him with trembling eyes. Are you sure about this? We should send a rank 6 instead. Jun Xu just shrugged, his confidence radiating. Don't you worry. I've got this. That guy down there, he seems to know exactly what he's doing. 𝐁𝐞𝐤𝐧𝐠. The Sun Tower outcast. So he crawled over to the 𝐁𝐤 group. Above. The three siblings watched the next fighter descend. Jun glanced at Yang, mocking her. Let's see if your little champion can survive Demon Flame's wrath. Jun Xu stepped onto the blood-stained sand, the black tiger sword humming in his hand. Jun's eyes widened in brief surprise, but he quickly dismissed it. No swordsman could withstand the solar flare. He was looking at another walking corpse. On the field, Jun Xu locked eyes with Hongdu. Never thought I'd run into you like this, he said coldly. Hongdu narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with suspicion. You recognize me? Jun Xu didn't flinch. I do. That cheap trick you reusing belongs to the Sun Tower. Does your master know you re-moonlighting? Hongdu's face twisted into a maniacal laugh. My master knows everything. Jun Xu remembered the intel 𝐁𝐄𝐲 gave him. Just as the 𝐁𝐤 group's succession war reached its boiling point, rumors swirled that the chairman had been assassinated. In this country, only the Sun Tower head, or one other, could pull that off. Was that old hag actually pulling the strings behind the 𝐁𝐤 succession? The thought was chilling. But Jun Xu decided he'd get his answers directly from her after finishing this. Hongdu interrupted his thoughts. If you know who I am, then this is the perfect chance for my revenge. Witness the power I've cultivated just for you. He unleashed a wave of brilliant fire. But Jun Xu didn't move an inch. Hongjun's rage boiled over. So the rumors were true. You really can withstand the solar flare, but solar light is on a whole different tier. Now, turn to dust and blow away. A concentrated beam of searing white heat shot toward him. Yang screamed, shielding her eyes. Impossible, a rank 6, divine technique. How could a rank 5 hunter possibly survive that? But as the flames dissipated, Jun Xu stood tall, untouched. He smirked, his eyes flashing. Is that it? My turn now? Honestly, that almost singed my eyebrows. He chuckled. Mind if I borrow a bit of that fire? Before Hongdu could react, the solar light began swirling around Jun Xu's hammer. The villain let out a terrified shriek. No way. How are you controlling my solar light? Ignoring him, Jun Xu raised his hammer as thunder began to roar in the cloudless sky. In an instant, Jun Xu triggered a trait evolution, shifting his entire aura. Crack. A massive bolt of lightning surged through the hammer and slammed into Hongdu. Wait. Stop, he begged. But it was too late. As the electric storm faded, nothing remained of Hongdu. He had been erased from existence. 𝐁𝐤 heirs panicked. Jun Xu smirked. Next round, night fell. Jun Xu relaxed at headquarters. Your bonus. Dropped item, 4th rare pistol. Yang smiled. Wait. I'm not done. Our deal? These boots modest, but rare. For me, you earned them. She replied, 3 wins. Legendary hunter Jun Xu was banned. Other guilds clashed. Yang's candidate won. Jun Xu held back. The entire world watched. So, are you the official heir now? Hardly. The board won't surrender so easily. CEO disadvantage. Yang gripped her fist tight. I won't lose. One more favor. Jun Xu, what favor? Who'd refuse a massive reward? Yang hesitated, touching her earring slowly. System window active. A spectral raven phantom appeared. Raven chip, a mutagen factor for our DNA. Ranking tier 7. Jun Xu understood the gamble. Risking a mutation. Fine. Let's do it. Serious, of course. Only a fool refuses. Night fell. A summoner's raven flew undetected. Found it earlier. She offered double pay. Immediately after, 10 billion gay in gold Yunzu Fros. Vin. And the 𝐁𝐤 gear set is yours. Just an itchy nose. He lied. Vibrating. The full 𝐁𝐤 set legendary loot for me. Hidden stats, SSL rank, I hid my greed. Keep this secret. Name your price. Hunter. Jun Xu winked. How about some diamonds? Jun Xu scouted Gangnam from the 𝐁𝐤 roof. Top of the world. Money is king. Gear helmet. Boots. X. And ring. Sinking mana surged as traits were absorbed. Trait airstrike. Skill evolution. Movement skills active. Jun Xu plunged from the skyscraper's peak. The raven caught him. 𝐁𝐤 boots. Perfection. Time to report into the client. Where is it? Young's voice was frantic. Lobby statue. But there's a small problem. I'm going loud. You handle the fallout. Smash. He hammered the lobby raven statue. Quest item secured raven chip. Where? Next. 2nd floor biolab, hurry. I'm coming. Move fast. Your brothers are onto us. Inside the level 2 modification lab, the heavy reinforced doors were suddenly kicked open. The technician gasped in shock. Director, why are you here? Now Hee-young didn't hesitate. No time to explain. Initialize the system pod immediately. The staff froze for a second before frantically diving into the terminal to start the modification sequence. Trembling, she whispered, "But Director, what exactly do you plan to do with this?" Hee-young ignored her, glancing at the entrance with a sharp smile. "Right on time. I'm ready." The man stepping in was Jun. A cold smirk played on Jun's lips. "Let's get started." He handed over the 𝐁𝐿 chip, the key to her evolution. She took the chip and stepped into the modification chamber. "I'm leaving the rest to you." Jun nodded, his expression turning steely. "Don't worry. I'll stay right here to witness your awakening." Reassured, Hee-young activated the system. She stood tall within the interface, her gaze burning with absolute resolve. This was the point of no return. Suddenly, a roar of pure fury echoed through the hallway. Jun spun around, eyes narrowing at the disturbance. It was Hee-young's two brothers. Hae-yoon burst in, screaming, "You little bitch, you dare play tricks behind my back. Stop her now." But Jun stood like an iron wall, blocking their path with calm defiance. "I can't let you take another step," he warned. Hae-yoon sneered. "You've beaten a few low-rank supers, and now you think you can stop me. Do you have any idea who the hell I am?" Jun chuckled. "Of course, the chairman of Kumo Group. Or should I say, the former chairman." Hee-jun's face turned a violent shade of red. "You bastard," Hee-jun hissed. Just then, Hee-chun stepped forward, drawing the black tiger blade to intervene. Hee-jun frowned, but Hee-chun ignored him, his eyes fixed on Jun with cold, calculated intent. "No matter how good you are, you can fight two rank 6 supers at the same time. It's suicide." He offered Jun a reward that tripled Hee-young's price, trying to negotiate a betrayal instead of a bloodbath. He even promised the position of vice director of security. Jun went silent, then let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "What a garbage offer. You were asking me to sell out a defenseless client. That's the kind of logic only a loser uses." The insult ignited a blaze of rage in both brothers. Jun continued to taunt them. "Maybe if you tripled it, I'd listen. But the truth is, I'm never taking your deal." That was the final straw. Hee-jun roared and lunged forward, his blade whistling through the air. Jun threw up his shield just in time. The impact was devastating, the true, raw power of a rank 6 super. He couldn't win a 2-on-1, but in a duel, he wasn't planning on losing. Suddenly, blood sprayed as a deep gash appeared on Hee-jun's stomach. Jun grinned. "Oops." My hand slipped. Seeing his brother fall, Hee-chun opened fire. Jun instantly deployed a mana barrier to intercept the hail of bullets. System new trait acquired. Jun's eyes flashed as his shield's durability surged to a whole new level. "Go ahead. Keep shooting," he challenged. "I'm not moving an inch." While Jun was occupied with Hee-chun, Hee-jun saw an opening and lunged toward the modification pod. But before his hand could touch the glass, a blue light streak struck him down. Hee-chun watched in horror. Hee-jun's entire body was frozen solid. "You bastard! Where did you get a weapon like that?" Hee-chun screamed. But Jun had already vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was standing directly behind Hee-chun's back. Trait Evolution Airstrike activated. Utilizing the leap enhancement, Jun exploited the blind spot to rain down a devastating barrage like a tactical bomber. After slamming them both into the ground, Jun smirked, ready to call it quits yet. Hee-jun laughed through the blood. "You think you've won?" Suddenly, a terrifying crimson aura erupted, forcing Jun to retreat. Hee-jun was consuming a forbidden item, the fruit of eternal darkness. In an instant, Jun was surrounded by a dozen black muzzles as reinforcements swarmed the room. The situation had turned critical. Jun gripped his hilt, unsure if he could survive this final onslaught. "That is enough." A piercing cry shattered the tension as the modification pod exploded with blinding golden radiance. Everyone froze, their breath catching as the system interface shattered under the overwhelming pressure. Jun smiled as the brothers turned pale. Hee-young emerged from the light. Her form evolved into a rank 7 super, with 2 pairs of wings. System notification. The Sun Crow has descended. You relate, she coldly stated. Seeing her aura, Hai-chun trembled. The Solar Crow, Hai-jun barked back. You think that'll scare us? Fine. Let dance. Suddenly, a veteran interrupted, grabbing his shoulder. Stand down, kid. If she strikes, this tower falls in a minute. It was Kyung-jun, Kumo's founder. The results were decided last time. The old man remarked coldly. Why keep acting out? Are you ignoring the shareholders' official mandate? Father-in-law. I didn't mean, Jun stammered before being silenced. If not that. Are you plotting the chairman's murder? Jun froze. Speechless, Kyung-jun turned his gaze toward Yang. Congrats on rank 7. Chairman Sion Han. See you at the election. He bowed and left. Days later, Yang relaxed on her balcony, sipping wine. As agreed, my brothers have withdrawn and fled to the States. Junwoo grinned. Congrats on becoming the new Kumo Group chairman. It's all thanks to you. Did you get the items from my brothers? Of course, Junwoo nodded. Call if you need more. The Kumo set quest is finally complete. Yang hesitated. Actually, I have one more request for you. Junwoo's eyes lit up. What kind of hidden quest is it this time? Suddenly, she produced an SSR-tier ring. Before he could react, she knelt. Warrior. Will you marry me? Junwoo froze, instantly waving his hands in rejection. Sorry, but I have to refuse. Young Gespeth. Wait. Why? I am the perfect partner. Money and looks aren't everything. Junwoo replied, You were not my type. That's impossible. She whispered, stunned. Is that really such a big deal? It matters to me. Junwoo declared, I want a marriage built on real feelings, not to be used as a tool to solidify your corporate power. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Defeated. You really are an unpredictable man. She raised her glass. Then, how about a partnership? We help each other whenever needed. Deal. Junwoo agreed instantly. They toasted, officially cementing their alliance. Late that night, Junwoo headed home in a luxury sedan. Recalling the proposal, did he just throw away a lifetime of wealth? He was still young, but marriage was too much. Though, dating her would be. He slapped himself. Focus. The Sun Tower Elder is the real threat here. Hongdu's intel was fishy. Is that old hag truly as dangerous as he claimed? Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a call from the Sun Tower. Perfect timing. The next day, Junwoo arrived at Phoenix Valley. Strangely, the mythical birds were gone. The Tower Master appeared with Mage Kim. Long time no see. Hunter, should I call you the Shadow Blade Master? He rambled on until Kim snapped. Old man, can we just get to the point? The master finally went quiet. Mage Kim looked at Junwoo. You've probably realized it, but we need a favor. Junwoo frowned. Connecting the dots. Is this about the missing phoenixes? The Tower Master nodded gravely. Exactly. They vanished without a single trace. I suspect a high-tier mythical creature might be preying on them. Junwoo scanned the ground. Possibly. But have you considered illegal poaching? Impossible. The master retorted. Our perimeter security is top tier. Junwoo narrowed his eyes. What if the poacher is a magic tower elder? Kim pondered the theory. An elder. That's plausible. But who would dare? The Tower Master gritted his teeth. Abusing the phoenixes is a blatant violation of our laws. Master of the 𝐁𝐞𝐢 Blade. Can you hunt down this degenerate culprit? Junwoo didn't hesitate. I'll find every missing bird. But my hunter fees just doubled. Near Phoenix Valley, their speedboat tore through waves at a gut-wrenching, nauseating speed. Mage Kim gripped the wheel, beaming. By the way, Junwoo, why this ride as a down payment? My grandfather guarded this legendary vehicle like treasure. We need top-tier speed for this quest. Junwoo replied, eyes fixed on the horizon. They were hunting a jade phoenix. Kim had spotted its mana trail earlier. Sid? What's that? Kim asked. Junwoo smirked. You actually recognized it. It was a phoenix. But Junwoo's new system crafting trait made it purely artificial. Junwoo turned to his companion. Mage, give me a drop of your blood. Without waiting, Junwoo grabbed Kim's hand to draw out the necessary essence. Kim marveled as a simple wire transformed into a radiant, artificial phoenix summon. Your blood carries phoenix mana. Will use its instincts to radar the others. On Uleungdo Island, the pair followed the glowing artificial bird to a hidden shore. There they were, a flock of phoenixes. But their spirits looked broken and drained. Kim whispered, these immortals should live 20 years. Why are they so withered? Scan their mana stats. Junwoo commanded. Kim nodded and activated his sensory magic. Through his magic lens, he saw the hollowed-out hearts of the divine beasts. They've been milked dry. Every mana vein is scorched to nothing. Kim cried. Then, shock hit him. Wait. This mana signature belongs to the Celestial Sect. Junwoo grinned. Smart kid. He then ordered, contact the Tower Master immediately. The culprit was clear, Elder. Do. A high-ranking degenerate from the Celestial Sect, the Tower Master arrived in a blazing fury. Kim tried to calm the flames. That crazy woman was caught red-handed, stealing every last phoenix, the master roared. If I catch her, I'll… Wait. Jun'U interrupted, cutting through the rage. So Elder Du has completely vanished from the mage tower, then her office is empty. The master spat. She left a mere magic clone. Kim held him back, while Jun'U narrowed his eyes. A clone. You say, it's a high-level illusion that mimics the host before crumbling into dust. She's just buying time for her real plan. Jun'U muttered, chilling the air. The CEO's death, the scorched hearts, the exiled mage returning as an awakened, all clues pointed toward a massive power-up using stolen phoenix mana. Jun'U's mind raced through the system lore before locking onto the tower master. Master, are you thinking of the forbidden ritual? The old man turned pale. It was the ultimate taboo of the celestial sect, a soul-burning curse, a ritual to devour sunlight, a crisis from the solar optimization hidden quest. This event was triggered early. Jun'U realized his butterfly effect changed everything. What kind of ritual is this? Kim asked, his voice trembling with fear. She's using the phoenixes to erode the very mana of the sun itself. She was a parasite, draining the life force from the earth and sea. If the mage tower falls… Enough talk. 𝐁𝐞𝐄𝐲. We move now. Suddenly, the master froze. I feel a massive mana surge nearby. Follow my lead. I know exactly where that degenerate is hiding, high on a jagged cliff. The trio prepared their spells to hunt the traitor. Jun'U's eyes widened as he realized the truth. She's hiding in there to finish the ritual. Isn't she? The tower master nodded grimly. Yes. But that maze is sunfire resistant. She can break through the gate just yet. The master prepared to face the threat alone. But Mage Kim stepped in, refusing to let him go. Jun'U agreed, stepping forward. He's right. It's too dangerous for you. Let me handle this mission. You dive into that death trap, the master asked. Shocked. Jun'U's expression remained cold and focused. An outsider like me can catch her off guard. Reluctantly, the master sighed. I'm in your debt again. He handed Jun'U high-tier loot magic dice and a legendary escape ring for the journey. Jun'U didn't hesitate. That ring was essentially an extra life in this high-stakes dungeon. Risking it all was worth it. The degenerate 𝐁𝐄𝐲 held one of the tower's 8 supreme treasures. Moments later, inside the shifting space maze, Jun'U realized Mage Kim had followed him. What are you doing? Get out of here. This place will be your grave. Jun'U barked, his eyes scanning for danger. Kim stood firm. This is tower business. Besides, you'll need cover while using those dice to neutralize the space. Jun'U saw the logic and relented. Does the Eclipse faction always cause this much chaos? Always. Kim replied. The Eclipse is built on the dark foundations of forbidden black magic. As they spoke, a shadow lurked. A monster lunged at Kim's back, claws bared for the kill, faster than sight. Jun'U hurled his blade, impaling the beast midair. Kim stood paralyzed, breathless from the close call. Stay sharp. Jun'U warned. They've caught our scent. Stay right behind me if you want to live. He ripped his sword from the carcass, his grip tightening as the atmosphere grew heavy with bloodlust. Asterisk system alert times. Jun'U initiated a trait shift, his aura sharpening into a deadly edge. Brace yourself. A swarm is coming. Suddenly, a wave of monsters surged from the darkness. Jun'U didn't flinch. He vanished, his sword light dancing through the air, carving the monsters into pieces. Asterisk critical hit times. Every strike found a weak point, causing the beast to explode in a shower of mana. Kim watched the carnage in awe. What kind of monster is he? He couldn't even finish his sentence. Enough. A screeching voice echoed from the cliffs. The degenerate 𝐁𝐄𝐲 stared down at them. She leveled her magic staff, her eyes burning with rage. How dare you insects crawl into my sanctuary? Interfering with my masterpiece is a sin. Your punishment will be anything but merciful. Thunder shook the maze as massive bolts of lightning rained down like divine wrath upon them. The ground shattered. Jun'U knew a tier 7 boss was no joke. But he wouldn't fail this quest. Hold on tight, Jun'U commanded, grabbing Kim's shoulder as the world turned to white. Having seen these patterns in the game, Jun'U could read her every move before it happened. Swapping his gear traits, he launched into the air, weaving through the lightning with impossible cinematic grace. The forest below was incinerated, leaving nothing but scorched earth in the wake of the tier 7 magic. They landed hard. Are you still alive? Jun'U asked. Kim nodded, dizzy but unharmed. This is the mana nexus. Set up the neutralization device. Now, Jun'U ordered. Kim bolted toward the center, but 𝐁𝐄𝐲 warped in, blocking his path with a twisted grin. "You little rats are just digging your own graves," she shrieked, her power surging again. Mana circles erupted. "Kim, get back," Jun roared. As another wave of lightning gathered, Kim dove out of the way just as a blast vaporized the ground where he had stood. Jun gritted his teeth. A Tier 7 mage was a walking natural disaster. One hit meant instant death. No normal hunter could tank this. He needed to change the flow of battle immediately. "I'll draw her aggro," Jun shouted. "Finish the device and get ready to run for it." Seeing her target slip away, OK Bun's face contorted. "Where do you think you're going?" "For Min." "Hey, hag, look over here." Junu's voice cut through the thunder, haunting the powerful sorceress. He stood his ground, a cold smirk on his face as he provoked the Tier 7 mage. "I bet you reusing the Kumo chairman's mana ring to boost that pathetic power. Aren't you? Are you so old you've gone senile, OK Bun spat?" Her voice dripping with murderous intent. "I intended to use my apprentice to secure the Solar Crow, but you ruined everything. No matter that Black Crow is sufficient." With a roar, she unleashed her magic. Lightning surged toward Junu, but he blinked away with lethal precision. "Okay," Bun snarled at his evasive maneuvers. "Do you truly think you can outrun the power of the solar eclipse forever?" Jun Xu smirked. "Is your vision failing? You haven't landed a single scrap." His taunt pushed her rage to the boiling point. "You arrogant brat," she shrieked, losing all composure as the atmosphere trembled. Meanwhile, Mage Kim finished deploying the magic dice. The sequence was complete, and the counter magic surged to life. "Okay," Bun watched from afar, her eyes widening. "A neutralization device." Since when Mage Kim looked to the sky, whispering, "Grandfather, the device is active, mana is piercing through the dimensions, and the spatial barrier is finally fracturing." Outside the zone, the Tower Master's eyes gleamed. "The opening is here. It is time for me to join the fray." Chanting a high-tier spell, he struck the boundary, causing the maze's reality to shatter like glass. Inside, Mage Kim cheered. "Superhuman, the maze is breaking." Jun Xu nodded grimly. "The Tower Master is right on schedule." The solar eclipse began to recede from the sky. Pure panic flooded OK Bun's face. "Impossible," she stammered. Magic. My power. My world is falling apart." In an instant, her youthful facade withered away. Her skin peeled back, revealing the decrepit, fragile form of a dying hag. "I was so close to completion," she hissed. "It's your fault, all your fault." She funneled her remaining life force into a final, desperate strike. Junu braced himself, activating his Steel Fist trait, but her desperate speed was nearly too much to track. This raw power was sheer insanity. Without giving him a second to breathe, Bun launched a relentless barrage of spells. Junu narrowly evaded the cascading explosions. "Damit Bun shrieked. Why won't you just die and stay down? Go to hell." She summoned a massive lightning strike, aiming to vaporize Jun Xu where he stood. The thunderous impact left a massive crater. Smoke cleared, but the target was gone. Confusion washed over the old hag. Suddenly, Junu activated his hidden trait weakness detection. The system window highlighted her fatal flaw, a blind spot right behind her back. "Found you, you old bat." With a flash of his blade, he lunged forward, carving through her spine. The withered sorceress collapsed, her lifeblood staining the earth. "No, I won't end like this," she wheezed. "If I go, I am taking you with me." Her trembling hand rose for one last curse, but a massive palm clamped around her throat like a vice. It was the Tower Master. "You are nothing but filth," he growled. "Now, burn in the hell you created." Crimson flames incinerated her into ash. Sunlight returned to the Sun Tower, and the Master turned to Jun Xu with a proud smile. "You were once just a mere apprentice warrior," he remarked, looking at the young man's newfound aura, "or perhaps just a talented mage. But today, you stand as a true hero ready for the battlefield." Junu scratched his head, embarrassed. "No wonder the general gave you the Black Lake sword. You possess the peerless 10,000 stars potential." The magic spirit had mentioned that legendary rank before. Jun Xu looked up, curious. "What does that actually mean?" The Tower Master explained. "It describes a being with infinite growth and the mana capacity of 10,000 superhumans." He reached into his robes and pulled out a shimmering artifact. "Take this. Consider it your S-rank quest reward." It was the Eclipse Ring, one of the 8 great treasures of the Magic Tower and the ultimate relic of the Solar Eclipse faction. Junu slipped it on, Feeling the power surge, the ring granted the devour function, allowing him to absorb and store infinite mana. With the crisis averted, our hero began his journey back home with a light heart. Time skipped forward at his suburban estate. Winter had arrived, blanketing the city in a quiet, white frost. Soren began mastering the heavenly killing star energy, while Janet refined her steel core, both girls reaching new heights of power. Jun watched them with pride. Soren would reach level 5 soon, and the legendary Starfire sword style was within her reach. His own steel fist reached level 4 as his influence spread nationwide. Finally, December 24th arrived. That evening, Jun took Soren and Janet to the festival. The girls marveled at the lights, their laughter filling the winter air. "Enjoy yourselves tonight," Jun laughed, "because starting tomorrow, our hellish training regimen officially resumes." Janet's smile vanished instantly. "In that case, I am heading home early," she shouted, bolting away. "Janet, wait for me," Soren yelled, chasing after her as Jun watched them, knowing their real adventure was just beginning. December 24th. The Godslayer Festival marks the Pope's fall and the Westphalia Treaty's birth. Christmas doesn't exist here. While walking, Soren spots a figure in the bustling crowd. She shouts excitedly, "Janet, look, over there, it's Paladin Chadu Jun." Janet swoons over him while Jun remains lost in thought. Global paladins are gathering. "I'm here as an honorary paladin for Thor and Jur." A diplomat approaches me suddenly. "Is this the legendary master of the Black Tiger Sword, 𝐁𝐞𝐄𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐘𝐄, India's diplomatic representative stationed here in Korea? I stay cool. Warrior Kim, rank 5 superhuman. Thank you for the invite." Assam introduces his family. His daughter Kali bows. "A pleasure to meet you." Warrior Kim, there she is. A top 3 Kikarat warrior and the future master of Kalarachi. Can I use Janet to build a connection with her? I introduce my disciples, noting the similarities between my student and his daughter. Before I can finish, a shout rings out. "Is that the Black Tiger Sword Master?" Suddenly, fans swarm me. The attention is stifling, leaving me completely trapped and helpless. My chance with Kali is ruined, but Janet and Soren are already befriending her. I finally escape the crowd and find the 3 girls chatting like old friends. I breathe a sigh of relief. At least something is going right. Snow falls as the year ends. I just want this peace to last forever. A voice calls from behind. "Hello." A woman approaches with a chilling, subtle smile. "May I have a word with you?" "Successor, it's the saintess of the Pope's army. Why are you here? Preparing for the festival?" Her face darkens. "It's not a Godslayer festival. It is the festival of rebirth." I snort with contempt. "Sûr. Call it whatever you want." She walks beside me, speaking coldly. "You realize how merciful I'm being, right?" I scoff at her. "Merciful? What the hell are you talking about?" She chuckles. "Isn't it strange? You killed our supervisor and yet you're still breathing." I freeze, even though it happened in a dungeon. She knows everything. She grins maliciously. "If I wanted, your pathetic body would be buried by now. I am the one pulling the strings. Understand?" I glare, sensing a dangerous trap. "Why I never asked for your protection." She whispers in my ear. "Because a soul like yours could become our savior." I am stunned. Is she talking about my soul from the original world? In that world, I was a loser. A total failure with no luck or money. Panic sets in. Is this a scam, or is it because of trait change? If she sees trait change as a soul-binding power, maybe I am special to her. Her voice turns low and heavy. "Grow stronger. Become the perfect vessel for that soul." She smirks. "It begins today." I am baffled by her riddles. She continues her strange, haunting monologue. "The gears are turning. We were counting on you, Team Savior." She claims my chaos will bring them everything they desire. What nonsense is this? She just smiles. "You will see very soon." A magic circle glows beneath her. "Stay healthy until we meet again." She vanishes, leaving me in a daze. A crazy woman speaking riddles and disappearing. What is her plan? Everything begins today. The main game hasn't even launched yet. No way. A massive main quest like Chapter 1 triggers this early. Junu's mind raced. Today was the Godslayer Festival, the exact moment Chapter 10's nightmare begins. The Saintess's prophecy matched the game perfectly. Time was running out for everyone. At the stroke of midnight, a thunderous explosion rocked the city, sending the festival goers into a panic. Jun stared at the rising smoke. Damn it. It's starting. Chapter 1, The Soul Crisis. Chaos erupted across Seoul. Gates opened, and a tide of monsters began slaughtering civilians. Their numbers were overwhelming. Without a second thought, Junu grabbed his weapon and charged in. "Guard this perimeter with the holy knights," he barked. The soldier nodded. "Understood." "Sir." "What about you?" Junu didn't look back. "I have people to protect first." Monsters swarmed every alley. Soren and Janet were already fighting for their lives. In the original game, Callie's parents died in this horrific terror attack. That trauma forged her into a cold, transcendent. But the timeline has changed. This time, they had a guardian watching their backs. Master Soren cried out. Junu had arrived to rewrite their tragic fate. To young Callie, Junu appeared like a descending god. Pure admiration filled her teary eyes. Together, they carved through the horde. Soon, Junu was behind the wheel, racing through the carnage. He dialed Jom immediately. The line clicked open to the sound of gunfire. "Hunter Kim. I'm busy handling the soul crisis. Call me later," Jom shouted. "No. Listen now," Junu roared. "The entire city is just a massive distraction. The president is the real target," Jom gasped, his voice trembling with sudden fear. "What? But the Blue House is secure. Because he's not there." Junu replied coldly. "I'm sending his actual coordinates." "Move," he floored the accelerator. The engine screaming. During the festival, the bachelor president always visits his secret lover. Junu's car screeched to a halt mid-air. "We've reached the skyscraper." The magic spirit whispered. "Should I initiate a rooftop landing?" "No time for that." Junu stood on the door's edge. Security is too tight for the front door. To bypass the lockdown and reach the target instantly, he plummeted from the sky, shattering the reinforced glass. Inside, the penthouse was total mayhem. A man crouched in the corner, desperately shielding a woman from the shadows. It was the president. "Are you?" A swordsman. Junu ignored the question. "Checking for injuries." "Watch out," the president screamed. "Behind you, an ambush." Junu's instincts flared. He raised his blade just in time, the impact forcing him back. He glared at the shadow. The Chapter 1 boss, the Executioner Queen. A rank 7 superhuman. "Kim Junuha. Looks like I stumbled upon a legendary jackpot," she sneered. Junu remained silent, his face hardening as he measured the deadly threat before him. "Once I drop your corpse at Gwanghwamun, that old tiger will howl in despair." She drew the cursed blade, Yodo Masamune, a weapon that inflicts random debuffs with every strike. Junu knew that blade's lethality all too well. "Let's see your skills," she hissed. "Did that old man teach you anything useful?" A blood-red sword wave tore through the air. Junu raised his shield, but the sheer force sent a spray of blood from his lungs. "Damn. Just one hit, and I am already reeling." He spat, wiping his mouth. The queen smirked, her eyes glowing. "Not bad. Now, let's see you survive this." Her next swing was a blur. Junu couldn't deflect it and was sent flying across the room. He bit his lip hard. Defending against her is suicide. He needed to fight fire with fire. A half-hearted struggle ends in death. Junu lunged forward like a moth to a flame. In a blink, he vanished, reappearing behind her. She just grinned. Her killing intent, suffocating, pathetic. "Die." She spun with a lethal thrust, but Junu's shield flared to life just in time. In that exact moment, he shifted his traits and countered, blowing the queen back. Before she could react, Junu lunged, his hammer slamming down, forced onto the defensive. The queen snarled through gritted teeth. "You miserable brat." Junu ignored her insults, focusing solely on her only weakness, close-quarters combat. One slip meant certain death, but he had to risk it. Mana and steel clashed in a blinding storm. Nearby, the president watched the carnage, paralyzed by pure terror. The stalemate continued. Junu gritted his teeth. "Damit." Her passive talent is nullifying every bit of damage. But now, the Executioner Queen was absolutely livid. "You are like a persistent leech. This is the end," she screamed, unleashing a lethal slash. The impact sent Junu skidding back. She glared at him with icy eyes. "You were tougher than I thought," she sneered. "Any last words?" Junu shouted. "Red, get the president out of here." During the clash, the extraction car reached the president and sped away instantly. Realizing too late, the queen tried to stop them, but the vehicle vanished into the distance. Junu let out a cold smirk. Now what, your target is gone? Her rage finally boiled over. Gnashing her teeth, she let out a low growl. "You bastard." "So this was your plan." She activated her ultimate skill, World End. Junu watched the blood-red mana surge toward him, a chill running down his spine. A curse kept him rooted. Nowhere to run dream on. He whispered with a grin. His ring suddenly erupted with light, An escape ring, his one-time ticket out of hell, gripping the ring. Jun shouted, "Thanks for the fun." "You old hag," Mana swallowed him whole. When the Queen's blade struck, it hit nothing but cold dirt. Her scream of fury shattered the silence. That little piece of garbage. Jun rematerialized in his own bathroom. He sat up, gasping, heart pounding against his ribs. Without that ring from the Tower Master, he'd be dead. Too close. He muttered. He wondered if the general arrived. Capturing that queen would be nearly impossible, but he needed to heal first. Jun sank into the warm bath. Letting his body rest, he drifted off until his phone rang. He answered with a groggy, tired sigh. "Hello," suddenly. Soren's panicked screaming filled the room, jolting him awake. She began lecturing him immediately. "Why haven't you answered? It's been days," Jun groaned. "I was resting." Then the reality hit him. "Wait. Did you say days?" "Yes. Do you know how worried I was, leaving those weird messages and just vanishing?" Jun checked his logs. "Okay. Yeah. That is a bit awkward." He muttered an apology. Soren brushed it off. "Never mind that. Do you know where I am right now?" Jun frowned. Where she whispered, "I am at the Blue House. The president wants to see you," stepping out of the tub. Jun regained his composure. "I get it. I'll be there soon. Time to claim the rewards." Later, at the Blue House, the president greeted him warmly. "Thank you, Jun. You risked everything to save me. Are you feeling better?" Jun nodded. Fully recovered. The potions and elixirs did most of the work. Suddenly, a heavy hand smacked his back. It was Jum, laughing loudly. "See, I told you, this kid's too tough to die." The Tower Master added, "Glad our elixirs worked. Don, don't forget, the Magic Tower's help." Jun sighed. Why were they being so friendly? The president stepped forward. "Hunter Kim, please accept this token of my gratitude." He opened a case, revealing the SR rank stellar armor. Its stellar trait was a game changer, allowing the user to shift stat presets for any advantage. Switching to a swordsman profile would instantly boost attack and agility to the max. Swap to the warrior trait for raw power and durability. Or switch to marksman to maximize attack speed and mobility. Was this gear custom made for Jun? It's absolutely peak. Smirking, Jun happily accepts the legendary reward. "Thanks. I'll put this to good use." Suddenly, a heavy hand lands on his shoulder, catching him completely off guard. Before he can react, the Tower Master and Jom cheer excitedly. "All right. Time to get down to the real business." Jun is whisked into the war room with the high-ranking officials. The president stands tall, speaking with total authority. "We were currently tracking Yeren, the terrorist leader, 𝐁𝐞𝐄𝐧𝐠, the one they call the Executioner Queen." Jun silently studies the tactical map. It's familiar, the exact layout for the Chapter 1 quest from the game. In the original game world, a mission like this would have been cleared in a heartbeat. But now, legendary war heroes from both the East and West are mobilizing for actual combat. Global leaders and even the elite strike team from the Superhuman Association have formed a massive alliance. Government backing makes a huge difference. This explains the assassination plot and the Saint's cryptic warnings. Jun wonders what her next move will be. It seems Chapter 1 is reaching its climax faster than expected. Over the following days, Jun becomes a viral sensation. Soren and Janet beam with pride, seeing him all over the news. "Master, the internet is blowing up. Everyone's talking about your epic battle at the Indian embassy." With Chapter 1 closing, Jun focuses on his personal growth, driving the girls back to his private estate. As they step out, Janet spots someone waiting at Ambassador 𝐁. Accompanied by his wife and daughter, they're waiting right at Jun's doorstep. Seeing him, 𝐁 rushes forward to offer a formal greeting. "Greetings, Master of the Black Lake Sword. I've come to express my deepest gratitude to you." Jun simply nods. This is the golden window to recruit Kali. But before Jun can even speak, Kali suddenly steps forward. "Teacher, please make me your disciple," she declares. Jun freezes. He hadn't even started his pitch yet. Stunned, he asks, "A disciple, Kali? What exactly do you mean by that?" She explains that the recent crisis proves she needs power. She wants to be strong like Soren and Janet. With absolute sincerity, Kali bows deeply before him. "I beg you, please teach me the way of strength." 𝐁 gasps in shock. "Kali, are you sure? Think about the burden you'll carry." Dante, rush into this. He knew the curse. Kali's grandmother was a Kalarachi master who mutated into a monster inside a rift. Every descendant of the ambassador's family faces a grim reality once they reach adulthood. The fate of goddess Kali awakens. If they resist this dark destiny, only death will follow them. They've always been slaves to their bloodline's fate. But Junwoo knows this is a new era of awakening. Junwoo realizes he can lose this top-tier warrior. Ambassador. Don't hold her back from her true potential. Junwoo speaks with conviction. I understand your family's tragic destiny and the weight of the lineage you carry. Aim's eyes widen in total disbelief. How? How could you possibly know our family secrets? Ignoring the shock, Junwoo continues. I share your concern. But Kali has the talent to protect herself. A flicker of hope enters Aim's voice. Are you saying you know how to save her from the curse? Junwoo nods firmly. Yes. She must become a superhuman. Entrust her to me, and I'll make it a reality. Aim hesitates, his voice trembling with worry. She's just an innocent child. She's never even held a blade. He fears she can handle it. But his wife steps in, urging him to trust their daughter's resolve. After a long silence, Aim turns to Kali. Is this truly your choice? Will you stay the course? Yes, father. Kali replies firmly. I'll do my best. Please, have faith in me. Aim pats her shoulder with love. It will be a hellish path. But if you're ready, then go, overcome your fate and survive. With her father's blessing, Kali beams with pure, unbridled joy. Later, at the training grounds, Junwoo's eyes narrow. Is this your final decision? Kali, no turning back, not realizing the nightmare training ahead. She nods enthusiastically. Yes. Master, I am ready for anything. Junwoo lets out a dark, booming laugh. Then get ready. Kali, your hellish training arc begins tonight. His terrifying aura makes her shiver. Days later, the gym echoes with a rhythmic, intense training beat. Kali moves with fluid grace, dancing in her gear. The Kalarachi, a deadly fusion of dancer and assassin, Junwoo successfully unlocked her hidden stealth trait. Now, it's time to awaken her dancer trait. Mana surged as Kali danced, triggering a sudden dancer skill evolution. Her foundation was set. Now, the quest to defy fate truly begins. Level 3 already, Junwoo handed her a towel. Impressed by her rapid growth. Thank you, Master. Kali wiped her sweat, her eyes burning with resolve. Rest now. Junwoo warned. Your stamina stats are still too low. No. Keep going. She refused to stop. Desperate to reach her senior's rank, she was pushing beyond her limits, ignoring the physical toll. You have the talent, Junwoo advised. Just like the others, train steadily. Overloading your system will only lead to ruin. Kali nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Junwoo's phone broke the silence. It was Chunbok. Junwoo stepped out, ordering Kali to recover. Master of the Black Tiger Sword. The old man's voice crackled with excitement. A challenge, Junwoo frowned. The Destroyer King wants a duel, a high-stakes match with the Iron Fist on the line. I remember him. Junwoo's voice turned cold. Accept the challenge. The reward diamonds and a Mars fragment. The legendary fire combat art was sealed within it. This was the hidden quest Junwoo needed to reach the next tier. 2 weeks. Four on four. Junwoo didn't hesitate. Consider it done. He hung up, his mind already building the ultimate guild team. Absolute victory was required. Should he summon Soren or the elite UIN? Team synergy was difficult. They hadn't fought as a unit before. Perfect. Junwoo smirked. This specific lineup is our winning move. 14 days later, the underground arena roared as the battle commenced. The Destroyer King arrived with 3 rank 6 legendary Elder Masters. Brats, the Flying Dragon King, laughed at the young challengers. Yunu Scythe. These old degenerates were still full of mana. 3 rank 6 veterans. The challenge level was higher than expected. Don't panic, Junwoo whispered. He had a secret winning strategy. His team was set Iron Fist, Priest Kim, and the Mage, the Kim Trio, a legendary combination from his gaming days. With their synergy, the Mars fragment was practically his. He had summoned them to his base to perfect the plan. A perfect metacomp. Warrior, Mage, and Priest ready for war. But even this elite squad had one glaring weakness. Our defense is lacking. Don't worry, Priest Kim replied confidently. Mage Kim Sahil, am I really the weakest link here? Dawn, blame yourself, Junwoo reassured. The opponents are veterans. A frontal assault is suicide. We need a trap. Iron Fist leaned in, The plan, Junu's eyes flashed dangerously. Pure melee chaos. The arena exploded into a violent brawl. It was simple. Yet the old masters were struggling to breathe. 3 warriors locked down the elders. While Jun targeted the leader, pathetic tactics. The king roared from the skies above. You think we're easy prey? The flying dragon king lunges as Jun Xu calmly readies his stance. Just as predicted, the enemies underestimate them and split formation. The king readies his prosthetic arm cannon. A black shell screams toward Jun. Aerial combat is the king's domain. But Jun has a counter-strategy. In an instant, Jun triggers a skill evolution. Shifting his trait to air cannon, explosions rock the sky as Jun ascends effortlessly. The king gasps in shock. You can fly. Before the boss monster can comprehend, Jun cleaves the incoming projectile in 2 simultaneously. A devastating arc of sword light erupts from his blade. The king panics too late as the energy detonates. Even the Angel King watches in sheer disbelief while the Destruction King is distracted. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 delivers a heavy blow, pinning him down. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 immediately levels his mechanical arm cannon at the fallen king's head. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 against 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 tier of physical damage. The Destruction King is just a bug. Nearby, Priest Kim and the Mage hold their ground against the Angel King and Demon King. Jun chuckles. His hunters are following orders perfectly, even after he forbade them from using magic. At the time, they were baffled. What? How are we supposed to fight without our spells? Stick to them and disrupt their flow. Jun had instructed, wait for the opening to strike. The Angel King finally loses patience and begins summoning a massive holy attack. Blinding light floods the arena, forcing Priest Kim to shield his eyes. The Demon King follows suit. Game over, die, he roars, unleashing a blood-red mana beam. In a heart-stopping moment, Jun flashes forward, conjuring a shield to protect his teammates. Priest Kim, buff me now, Jun commands. Kim reacts instantly with a holy nod. Outside the barrier, the relentless mana beams continue to lash out like starving beasts. A system window appears as Jun acquires the shield wall trait. The Demon King mocks their defense. However, the Angel King senses a shift. Wait. Stop. Something is wrong. Jun stands tall, completely unscathed by the high-tier magic. Mage Kim steps up with a grin. Shall we end this? Jun nods. Yeah. Finish them. Jun summons Thor's hammer as Mage Kim infuses it with a massive surge of mana. A blazing fire phoenix erupts. Jun charges, hammer raised, trailing a wake of legendary flames. He flashes a confident smirk. This is the Kim Guild's absolute victory. A massive explosion levels the arena. The referee declares Kim's team the undisputed winners. A system notification pings. New trait Fearless has been unlocked. Condition met, defeat 3 high-ranking enemies in a row. The Destruction King was the final key. The Destruction King approaches, humbled by the loss. We've been defeated. He admits, it was a legendary clash. Keeping his word, he hands over the Firestar fragment. Here is the promised loot, he says coldly. The rest goes to your teammates. Jun beams. Finally, the item needed to awaken. Soren's hidden sword arts is in his hands. In good spirits, he offers them a rematch anytime they feel like losing again. The Flying Dragon King chuckles softly. I think it's time for me to retire. Kid, our era is over. The new age belongs to you. They watch the legends walk away. The next day, swordlight dances in Jun's private gym. Soren and Jun are locked in combat. The sparring is intense as they trade blows before jumping back to reset their positions. Soren stands tall, eyes blazing with a hunter-esque fire. Master, I am just getting started. She lunges again, her mana pressure reaching a terrifying new peak. This is the power of the heavenly killing star. Jun had gifted her the fragment earlier. She had been stunned. You're giving a legendary item like this to me. Jun simply shrugged. It's useless to me. It only awakens for its true master. You. Soren gripped the artifact, her gaze darkening as an ominous energy radiated from its core. Jun calmed her with a steady look. Don't resist. Let your mana follow its primal instincts. She sat cross-legged, syncing with the Mars fragment, a legendary fusion of ancient martial arts and mana. This was the missing link, the reason Runu couldn't teach them precise mana manipulation before. Suddenly, Soren's eyes snapped open. Without a second's hesitation, she unsheathed her blade in one motion. The air grew heavy as crimson mana erupted, the true, blood-soaked form of the war, God's power. In that moment, Soren successfully inherited the core traits and essence of the Mars sword style. Unbelievable, she whispered. Still reeling from the sheer weight of the newfound power within her, Jun reassured her, "That's the Slaughter Star's influence. Accept it, and your combat evolution will begin." Soren nodded firmly, her resolve hardening. "Thank you. I truly don't know how to repay you." Jun smirked. "Then help me confuse everyone." Jun raised his sword, eyes gleaming. "How about making me your disciple? Teach me that style." And just like that, the two began a high-intensity training session to master the Mars technique. Soren was a whirlwind of speed, her mana regenerating instantly. Even Jun was forced onto the defensive. He gritted his teeth, realized the truth. This sword style is a total game-breaker. If Kali's style was a graceful waltz, Soren's was a brutal, relentless dance of total war. As their steel clashed, Jun felt as if the entire world was drowning in a sea of blood. Soren's eyes widened in shock. Jun's presence was shifting, his hidden stats were finally awakening. The duel reached its peak until Jun suddenly flipped the script, blasting Soren backward with overwhelming force. Boom times. The wall shattered. A system window appeared. Jun had successfully acquired the Mars sword style trait. So this is the Heavenly Slaughter Star. He looked over, seeing Soren sprawled on the ground. "You okay?" "Soren," she snapped back. "Does it look like I'm okay after that hit?" Training concluded. While Soren recovered, Jun enjoyed some tea on the balcony, analyzing his progress. He was on the verge of level 6. But he still needed more experience points to awaken. Checking his phone, he grinned. Time to call in a favor from the right person. The next day at the office, Cho greeted Jun with a loud, boisterous laugh. "Look who it is, our top earner and the pride of the organization," appearing with his driver. Jun ignored the banter and sat down. "Cut the talk. What's this big mission you mentioned?" Cho leaned in, his expression turning professional. "As your broker, let me give you the briefing. The terrorist alliance had been wiped out by a government crackdown. Unlike the events in the game, their organization was shattered during a massive suppression campaign led by the central government. Rebuilding would be impossible. The executioner, Queen Yirin, and her remnants were now scattered and hunted. The military wants them neutralized," Cho added. "And we finally tracked their hidden location. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 heavily. But they're hiding in a zone we simply cannot infiltrate easily." Jun narrowed his eyes. "A monster problem, mutants." 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 replied. "They've got high-tier mutants among them." Jun grimaced. "In the monster village, mutants were treated like family, making this mission a nightmare. That damn bear is shielding them." 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 groaned. "It makes the entire operation nearly impossible. But what a twist of fate turns out. Hunter Kim has connections with that very village." Jun nodded, processing the info. However, he couldn't just dive into this head first. To reach level 6, he couldn't risk a war with the village. But refusing wasn't an option. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 slid a photo across the desk. "This is our target, a salamander mutant hiding there." Jun studied the image of the creature for a long moment, his brow furrowing in suspicion. "You're calling this thing a mutant?" Cho nodded. "Is there something wrong with the intel?" "This isn't a mutant. It's Salamander Senior, the Chapter 1 mid-boss and a high-tech biocriminal." Realizing the Great Bear was being deceived, Jun accepted the quest and raced toward Hope Village. Jun was certain the truth would win Big Bear over. He'd convince him, no matter the cost. A massive explosion suddenly rocked the air. Panic hit that came from Hope Village's direction. That lizard bastard finally moved. Smoke and fire instantly swallowed the distant, darkening sky. The villagers collapsed, trembling in pain. Even the mighty Big Bear couldn't stop shaking. With a hoarse, struggling voice, he rasped, What is happening to our home?" "Mana bomb," Jun shouted. Arriving fast, Big Bear gasped. "Kim, why are you here?" Jun yelled. "A terrorist did this. He's a high-ranking criminal disguised as a mutant." Big Bear froze. A scout suddenly rushed in. "Chief Snakebone and Salamander are gone." The chief stood in shock. He was paralyzed, lost in a sea of sudden betrayal. Jun urged, "No time. This energy will turn everyone into living." Exploding mana bombs. As villagers shrieked in agony, Jun commanded, "Quickly, you must deploy a mana barrier." "I am on it," Big Bear roared, rushing to the god tree. It knelt, pleading desperately, "Great Mother, protect us." As he spoke, the tree erupted in a brilliant, holy light. Shimmering threads of mana shot from the tree, weaving a protective dome over the village. The survivors stabilized. Jun turned back. "Hold the shield. I'm hunting that terrorist down." Big Bear watched him, worried. Going alone. Can you really handle a monster like him? Jun shifted his sixth sense trait. I'll find them in return. Just wait for me. He plunged into the toxic fog. Jun gritted his teeth. This is the place. Surely. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Master Jun spun around, his heart nearly stopping. It was Soren. Why are you here? She smiled sweetly. You called for help. Master. Jun blinked, his mind spinning. Did I don't remember calling anyone for backup. He shrugged it off. Right. Thanks. Suddenly, his vision blurred and his legs gave out. Soren caught him. Master? You? Okay, Jun gasped. My body? It feels completely numb. She guided him into the shadows. Rest now. Let me handle the rest of this. Will you be safe? Jun asked. Soren's smile widened into a chilling, predatory, dark grin. Of course. Just rest. Forever. She drew a dagger, lunging straight for his heart. The scent of blood filled the air. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. But then her eyes filled with terror. Jun stood tall. The blade shattered. Did you think I'd fall for such a cheap illusion? Jun clutched a holy water vial, having stabbed his leg to break the mental trance. The fake Soren shrieked, her body exploding into a cloud of foul, black demonic smoke. As the mist cleared, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Snakebone was crucified, being used as a battery. Rage flared in Jun's eyes. You absolute psycho. Using him as a catalyst for destruction. You're turning mutant bodies into living weapons. You are going to pay for this. Lizard. Salamander lautu. Mutants are easy prey. Now. D? You annoying little low-rank hunter. Jun glared at the thugs. You think this trash is enough to take me down? System. Activate buffs. Fury. Fortitude. And Peerless Slaughter initiate the final evolution of my skills. He combined 6 traits into Starfire Sword Style, a technique made for 1 versus 1,000. Hidden stats, synchronized. Jun moved like a ghost, executing the Starfire art with lethal precision. Crimson mana exploded, shredding the soldiers. Panic spread instantly through the Salamander's elite ranks. Jun's eyes blazed. You picked the wrong target. He charged, dual-wielding his sword and hammer. His blades were soon drenched. In seconds, the Salamander and his men were utterly decimated. Jun smiled coldly at the carnage. Incredible power. He rescued Snakebone and hurried back. At the village, Big Bear let out a roar of horror. Snakebone? No. His mana is gone. Jun rasped, get him to the god tree before he goes berserk. Big Bear nodded, rushing toward the light. Great Mother. Please, save my brother's soul. But the system translator only relayed the tree god's grim and heavy tone. It is too late. I can do nothing. Big Bear trembled, whispering in absolute denial. Suddenly, Snakebone reached out a weak hand. Big Bear rushed over, eyes filled with panic. Are you conscious? Kill me. Please. The request struck Big Bear like a physical blow. What are you saying? He roared. As Jun Xu watched the scene with a grim expression, this was the only way. If that mana core went critical, the village would be vaporized. Big Bear wept. I'll give my life before I ever raise a hand against you. Amidst the despair, Jun Xu spoke up. There's a way. Hope flared in Big Bear's eyes. Really? Jun Xu hesitated. There is a 90% chance of total system failure. Failure meant death for Jun Xu too. But he remembered her words. He had to risk everything. Despite the terrifying odds, Big Bear's resolve did not waver for a single second. Even a 1% chance is enough. Please, Jun Xu nodded. Prepare a specialized infusion bath. The crowd scrambled into action. Jun Xu turned back to Big Bear with a sharp command. The Hunter Association is waiting. Let them in. Big Bear cleared the path for the guild. The guildmaster handed over a heavy case. Here are the high-tier items you requested. Need anything else? Extract the mana cores and lubricants from every high-ranking prosthetic nearby. The chairman's eyes narrowed. How many? All of them. Every single one. Right now. To survive. Snakebone needed a human vessel. Jun Xu began synthesizing a legendary metamorphosis potion. He submerged the creature. This forbidden technique was a secret from the post-nuclear war arc. It was a massive gamble, requiring a sacrifice from a being at a god-tier realm, tree god, to save her. Will you offer your divine blood? Jun Xu asked with cold intensity. Big Bear gasped in pure shock. You mean the lifeblood of our godmother? The tree god hesitated, then agreed. A vial of glowing divine essence flowed into Jun Xu's hands. Jun Xu administered the essence to her and himself, then instantly triggered 3 legendary traits: divine power, holy light, and aura. He ascended momentarily, entering the tree, God's restricted domain. In a blinding flash, the reality before his eyes fractured and completely reformed. This was the tree, God's inner sanctum, occupied by 2 legendary deities she had summoned, standing before gods. Jun Xu felt tiny, but their relics responded. He would force an evolution now. Suddenly, a pitch-black darkness swallowed the sky above the village of Hope. 2 massive mana signatures erupted, striking Jun Xu and Snakebone with the force of heaven. Big Bear screamed as lightning tore through the air. Even the chairman stood frozen. No one understood the phenomena, but Jun Xu remained calm, cocooned in a swirling mana vortex. Thunder shook the earth. When the light faded, the infusion bath was steaming with heat. Jun Xu smirked. Snakebone, time to wake up. A slender hand emerged from the smoke. A golden-haired girl appeared. Jun Xu smiled. The legendary tier transformation was a total success. She had attained a human form, or more accurately, a perfect, high-spec artificial body. The girl stepped out of the bath. Looking at her hands, the monster was gone. Jun Xu draped a cloth over her. Congratulations. Welcome to your brand new life. Thank you, she whispered. The wind in the air. It feels like a beautiful dream. She finally had a body. But suddenly, her legs buckled. Big Bear cried out in alarm. Are you okay? Did something go wrong? Even Jun Xu felt a flicker of doubt. She coughed suddenly, and a brilliant, circular artifact materialized out of thin air in her palm. Jun Xu recognized it, the SSR rank prophecy ring, the ultimate reward for her secret hidden quest. She stared at the artifact. So, this is the Godmother's final prophecy. Big Bear scratched his head, confused. Prophecy. She placed the ring into Jun Xu's hand. She smiled warmly. Since you returned my essence, my fate is to offer my own body to you. The Ring of Prophecy, a legendary system tool capable of extracting any hidden data within the game world. It reveals the secret loot hidden inside treasure chests, or maps out treacherous, randomized dungeons. This reward caught Junu completely off guard. While he hesitated, the Serpent Queen handed him a shimmering mana core. You should take this as well. Junu stared in disbelief. Wait, isn't this your mana core? Even without her mutant traits, she'd need it. She shook her head. To reach tier 6, you need my core. My mother's final instructions were clear. Suddenly, the world tree trembled, dropping a mystical leaf into her hand. She quickly inspected it, noticing hidden runic text etched into the surface. After reading, she spoke. The Godmother has provided the hidden requirements to reach tier 6. Junu stood frozen. The Serpent Queen explained. According to the system guide, you'll need mana cores from other high-level mutants. Big Bear stepped forward instantly. You're our savior. Take every mana core I've hoarded. They're all yours. Within seconds, the entire village joined in, eager to offer their own resources to their hero. Junu smiled, touched by their sacrifice. These were precious family mementos, yet they gave them freely. He was truly grateful. The following day, Junu returned to the city, standing before a massive skyscraper with his 3 disciples. Soren stared at the tower in awe. Master, do you really own this entire building? Junu nodded. I just bought it. Money is just another form of power. Suddenly, Director Choi arrived, waving. Greetings. Superhuman Kim Junu smirked back. Director Choi, you're here quite early. He smiled broadly. Of course, I'm the manager of this tower now. It's a true honor. Let me show you around. Soren and the others were ecstatic, their faces lighting up with excitement at the luxurious surroundings. They planned to grab a meal, but Junu intervened. Let's head straight to the training hall. The 3 students instantly panicked. Moments later, their grueling training session officially began in the private gym. Kali was tier 3. Janet was tier 4. While Soren remained the strongest at tier 5, Junu joined the training, moving with explosive speed that was completely invisible to the naked eye. Now a tier 6 swordsman, Junu paused to observe his students. Their foundations were finally solid. With their basics established, he could finally focus on pushing his own limits further. Thanks to the Ring of Prophecy, Junu had acquired the rare items necessary for his tier 6 evolution. He mastered the Eastern Army's secret techniques, the Black Tiger sword style and Hellfire. The Master Swordsman trait was close, But his current training wasn't enough to bridge the gap. He was struggling to control the volatile energy of the Hellfire sword style. Jun knew it was time to visit the realm of the gods. Days later, he stood before Sweden's celestial palace, but as he moved to enter, the divine sentinel barred his path. Warrior Kim, you are forbidden entry. Jun was stunned. But I'm an honorary holy knight here. The guard remained cold, even as a knight. Entering at tier 6 is suicide. Return when you reach tier 7. Jun sighed. He had expected this roadblock. It was a logical system constraint. Legend says anyone below tier 7 dies instantly before a god. But Jun had a secret plan. He revealed a mystical branch and smirked. This is a mythic tier item, the 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 regret. The guardian angel's eyes widened in shock. You actually found that legendary relic. I understand. I shall guide you inside immediately. Jun smiled, satisfied that his preparation paid off. Luckily, he had scouted this path and prepared everything in advance. Earlier in Sweden, Jun had been hunting for a specific quest, reward the mythic tier 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 regret. To trigger the quest, he had to find hidden NPCs within the crowded city market. As he planned his next move, a heavy hand clapped his shoulder. It was 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. He laughed heartily. Long time no see? Kid, I never expected to run into you here. Jun smiled politely. It has been a while. What a strange coincidence. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 beamed. It's thanks to our newest family member. We're here to get our newborn blessed. Jun smiled at their joy. Looking back, this was a Norse holy ground. Wait. Isn't that the god from the legends? Jun Xu blurted out. Are you here for Freya's blessing? I heard she perished long ago. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 nodded solemnly. True. But the prophecy remains. It speaks of a castle floating in the sky and a place in the deepest abyss. Search for the Twilight Gem. Take it to the open fields. Board the airship. And restore the world's broken order. Only then will the gods smile again. Jun Xu narrowed his eyes, analyzing the system logic. According to the prophecy, the floating castle is the grand palace, and the abyss is right here. As he pondered, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 made an offer. We found the gem. Wanna look? He handed over a strange object. Jun Xu's eyes widened. This is the gem. In this world, gem must be a metaphor for forbidden knowledge. He spotted something familiar in the data. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 looked confused. What is it? Is there a problem? This depicts the birth of a pure deity, the awakening of Miss Ten. It clicked. These two were the hidden NPCs Jun Xu needed to guide. To clear the quest, he had to help them secure Freya's blessing. Jun Xu's vibe shifted instantly. Bro, let me join your party. The trio moved toward the prophesied field, but the zone was crawling with high-level monsters. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 mounted toward the horizon from the driver's seat. There it is. The legendary airship forged by the Dwarf King himself. Jun Xu looked up and saw two massive vessels hovering. His heart raced. He recognized that model, a folding mobile fortress that fits in a pocket. A flying dreadnought. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 noticed his silence. Breathtaking. In reality, Jun Xu was calculating how to loot it. Even if the game mechanics usually forbade it, the couple scanned the perimeter nervously. The prophecy was clear: board the ship to reset the world. To succeed, they had to seize the Skidbladnir and crush the Titan army. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 heavily. Countless hunters died trying to claim this ship. This won't be easy. Jun Xu gripped his fists, a smirk playing on his lips. Not easy. For me, this is a walk in the park. Suddenly, heavy cannons locked onto their vehicle. A barrage of mana shells rained down. System alert. Incoming projectiles detected. Time to show off my stats. Jun Xu muttered. He instantly swapped his trait to God tier pilot. He floored the accelerator, the engine roaring as they tore through the wind. Mana blasts exploded behind them in a chain of fire. But Jun Xu didn't flinch, driving straight into the kill zone. The artillery fire intensified. The system screamed warnings. As the HUD turned red, Jun Xu ignored the alarms, pushing the speed past the limit into the heart of the smoke. The couple watched in terror as the car plunged into the inferno. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the flames. It was Jun Xu. He launched the vehicle skyward in a move straight out of an action movie. New skill evolution unity with the steed. He steered the car through the air, slamming it down onto the airship's deck, sending guards scrambling in panic. Before they could react, a massive explosion rocked the deck, blowing the defenders overboard. An enemy general stormed out, eyes bulging at the sight of his defeated unit. He glared at the intruder, A paladin of Thor. Why are you committing this treason? Jun Xu sneered. Cut the crap. I don't put my faith in gods. He gripped his hammer tight, ignoring the general's desperate screams. With a brutal charge, he swung. Boom. Another explosion tore through the ship. In seconds, Jun Xu wiped the deck and seized full control of the bridge. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐳 boarded, breathless. That was legendary. Kid, now we just need to fly this thing. Jun Xu nodded. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐳. True. But how do we interface with the controls, Master? I can override the system. The vehicle's AI chimed in. Jun Xu plugged the car's interface cable into the ship's core. System access granted. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐳 tracked the map. To get Freya's blessing, we need to find Fenrir next. Jun Xu didn't hesitate, stepping forward to take the quest. I'll find it for you. He commanded the system to move the ship, carpet bombing the field and slaughtering titans like degenerates. Jun Xu smirked at the carnage. Now, shall we fulfill the rest of the prophecy? 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐳 nodded. Thanks, kid. I remember this favor. Now, behold. He revealed the gemstone. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from the gem. Goddess Frigg manifested before their eyes, silent and divine. She touched Jorda's abdomen. In a flash of light, the goddess vanished. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐳 bowed deeply. I accept this heavenly blessing with the utmost gratitude. Mission clear. Jun Xu's eyes widened as a rare 1% drop item appeared in his inventory. 𝐁𝐞𝐤𝐳𝐳 regret. Clutching the artifact, Jun Xu felt ready to challenge the gods themselves. Returning to the present, Jun Xu breached the gates of the colossal divine palace. An invisible barrier blocked his path. Gritting his teeth, he forced his way through the distortion. The divine pressure was suffocating, but his hidden stats allowed him to endure the god's aura. Using a one-time survival item, Jun Xu finally reached the throne of Thor, god of thunder. Perched on his throne, Thor smirked. Welcome, outsider. I've been expecting you. Jun Xu froze. Did he know? How do you know? I'm from another world. Thor chuckled darkly. Little human, these eyes of mine perceive everything in this realm. Jun Xu realized the truth. To these high-ranking beings, his identity was an open book. Why seek me? Thor asked. Jun Xu replied, who summoned me to this twisted world? If a transcendent power had altered reality, surely the god of war would know the source. I don't know. Thor shrugged. Jun Xu stood paralyzed as Thor's gaze intensified. Say it again. I said, I don't know. How should I? Jun Xu muttered. Was it the All-Father then? Thor's brow furrowed in deep thought. Impossible. He finally grumbled. No god could use such power without me noticing. It wasn't a divine summoning. Jun Xu recalled the saintess's cryptic warnings. Her words were dripping with hidden agendas. He looked at Thor. Then why did she call me a vessel? Your soul rank is exceptionally high. Perhaps it's because you can combine traits, Thor mused. Thor nodded casually. Exactly. That's your true power. Integrating all powers is a trait of transcendence. The East calls it peerless 10 stars. Right. Jun Xu remembered the Tower Master mentioning this. I've heard that term before. Have you met others like me? Thor tapped his throne. Only one? The Heavenly Demon. The name hit Jun Xu like a truck. He finally understood his connection to the legendary monster. Thor leaned in. Forget the church and the father. Become my apostle instead. Jun Xu recoiled. I'm not looking to die just yet. Thanks. I meant after you die. Brat, Thor scoffed. Besides, the old man's resurrection is inevitable. Jun Xu narrowed his eyes. Are you actually serious about this? Thor sighed. I am sick of this palace and endless wine. I am the god of war. In the ancient myths, the great war of gods changed everything. The losers were executed, the victors sealed. Thor's imprisonment was a cage he despised. That war only benefited you humans. Thor muttered. So, I'll give you a little push. Jun Xu was baffled, but Thor reached out his hand, eyes glowing with power. You want the power to defy the father, don't you? Jun Xu gave a silent, determined nod. Thor smirked. Then take it. A massive lightning bolt shattered the sky, striking Jun Xu. Lightning coursed through Jun Xu's veins, engulfing his entire body in a blinding blue glow. Veins bulged as he screamed in agony. Thor watched coldly. Use it well, human. After the hellish pain subsided, Jun Xu had evolved. He now wielded Thor's legendary lightning. Thor rumbled, his voice echoing. It is finished. Little human. Lightning surged through the hammer. Painful, yet a perfect evolution. Thank you, Thunder God. Thor nodded. Go. traveler from another world. Jun Xu smiled. A successful raid. He headed back to Korea, home soil at last. He gazed down. Peace, filling his heart. The Godslayer mistletoe was his. Even Baldur would fall now. A vacation with my disciples. He laughed. Pride swelling within him. Boom. A massive explosion shattered the silence. Peace was gone. What was that blast? He rushed toward the rising black smoke. His face paled instantly. My home? They targeted my home. Sirens wailed. Jun Xu arrived like a storm. Searching the debris, his speed left the nurses gasping in his wake. He found Choi, broken and bloodied, hooked to medical machines. Who did this? Iron Fist spat. The terrorist remnants. Jun Xu's expression turned cold. His aura began to boil. They crossed the line. Choi was more than a partner. He was family. In this degenerate world, Choi was the only one who showed kindness. His loyal ally, motionless. Rage consumed Jun Xu's trembling heart. My fault. I involved him. Suddenly, Choi groaned in pain. Director, you reawake. Jun Xu cried out in desperate relief. I'm okay. Choi whispered, holding out a blood-stained vial. Take this. My blood. It tracks the rats responsible. Jun Xu's voice shook. Why did you go this far? Nano trackers. Choi wheezed. I tagged them. Now. Hunt them down. Jun Xu gripped his hand. Thank you for staying alive. I'll use every divine skill to heal you. Rest now. He turned, eyes burning with bloodlust. They are dead men. Guro District. The criminal hive. War had finally arrived. The nano signal is here. Iron Fist reported. They re-cornered. They moved inside. The system interface pinged with hostile threats. The trail ends here. Yes. Should I level this entire block? Iron Fist's knuckles cracked. He was ready for a bloodbath. Jun Xu hesitated. He needed a more decisive surgical strike. Queen Yerin. The Rights Alliance turned into a terrorist cult. Once protectors of the marginalized, they were now just monsters. Pure violence would make them martyrs. He needed a better way. Violence isn't the answer today. Jun Xu stated coldly. Innocents are at risk. I want. Play their game. Then what? Jun Xu smirked. We tear it all down. Tear it down. Rebuild. Iron Fist was utterly confused. Urban redevelopment. I am buying this entire layer out from under them. Iron Fist froze. Jun Xu's plan was legendary and ruthless. The Guro project began. Money and power moved mountains. With government backing and guild gold, the landscape shifted. Let the real hunt begin. A major breakthrough. Junu finally located the terrorist stronghold on the outskirts of Darim. He wasn't going alone. With Yuan assisting, the lock was bypassed instantly. System bypassed. Master. Yunu was impressed. Yuan wasn't just a top-tier security expert, he was a master at dismantling them. Yuan blushed, his humble nature clashing with his incredible skill as he lowered his voice. Isn't this too reckless? Yuan whispered. The Queen of Assassins is no joke. Junu just grinned. It's a death trap. For sure. That's exactly why I brought the heavy hitters to help. Emerging from the shadows were familiar faces. His trusted allies and fellow awakened, Iron Fist and the Kims reached rank 5. The disciples were ranks 3 to 5. While Junu and Yuan were rank 6, a gathering of monsters. Their growth rates were defying all logic and average limit. Even Junu was stunned that Yuan had reached rank 6 so quickly, matching his own power. With this lineup, we can crush anyone. Don't sweat it, we were strong enough to win. Soren's team roared with excitement. Leave the small fry to us. Master, we've got this. Yuan steeled his resolve as a rank 6 warrior. Junu took the lead and pushed the door open. Instantly, a violent gale blasted them. As the dust cleared, a massive space-time gate manifested. The sight of that abyssal void drained the color from the disciples' faces. Are we really going in? Soren stammered. Junu winked. Have I ever led you into a losing battle? Let's move. It's time to hunt down the Queen of Assassins and end this. Deep within the shadows, a cold voice hissed. The lowlifes have come to bury themselves. Yeren unsheathed her blood-red blade with a demonic smirk. I'll give them a beautiful grave. Stepping through the portal, they arrived at a vast, unsettling grassland under an alien sky. The scenery was strange, marked by an ancient magic circle and 3 mysterious trials. This was minigame hell. 3 trials stood between them, and stripping the Executioner Queen S buffs in-game. It was a simple side-scroller. In reality, this survival challenge was a nightmare, but Junu had prepared for this. Bringing his disciples specifically for these mechanics, we split up. Team 1, Yuan, Iron Fist, and the Kims go for the objective. Team 2, Soren, Janet, and Kali Soren looked confused at the sudden team split. Team 3 is just me. Junu smiled. As a legendary ranker, he could solo any gimmick. Trial 1. Yuan's squad had to shatter falling blocks to reach the goal. Mage Kim's mana sensing trait was the key, pinpointing the targets for the team to destroy. Iron Fist's awakened strength pulverized the obstacles with ease, paving their way forward. They cleared it perfectly. Yet Yuan's expression remained clouded with a heavy, hidden doubt. Trial 2. Soren's group faced a high-altitude platforming puzzle above the clouds. Thanks to Kali's boss raid instincts, they navigated the patterns effortlessly and succeeded. I'll handle the final stage. Junu signaled, "Wait for me at the boss room door. Good luck." Master Priest Kim cheered as they reached the massive doors first. "We were the fastest." Iron Fist laughed, patting the mage's shoulder. "Great pathfinding, kid." The young mage smiled bashfully, glad his skills finally helped the party succeed. As they celebrated, Yuan stood apart, looking uneasy. Soon, Soren's team arrived to join them. Cheers erupted as they reunited. "Kali? You're a genius," Soren cried, hugging her friend tightly. The girls laughed and bonded, but once again, Yuan felt like an outsider to their joy. He wanted to prove his evolution to Junu, yet he felt overshadowed and useless. "I am a rank 6 warrior," he muttered. He felt the urge to face the boss himself, driven by a reckless impulse. Yuan marched toward the forbidden boss doors alone. Soren noticed and screamed, "Oin! Stop! Get back here!" Even the priest shouted in panic, "Wait for the master." But the warning was ignored as the heavy doors swung open. Ujin smirked with misplaced confidence, boasting that as a rank 6 hunter, he could easily handle this quest, defying Junu's orders. They infiltrated Yaren's hidden dungeon. Immediately, a crushing mana wave erupted, causing Ujin to tremble in fear. What is this terrifying, suffocating pressure radiating from her aura? Ujin's body was paralyzed. The Queen of Executioners, Yeren, slowly approached her prey with cold, murderous intent. Soren screamed in frustration. "You absolute idiot. Master explicitly told us to wait for his command." Suddenly, Soren's trio charged forward. Ujin watched in total disbelief. How were they able to move freely under this curse? Have they evolved to resist her debuffs unfazed? Yeren calmly parried their desperate three-way assault with ease. She sneered with pure disdain. "So you've chosen a painful death. I'll gladly oblige your wish." Yeren swung her blade, unleashing a storm of swordlight that sent all three of them flying back. Struggling against the system curse, Ujin grimaced. This boss monster was on a completely different ranking tier. Yeren closed in on the fallen Soren. "Run!" Soren Ujin bellowed, sensing the impending fatal tragedie. "Goodbye, brat," Yeren whispered. But before her steel could bite, a blur intercepted the lethal strike. Yeren's pupils constricted in shock as her expression twisted into a mask of pure irritation. It was Junu, blocking her blade with a bare-fisted strike. "Hey, Queen! It's been a month, hasn't it?" Seeing his face, Yeren's blood boiled with a wave of intense, uncontrollable hatred. "You dare show your face here? Fine. I'll slaughter every single one of you." She began her lethal dance. Countless flashes of jagged swordlight surged through the air like a swarm of hungry vipers. Ujin panicked, fearing even Junu couldn't survive this. But before he could shout, an impossible event occurred. Junu didn't just endure, he overpowered her. With a single clash, he sent the queen reeling back several meters, driven to madness. Yering shrieket. "I will rip you apart. You're dead. Do you hear me?" Junu remained ice cold, sheathing his sword with a chilling, confident smirk playing on his lips. "Wrong. You're the one being erased today." He summoned a hammer crackling with divine lightning to strike. Explosions of electricity rocked the dungeon. Yet Yeren recklessly charged through the blinding, crackling lightning storm. "You think this trash can stop me? Try 1,000 times. It's useless." But Junu already knew that. He remembered her invincible passive trait from the past massacre. He had tasted that despair once before. Back then, he was powerless. But now, his stats were high enough to duel the queen head-on. Yeren was fuming. How could this degenerate hunter evolve his skills and level up so rapidly? Refusing to yield, she flickered out of sight, reappearing instantly behind Junu to deliver a finishing blow. She swung with lethal precision, but Junu's reaction speed was superior. Manifesting a glowing system shield, her swordlight shattered his defense, Seizing the opening, she lunged directly at Junu's throat with bloodlust. It ends now. Black Lake Master, she hissed, right before a mystical branch suddenly pierced through her chest. The God Slayer? Mistelthane. Its radiant aura completely nullified Yaren's invincible hidden stat in an instant. Junu smirked. Game over. Yaren stared at the glowing branch, her mind unable to process this sudden betrayal. As she looked down in shock, Junu slowly drew his blade for the final, decisive execution. Mistelthane was the ultimate counter, designed specifically to negate her cheat-like invulnerability trait. His previous struggle was just a bait. In a flash, he severed her arm, sending it flying upward. Before she could even react, Junu activated his ultimate elemental skill evolution to finish the job. Flames erupted from his palm, incinerating everything. Yaren was engulfed in a hellish blaze, her agonizing screams echoing. This was his calculated revenge. Even with her skin melting, the monster desperately tried to raise her sword. This is nothing. You're still just a pathetic, rank 6 weakling, she shrieked through the searing fire. With eyes full of venom, she swung for a mutual kill. I'm taking you to hell with me. Junu's blade flashed again, cleanly taking her remaining arm. Ujin and Soren watched their master, completely speechless. Can you feel it now? He asked coldly, systematically dismantling her body with god-tier swordsmanship. This was a total level suppression. Her severed head rolled across the floor, stopping right at Junu's feet. He looked down at the fallen queen and gave a final, mocking smirk of total victory. You're refinished. Accept your pathetic end, she sneered coldly. Time to die. Before her lay the fallen Chapter 1 boss. As the blade gleamed overhead, Yaren's voice turned to ice. I have no regrets left to speak. A sickening slice echoed as blood sprayed across the floor. The assassin queen had finally been dethroned. Amidst the ruins, a voice filled with awe broke the silence. Master actually defeated a high ranker like her. Junu's entire party erupted in cheers. This was a legendary achievement. Absolutely insane power. You're going into the history books for this. Seeing their joy, he finally relaxed. At least everyone was safe. Suddenly, a small figure spoke up. Gujin stood at a distance, too ashamed to look his master in the eye. I'm so sorry. My weakness almost destroyed the entire plan. Noticing his hesitation, Jun Xu shoved his shoulder playfully. She's dead, isn't she? Stand tall. He then reached into the loot. He gripped Masamune, the queen's cursed blade. Its attack stats were nothing short of monstrous. It possessed a perfect accuracy trait and a devastating curse debuff on every hit. A top-tier drop? Even Soren was mesmerized. That blade is incredible. A weapon truly fit for a queen. Unexpectedly, Jun Xu handed her the sword. It's yours. Zorin froze in shock. What? Why aren't you using it? He cut her off with a simple explanation. I prefer straight blades. Curved ones don't fit my combat style. Just take it. It suits you. Soren's face flushed red as she accepted the powerful new gear. Thank you, she whispered, secretly. He was just as excited as she was about the upgrade. A cursed blade for a calamity star. A perfect match. Looting finished. Jun Xu approached the massive iron gate. Now, let's see what the queen was guarding so fiercely. His eyes burned with pure, undisguised greed. Let's move. With thoughts of a massive jackpot, he heaved the heavy doors open into a blinding light. The room was overflowing with shimmering gold and jewels, making the entire party scream in excitement. Kali and Janet couldn't help themselves, diving headfirst into the mountain of sparkling treasure. Look at all these coins, Soren stood stunned. The sheer amount of wealth in this vault was staggering. The brawler stood with hands on hips, pondering. This must be the loot she plundered from those terror attacks. From the back, Priest Kim spoke up. Brother, what's the plan for all this gold and jewelry? Rummaging through the pile, Jun Xu answered. We'll use it to cover the damages from the recent attacks. Infrastructure needs rebuilding. Then, he found it. He hoisted a unique firearm high into the air. Everything goes back, except for this piece. He couldn't hide his thrill, his face turning red with joy. The final piece of the Dawn collection. The set was complete. Later, under the construction sun. 𝐁𝐿𝐷, please, I beg you. Take me as your official disciple. Junu stared, completely blindsided by the sudden plea. Why the sudden change of heart? Gujin finally poured his soul out right there on the dirt. I was arrogant. I thought I was a genius. Shame clouded his eyes as he confessed his weakness, but I was useless. I couldn't even swing my sword a single time when it mattered. Jun remembered Gujin's hollow expression from earlier, so that's why he had been looking so defeated. The battle with Yeren proved that simple level-ups couldn't solve every problem in a real fight. Gujin looked up with burning resolve. The guild teachers are great, but they lack a certain crucial factor. Under the intense gaze of Soren, Janet, and Kali, Gujin roared his ultimate desire. I want to become a true warrior. Jun Xu smirked, sensing the raw survival instinct of a wild weed fighting to live in the dirt. Fine. I'll take you on. Gujin's head snapped up in utter disbelief at the instant approval. Really, Jun Xu nodded. But remember, there is absolutely no quitting my training halfway through. The girls cheered for him. Gujin bowed so low, his head hit the ground. That will never happen. Master. Suddenly, a heavy palm slammed into his back. Welcome to the team. Ruki. Soren stood there with a friendly, mischievous grin. I'm looking forward to training with you. Gujin rubbed his sore back, glaring at her. What do you mean? Ruki, I met him way before you did. You're the latecomer. She just smirked back, clearly enjoying the provocation. Respect seniority. Okay, Sio's attitude makes the girls sigh in disbelief. They whisper together. The explosive temper within her just hit zero. Soren overhears and blushes. Under the sun, she demands some respect. Janet looks back, but Soren's shout ends as she slams into someone. A chilling voice freezes her. A white-robed man with a sinister sigil. Found you. Tracking you down was a massive chore. You brat. He lunges. Grabbing her arm, Janet trembles, paralyzed by sudden terror. Suddenly, a hand clamps onto his wrist. Junu's gaze turns murderous. The mage sneers, pulling away. We're just reclaiming our lost property. Junu scoffs. Property? You're calling Janet a mere object. He shoves a contract forward. She's ours. We're taking her back. Junu remembers that symbol. Bloody memories of a dark past resurface. The monsters who killed her parents and sold her into slavery, mages of the Iliang Tower. They smile with sickening, arrogant pride. Janet's hidden quest triggers. Junu steps forward, shielding his disciple. She's mine now. You aren't taking her anywhere. They argue back. Look at the seal. In response, Junu's hand blurs toward his blade. A flash of steel. The contract is sliced in half. Rubbish. Her life isn't on some paper. Junu levels his blade at them. I'll bring her to you. His eyes burn with cold, deadly intent. But I'm coming along to finish this once and for all. System alert. In this tower, she will finally inherit Nephilim's sword. The tower looms. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the laboratory gates. Gujin gasps at the test tubes. What kind of nightmare is this? Biomagic research. This is where human greed reveals its true face. Janet stares at the horrors in silence, her small body shaking. She clutches her chest, her voice trembling as she looks up. Master, can I ever be strong enough to stop this madness? Junu nods firmly. Only if you claim the sword of Nephilim. Resolve blazes in her eyes. Then, let's go. Right now. Master, Junu's gaze turns icy. First, there's a debt to settle. Revenge. Janet freezes. The weight of his words hits like a physical blow. Hatred replaces fear. I almost forgot. Lead the way. Master, papers scatter as a mage begs. Janet, please, I'm sorry about them. Her cold, icy questioning cuts through his pathetic, trembling pleas. Tower Master, you still dare to speak their names to me. I'm done talking. Yosti. She offers him zero mercy. Now, she strikes. Blood spatters. Her parents' killer finally meets his end. A heavy thud. Janet drops her sword, her entire body trembling. The weight crashes down, and she finally bursts into heart-wrenching tears. Soren embraces her. Yunu nods. You've done enough. You worked hard. He steps over the blood-stained documents scattered across the floor. This isn't over. Biomagic rot is spreading through every corner of Soon. He searches the files for the Project S ultimate successful subject. A black-winged creature appears. The human-angel hybrid. Found it at last. That Nephilim. We have to end him once and for all. Glancing at the name on the file, he smirks confidently. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. I first need his true name, Anek. Once she settles down, Junu speaks up. Janet, it is time. Let's head to the basement floor. Wielding a massive blade, he explains the strategy to seize the Nephilim's legendary sword. A colossal entity looms within the containment tank. So this is the Nephilim, someone gasps. They were experimenting on this. Without a second's hesitation, Junu draws his blade. Good work, everyone. But you're outclassed here. Fall back. Jean stars in shock. You were taking him on alone. Isn't that suicide? Even Junwoo feels the crushing pressure radiating from the beast. He's right. This boss monster usually requires a full party of rank 7 hunters to clear, but Nephilim are mindless. They lack the tactical depth of a human awakener. If I stick to the plan, victory is mine. Standing before the beast, Junwoo commands system override. Wake up. A moment later, he whispers the creature's true name. Anach's eyes snap open. Glowing a hellish red, the ground shatters under the sudden violent pressure. The containment tank explodes into shards. A shriek from the abyss echoes as the beast raises its blade, unleashing raw power. The shockwave is massive. Junwoo grunts, forcing his mana shield to stabilize against the onslaught. A fear debuff triggers, threatening to tank his stats. But this was all part of his calculation. Activating the airstrike skill, Junwoo launches upward, narrowly evading the Nephilim's crushing swing. He smirks midair, his eyes sharp, way too predictable, triggering his gear traits. He prepares his ultimate move. In a flash of steel, he blurs behind the monster's guard, sensing the opening. He spins with lethal precision. He hurls the hammer of Thor, piercing the beast's right leg. The Nephilim bellows in agonizing fury. The monster stabs its blade into the earth to stay upright, catching Junwoo off guard mid-maneuver, sliding back to a safe distance. Junwoo lets out a mocking chuckle. You're kidding me. Right. Regeneration. I aimed for the vitals. Yet the wound is already closing. Unbelievable. No time to waste. Junwoo charges again. Let's see how long your healing factor lasts. I've memorized his patterns. Plus, I've coated my blade in giant's blood. A flurry of lightning-fast strikes rains down, leaving the behemoth no room to counter. The giant's blood trait applies a stacking doti, perfect for wearing down a mountain like this. Junwoo grins. Leaping high, he watches the beast stumble. Once the stack hits the limit, the damage becomes infinite. The Nephilim glares back with pure hatred, letting out a final, desperate roar. I have the upper hand, but I can't ignore that cursed blade of his. Dark energy erupts as the beast rises for a counterattack. Junwoo instantly blinks backward. Shadow waves crash against his blade. He blocks, but a stray wisp slashes his cheek. Tick. Watching the exchange, Gujin turns pale. This isn't looking good. Soren snaps at him. Dawn, Tae panic. Now keep your head in the game. As she prepares to jump in, Junwoo raises a hand, signaling her to halt. Stay back. Blade gleaming. Junwoo stands tall. Now for the main event. He activates his aura skill, radiating a blinding light. The system's humming. I can't afford to miss this finisher. Tracking the dark pulses from above, Junwoo calculates the trajectory. Amidst the corrupt energy, a white flower marks the weak point on its wing. It's about to bloom. Found it. He dives, plunging his sword into the core. Dark energy hemorrhages from the wound. The violent backlash of mana nearly throws him off. He grips the hilt tight. As the Nephilim's body cracks under the sword chi, he smiles. Everything is going according to plan. The window of opportunity has finally opened. Junwoo tightens his grip for the final strike. Go back to hell. With one clean stroke, he splits the Titan in two. With his final breath, the enemy gasped. I was wrong. Before falling in two, revealing Junwoo's frame, the onlookers stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer brutality of the scene they had just witnessed. The enemy's blade lay shattered on the ground, hissing as dark energy leaked from the jagged cracks, with mana surging wildly. Jun Xu didn't hesitate, slamming his hammer directly into the weapon's fracture. Blinding light erupted from the steel, and from the debris emerged the legendary SSR Shadow Blade. Jun Xu gripped the hilt, a smirk playing on his lips. He had finally secured the Shadow Blade. An incredible match. A voice called out as Jin and the others approached to offer their praise. We learned so much, Soren chirped, though her eyes betrayed deep worry over Jun Xu's potential wounds. Instead of resting, he called Janet over, handing her the blade to test its hidden power. Janet hesitated, her hands trembling as she took the weapon. A sword for me. All right then. He knew only Janet, a survivor of dark experiments, could awaken this blade's true hidden potential. Suddenly, a torrential wave of shadow mana engulfed the girl, a necessary step for the quest's completion. Janet shuddered under the pressure, but Junwoo calmed her. Don't fear. Just follow the system's instructions. Taking a deep breath, She felt an ancient force possess her soul through the cold, dark steel. Her eyes dissolved into a pitch-black void, fully consumed and controlled by the swirling Haki. Command accepted, she whispered, pointing the sword at herself as the others rushed to stop her. Before anyone could react, Janet plunged the sword into her chest. Soren shrieked in absolute horror, but Junu calmly held up a hand. Wait. The true power-up is only just beginning now. A mana vortex erupted around Janet as the system announced the awakening of her primordial aura. The dark blade resonated violently, reacting to the girl's surge of raw, unbridled energy and power. Soren and Gujin watched with wide eyes as the terrifying display of energy reached its peak. Junu smiled with satisfaction. One of the world's top-tier blades was finally being reborn before them. The energy detonated, a pillar of dark mana crashing down and veiling the area in thick dust. Janet stood tall, gripping a blade that now pulsed with an overwhelming and divine-like strength. The Nephilim blade was complete. Later, at a skyscraper guild hall, gasps of awe echoed loudly. Whoa! The interior was massive and gleaming, leaving Guzin and the others completely starstruck. Jin looked around, impressed that every inch of the damaged facility had been perfectly restored. Check out this high-tech training zone, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠, eager to begin their next power-up session. Watching their excitement, Junu let out a satisfied sigh until Janet approached him with a timid look. Master, she murmured, scratching her head in confusion regarding the transmission of her new weapon. I don't know how to share this blade's power, she admitted, but Jun Xu just smiled. It only answers to primordial aura holders, he explained, leaving her wondering what to do next. Simple, he said. I'll just learn the aura myself, and then I can teach you properly. Janet gasped in shock. You're going to learn it, but how is that even possible? Master, Junu pointed at Gujin, planning to copy his divine sword unity through his acquired aura first. I've already memorized the flow with my eyes. My body just needs to mimic the technique. Skill copying, Jin cheered. I've only heard of such monsters. Let's get this training started. Cut to the training grounds. A hail of lead bullets tore through the air toward Junu. They unleashed a continuous barrage while Junu blurred, his blade parrying every single incoming bullet. How long must we do this? Janet cried. But Junu just barked back. Keep firing at me, she screamed in terror, fearing for his life as he continued his suicidal dance with death. Bullets grazed him, splashing blood everywhere. Yet Jun Xu ground his teeth and endured the impact. Lead tore through his legs and shredded his clothes, staining the ground a deep crimson red. He refused to retreat. His sword, a silver flash against the relentless and deadly storm of steel. As death gnawed his flesh, Jun Xu's eyes burned with resolve to master the ultimate aura. He spun instantly, slicing bullets midair with a single flash. Gujin and Janet watched, jaws dropped in pure shock. Aura cloaked his frame as the system window flashed. New trait acquired sword body unity. A surge of violent energy erupted. Jun Xu wiped blood from his lip, flashing a sharp, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Not over yet. He checked the interface. The final piece of the puzzle had finally slotted into place. At last, he possessed the ultimate top-tier warrior trait, both in name and in devastating reality. They gasped in awe. Black streaks and blue energy surged, wrapping around his blade in a lethal dance. Sword aura, they screamed. He gripped his hilt tight, a predator's confident smile spreading across his face. The system chimed instantly. High-rank trait unlocked, Master of the Blade. An irregular rank 6 sword master had awakened. Junu smirked as the scene shifted back inside the building. Junu turned to Janet with a serious gaze. The rest of you watch from a distance for now. He posed a question. Janet, what is aura? She paused, then answered with total, unwavering certainty. The light of the soul, Jun Xu countered, hands on his hips. She nodded, standing her ground confidently. Yes, unlike basic sword, chi, it's not just a simple manifestation of mana crystals. Mana is the vessel. Soul is the spirit, an avatar of oneself. He hummed, piecing the theory together. So? Like a digital avatar. She gestured wildly, eager to explain the mechanics of the power. Only top-tier superhuman warriors can manifest it. He mentally applauded her sharp, intuitive insight. Sharp. But if it's just energy taking shape, wouldn't a standard sword aura suffice? Janet hesitated, her confidence wavering for a split second. Well, regarding that, she stared at her palm, realization hitting her hard. He crossed his arms, smiling at her progress. Aura isn't just power, he explained softly. It's the very gateway to true transcendence. He recalled his brutal clash with the Nephilim as the perfect, living example of that evolution. To fully manifest, one must fundamentally rewrite the physical properties of their very existence. I get it. Aura strengthens the soul to reach a higher realm. She finally understood the training's purpose. She realized the terrifying truth: they were refining their souls to ascend into godhood itself. Nephilim, as half angels, use aura naturally. To them, it's as effortless as drawing a single breath. Jun Xu froze, the words echoing in his mind, like breathing. Is it really that simple? He dived into his system interface, meticulously analyzing his skill, evolution, and hidden stats. Is this meant to be a passive trait rather than an active skill I have to trigger? Master, take the blade and close your eyes, she urged, placing the cold hilt in his palm. Don, just use it. Breathe it. He shut his eyes, synchronizing his breath with the world's mana. Relax, she whispered. Violent torrents of energy began to swirl and coalesce around his frame. He felt weightless. Finally understanding the breath, his eyes snapped open, surveying the spectral realm. Before him stretched an infinite stairway, ascending toward a blinding, celestial radiance in the distance, the Nephilim sanctum. He reached out, finally grasping their desperate desire for divinity. Stars spanned the horizon as he watched the stairs lead toward the obsidian light of the soul. Suddenly, concentrated streams of ancient magic surged forward, slamming directly into his core. This was a truth beyond words, a burning, euphoric rush of pure, unadulterated power and joy. His body was blasted back by the impact, but for the first time, he felt truly whole. His fingers slipped momentarily, only to crush the hilt with newfound, ironclad resolve. He thrust his blade skyward, unleashing a violent storm of mana that shook the entire area. In that moment of transcendence, Janet recoiled, shielded from the sheer pressure of his awakening. She smirked. It worked. The system blared legendary trait-acquired blade of the Nephilim. Junu reveled in his success as the rest of the crew rushed over to investigate the commotion. Master, did you do it? Kali cheered. Junu sheathed his blade and turned toward Janet. Thanks. Janet, you did great. She scratched her head, blushing. Hey, you were the one who did it. Suddenly, the door flies open. 𝐁𝐄𝐲 bursts in, gasping for air. Hunter Kim, we've got a massive problem. The room freezes. Jun Xu turns slowly, his voice calm. Director Choi, what's the emergency? The news hits like a thunderbolt. Chairman Sung of the Jumo Group is in critical condition. Chairman Sung Hon. Jun Xu's eyes widen. A 7-star rank superhuman, taken down poison. 𝐁𝐄𝐲 explains. Even the legendary elixir failed. It's only getting worse. Jun Xu stands frozen. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Even the elixir was useless. The gravity of the situation sinks in. A dark thought flashes through his mind. Poison blood, a lethal trait used only once in the original game world. Meanwhile, Chairman Hai-Wai lies trembling on her deathbed. Crimson veins crawl across her skin like a curse. Her breath comes in ragged gasps. This isn't just a sickness, it's the omen of a zombie outbreak. Hai Eung-do desperately performs CPR, shouting orders to the panicked staff. Her heart stopped. Get the defibrillator. Now, the secretary trembles in terror. If the chairman dies, our guild and all of us are finished. Damn it, she was fine just a moment ago. As despair sets in, Jun Xu kicks the door open. Move! Stop what you're doing. Hai Eung-do looks up in shock. Hunter Kim. Jun Xu steps forward, his expression cold and professional. He scans her vitals. This isn't a job for doctors. This is a system-level curse. He forces a glowing red potion down her throat. Instantly, the corrupted veins retreat and her breathing stabilizes. A soft groan breaks the silence. Hai-Wai's eyes flutter open. The secretary rushes to her side, weeping with relief. Chairman, you're awake. Hai-Wai looks up, her gaze landing on her savior, the secretary, and Hunter Kim. She speaks with a weak, trembling voice. Emmy? In your debt once again. Jun Xu offers a small smirk. Consider it payback for your help with the redevelopment project. We're even, as she's helped upright, the confusion sets in. What happened to me? I was just... Then everything went black. The secretary's face hardens. It was an assassination attempt. Chairman, You were poisoned. Poisoned. But when Jun Xu leans in, have you had contact with any animals lately? She pauses. Thinking back. Animals. The secretary gasps. Remembering a stray cat in the rain. That's right before you collapsed. You petted a stray cat outside. She didn't notice the green residue left on her palm. Jun Xu nods, the pieces are fitting together. That was no cat. Jun Xu reveals, it was a shapeshifter druid. A professional hitman hired to take you out. Hi, Y is stunned. You mean you know who did this? Did you catch the perpetrator? A confident grin plays on his lips. Of course I did. He had seen this plot unfold before in his past life. Flashback to a moonlit forest. Jun Xu stands over a bloodied figure. His gun aimed at the shapeshifter's head. Start talking. The assassin snarls. Unable to believe, a mere human tracked him down. Jun Xu's voice is ice cold. Was it the Black Panther cult? Did they order the hit on Chairman Sung? The assassin plays dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. Jun Xu leans in. His eyes burning with a dark intensity. Then let me refresh your memory. Repeat after me. He insults the cult's deity. Baiting a reaction. The assassin flinches in rage, confirming Jun Xu's suspicions. Your face says it all. He presses the barrel against the druid's skull. Give me the blood heart if you want to live. The assassin pales, stuttering in fear. I don't have something that valuable on me. Then you were useless to me. Jun Xu says flatly, his finger tightening on the trigger. Any last words? Wait, stop, the druid screams. Take this instead, it's worth more. He pulls out a glowing orange crystal necklace, begging for his life with tear-filled eyes. Jun Xu recognizes it instantly. A dragon heart necklace. An S-tier hidden item. Fine. I'll take it. A massive win. A legendary artifact secured. The assassin scrambles to his feet. So, I can go now. I'll leave the country. I swear. Jun Xu waves him off dismissively. Yeah. Get lost. The druid bolts, but Jun Xu leaps into the air, blade unsheathed. If you can survive this, that is, a clean execution. Back in the present, Jun Xu scratches his head innocently. I convinced the shapeshifter to hand over the antidote. He leaves out the part where he carved it out of the man's chest. Hi Y looks grave. So, who was behind it? The Black Panther cult. Jun Xu states firmly. But the real shadow is the High Priest of the Great Father, returning to the past. Yeren recalled her days as a sword-wielding rebel, having crippled the government through terror in the first act. The enemy's new target is the corporate giants. Hai Yang frowned, her gaze filled with unease. Why would an overseas cult target me of all people? Jun Xu calculated the odds. It's likely revenge for her massive funding to dismantle their terrorist cells. As a saintess, she is cautious. But I can expose the false father's cult without solid proof yet. His analysis complete. Jun Xu turned to her with a steady, calculated gaze. The motive is unclear. He stated coldly, but I've already located the Black Leopard cult's hidden lair. Hai Yang's expression hardened, her eyes flashing with lethal intent. Then I'm issuing an official quest. Find my assassin and tear them limb from limb. The scene shifts to the Han River Bridge. Jun Xu stares into the depths, scouting with razor-sharp focus. Hai Yang approached, her voice steady. Hunter, the preparations are complete. Just as you requested. Looking at the oblivious tourists on the bridge, she hesitated. Is this radical measure truly necessary? All this just for evidence. Jun Xu turned, his eyes cold. There are alternatives, but to prevent the level 2 zombie calamity from turning this city into a graveyard. This is our only shot. We'll make an example of the Black Leopard cult and smoke out the mastermind pulling their strings. A mastermind, she echoed. Jun Xu looked down at the swirling water. You'll see soon enough. Initiate the sequence. Suddenly, Jun Xu unleashed his grand magic water evaporation, slamming mana into the river. The river groaned and split apart as the overwhelming power forced the water aside. The muddy riverbed was exposed, revealing the hidden entrance to the cult's subterranean fortress. Onlookers gasped as the city began to levitate, a massive-scale gravity distortion. As the waters parted, Jun Xu roared. Commence the operation. Heavy mana cannons rolled into position. Fire the aura rounds. Jun Xu checked his system interface, his stats glowing as he began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fire. He slammed the trigger, reduce them to ash. Barrages of mana shells rained down, turning the river into a sea of crimson fire. System windows pinged. Trait unlocked Supreme Commander. Trait unlocked Absolute Authority. Leadership stats increased. Suddenly, a massive mana barrier shimmered over the riverbed. Alert targets defense field detected. Ceasefire. Jun Xu smirked. At last. A massive boss monster emerged from the dust, sword raised high. The Titan stood atop an ancient summoning circle, radiating a suffocating aura of death. Dark mages channeled forbidden arts to tether the beast. Jun Xu narrowed his eyes. Black Saint Blood Guards, diviners, and high priests too. The system chimed, warning high-tier enemies detected. Master, what is your command? Jun Xu grinned, his blood boiling. I've been itching for a real fight. I'll handle this personally. Sword in hand, he leaped into the abyss. His eyes blazing with the thrill of the hunt, he swung with devastating force, his blade erupting with mana. Break strike with everything you have. The barrier shattered like glass under his strike. As the giant roared, Jun Xu summoned his familiar Hon. Now, he lunged for a killing blow, but the Titan's blade parried it. Hai Yang dove from the sky. Too reckless. I'll back you up, she cried. But a massive ape monster intercepted her midair with a crushing blow. Hai Yang gritted her teeth. This wasn't a standard raid. The air was thick with malice. This dark mana, it's beyond my level. Wave after wave of monsters surged, forcing her into a desperate defense. Suddenly, a blur of silver cut through the chaos. Jun Xu was a whirlwind of steel, carving through them. She gasped in disbelief. There was no mistaking it, that was a perfected aura blade. Only level 6, and you've mastered the Sword Saint's path, she breathed. I guess I'm the one being saved. Save the praise for later, he replied, eyes on the prize. The path is clear. Let's breach the core. Tension hung heavy as they stood before the Forbidden Zone's entrance, the heart of the enemy's secret base. The massive doors groaned open. Somewhere inside lay the truth about the man pulling the strings of the cult. Beyond the threshold, a twisted, subterranean cityscape stretched out, glowing with an eerie, bone-chilling light. Hyan, John scanned the perimeter. Complete silence. Junu broke the tension, confirming the enemy's secret hub was in Brazil. As they moved, Junu briefed her on the mission. Identify the mastermind behind the sabotage of South Korea. Hyan John frowned in suspicion. The mastermind? You mean the shadow player pulling your strings? They reached a massive wall wreathed in eerie, abyssal black flames. Junu inspected the barrier, sensing crucial evidence hidden within. Hyan, John gasped, staring at the masonry completely consumed by those unnatural black embers. I'll handle this, Junu stated. He stepped forward and pressed a precise hidden trigger in the wall. Suddenly, the flames were sucked into a single point. The wall receded, leaving Hyan John wide-eyed with curiosity. As the dust settled, towering steel cabinets emerged, a hidden vault inside a sealed zone. Truly unexpected. They pulled open a random drawer and froze, in sheer disbelief. High-grade mana stones, diamonds, and rare jewels. The massive bounty for Chairman Seong's planned assassination. They certainly didn't hold back, Junu remarked. Suddenly, he grabbed a stack of documents and alerted her. Found it. This is the hard evidence linking back to the mastermind. The pages were covered in abstract, dizzying symbols. Hyan John adjusted her glasses, realizing the intel was heavily encrypted. We need experts to crack this code, she sighed. Internally, Junu was cursing their luck. The Holy Father's Guild is expert at scrubbing their digital footprints. Leave this to our security team, she proposed. Junu could only nod in frustrated acceptance. I am counting on you. He felt a pang of regret for the loot. Yet the alliance with Jumo Group was a massive win. Back at the skyscraper, Hyan John thanked him again. Junu sat there, looking completely dazed and confused. Sword Saint, he pointed at himself. Stunned by the legendary title the system had granted, Hyan John slid a phone toward him. You haven't seen the news. Your fame is exploding. The trending search was undeniable. The Black Tiger Swordsman had officially evolved into the legendary Sword Saint. Seeing the flood of glowing comments, Junu felt his face heat up. It was surreal. These headlines are a bit much, he muttered. Hyan John pushed a bag toward him. A gift from me. Inside was a premium gear bag. I noticed your equipment was worn, so I bought you a high-tier replacement. He accepted the gift, trying to remain humble. Really? You didn't have to go this far, thinking of the mountain of treasure he'd already secured. Junu's expression brightened with pure satisfaction. It's the least I can do. Haiyan John insisted. You did save my life. After all, he was thrilled. Chairman Seong's generosity was truly S-rank. She was on an entirely different level. She turned back to business. About the intel from the Black Panther and Mew guilds, we'll notify you once the decryption is finished. Junu, clutching his rewards, looked up from his gold. So, where are you headed next? Sword Saint. He zipped his bag shut, his eyes burning with resolve. To prepare for the disaster in Chapter 2, to survive the coming apocalypse, he needed a massive power-up. Next stop, the divine realm of Thessaly. An ancient citadel floated in the clouds, guarded by celestial soldiers in shimmering heavy armor. A massive, rowdy crowd pressed against the gates. Stop shoving, get in line, Junu growled at the chaos. As expected, it's packed, he muttered. The only path to Olympus was through the nearly impenetrable Temple of G. This was the legendary arena where the Olympian gods made their final stand against the ruin. The image of the goddess burned in his mind, fueling a determination far greater than ever before. I am here because Gaia, the primordial mother of gods, issued a direct summon for me. Junu wove through the desperate crowd. To Inta. He had to clear a high difficulty trial first. He marched forward. Transitioning to soul form was the only way to unlock the immortality trait. The crowd parted in awe. Look at that badge. Is he a paladin? What is he doing here? Where is his divine steed? One man whispered. Shouldn't he be flying in on a Pegasus? Junu scoffed internally. A horse, too soft. If I'm making an entrance, it's going to be on a dragon. As Junu reached the main threshold, the two guardian soldiers locked their eyes onto him. A guard greeted him warmly. Honored Paladin Kim. We are your official guides? Jun Xu paused, startled. You recognize me. The legendary guardian of Sigma is known by all. Allow us to escort you. As they moved, the crowd watched in absolute awe. Is that really Sigma's protector? Yes. I saw his power in Germany. A miracle has arrived. Cheers echoed beneath the castle's blue skies. No one expected him here. Jun Xu followed into the inner sanctum. He scanned every corner, heart racing with silent, overwhelming wonder. The place was breathtaking, far more magnificent than the Great Palace in Stockholm. He glanced at the shimmering badge on his chest, feeling a surge of pride. This was the true power of an honorary paladin. At the fountain, a figure waited in silence. We've been expecting you. The woman in white moved straight to the main quest. This parchment holds your objective, a trial of fate, a mandatory random quest to meet the gods. Please. Jun Xu prayed. Let this be easy. As his fingers touched the paper, the robed woman spoke with chilling authority. Ashender. 𝐁𝐞𝐄𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐽𝐿. Steal the golden fleece from the great yellow dragon. Jun Xu's hands shook uncontrollably. God help me. Why did I pull the hardest rank? On a jagged cliff? He watched the golden beast lost in a deep, ancient sleep. The yellow dragon. Of all the tribes, I get the most hot-tempered boss. He moved with ghost-like steps. This is insane. Then, a branch snapped like a gunshot. The dragon's eyes snapped open. Two terrifying orbs locked onto the source of the sound. It unleashed a devastating roar, a wave of pure pressure slamming into everything. He gripped his necklace tight, refusing to back down. Hey, we need to talk. The dragon froze in confusion. A lowly creature who speaks the draconic tongue. He smirked. The dragon heart necklace worked perfectly. Thank God for this item. Strange being. Speak your purpose. Jun Xu breathed deeply, steadying his racing heart. I conquered this boss in-game. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead already. But a kill ruins the fleece. He had to stay calm and play this smart. I have advice for you. The dragon's scales bristled. Advice. From a degenerate like you, he cut the beast off, projecting his high-tier system window and hidden stats. Relax. Let's negotiate. The dragon recoiled, sensing his overwhelming hidden power. Speak then. The beast hissed. Jun Xu sat down casually, treating the boss like a friend. Rotting here forever. Is that how you become the Lord of Dragons? The dragon's eyes widened in shock. The psychological warfare had officially begun. 2,000 years wasted. You were losing hope. Aren't you? The dragon let out a frustrated scream. Silence. What do you know? He had him. Now to bait the trap, I'll show you the path to dragon godhood. In exchange, I take the fleece. You dare covet my treasure. The beast surged up, unleashing a crushing aura. Think you can take me? Jun Xu smirked, activating his taunt skill with perfect timing. Fine. If you were not interested, I am leaving. That pushed the beast over the edge. The sky turned pitch black. Those will be your final words. Human. A torrent of fire erupted. He dodged. Countering with a swift airstrike, the mental trap worked. In the chaos, he snatched the fleece and bolted. My treasure. The dragon lunged, causing an earth-shattering explosion behind him. The beast gasped, breathing hard. You miserable, low-born thief. Jun Xu skidded back, draped in the golden wool. The dragoness rage reached boiling point. What's the matter, he teased. You can burn this. Can you? Jun Xu grins. The golden fleece, a legendary artifact of rebirth. With this, the yellow dragon is as good as dead. Hey, lizard, he sneers. Break this now, and I'll give you a free hit. No resistance. He recalls the thunder god's command. Use this to slay that drake. In his hands, a divine hammer hums with power. Buffed by the heavens, Jun Xu leaps. The god of thunder sends his regards. He roars, crushing the dragoness skull. The beast trembles, begging for its life. Please, stop. Jun Xu cold smiles. Not a chance. Game over. Divine lightning tears the sky apart. High-rank dragon loot is too precious to pass up. He quips as the bolt strikes. A devastating explosion follows. The boss monster crashes into the dirt, paralyzed and broken beyond repair. Jun Xu scoffs, looking down at the wreckage. I told you we could have settled this the easy way. His eyes flicker to his system window. A rank 7 elixir and evolution materials. This is the ultimate jackpot. A manik? Greedy look crosses his face. Time to harvest every single drop of value from your corpse. Transition to a magnificent golden palace. High above, Goddess G gazes down with an ethereal, overwhelming presence. Jun Xu bows low in respect. It is an honor, Goddess. I am the warrior. Kim. Her voice is like silk. I have watched your journey for a long time. Ask what you wish to know. Thank you. Jun Xu pauses, his mind drifting back to the mystery of his reincarnation. The thunder god said, I wasn't summoned by a deity, but by a mortal entity. Is that true? He looks up, searching her eyes. Who brought me to this world? Do you know the face of my summoner? The goddess sighs. If it were earth or hell, I'd know, but this mystery lies beyond my divine sight. Jun Xu's heart sinks. Then, did the call come from the heavens themselves? There is another path. She explains, a hidden dimension or a rift in the void beyond our reach. A face flashes in his mind, the cunning saintess. Could it be that snake from the church? The goddess shakes her head. Summoning a soul from another world destroys the caster's spirit. She'd be dead. Whoever summoned you has likely faded into nothingness, their soul burnt to ash. She adds solemnly, if the saintess is fine, it wasn't her. But who the goddess suddenly cuts through his dark thoughts. My knowledge ends here. Instead, tell me, what is your hardest desire? I shall grant you a wish. Jun Xu stands tall, his gaze piercing and determined. He knows exactly what he needs to survive. Give me a rank 7 blueprint, one that fits my power perfectly. She smiles, reaching out her hand. As you wish, take what you seek. A radiant scroll materializes, glowing with ancient, celestial power. A rank 7 blueprint. Jun Xu's pulse quickens with pure, unadulterated excitement as he reaches for it. But wait, there is more. 2 scrolls float toward him, a rank 7 and a rank 8. I've prepared the skills and items you'll need. Jun Xu is stunned. Both. Such incredible generosity. He grips the scrolls tight. With this power, crushing the Saintess is no longer an impossible dream. To reach rank 6, he needs mutant cores. For rank 7 mana cores from Rift Demons, and rank 8 requires half-demon cores. He gulps. Will rank 9 require the core of a god? The weight of the grind hits him hard. How will I collect all this? The goddess speaks softly. Do not fear the unknown. Child, your destiny is approaching its true, decisive turning point. Jun Xu nods, calming his racing heart as he clutches the legendary blueprints to his chest. He needs this power. The Chapter 3 final boss is coming, the dreaded rank 8 Saintess. Thank you, merciful goddess. As he bows, she delivers a chilling, final warning. Be vigilant. The second wave is approaching. Jun Xu freezes. The second wave. What does that mean? Face the tide and rewrite your fate. If you fail to stop it, her shadow looms over him like a shroud, You and this world will be swallowed by darkness. Leaving the palace, Jun Xu's mind is a storm. The second wave. It's the zombie calamity. I destroyed the event core. But will those church fanatics really just give up so easily? His vehicle lands softly as he broods. There's no way it's over. That undead dragon is still out there. The beast is being born as we speak. I can feel it. The real nightmare starts now. Jun Xu stepped out, his mind racing. Defeating that boss solo impossible. Yet, his team greeted him with cheers. Master, you're back, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. His system brain already calculating their next power-up move. Only Kali's personal quest can solve this. Jin stated, Did you find the deity we need? Master, he smirked confidently. I did. Now, how's that golden dragon corpse I sent back for processing? Stripped and preserved. Sir, the hunters reported. Junu nodded. And satisfied with their high-tier efficiency, Junu called, What did you do to the 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 gear while I was away? Shin ⁄ Just a few upgrades. Engineering is my specialized trait. After all, it's much deadlier now, seeing the massive dragon head mounted as a trophy. Junu broke a sweat. Impressive. But why the head? He's definitely not normal. Soren joked. Our youngest degenerate really has a talent for the macabre. Stop calling me the youngest. Jin snapped. As Janet admired the sleek, evolved design of their base. It's a mobile fortress now. Kali marveled. Junu smiled. Great work. You've all surpassed my expectations. His students were evolving fast. He glanced at Soren. Her aura was sharper, her mana signature far stronger. She had reached level 6. Noticing his gaze, she giggled. I knew you'd notice my growth. Master, what about me? Janet chimed in. Junu appraised her stats. You'll hit level 6 soon. Keep grinding. Then there was Kali. Her hidden stats were incredible. She'd even awakened a new charm trait recently. He patted her head, making her blush. Level 5 is within reach. Relief finally washed over him. Kali was ready for her awakening quest. Where to next? Jin asked. Checking his equipment one last time. West. Junu replied. To the Grand Canyon. The team froze. That was a high-ranking danger zone. The Great Abyss. Junu turned to Kali. Today, we're getting you to level 5. No matter the cost. Once we reach the rift, we'll implant the 𝐁𝐤𝐢𝐧𝐠 plant. He paused, his expression turning deathly serious. But you'll face your grandmother. Can you handle that emotional turmoil? Kali hesitated, her breath catching. Memories of her past surfaced. Since I became your student, I've been prepared for this life-or-death moment. She tightened her grip. I can do it. Her quest, slay the corrupted grandmother and retrieve the 𝐁𝐤𝐢𝐧𝐠. It was the only way to sever her goddess bloodline from this eternal, agonizing suffering. Junu calculated his gains. A level 7 elixir was hidden there. Let's begin the hellish training. Training starts now, Kali shouted, pointing forward. Her fighting spirit was blazing like a wildfire. Before we hit the states, you're all going through hell. The team saluted in perfect, lethal sync. Scene shift. The towering cliffs of the Grand Canyon loomed, a massive, jagged rift tearing through reality. Junu's sixth sense flared. We're here. Ahead lay the rotting remains of a Black Panther church branch. Those bones are disgusting. Soren hissed. Junu warned them. From here on, Kali leads the vanguard. Remember the rally point. Kali nodded, though her voice wavered with a hint of hidden anxiety. The conch tower. But where are you going? Master Junu pointed toward the abyss. To lure the dragon. That's suicide, Janet cried. Soren shook her head. Relax. Janet, our teacher isn't the type to die. Besides, 𝐁𝐤𝐢𝐧𝐠. Master has the heavenly demon body. He's basically invincible in this zone. Junu smiled, confident in his power-up. Suddenly, Kali stiffened, her system interface flickering a blood-red warning. She clutched her head, screaming in agony. Soren rushed over. Kali, what's happening? Talk to me. The team panicked, but Junu remained still, observing. Finally, the hidden threat revealed its presence. Kali collapsed, trembling. It's not just a dragon. There's another master here. An astral being, a star person. At that exact moment, a massive rift exploded through the Black Panther fortress. Inside the monitoring room, a cultist sighed. Time hasn't moved an inch in this godforsaken dungeon. 20 years of waiting. Another grumbled. Is this stubborn dragon finally going to submit to us? Soon? Once the mana saturation hits maximum, the undead dragon becomes our ultimate puppet. His eyes glowed with fanaticism. The era of our great church is finally at hand. A strange sound echoed through the hall. The supervisor frowned. Did you hear that? Check the monitors. But before he could even move, his partner slumped to the floor. The shadow of death had arrived. While the supervisor stood frozen, the system windows erupted. Traits overpowered. Martial arts and hidden giant S strength awakened. Jun Xu lunged forward instantly, guarding this sloppily. You degenerates have a death wish or what? This is rank tier negligence. You know, actually, this works for me. He glanced at the monitors. Taking down this many high-ranking hunters solo wasn't going to be easy. They were all rank 5 superhumans trained within the rift. As the thought crossed his mind, Jun Xu swiped the ID card. The best way was to strike now. The system chimed, identity confirmed. Welcome. Lord Edmund, seeing his opening, he slammed the manual override. Alarms shrieked through the facility. Emergency protocols were now live. Massive iron blast doors began slamming shut, one after another, triggering the facility's absolute defense mode. Everything was going according to Jun Xu's design. Every last one of them was now trapped in his playground. Meanwhile, during the Yellow Dragon's magic crafting, an invisible gravity field crushed the room. Panic erupted. What the hell is this pressure? What are the guards doing? The high priest looked up, his face paling as he saw Jun Xu looming above. Intruder. How did he bypass the guild security? Instantly, a barrage of lethal skills was unleashed toward Jun Xu. He shifted into a combat stance. All right, let's see what my new weapon can do in a real fight. Jun Xu recalled raiding the hidden vaults. That's when he discovered a legendary dropped item hidden in the shadows. His eyes had lit up at the twin pistols. Back in the present, Jun Xu wielded those guns with god-tier mastery. Eat this unstoppable barrage. A relentless storm of lead erupted from his barrels, shredding the air. The hunters were caught in the crossfire. Damn it, how does he have infinite ammo? We can't even get close. Shields up. One hunter desperately cast a mana shield. Hold the line. Don't let that brat escape. The guard beside him froze. What suddenly? A chilling, ancient voice echoed through the chaotic chamber. Then who shall guard the seal of the undead dragon? As the words fell, the entire dungeon devolved into madness. Realizing the situation was foobar, the hunter screamed and fled. Suddenly, the yellow dragon roared, making the very earth tremble. Even from his position, Jun Xu felt the overwhelming pressure of the boss monster's killing intent. The system pinged magic resistance, barrier defense, mana shield, and mana armor traits are all active. Aiming his guns at the dragon, he admitted, as expected of the floor boss, Yuri definitely not a pushover. Powerful rounds slammed into the dragon's hide. It shrieked in agony, its roars becoming more violent with every hit. The dragon lost control, exhaling a massive pillar of hellfire. The sudden counterattack caught Jun Xu off guard. Damn, it's not even in its final form yet, and the power scaling is already this broken. System windows flashed airstrike. Hoste. And sprint activated. Jun Xu bolted in the opposite direction instantly. The red stone. Just a little further. Suddenly, Soren's voice rang out. I'm here. Jun Xu grinned. Perfect timing. He leaped toward them, landing flawlessly. Kali? Is this the spot? Yes. The girl whispered. The voices say they were coming. Suddenly, the yellow dragon dove toward them like a meteor. He threw up a barrier just in time. Hell, did we arrive too late for the ceiling? Callie stared toward the sun and shook her head. No. She looked back with absolute certainty. We made it. A celestial voice boomed. Who dares oppress the descendant of the Star-Lord? A radiant being appeared in the sky. The celestial being sneered. You pile of rotten meat. Have you truly forgotten what it means to feel terror? The yellow dragon went berserk at the insult. The two legendary entities lost all reason and clashed violently. Jun Xu watched the carnage with a smirk. Perfect. Let them tear each other to pieces. Soren nodded in agreement. If this keeps up, we'll win by default. They'll finish each other off for us. That would be nice. Jun Xu warned. But Star Children aren't that stupid. He hurled a heavy hammer into the fray. My real plan starts now. The hammer grazed the celestial being, sparking instant divine fury. Insects, how dare you? Before the celestial could react, the yellow dragon lunged forward with a savage bite. The dragon pinned the celestial down. Jun Xu smirked. It looked like he was helping the dragon, But he had other plans. He was forced to trigger a hidden summon. The celestial being's eyes burned with pure, unadulterated rage. Fine. Today, you shall all become sacrifices for the great Star Lord. Just as Jun Xu planned, it summoned the tentacle queen. Come forth, my child. He steeled his nerves as she emerged. The grotesque tentacle horror, who was actually Kalia's grandmother. Blood recognizes blood. She knew her grandmother the moment their eyes met. Junu lunges. The main phase begins. Everything is going exactly as calculated. His sword dance is fluid, a beautiful display hiding lethal fangs. He analyzes the blood god dance. The skill is formidable. But it's nothing compared to the Mars sword art. System window. Mars sword art trait activated. A thunderous roar shakes the entire battlefield. Just as predicted, the Star Child has seized the advantage. The yellow dragon struggles against the Star Person. It commands the tentacle beast to strike. End this. The order is given to execute the undead dragon at last. The opening is here. He smirks. The dragon was just a battery to be drained. Junu scales the massive frame of the Star Person. Step by step, he grabs the hammer. This moment, you're overstepping your rank. Degenerate. He growls. Tentacles erupt behind him. Surrender to the Holy Star Lord now? Lowly insect. The enemy sneers. Tentacles wall him in. This is getting bad. He leaps into the air. But what he sees next leaves him speechless. His head throbs. How does that monster still have this much power left? No matter. He's prepared. He carries the blessing of a Saint Knight. Lightning screams across the sky. He charges the hammer with the protection of Jur. He slams the hammer down. Thunderous surges of lightning explode with Thor's might. Bolts sear into the Star Person. That should take care of things. His eyes lock onto the yellow dragon. Without hesitation, he draws his side blade. The finale begins. He scales the Star Person's head, leaving it in utter shock. One decisive strike. A masterclass of lethal swordsmanship. The blade pierces the dragon and the Star Person. Kali's grandmother screams in pain. The dust settles. They approach the fallen, broken form of the grandmother. Holy water might extend her life. Suddenly, her body begins to shift violently. She's reverting to her original form. It won't last long. He thinks. Her true age is likely on par with ancient alien entities. The battlefield is a wasteland. He surveys the ruins and smiles. Campaign successful. A perfect victory. Junu's gaze turns toward the fading tentacle monster. The Star Child's puppet is free. But her life is flickering out in agony. Another Kali, named after the great goddess herself. The girl rushes forward, crying out, "Grandmother." Her heart breaks at the sight. "Kali, is that you? You remember me?" "Grandmother," the girl asks through tears. "Of course. You, my final descendant. How could I ever forget you? Thinking of you was how I fought their mental corruption. My dear child, we are the last two bloodlines of the goddess. Only us. Without this inheritance, you won't survive." Kali's tears begin to flow. The grandmother asks about Ami. "Father is doing well." The girl quickly replies, "I've worried about that boy so much. I miss my son dearly. Come to soon with me. Father wants to see you too." The grandmother smiles. She looks at her crumbling hands. "My time has run out. Little one." She turns to Junu. "Benefactor, may I ask one final favor of you? Kremateme. Scatter my ashes over the floating chaos island. Do this, and you'll receive a gift for letting me die as a human. I leave Kalarachi to you." Kali clings to her hand, refusing to let go. "No." Moments later, the tentacle abomination revealed a legendary relic sword. "Kali, take this," she rasped, "or your grandmother's soul will wander this nightmare realm forever." Staring at the blade hovering in midair, she realized it was the SSR rank Kalarachi. Kali gripped the hilt, and the sword fused with her soul instantly. The monster smiled. "Finally, I can rest." "Grandma." "No," Kali screamed, reaching out. Jun Xu rushed over to catch her collapsing form. "You did well. I'll begin the ritual now." Kali's desperate cries echoed through the hollow silence. "Don't be sad, Kali. Our family's hearts are eternally linked." Suddenly, a massive rift tore through Chaos Island. Nearby, they discovered a sanctuary of Goddess Kali, the ultimate zone for grinding mana stats. But beware, the whispers of the void here can turn any hunter into a mutated degenerate. Clutching the urn, she whispered softly. I can still hear her voice calling to me. Perhaps it is Goddess Kali. Jun Xu suggested. The girl blinked. A goddess? Exactly. As priestesses of Kali, you and your grandmother share her protection and hear her divine will. Her eyes turned cold and dark. The voice, It feels like it's comforting my soul. As she scattered the ashes, she prayed, "Goddess, please take care of my grandmother's spirit." A massive magic circle suddenly erupted. Jun Xu gasped. "What is this crushing pressure?" "Master, the goddess wants you to touch the circle," Kali said. A realization struck him instantly. Has the goddess descended, with doubt in his heart? Junu reached out toward the glowing runes. Power surged through his veins. "System, you have acquired the Esper hidden trait." Junu was stunned. An Esper trait. He never imagined gaining such high-tier power so easily. "It is a gift from the goddess," she said. But Junu was already lost in tactical calculations. With this trait active, everything changes right now. Suddenly, Kali lunged with her blade. "Can you keep up?" "Master," she challenged, launching herself into the air at supersonic speed. System Blood of the Goddess, Blood God's Dance activated. She moved like a crimson flash. Junu stacked his buffs, Haste, Lightning, Link, and Psychokinesis with his new Esper trait. His skills were evolving and spreading like a forest fire. He smiled. Because this zone possessed high mana density, his power ceiling was shattering. He closed the gap instantly. Seeing his incredible speed, Kali flashed a competitive grin. "Impressive," she cried, swinging her blade. "I'm going all out." Ultimate Esper Sword Dance. When Sword Mastery meets the dance trait, they merge into a new evolution. "Let's do this." They clashed in midair. Sparks and mana shockwaves exploding with every single strike. Neither backed down. Junu realized the truth. This was the overwhelming power of a goddess. In the blink of an eye, Kali unleashed a relentless barrage of divine sword techniques. But Junu was a genius. He memorized all 108 strikes into his soul. His mystic eyes and intuition synchronized, copying and refining her movements into his own style. This wasn't just a copy, it was a total evolution. Lightning Kalarachi. He looked at his humming blade and smirked. The ultimate form was finally complete. System Kalarachi's Ember and Nephilim's blade merged. 3 top-tier sword traits were now his, gripping the hilt. He began planning a build to dominate the upcoming guild wars. Heavenly Demon or Holy Saint. "I'll crush anyone who stands in my way." A sharp voice suddenly broke his trance, snapping him back to the present. "Master, you're being way too aggressive," Kali shouted, gasping for air after their duel. "Wait. It's a misunderstanding," Junu stammered. "You were moving like a different person. I almost died." She had truly awakened. Suddenly, Soren leveled her dagger directly at Junu's throat. "No more excuses," she growled, her face darkening. "Now, it is our turn to spar with you." Janet stepped forward, her diamond body and Nephilim traits glowing. The real survival training begins now. Kali unleashed her Kalarachi set. Invoking goddess blood and her time manipulation shadows, Soren prepared his solar sword technique, readying his specialized aerial raid maneuvers. With giant strength and an immortal physique, he flashed a cocky, provocative grin. Junu accepted the challenge instantly, synchronizing his gear with the solar sword traits. Wielding the Nephilim Kalarachi blade and diamond body, he roared, "Bring it on." Thousands of lightning bolts rained down. To Junu, the battle was already won. A battered Soren gasped for air. "I almost died." "You okay?" "Master, Ima, fine." Junu huffed. "Kalisahil." "Master, you were literally coughing up blood. Did you really use 3 styles at once?" she asked. "The mana drain was massive. You never go easy on us." She pouted. Janet screamed in pure agony. "You should be held back," Soren grumbled. Junu ignored them. "Potions first. Then more training. At your level, those great rift monsters won't stand a single chance. I have business to handle, so I am heading out first." Junu instructed, "Train until you re strong enough to survive. Something big is coming to Sion. A terror attack," he explained. One powerful enough to paralyze the entire city. The disciples stood frozen in shock as Junu vanished toward his next destination. Opening the scroll, the system chimed. "Congratulations, Master. You've reached level 7. He only needed level 5 for priority, but he had exceeded all limits. Level 7. The pinnacle of superhuman power, a realm beyond mere mortals. At this rank, he was a walking calamity, a one-man nuclear aircraft carrier. He finally had the stats for Chapter 2. But the future required more. His phone rang. He needed stronger allies. And the Tower Master was perfect. "Tower Master. Long time no see. How is the old man holding up?" "Hunter Kim," I called to gloat. The master had finally perfected his flame. Junu recalled their debate. Could a warrior's flame ever surpass ancient magic? The tower master laughed. Want a wager whose ultimate flame reigns supreme? It was a 2-year deadline. The tower's pride versus Junu's unorthodox evolution. As I promised, the master cheered. Behold the solar tower's ultimate flame. Junu rushed over. The old man cackled. We finally achieved our long-awaited goal. Junu forced a smile. Congratulations on completing it. Master, he said politely, but a bet is a bet. If he lost, his freedom was gone. If I win, you join our security force. The master grinned. Forever. The thought of being a corporate magic slave for life was utterly soul-crushing. The master smirked. Just surrender now. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 beat this legendary power. Remember our wager? Master. Junu replied. We re-comparing whose flame is actually stronger. The master was stunned. Wait. Junu nodded. Mine is already complete too. Let's go compare them then. Junu said, heading toward the flame's chamber. The mages whispered, a warrior perfected the ultimate flame. That's just impossible. It's probably some cheap trick. Why does the master even listen to him? Myung-seok disagreed. He revolutionized our magic. Don't underestimate his genius. He's built different. He whispered. That man never makes empty promises. The master looked at the tiny spark on Junu's finger. That's your flame. He laughed. A tiny flicker like that could never be the pinnacle. That's because this is my own unique evolution. Junu countered with a smirk. He defused 6 rare catalysts with black fire from his level 2 awakening. I obtained the solar fire by assisting Mage Kim and unlocked the hellfire trait after purging the shackled demon. The Dragon King's flame was forged after slaying the golden fire dragon, while chaos fire came from the undead dragon. Solar fire, hellfire, heavenly flame, and chaos fire. These elements combine to create a masterpiece, a flame powerful enough to incinerate the saintess's corrupted black fire. Your ultimate flame is built for pure destruction and speed, even surpassing the solar cannon. Right, I asked. The tower master nodded, and I smirked. Well, my ultimate flame follows a completely different logic. I've minimized the mana consumption to nearly 0. He narrowed his eyes, clearly doubting my words. Explain yourself. Ultimate flames only grow stronger as you pour more mana into them. I flashed a cunning grin. This tiny spark is more than enough to rival your greatest masterpiece. He couldn't believe it. To test my claim, he began channeling his energy to activate his system interface. Witness the true power of the solar tower, he declared, a confident smirk playing on his lips. For a superhuman like you, this might be too much to handle. You should probably just surrender now. Suddenly, the master froze. As he scanned the area, he realized a sea of fire was already consuming everything. What impossible, he gasped. How can a mere spark generate such overwhelming power? Sensing the situation had spiraled out of control, he screamed, stop, end the activation now. As the flame surged forward, panic laced his voice. I stopped, but the scorched air still vibrated with heat. A system window popped up, displaying the stats for the solar tower's ultimate flame. Destruction, 290. Range, 78. Mana cost 20. Total score, 441. Then, my stats appeared. Destruction, 300. Range 100. Difficulty 200. Total score, 800. I locked eyes with the stunned tower master. Direct hit. This is my ultimate flame. The onlookers were paralyzed with shock. An 800-point score. It was unheard of. Unbelievable. He muttered. How could you create something that transcends the very laws of magic? I stayed calm. I just copied it. If you want, I can show you how to perfect your own flame. The master's face lit up with pure excitement. Are you serious? You're a good man. Superhuman. Kim, I raised a hand. Wait. Since I won, it's time for my request. His expression shifted back to serious business. Fina, name your price. What do you want? I need allies to hunt down the father. I replied, I want a blood alliance with the solar tower. Not long after, the clouds broke and a heavy rain began to wash over the scorched earth. I headed back, satisfied. I now have 2 powerful allies prepared to take down the father. Everything was going exactly as planned. Perhaps a little too smoothly for my liking, a system notification pinged. You have received an encrypted file from Song Hyunju of the Kumo Corporation. A message from President Song. I wondered, Opening the file with a flick of my wrist, did she find the rat behind the Black Leopard Guild? Folders began to materialize in front of me. A top-secret label on the Guild S file caught my eye. What the hell am I looking at? The document was a direct correspondence to 𝐁𝐿, the commander of the Eastern Army. Lightning tore through the sky, acting as a grim omen for the dark truth about to be revealed. Why is the Eastern General's name here? Is the army funding the Black Leopard's dark magic research? I fell into a deep silence. 𝐁𝐿 didn't seem like the type to crawl into the shadows like this. Suddenly, 𝐁𝐿's voice boomed through the area. Who goes there? Who dares bring such an insult to my door? I looked him in the eye. General, I'm just an outsider. I have no desire to interfere in military politics. But look at the evidence yourself. The Eastern Army is currently acting like a damn terrorist organization. The room fell into a suffocating silence. No one dared to breathe. 𝐁𝐿 turned to his officers. Did any of you know about this? When the silence dragged on, his rage exploded. I asked you a question. Answer me. He glared at his subordinates, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. Was it one of you? We would never stoop so low. Dongdu interjects suddenly, bowing deeply. He admits, Father, the failure is mine alone. The rot ran deep. The Eastern Army had been frequently entangled in these shadow operations. Stunned, 𝐁𝐿 can only stare in disbelief. What did you say? Dongdu begins his grim explanation. To forge our bodies into vessels for the Black Tiger sword style. We craved mana. 𝐁𝐿's brow furrows. And you claim this madness was justified. He lowers his head in shame. No. It was a pathetic, disgraceful act. Looking back, it was all hollow vanity. Jun Xu observes, at least one person in this family still has a functioning brain. Dongdu adds, Father, as your eldest son, the weight of this sin rests on my shoulders. Punish me as you see fit. But General, as the 1st Division commander, I have one final request. He pleads, exterminate the corruption and the dark magic plaguing our legions once and for all. Jinzhou and Hyungdu are paralyzed with shock. 𝐁𝐿 rubs his temples, sighing. Fine. So be it. Super Kim. No. I should call you swordsman now. Jun Xu nods. At your service. General, 𝐁𝐞𝐄𝐃. I'm launching a top-tier high-level inspection across the entire Eastern Army. Will you take command of this investigation? Jun Xu freezes. Me, why must I get dragged into their family drama? Yindu snaps. Father, you can tea. Our legion's honor will be. 𝐁𝐿 cuts him off. If you cared about honor, you would have stopped this before it turned into this disaster. He turns back with a piercing gaze. Swordsman, as you can see, I have many heirs, but I can't trust a single one. I'm officially appointing you Honorary Inspector General with the rank of Honorary Major General. 𝐁𝐿 places his ultimate trust in the young hunter. What do you say? Will you accept our request? Jun Xu pauses. Wait. This is a prime chance to build a legendary alliance. He smiles, accepting the quest. If you trust me with this power, I will ensure the job is done perfectly. Days later at the Inspector General's office, Jun Xu asks, what's the status on the underground mana tower in Nog? The report is grim. Your intuition was right. They've been illegally capturing monsters and magical beasts. Jun Xu realizes the truth. So that's it. No wonder the Eastern Army's research budget was leaking like a sieve. And what about Gangnam? The officer replies. They're running an illegal underground arena for mutated monsters. Jun Xu nods. Just as expected. The hidden pieces of this corrupt puzzle are finally locking into place. He adds, pitting humans against monsters for entertainment, that's not just insane. It's a death wish. The officer is baffled. How could you possibly know all these details? Jun Xu explains, warriors using dark magic to force a skill evolution. I've seen this script before. His eyes turn cold. Remembering the game's original plot, he knows exactly where the boss monster is hiding. Jun Xu begins to recount the events. For days, I've stayed awake scouring the Eastern Army's classified documents and budget spreadsheets, checking his system window. He utilizes his traits, intuition, night vision, and absolute focus to scan the data. Thanks to those broken traits, I've narrowed the search down to a few key culprits. Busy analyzing the evidence, he uncovers the paper trail for every illegal cent spent. Now, only the mastermind remains, Jun Xu muses. The researchers, or rather, the one who authorized this descent into madness. He finds a file on arena combat's influence on leveling tiers and narrows his eyes in surprise. These people are suddenly A rift tears open in midair. An explosive device detonates, shattering the night. As the smoke clears, two familiar silhouettes emerge from the shadows. Yindu snares. Is he dead yet? We need to finish this before father notices. Hyungdu replies. Understood. Fista. Then? They sense something wrong. She looks toward the desk and freezes in pure terror. How is this possible? Jun Xu smirks through the dust. What's the matter? Did you really think a low-tier bomb would be enough to kill me? Yensudu screams. You arrogant brat, Jun Xu scoffs. I knew it was you. You must have panicked when Break Z base fell. She snaps, barking orders to her subordinate. 3rd Division Commander. Attack. End this nuisance now. Understood. Jindu's voice drops to a murderous whisper. You should have kept your mouth shut. Kid. Both traitors lunge forward simultaneously. Let us show you that there is always a higher mountain. He arched an eyebrow. Think you re the top dogs? You've just walked straight into a tiger-s maw. His eyes sharpened. These two weren't ordinary. Their strikes carried the raw, savage weight of true beasts. Jun Xu analyzed their stance. Both white tiger masters were aiming for his lethal vitals with surgical precision. Their bloodlust was palpable. Yinsu, especially, was a viper cold, calculating, and utterly ruthless. Chaos erupted. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Jun Xu held his ground against the dual onslaught. A blade flashed toward his throat. He parried just in time, the impact triggering a violent, blinding explosion. Yinsu 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠 Hyungdu. Dawn let him escape, without hesitation. They unleashed their ultimate tiger-crushing blast. Jun Xu skidded to a halt. His gaze locked onto the two spectral white tigers manifest before him. Mana surged into his blade. You think this is enough? The enemy's resolve remained unshaken as the power peaked. A level 7, trying to act tough. Clashing steel rang out, turning the battlefield into a sinister, blood-red hellscape. Jinzu's confidence wavered as the atmosphere shifted. What the hell is this? Jun Xu simply smirked. Just level 7. He activated the Nephalem gear. With the Kalarachi flame style, he laughed at their ignorance. I'm no ordinary, rank 7, superhuman. I am a golden warrior. He lunged forward like a meteor. You tried to destroy the evidence now. You'll pay the ultimate price. The area dissolved into pure carnage. Sonic booms echoed as his refined sword chi crystallized into raw destruction. The sheer pressure was suffocating. Overwhelmed by the sudden power spike, Hyungdu scrambled backward in terror. This was the soul of a transcendent, breaking every limit. A violent vibration surged through the length of his blade. Usually, the recoil would shatter a man's bones. But the flame style was built for this exact moment, utilizing the explosion's momentum. His speed tripled. Hyungdu roared in fury, charging back in a frenzy. How dare you? His movements became instinctive, his senses sharpening until he was practically seeing the future. With one devastating swing, he tore the battlefield asunder, even heavily wounded. Jinzu refused to back down. I'll kill you. Jun Xu's lip curled. Have you truly traded your pride for such pathetic desperation? She lunged like a feral beast. Arrogant brat Jinzu began channeling a dark, forbidden energy. Witness the true power I've harvested from the depths of black magic. Recalling the monster-slaying wounds, Jun Xu realized the truth. The killer's identity is clear. Proof is no longer needed. As she charged, the air grew heavy. Behold my ultimate black tiger sword style. Their powers collided with a deafening roar. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jinsu's spine. She froze in pure shock. Impossible. How can you execute the perfect black tiger style? Jun Xu's laugh was cold. Isn't it obvious? He transitioned into his counter stance, his blade glowing with a terrifying, familiar light. Because I am the true master of the black tiger. System notification: black tiger gear activated. Skills unlocked: Vengeful Fang, Lightning Strike, Heaven Sunderer, Shadow Step, and Solar Flame Blade. Later, he reported to Commander Jam. The old man nodded. Well done. You've restored order to the Eastern Legion. Jun Xu looked him in the eye. And the ones involved in the illegal operation, I've handled them, Jam stated, before pausing. But tell me, how would you prefer they be punished? They are your men. Sir. Jun Xu replied cautiously, his gaze remaining steady and resolute. But they ambushed me and tried to bury the truth. Military law demands the harshest sentence possible. The commander sighed heavily. I wish I had a son like you. My own blood is beyond my control. Life is short. and I feel I've wasted mine. Jun Xu shook his head. Don say that, 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠, without your leadership, Korea would have fallen during the Second World War. In this world, survival was earned through resistance, not just the hollow victories of distant allies. He bowed deeply. Your contributions during the Korean War were monumental. Please, never forget that. We are all living under the shadow of your legacy. Jom couldn't suppress a rare, genuine smile. Are you buttering me up for a reward? The old man chuckled. Jun Xu just gave a sheepish grin. Is it that obvious? Jom laughed. Fine. Close your eyes and stand still. Jun Xu wondered what legendary item was coming. Jom spoke softly. What I'm giving you is my everything. The Eastern Legion. Jun Xu's realization struck like a lightning bolt. Far too late. He absorbed it, the zenith trait of Zenson. The hero commander's entire legacy surged into Junu's soul. Violent. Raw mana erupted, feeling like a direct injection of pure, unbridled power. John coughed blood as the transfer stabilized. Why sacrifice everything for a degenerate like me? The commander rasped. It was always meant for a successor. But you aren't ready yet. Level 8. Only then will this power awaken. Jun Xu bowed, debts of blood weighing heavy. The old man smiled. My only price. Become a star, the strongest hunter on earth. Reach level 9. And make my sacrifice worth it. That is enough for me. Not long after, the ritual ended and Junu returned to the waking world. Guilt gnawed at him. By transferring that mana, the commander had traded his life for Junu's growth. Could he hit level 9 in a single year? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. President Xi's. The Eastern Legion is secure. Hi, wise voice cut in. Sharp and urgent. Check the news. Swordmaster Jun Xu's brow furrowed. Breaking news. A massive zombie outbreak was tearing Brazil apart. Hundreds were reported injured. The government was paralyzed. A zombie outbreak. This wasn't possible. I purged the Black Panther cult. Junu muttered. How is this virus still spreading? Soon was just the start. The purple dragon was dead. So who was pulling the strings? The coordinates from the hidden quest matched the epicenter perfectly. Tell me exactly where. He demanded. São Paulo. Jun Xu's eyes went cold. I'm heading to Brazil. Right now, São Paulo, the resting place of the Black Panther's lost divinity and the domain of God Poca. Their objective was clear, a divine heist to usurp God, Poca's very seat of power, activating his ghost legion. He set foot in Brazil. Standing before the great cathedral of São Paulo, the massacre in Soon was just a harvest. They needed a mountain of corpses for this ritual. Without the Mama Maquila Guild's interference, the Black Panther would have already ascended as a god. The Saintess won't have her way. Jun Xu stepped inside. Grand Patriarch. It is an honor. The old man smiled warmly. The pleasure is mine. Young hunter, welcome back. My brothers in the Great Abyss told tales of your blade. They saw your power firsthand. Jun Xu gave a wry smile. I should have paid my respects to the frontline guilds sooner. He bowed deeply. Forgive my tardiness. The path of a hunter is never a quiet one. The Patriarch waved it off. No matter. We are all merely servants of the moon's grace. When the abyss threatens, we send a wise god to hold the line. Like the Guardian Alliance, his eyes sharpened. But tell me, what brings a busy ranker like you to our doorstep? It's the Black Panther cult. The air turned ice cold as the Patriarch's smile vanished. Jun Xu wasn't shocked by the reaction. He knew the weight of that dark name. They've hunted God Poca for eons. Patriarch. Is this outbreak related to your current crisis? Jun Xu nodded grimly. It's not a coincidence. It's a countdown. They're summoning the Ghost King here. The Patriarch gasped. Blasphemy. You speak nonsense. This is a holy city. Jun Xu ignored him, flicking a system window into view. Look. The old man hesitated. I will examine your data, but I cannot blindly trust an outsider. Jun Xu forced a polite smile. For the sake of this world, I urge you to reconsider. Internally, he cursed. Why was he begging to save a nation that wasn't even his own? But God Poca was still an unawakened deity. They were blind to the encroaching darkness. He knew his warning sounded like the fever dreams of a madman to these believers. The Patriarch bowed stiffly. We cannot allow an outsider to disturb our sanctuary. Good day. Evicted. Jun Xu stood outside, gripping his hair in frustration. Idiots. It's all going to burn. Dawn broke over the horizon. A new day. And a nightmare that was only just beginning. Locating the Ghost King is a nightmare without the Mama Maquila Guild's intel. Must I wait for another zombie outbreak? My tactical options are running dry. A sudden voice breaks the silence. There you are. The Saintess approaches. Our third encounter, the Savior. This mastermind behind the chaos dares to show her face so shamelessly. Jun Xu greets her coldly. Keeping yourself busy. Aren't you? Tracking him to Brazil. She shrugs. I didn't expect our path to lead here either. It's all thanks to a certain someone. MC scans her stats. Teeth gritted in frustration. A rank 8 Saintess. This is a power gap I simply cannot bridge. I can punch up one rank. But rank 8 is a transcendent realm beyond humanity. She smirks. Offering questions. MC shuts her down. I have many. But not for you? Get lost. He reaches for the car door, determined to find his own answers. Then let me ask you. Suddenly, her face is inches from his, blurring his vision. The scene turns surreal. With a predatory, threatening gaze, she addresses the Savior. You're an outsider from another world. Aren't you? She smiles. I knew it. I sensed you were a transmigrator like me during the ritual. MC's suspicion flares. The ritual, her voice drops to a chilling tone. Daunt, I'm the one who summoned you. I feared the ritual failed. But it was a success beyond my wildest dreams. Nonsense, MC counters. The gods said any mortal summoner would have perished instantly. Recalling Goddess Ger's warning, he realizes she shouldn't be standing here. Summoning a soul from the rift should have annihilated her own spirit. She points a finger at him. The first question then, what did I sacrifice? Did she use a hidden trait or a legendary artifact? MC asks with growing doubt. Did you offer up your own future as a catalyst? She scoffs. Impressed. Smart savior. Indeed. I sacrificed my entire future, and this very soul. MC gasps. You're insane. Doing that means you've forfeited even the chance of reincarnation. She falls into a dark silence. If this world decays, what point is there in rebirth? Better to be a catalyst for change than space fertilizer in an endless cycle. Her expression twists into a haunting, eerie grin. At the exact moment I chose, so, Savior, I demand you stop wandering. Offer your soul and body to the Great Father. Jun Xu roars. Why go this far? That Father can never truly be resurrected. I know. She interjects. But even the most divine plans must adapt to the situation. A small world only deserves a lesser god. Dawn to agree, MC frowns deeply. You mean a sage god? She beams. Exactly. The Great Father shall descend in that form. He will reincarnate through the generations, acting as this world's eternal guardian. She claims all prophesied disasters will be erased. Her face begins to warp with fanaticism. By stealing the destiny of an outsider, the Great Father will rule this realm. She extends a hand. Join me. Sacrifice your vessel to save this entire world. Her hand reaches for his face, calling him their grand savior. As her fingers approach his temple, Jun Xu violently slaps them away. He scoffs, save the world through self-sacrifice. In a place where he finally found people to protect, he'd die for his comrades. But not for her cult. He flashes a defiant gesture. Shut it. I'm no fool. I have zero reason to sacrifice myself for your delusion. She sneers coldly. How disappointing. You'd abandon the great cause just to survive. So what? MC snaps back. A dying world or a farm for your god. They were both disasters. The Saintess lets out a long, weary sigh. What a pity. If only you kept your original memories instead of these fragments. We could have understood each other. Jun Xu's brow furrowed in deep confusion. Original memories. What is she talking about? She vanished into thin air. Until we meet again. Savior. Farewell. Wait, stop right there, he roared. The Saintess left one final blessing. May the Father's grace descend fully upon our Savior. Fuming, Jun Xu glared at the empty space. What kind of cryptic nonsense was that? Suddenly, alarm bells shattered the silence. Emergency, all units to the Great Temple. Protect Lord Poka. Jun Xu grabbed a guard. What's the situation? Evacuate now? Civilian. This isn't a drill, the soldier barked. The zombie legion is swarming the town. The Ghost King had arrived. The real hunt begins now. The legendary boss monster hadn't reached tier 9 just yet. They locked eyes instantly. So? It's you. The king rasped. The human, the Black Panther, warned me about. He sneered. Perfect. I'll reshape your flesh and devour your soul to restore my lost divinity. Jun Xu scoffed at the threat. You really think I'm that easy to swallow? Old man, offer your neck, and I'll spare you the agony. The king mocked. Jun Xu launched a sudden airstrike. Just try it. System activating Giant's Might transformation. The king parried effortlessly. Analysis complete. A hybrid warrior. Mage and priest. A nightmare build, even weakened. This monster was still a tier 7.5 threat. System activating triple traits Giant's power, diamond body, and unbeaten. Even Bill couldn't match this physical stats. Should I gamble on the old Tiger-S power? He recalled Diom's final gift. Everything I am, and the strength of the Eastern Army, is yours. Jun Xu hesitated. No. Using an unmastered, volatile power now was too big a gamble. Time to get serious. System equipping Holy Sanctification trait set. Holy Light. Divina Aura. Hand of Healing. Great Miracle. Sacred Halo. He stacked Ger's healing and Kali's miracles with the Halo, the ultimate anti-undead build. System ordained. Paladin activated. I'll dominate death with divine power. Jun Xu's relentless strikes forced a grunt of pain. Impressive. The Ghost King hissed. The king retaliated with devastating force. You're truly impressive. Foramere degenerate. Jun Xu pushed through the onslaught. The king burst into laughter. But your efforts are futile. Warning: unique skill. Heaven's rebellion triggered. All active equipment traits are being forcibly purged. Holy power erased. Holy light erased. Healing hand purged. Miracle nullified. The Ghost King's unique trait, Fallen Heaven. Jun Xu saw the notification and smirked. It was fine. If he's using his trump card, it means the holy damage hit him hard. He whispered to himself. Good. The preparation phase is officially complete. System equipping, new combo Giant's Might. Soul Spirit. Real Combat. And Lightning Resonance. The king's eyes widened. An all-rounder, he roared. You've earned the right to be my prey. Come forth, the king bellowed, his voice shaking the earth. Lend me your name, Black Panther. Obey my command, Jun Xu countered. System magic resist. Invincible. Diamond body. Immortal. Ordained Paladin Massacre. A massive AoE spell fueled by zombie sacrifices. This was going to hurt, but this was the price of victory. He looked around, urgency rising in his chest. If he didn't finish these ghouls now, the king would just keep resurrecting them. I'm sick of these revivals. Jun Xu lunged through the violet haze. Phase 1, complete. I have to finish him before his Heaven's Rebellion cooldown resets. He activated his near-death hidden stats, Hysteria, and Divine Rage. Combo Madman, 3 stacks. Fire Sword. Blade of Nephilim. 1 versus 10,000. He charged head-on. The Ghost King laughed at the sheer audacity. You really are an interesting toy. Let's see how long that smile lasts. Jun Xu spat. You have no chance. The king replied. The Ghost King's spectral aura locked onto Jun Xu, sealing every exit. Yet, with a sudden flash of movement, the boy vanished, leaving the boss stunned. Ghost Hand S binding skill. I'll just disrupt the mana flow. The king's intuition flared as he sensed Jun Xu's terrifyingly calm analysis. Strange. The monster hissed, his voice trembling with suspicion. How do you know my secret patterns so well? Well, farm a boss 100 times in-game, and you'd be an expert too. Jun Xu smirked, his grip tightening on his blade. Time to end this. Charging his hammer with crackling lightning, he unleashed a devastating chain of strikes that tore through the king's armor. With a final roar of strength, he slammed the king into the earth, leaving a massive, jagged fissure in the wake of the impact. Jun Xu stared at his trembling hands. He's tougher than the lore suggested. And the side effects of Berserker's gaze are already kicking in. Chaotic mana began shredding his nervous system from within. Just a little longer. I just need one more opening to finish this. Refusing to fall, the Ghost King gathered a terrifying surge of dark energy in his chest. You are truly impressive, Hunter. He growled, an all-rounder with legendary potential. But look at you now. You look absolutely pathetic, drowning in your own power. The price for such perfection is a burden your mortal body can carry. A violent explosion of energy erupted from the king's core. I'll sacrifice my very essence to drag you down, the king shrieked. Jun Xu just grinned. The boss had finally taken the bait. Phase 2 begins. A massive vortex of spectral energy swallowed the arena as the Ghost King entered his final, most dangerous state. Jun Xu braced himself, calculating the trajectory of the king's ultimate AoE skill, a violent storm of pure soul-crushing malice. This pressure could stop a normal hunter's heart in 0.1 seconds. But inside that storm, the king's core was finally pulsing visibly. There it is. Jun Xu whispered through the wind. The fatal flaw in your ultimate defense. You finally exposed your heart. System windows flickered wildly as gear traits stacked. Jun Xu sprinted forward, challenging the crushing weight of the boss's aura. Magic resist. Diamond body. Paladin's grace. He activated every buff in his arsenal to counteract the devastating backlash of his berserk state. Even with S-tier defensive traits active, his physical vessel was screaming, pushed far beyond its absolute limit, white-knuckling his sword. His resolve burned brighter than the pain. I have to end this right now. In a single strike, Feudal the Ghost King roared, unleashing a wave of extinction. Your pathetic endurance cannot bridge the gap between us. He triggered Inverted Paradise, warping the very fabric of space. Jun Xu gritted his teeth, feeling the world turn upside down. Blood pooled in his mouth as his vision blurred. Damit. If my passive traits expire now, the backlash will kill me instantly. Despite the agonizing pressure, Jun Xu stood his ground like an unmovable mountain. The Ghost King couldn't help but offer a grim praise. You are the greatest hero I've ever faced. Too bad your legend ends in this forgotten dungeon today. Raising his spectral blade, the king summoned a crushing wave of divine authority. Now, perish in the darkness, die. A deafening explosion rocked the chamber. Silence followed, heavy and thick with the smell of ozone and sulfur. Jun Xu stepped out from the smoke, his cloak shimmering. You let your guard down, King. The boss gasped. The golden fleece. With a brutal slash, Jun Xu sent the king reeling back. Surprised, you should know this item's lore better than anyone. Its hidden effect is absolute immortality. Jun Xu began rapidly cycling through his high-tier gear to stack his final buffs. Flame arts. Nephilim's Edge. Paladin's Strike. Each blow was a symphony of destruction that pinned the king's weapon to the floor. Seizing the window, he launched himself high into the air for the finisher. Game over. Ghost King. It's finished. He plunged his mana-infused blade directly into the king's core, shattering his spectral heart into 1,000 fragments. No, this is impossible, the king shrieked, his form flickering as he desperately clawed at the air. I cannot fall like this. In a finale. Spiteful reflex. The king's jagged claws tore through Jun Xu's abdomen before he could even react. Lifting the bloodied hunter high, the king hissed with his dying breath, if I go to hell, I'm taking you with me. Jun Xu coughed up a spray of crimson. Damit. My body is falling apart. I can't even move a muscle. As his vision faded to black, a cold dread washed over him. Is this how it ends? Is my second life over already? Suddenly, a blinding light pierced the void. His consciousness flickered. No. Not yet. I haven't finished my revenge. System near-death survival trait activated. Nullifying fatal damage, restoring 50% HP and mana. The next day, Jun Xu woke up in a sterile hospital bed, dazed. He looked around and whispered, Where am I? You're in the Sao Paulo sanctuary, under the direct protection of the Maquila Church. A calm voice replied. He turned to see the high priest, an archbishop. So that's why the mana here feels so pure. The priest sighed in relief. We feared our savior was lost. The people of Sao Paulo are calling you their holy knight, their living legend, a savior. Jun Xu forced a wry smile for the cameras, while his inner voice screamed in pure, unadulterated disbelief. Please, drop the savior title. The Grand Chief explained they'd recovered the shattered holy sword while their ritual healed me. Feeling all right? The chief asked. Jun Xu nodded. Yeah. I'm good as new. But where's my gear? The chief replied. Secured in the vault. Alongside the Ghost King's legendary set, a grin spread across his face. Ghost King loot, perfect. It's finally time to cash in. Suddenly, the chief bowed. Forgive our previous rudeness. We should have never ignored your warnings. Jun Xu waved it off. Forget it. That bastard just showed up sooner than expected. Preparation wouldn't have mattered anyway. The chief handed over a small, ornate box. Please, take this token. It was a modest gift of gratitude. Inside sat 2 elixirs. Jun Xu's inner voice groaned. Only elixirs. A bit stingy. Isn't it? I literally saved your entire pantheon. The chief then produced another item. Following your data, we've pinpointed the source of the zombie outbreak. Juno accepted the device. Confused, the chief began to clarify the situation. Data from the Black Panther's Sao Paulo base. Whether you need it or not, consider it our support. Holy Sword. If the Black Panther HQ fell, This drive surely held evidence against the father's guild. Jun Xu gripped the drive, tears of sheer relief blurring his vision. This agonizing chapter was finally over. Then, the chief spoke up once more. Holy sword. Once recovered, we must visit the great temple. A living legend desires your presence. I am Poca, the living god of Brazil. Junu bowed respectfully. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠, a rank 7 warrior. I assume you were quite worried. Indeed, Poca whispered. But I am fine now. Having narrowly escaped my certain death, my destiny was to perish, kidnapped, tortured, and executed by the Black Panthers and their kin. Jun Xu hesitated. How can you know that he thought? Asterisk. Is he already seeing through the future? Asterisk. Poca's eyes grew heavy with sorrow as he looked at the hunter. Though my stats are lacking, I glimpsed my end. Yet, fate shifted when you intervened. The moment your blade pierced the Ghost King's heart, everything changed. Poca and his soldiers bowed deeply. Holy Sword of the East, savior of Sao Paulo, and myself. Junu stood stunned. I had no idea I was saving a literal god. He realized the massive gap between the game mechanics and this reality. Is this the butterfly effect? Poca spoke with gravity. I expect much from you. This world holds beings powerful enough to shatter the very threads of a god's destiny. He gestured toward Junu. Men call them fate breakers, or those who defy the heavens. Poca leaned in, whispering, You, the otherworlder, are the most unique among them all. Stunned, Jun Xu took a moment to compose himself, placing a hand over his heart. The Mamakila Guild stands with you. Become the supreme commander of our divine forces. Seriously, he thought. Talk about a massive power jump. Wielding such immense power requires absolute responsibility. Jun Xu said, his tone turning serious. Asterisk, I'll tread carefully. He's entrusting me with this because he truly believes in me. But first, Jun Xu began. Poca, I have a vital request. Poca nodded. I need your blood, the essence of the volcano god, and that of your brother, the wind god. It's the only way to reach rank 8. Will you grant me your blood? Gladly, he replied. Cut to a massive runway, where a sleek supersonic jet sat gleaming. Jun Xu's jaw dropped. All those gifts, and now a supersonic stealth jet too. My personal gift. The chief replied. The guild's tribute is separate. Enjoy your rewards. Jun Xu touched the cockpit. Standard planes cost billions. But a custom fighter jet like this, the Mamakila Guild is obscenely wealthy. He realized. He fired up the engines. Damn, look at that shine. Time to fly. Excitement flashed in his eyes. This machine is a total dream come true. Time to see what full throttle feels like. The system window flickered. Max speed initialized. Confirm takeoff. Jun Xu didn't hesitate for a single second. Is that even a question? Let's fly. The jet tore through the atmosphere like a bolt of lightning. The speedometer hit a staggering 5,000 kilometers per hour. This speed, it's absolutely insane. Leaning back, he smirked. Way faster than any mount. At this rate, the objective is already in sight. Destination, the system chimed. The North Pole. The holographic map pulsed with mechanical precision. Target locked. Calculating arrival. Allies gathered. Evidence secured. Jun Xu whispered to the freezing wind. His gaze hardened with lethal resolve. Now for the final preparation. Before I tear that saintess off her throne, images of the giant otherworldly beast fueled his hype. The time for the ultimate hunt had finally arrived, gliding over the frozen wasteland. He laughed. Even these supernatural blizzards couldn't slow his progression. I can go anywhere now. He relaxed, though his mind raced. But level 8. That S going to take everything. Flashes of past life or death struggles crossed his mind as he prepared for the next stage of his awakening. Chapter 2 is officially closed. He saw the saintess's twisted smile. Now, it's time to end her for good. Visualizing the incoming bloodbath, he gripped the controls. The war with the Father's Council begins very soon. His eyes sharpened like a predator's. He had the allies. He had the plan. But it wasn't enough yet. I can't risk a failure. I need overwhelming power to crush her once and for all. Level 7 was a breeze with star cores. Strangely, hitting level 9 seemed more attainable than this next wall. What a trash tier grind. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. If you don't play like a degenerate, you're just fodder. Level 8 required a miracle. But he was a veteran player who had cleared this hell dozens of times. Every move was calculated. Soon, the silhouette of the Mystic Castle appeared through the Arctic mist. This was the first gate. But as he stepped forward, A cold blade suddenly blocked his path. Sieria, the icy guardian leader, emerged from the shadows. Halt. Warrior, what brings you to this frozen grave? A winter spirit. He mused. She was a vision of lethal power amidst the falling snow. One day, she'll be the SSR Winter Queen. For now, I just need her support for the hunt. She narrowed her eyes. A hunt? Is there a beast out there you cannot slaughter alone? The Arctic Emperor. He replied. Sieria flinched. That monster, the ruler of the frozen wastes. Are you insane? She shouted. Do you have any idea why they call it the Emperor? My entire dragon legion was turned into ice statues by its sheer, primitive ferocity. It's not something you just casually hunt. He knew. In-game. It was a tier 9 boss, a living nightmare. He stared into the beast's icy gaze in his mind. He wasn't afraid. He was ready. Right now. It's only level 8. Let's cooperate. Sieria stood frozen in total disbelief. A cunning glint entered his eyes. I'm here to liberate your dragon legion. That's my deal. This was the ultimate bait. An offer the guardian leader could never possibly refuse. He knew her brother, the legion commander, was currently a frozen prisoner of the Emperor. You can really do that, she whispered. How can a human face that horror? He recalled the hidden game mechanics. The Magic Dragon's arrival was usually the only way out. He pulled a glowing syringe from his inventory. I have a way to wake them up early. His voice turned cold and serious. A little something to tilt the scales in our favor. Top-tier anesthetic for the beast. She gasped. Where on earth did you find such a thing? I've hunted legendary drakes in Greece. He answered. I've stared death in the face before. Gold dragons and undead beasts had already fallen to his relentless path of revenge. Light, death, and shadows. You have them all. She relented. Very well. We slay the Emperor. Doubt still flickered in her eyes. The trauma of her previous defeat was still fresh. My legion was crushed in seconds. This won't be a walk in the park. Traveler, Jun Xu stared at the horizon. I know. The Arctic Emperor is the natural predator of dragons. The Arctic Emperor's overwhelming pressure was insane. I had to scan its power levels immediately. Its signature skill, Arctic Gale, is a total nightmare. It freezes the entire battlefield while triggering a massive self-heal. I realized this was our only opening. Just like the raid against the Ghost King, timing was everything. I looked over the frozen wasteland and reassured Saleria. The moment that wind rises, the Emperor's fatal flaw is exposed. Right now, the Arctic Emperor was deep in a slumber atop a massive ice shelf. Is that monster really asleep? Saleria whispered back that it was absorbing the ice sun's radiation. One wrong move and we're dead. Seeing that beast lounging so peacefully made me a little tilted. Living the dream. I activated my invisibility cloak and told her I was moving in. This was the plan. I'd stack the cloak's stealth buff with my high-tier steel trait for the ultimate infiltration. I suppressed my mana signature to 0. Even an S-rank boss wouldn't notice me at this range. Suddenly, a nearby dragon's skull let out a loud crack. My heart skipped a beat as the Emperor's eyes snapped open. It started scanning the area with killing intent. I instantly triggered my feigned death skill. That was way too close. My heart was racing as the aggro reset. This otherworldly monster is on a completely different level than the others. Suddenly, the beast lunged forward, devouring the bait I'd planted with savage hunger. I couldn't believe this bird-brained boss fell for it. It didn't even hesitate to eat food that appeared out of thin air. I guess after decades of frozen sleep, even a dragon can't resist the taste of fresh meat. Suddenly, a terrifying dark aura erupted, suffocating the air. The Arctic King lost its balance and plummeted. Yes, if only every boss fight was this easy. I waved to Saleria over. It's done. Get up here. Quick. She rushed toward me in shock, but I held up a hand. Stay back. I'm waking the others now. I channeled my advanced ghost fire. My hands erupted in soul-searing flames, causing the ancient ice to hiss and vanish. Saleria's brother finally groaned and sat up, clutching his head in confusion. Saleria let out a cry and sprinted toward him. They finally reunited after years of separation. Seeing them embrace made the entire mission worth it. I stood back and watched the commander of the Dragon Legion return to life. The real counterattack starts now. I laid out the strategy to the Dragon Riders. We take the fight to the Emperor together. Saleria's brother mounted his beast. Ready for war, Sword Saint. I heard what you did. Thank you. I cut him off, save the thanks for later. The Arctic Emperor is going to wake up any second. He jumped down, shouting that a few dragons were still trapped in the ice. I looked at the frozen behemoth and gasped, "There's still more. Even the Crimson King is sealed here. How is there a fire dragon in the middle of the Arctic?" Celeria warned me that this wasn't normal ice. Her brother explained it was a unique frost curse from the Emperor himself. Sword Saint. Can your flames break this? A cold, calculated smile crossed my face. We have to wake him up. No matter what, I had my own hidden quest in mind. If I can tame a masterless dragon of this rank, my power will skyrocket. I approached the ice seal, glancing at the others. I could finally have a legendary mount of my own. I can only force his power to awaken. I unleashed a devastating blast of fire to shatter the seal. The rest is up to him. Sileria cried out in frustration. It's not working. The ice isn't even melting. I poured every ounce of mana into the flames. This ice is reinforced with ancient magic. Then, I roared for him to wake up. The dragon's eye snapped open. Human. The soldiers began to murmur in total disbelief. Did he just speak the ancient dragon tongue? How can a mere human warrior master the language of the gods? The dragon stared at me, sensing my hidden stats. Truly a strange mortal. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground, knocking Sileria and her brother off their feet. Everyone looked up and screamed, "The Arctic Emperor is airborne. He's awake." Sileria's voice boomed across the tundra. Dragon Legion. Battle stations. Intercept those frost spears immediately. A hail of arrows flew toward the boss. I stood my ground before the Crimson King. We're out of time. Zoe, listen up. Above us, the sky turned into a chaotic battlefield of ice and fire. I calmly looked the fire dragon in the eye. We're about to hunt the monster that imprisoned you. Are you in or out? The dragon let out a deafening roar. I owe you a life debt. Human. The Crimson King unleashed a sea of flames, melting everything in sight. Deal. High above, the Arctic Emperor shivered. For the first time, the hunter had become the prey. The Red King gathered a massive surge of mana, declaring a total meltdown. A colossal firestorm erupted from its maw like a localized sun. Watching the absolute devastation unfold, Jun Xu smirked with pure satisfaction. Now that is what I call god-tier firepower. I knew people would wonder how such a legendary beast lost to the Arctic Emperor. The truth was, the Red King suffered from a critical debuff. Suddenly, Jun Xu snapped his head toward a sharp, crystalline sound. Ice was shattering nearby, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. The once mighty dragon was now whimpering in agony as ice shards pierced its scales. It was a pathetic sight that left Jun Xu momentarily speechless. Seriously, this legendary beast has turned into a total degenerate. Then, the Arctic Emperor let out a roar that shook the very foundations of the world. Sileria's brother screamed for the Sword Saint to make a move immediately. Jun Xu tossed some high-grade meat toward the dragon, hoping to bribe his way into a contract. Whether it is a human or an ancient beast, their core instincts never change. Everyone has a price, especially when they are starving. Heads up. Catch this, Jun Xu yelled. The dragon lunged for the meat, its eyes sparkling as it realized it was a legendary drop, wagging its tail like an overgrown puppy. The Red King begged for more. This is incredible. Give me another piece right now. Fine. I will feed you. Jun Xu replied. But there is a catch. You need to be my eyes in the sky and provide air support. The Arctic Emperor locked onto Jun Xu and dove like a falling star. The impact turned the ground into a massive crater of dust and debris. As the smoke cleared, the Emperor stared in confusion at the empty, cracked earth. His target had vanished into thin air before the strike landed. High above, Jun Xu looked down from the Red King's back with cold eyes. Time for a little payback. You overgrown bird. The system window flashed as Jun Xu activated the Dragon Knight trait. All units, initiate a synchronized aerial assault. Now, a barrage of fire rained down as the Dragon Riders unleashed their ultimate skills. The Emperor moved with insane speed, dodging the flames with supernatural grace. Just as the attacks converged, the boss monster summoned an absolute ice shield. The explosion of mana was completely neutralized by the frozen barrier. Damit? His ranking tier is off the charts. A soldier screamed in terror. Jun Xu ignored the panic. Steering the Red King directly into the line of fire, the dragon began to tremble, its morale bottoming out against the Emperor's pressure. Trust me, Jun Xu whispered. Do this, and you will get a mountain of meat, fueled by pure gluttony. The Red King roared meat and unleashed a devastating inferno. The dragon's fear was replaced by an obsession with its next meal. Great shot, Jun Xu shouted. Though a swarm of lethal ice spears was closing in, he quickly analyzed the incoming trajectory, preparing a counterspell. As the dragon flinched, Jun Xu stood firm. Don't blink. I'll shatter them all. A stray shard grazed his cheek, drawing blood as the battle reached a fever pitch. He glanced at his hidden stats, wondering if he had enough mana to block this. The sheer volume of ice was pushing his limits to the breaking point. Jun Xu triggered his fortification trait, manifesting a massive, unbreakable barrier. A shimmering shield enveloped them both, pulsing with divine energy. Not bad, he muttered, as the system allowed him to stack even more defensive traits. He was turning into an immovable fortress in the sky. Every dragon rider was now protected by a mana link circle. This was the ultimate defense of the legendary Heavenly Fortress style. Charge, he commanded. The dragon legion swarmed the Emperor, landing a direct hit. The boss monster shrieked in agony, finally feeling the sting of mortal weapons. The Emperor began condensing a terrifying source of dark mana. The soldiers panicked, recognizing the legendary skill, White Spirit Ice. Are we really going to end up as human popsicles? Celeria's brother shouted for everyone to maintain their formation. Keep your heads in the game. This isn't like the previous raids. He roared for them to put their absolute faith in Jun Xu's leadership. Jun Xu felt the crushing weight of the Emperor's aura pressing down on him. He recognized the move White Spirit Ice. The Emperor's absolute ultimate technique. If I can just tank this one hit, the victory is ours. He began calculating the bonuses from the Earth Goddess's blessing. By fusing his equipment traits, he aimed to create the strongest defense in history. It was a desperate gamble, but it was his only choice. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from Jun Xu's position. The battlefield was washed in a light that defied the freezing cold. He channeled the Earth trait into the entire dragon squad. A golden aura wrapped around them, hardening their armor with the power of the planet. Celeria stared in disbelief. The Arctic Emperor's freezing aura. It's not working. The dragon riders seized the opening, charging through the storm. Her brother laughed nervously. Now that's more like it. Time to turn this frozen chicken into a 5-course meal. Jun Xu cracked his knuckles, his eyes glowing with a fierce light. He was now perfectly synchronized with the Red King's burning will. He extended his hand, chanting the final activation code for his hidden skill, harnessing the Dragon Knight's trait. Using the will of the blazing dragon, he closed his eyes for a heartbeat. And when they opened, hellfire erupted. A massive vortex of flames swirled around him, incinerating the falling snow. Transcendent Inferno, he roared, launching a shockwave of heat toward the boss. The fire moved like a living tide, consuming everything in its path. Mana surged through his veins like boiling oil on a raging fire. I'm going to burn you until there's nothing left but ash. The blast slammed into the Emperor's chest, forcing a guttural scream from its throat. The Ice King was finally being melted from the inside out. Within the melting ice, a glowing core finally became visible. There it is. The hidden heart of the Arctic King. Jun Xu smirked. He focused every last drop of his mana into one final, high-velocity projectile. The shot whistled through the air, aimed straight for the boss's life force. A deafening boom echoed as the missile detonated against the Arctic Emperor. Shards of ice rained down, revealing a clear sky. Celeria cried out, "He's dead." We actually took down the ruler of the north. The knights erupted in cheers. They were free. High above, Jun Xu waved from atop the Red King. Warrior Kim has saved us, the people shouted. Peace had finally returned to the frozen castle. Thank you, Sword Saint, Celeria said with deep gratitude. We are eternally in your debt. Don't worry about it, he replied. I achieved my objective here regardless. He checked his system window. He had just absorbed a legendary mana core and the White Ice King's unique trait. Jun Xu turned to leave, his cape fluttering in the wind. My work is done. Farewell. Celeria stopped him, saying the Dragon Lords wouldn't want him leaving so soon. Is there anything you need, she asked. He replied, lend me your strength for the war ahead. Celeria tilted her head in confusion. A war? Who are we fighting? A nemesis from my past life. Jun Xu muttered, your aid would ensure my victory. Consider it done. Celeria promised. Suddenly, the Red King's deep voice rumbled. Human, Jun Xu looked back. You're awake. How do you feel? The dragon simply whined for food. Meat! Give me meat! The beast roared. Jun Xu smirked. I think I have some left in my inventory. A strategic thought sparked. If he fed him, He could turn this dragon into a legendary mount. If you want meat, follow me. Jun Xu bargained. The dragon's eyes lit up. Deal. I'll go anywhere for food. Can I take the Red King with me? Jun Xu asked the guild leaders. Celeria's brother replied, dragons choose their own path. We cannot control them. If he chooses you, you have our blessing. The Red King cheered, his eyes sparkling with hunger. Jun Xu tossed a massive slab of meat to his new comrade. Let's go, partner. As they soared away, Celeria whispered, he actually tamed the Red King with snacks. Surely it wasn't just the food, she asked. Her brother shook his head. Looking at the horizon, that man possesses an aura only a true king of dragons could recognize. While the dragon begged for more meat, the brother realized Jun Xu was the one destined to lead them. The scene shifts to southern Egypt. Screams erupted as a massive shadow blotted out the moon. Monster, the citizens cried, pointing at the sky in sheer terror. I need to hide this big guy, Jun Xu muttered, looking down at the panicked city. Warning, mana fog approaching. Magic sensors disabled. Recommendation, turn back immediately. Finally, we're here. He grinned. Below, monstrous fish lurked in the depths of Lake Nasser. This was the domain of the river goddess and the frenzied spirits of the Nile. Red alert, high-density mana fog detected. Survival probability dropping. My mana is being suppressed, Jun Xu noted, feeling his power flicker in the freezing mist. System. What's the coverage of this fog zone? Satellite data indicates the fog covers 10,000 kilometers. The system replied, it was the size of a whole province. Huge, he whispered. The system asked for his next move. Charging in blindly is suicide. He reasoned, we need a tactical base first. Head for the Ad-1 town hall. He commanded, we prepare under government jurisdiction. Roger. Clearing landing protocols with air control. The dragon descended through the thick, swirling mist. Abnormal climate shifts. This is definitely the work of that river goddess. Upon entering the grand hall in Egypt, a booming voice greeted him. Welcome, guardian of spirits. The sword saint of Asia has arrived. Jun Xu winced. That's a bit much. He realized his fame had surpassed his expectations. He stood before the Osiris Guild headquarters, the Eye of Horus glowing on the walls. I notified them of my arrival. But this welcome, it's a bit too intense. A man stepped forward to greet him. You've arrived, Sword Saint. This was the mayor of AD-1, an Osiris Guild executive. Welcome to Egypt's fortress. Jun Xu bowed slightly. Thanks. I know preparing this quickly was no easy task. It is standard hospitality. He replied, perhaps a drink first to clear your throat. Jun Xu was blunt. I'm on a tight schedule. Let's get straight to business. He cleared his throat. Of course. A paladin never visits without a grave purpose. You were here to hunt those fish monsters. Right, Jun Xu let out a quiet sigh. Images of the creatures flashed by. Ever since Osiris built the one dam, the merfolk, the true masters of the lake, had been at war with them. The mayor smirked. Exterminating them all will bring us a fortune. Their fluids make elite elixirs. The mayor's greed was painfully transparent. He grew more excited as he detailed the extermination plan. With the slayer of the Red King here, the evil god's shadow will vanish. They wanted a war ender. While Jun Xu only needed crafting materials, a stunning river goddess appeared in his mind. A rank 8 boss. That's trouble. I'll just play along with their agenda for now. Fine. I'll handle the fish. But I want a massive elixir supply in exchange. Of course, our guild will provide them all for free. He handed over a lamp. Please. Take this. A water element artifact. Exactly. This lamp neutralizes the lake's mist. Jun Xu headed toward the reservoir. He gazed out toward the dense, shadowed forest in the distance. The goddess's rage made this a danger zone for the entire government. Only holy knights are permitted to hunt the river's servants here. He used the lamp to search. Several fishmen surfaced. Found you. A creature growled ferociously. Jun Xu waved. Relax. I'm not here to hurt you. They weren't actually threats. They were just warriors protecting their home. Jun Xu imagined their shout, leave now. Human. Or D. Quite the threat. He thought, diplomacy wouldn't work with just words. He summoned a flame and began tracing a message in the air. He wrote hello in fire. Wait. I have something to say. He waved casually. Hey. You guys can read this. Right. They looked confused. Their mouths weren't built for human speech. Surprisingly, they wrote HI on the water. They answered. The fishmen burst into raspy laughter. Jun Xu realized something. They found this interesting. Their first time meeting a friendly human? System fish language trait acquired. Now we can finally talk. A massive, muscular fishman stood up. You aren't afraid of us. Jun Xu smiled playfully. Honestly, you're just kind of ugly. The warrior laughed. Intriguing human. Why have you come for us? Simple. He said calmly. I need a drop of the goddess's blood. The creature roared, grabbing its spear. Evil human, how dare you? As the spear lunged, Jun Xu understood their defensive rage. Holy knights usually hunt their nests. This situation was different. Though, he dodged with ease and caught the blade. Listen to me first, shaking violently. The merman asked how a mere human could be this powerful, gritting his teeth. Jun Xu explained, I didn't come for a slaughter. I'm here to help the goddess regain her sanity. Staring at the massive barrier, the creature began his tale. It had been 100 years since that cursed concrete wall was erected following the betrayal of 𝐁𝐶. How can a human succeed where we have failed for a century? Jun Xu hesitated. This is a bit awkward to say. Flexing his muscular arm, he joked. But I plan on beating her until she finally snaps out of it. Enraged, the merman grabbed his collar and roared. Are you insane? Human, listen closely. Jun Xu countered. The goddess is a river spirit who gained divinity through human worship. He continued. Because her essence is that of a spirit. Vengeful souls like hers usually. As the fishmen stared in confusion, he finished his sentence. Only regain their senses when they're at death's door. Do you get my method now? The merman lowered his voice. Fine. We will trust you. Jun Xu smirked. That's enough. Suddenly, without warning, the merman spat a jet of water directly into his face. The creature dived back into the river as Jun Xu cursed. Hey, give a guy a heads up first, wiping his soaked face. Jun Xu noticed a strange glow in his palms. The merfolk adaptation trait was resonating through his body. With his body adjusted, he dove into the depths alongside the school of fish. The passive skill allowed him to breathe freely, making underwater melee combat a breeze as his airstrike trait kicked in. He realized that while he lacked a swimming specialty, his airstrike maneuver functioned perfectly, even under the waves. After swimming for some time, the merman turned and signaled, We have arrived. Standing before a solemn structure, the guide identified it as the goddess's sanctuary. Jun Xu nodded. Thanks for the lead. Get ready. Before that, give us your word. Human, the merman demanded. Commit to saving our goddess. Without hesitation, the protagonist gave his word. Of course, as long as you cooperate. Jun Xu pulled out a vial. I've got plenty of high-grade recovery potions to spare. Seeing the elixir blend into the current, the merfolk whispered in awe. That's a potion made from our own essence. Preliminaries are over. Right. Jun Xu ignited a spark of fire. Let's get this party started. Utilizing his top-tier gear, he charged toward the shrine as the ancient runes on the monument flared with brilliant light. Massive whirlpools erupted from the temple entrance. Jun Xu narrowed his eyes. So, you've finally shown yourself. The river goddess emerged, her form haunting and wreathed in chaotic water spirits. Her divine face was twisted with mindless rage. She conjured a devastating vortex around her, commanding the currents to drown the intruder. You shall not escape, she hissed. Caught in the crushing pressure, Jun Xu lost his footing and tumbled backward. Suddenly, a crimson shadow blurred past. It was the Red King, sweeping in to catch Jun Xu on its back, giving a thumbs up to his dragon. He praised. Perfect timing. Pal, the Red King let out a prideful roar, soaring high on the Red King. Jun Xu promised, You're the best. I'll treat you to a massive feast once this is over. The dragon masterfully wove through the goddess's relentless water blasts. She remained cold, murmuring. Phase 1, Vortex Shield. Water serpents surged forth, hunting Jun Xu like heat-seeking missiles. He realized these weren't ordinary attacks. They were locked onto his signature, tracking his every move. Unbelievable, he muttered as a massive torrent lunged straight for the Red King's blind spot. Caught off guard, the dragon took a direct hit to the chest. That hurts. Stay focused. There's more coming. Watching the whirlpools close in like savage beasts, Jun Xu realized that dodging was no longer an option. Reaching his decision, he activated his flame mastery, surrounding himself in an inferno of raging fire. If I can dodge them, I'll just vaporize everything in my path. He placed a hand on his mount, triggering the Dragon Knight trait. Their energies fused into one, turning the Red King's scales into a brilliant molten gold. The intense heat pushed his fire attributes to the absolute limit, causing the massive tidal waves to evaporate instantly. Phase 1's opening act is over, he noted. The river goddess froze, her expression shifting into pure confusion, swapping his gear traits. Jun Xu pulled a massive bazooka from his inventory and locked onto the target, fingers on the trigger. He smirked. Now, it's my turn to play. He fired, sending a high-velocity missile screaming through the depths. A deafening blast shattered the bedrock as the explosion erupted, surveying the debris. Jun Xu asked the Red King, "What do you think of this power? This is bullet rain." He explained, "When an attribute is imbued into this weapon, Mountain's echo fires energy entities that carry that exact elemental power, bit by bit." The river goddess was being encased in a layer of frost. Jun Xu's plan was to freeze her, using the Arctic Emperor's blast, a perfect crystalline ice prison. Tapping the system interface, he summoned a flickering spark of fire onto his fingertips. Asterisk. Boom times. The flames lunged forward, but she remained unscathed. "Was that just a bluff?" he shouted. "I was aiming for her heart." Jun Xu muttered. She glided through the water like a vengeful ghost. Phase 2 had officially begun. Jun Xu braced himself, quickly reassessing the tactical situation. Fighting a rank 8 goddess is suicide, but fighting her and her summoned spirits at once, that's just pure insanity. Suddenly, shadows surged from the depths. The mermen rose, weapons aimed directly at the goddess. Jun Xu smiled. The mermen were joining the fight, their hearts set on a common goal. They pulled out glowing mana cores, ready for the ultimate sacrifice. A blinding light erupted. The mermen crushed their cores in unison. The goddess staggered, her divine composure finally shattered. Jun Xu analyzed the scene by destroying their own hearts. They had triggered a massive stun. She shrieked as her form melted, stunning the spirits. Her illusions were finally gone. The climax was here. Enraged, the goddess summoned a massive vortex to lift her body. Red King swerved through the spray. Jun Xu roared, "Red Dragon, dodge it now," reacting instantly. The dragon banked hard to avoid the lethal water column. He watched her struggle in desperation. This was it, the moment her core would finally be exposed. Amidst the churning chaos, he commanded the Red King forward. "Let's finish this." Red Dragon, to pierce through that torrential storm. He tightened his grip on his blade. The key lay in his hidden traits, standing in the chaos. He activated them. He synchronized his swordsman traits with his mana attributes, layering the power for one final strike. Man and Dragon as one. Jun Xu raised a blazing sword, the final trait completing the evolution. With a violent swing, Jun Xu unleashed a devastating arc of infernal fire. He sliced through the tsunami. As the core cracked, the merman cried, "Return to the lake." Goddess. After a brutal struggle, a heavy silence finally returned to the evening sky. Human. Our goddess. Suddenly, his eyes widened. She had returned to her beautiful, true form. Goddess. The merman cheered. She blinked in confusion. Where am I?" They rejoiced at her awakening. As Jun Xu rushed toward her side, kneeling respectfully, he asked, "Have you regained your senses?" She whispered. "A sword saint, a human." Jun Xu bowed low before the river goddess, showing his deepest respect. "I am the gold warrior." She gazed at him, sensing the earth and lightning powers within. He looked up silently, wondering if she could feel the divinity hiding in his stats. A god is a god, even if fine. Jun Xu began his interrogation. "Do you remember what happened?" Her face paled as she struggled. I remember." She gritted her teeth, whispering the name Osiris. Then, her fury exploded in a scream. The water roared. That selfish liar destroyed our sacred river with his deception. Her eyes burned red as the tides rose. "I will tear Osiris down right now. I will shatter this dam and reclaim our stolen territory." Facing her divine rage, Jun Xu asked calmly, "Can you really win?" She glared down. "What? You dare doubt me?" Jun Xu shrugged. "Not exactly." He looked at her cracked core. "Your mana core is shattered. I'm worried about your heart." The mermen stood in a silent line, listening intently to the conversation, driven by pride and fury. "We cannot allow the merfolk race to perish." His concern sparks the goddess's rage. Yet her heart softens as he heals her, thinking of the massive dam blocking her path. The goddess's voice turns cold. "The river has been choked too long. I am losing my divine power, haunted by the massacre of her people." She speaks through agonizing pain. "I cannot protect my subjects in this war against humanity." she says darkly. Jun Xu stares her down. I have a proposal to change our fate. The river goddess narrows her eyes. Suspicious of the human's sudden offer, there's another river as vast as the Nile. Let's begin a mass migration. She strokes her chin, contemplating the shift in the world's map, a grand idea. But moving a whole nation is nearly impossible. Jun Xu smirks as a legendary rank airship suddenly eclipses the sun. Will you allow it? The goddess beams. Realizing the vessel's true potential, she turns to the hero human. What do you demand in return? The system interface flashes. He needs rare materials for level 8. 1 drop of your blood, Jun Xu declares as the ship looms, and your promise to support my guild from this vessel for now. She looks at the sword saint. It seems you need my strength. Fina. I agree, Jun Xu grins. His master plan finally falling into place. With the water spirit secured, his original hidden quest is finally complete. The alliance is forged as the golden ship ascends into the clouds. The vessel streaks across the horizon, bypassing mountains in a heartbeat. In the cockpit, Jun Xu marvels at the ship's evolved hydro-propulsion speed. Driven by the goddess's mana, they soar over the desert dunes effortlessly. Syncing with the water spirit triggers a massive mana transformation inside. It's a river in the sky. Jun Xu knows they'll arrive soon. At this rate, we'll reach the final awakening material in no time. Elsewhere, the tree god senses the arrival of the level 8 catalyst. Panic erupts in the camp below. Run clear the area immediately. A white-haired girl rushes to the chief, her heart racing with dread. The bone snake. The village chief screams, paralyzed by pure terror. A high-ranking entity is approaching rapidly from the western horizon. The radio crackles with a desperate warning. A god is descending. A god. The girl gasps, her eyes filling with absolute uncertainty. Gods have been exiled from this realm since the Great Holy War. We must prepare. Protect the godmother at any cost. The chief bellows. The girl suddenly remembers their trump card. Contact the sword saint. The chief freezes, then realizes it's their only chance for survival. He fumbles with his phone to call Jun Xu's personal channel. High above, Jun Xu's system interface alerts him to the incoming call. Sword Saint, save us. A god is attacking. The chief wails desperately. The godmother is in danger. Jun Xu's eyes widen in total shock. A god impossible. He looks over as the river goddess approaches him. On the other end, the chief stammers, wait. Are we being hit? Jun Xu sighs, realizing they just terrified of his massive flying ship. Jun Xu stood there speechless. Had they actually mistaken him for a literal deity? He could only manage a strained, awkward laugh. My apologies. Hilda, he muttered. That god you're looking for is probably me. The elder froze, gasping in pure shock. Their vessel soared above the emerald canopy, riding the wind. For the first time, Jun Xu felt he truly belonged in this world. He clicked his phone screen off, reflecting on the grueling, endless grind it took to finally reach level 8. Below, the white-haired girl waited as the airship's shadow loomed over the forest floor. They had reached the final destination. The tree god stood weathered and silent. The village elder's voice rang out, offering a formal, solemn welcome to their guests. Sword Saint, your power has reached incredible heights in just 1 year. The follower spoke with deep, sincere reverence. Godmother, the Sword Saint is our ally. We can finally lower our guard and trust him. Can't we? Jun Xu stepped forward with a confident smirk, thumping his chest. Of course I'm the one who inherited the godmother's blood. After all, he gestured toward the hovering airship with a grand flourish. His eyes locked onto the ancient tree god. I brought these spirits here to restore her, he explained. A gentle, ethereal voice resonated through the clearing in response. Restore me, she echoed. Jun Xu nodded firmly. Exactly. The tree god leaned in, her curiosity clearly piqued. It seems you've come seeking the final hidden piece of the puzzle, haven't you? Unsurprised by her insight, Jun Xu smiled. As expected, you already know. That makes this negotiation much simpler for us. Standing tall before the ancient deity, he asked solemnly, Godmother, do you wish to ascend and become the legendary world tree? The elder and the villagers gasped, their mouths hanging open. One man's voice trembled as he struggled to find words. The world tree. Aside from the one in ancient Norse myths, another has never existed in all of history. Even that legendary tree was turned to ash during the cataclysm of Ragnarok. Another villager cried out in disbelief. The elder shook his head, his mind reeling. Sword Saint. Wait, you're pushing this way too far. Even for someone like you, to become a true god and a world tree, she would need to endure tens of thousands of years of cultivation. If your reckless plan fails, She'll be destroyed. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the elder's frantic warnings. Father, the white-haired girl, watching from the distance, he stood up. Let's place our bets on him this one time. She lifted her gaze, her voice steady and full of conviction. He is the Sword Saint. After all, the crowd fell silent. The elder turned toward the tree god. His voice hushed. What is your will? Great mother, how shall we proceed? Let him speak. She replied calmly. Sword Saint, show me your vision. I am listening to your proposal. Granted permission. Jun Xu grinned and held up 3 fingers, ready to break down his master plan. It's basic biology. A tree requires 3 core elements to undergo a legendary evolution. I'll make it simple for everyone. Optimal light, pure water, and high-tier nutrients. Looking up at the deity, he added, even as a goddess, your fundamental nature as a living tree remains unchanged. She grasped his logic immediately. Jun Xu stood with hands on his hips, radiating the confidence of a top-tier player. Today, I'll provide all 3. Godmother. Watch me, Soren called out from behind a massive cart. Master, where should I drop this? With a commanding gesture, Jun Xu directed the crew to begin the process near the tree. God's massive western roots. First, we deploy the fertilizer crafted from the remains of 2 legendary, high-ranking dragons. They began digging, mixing the soil with the potent blood and essence of gold and bone dragons. The energy was palpable. They worked tirelessly, adding fragments of the Arctic Emperor to the mix to act as a powerful elemental catalyst. As the onlookers watched in awe, Jun Xu chuckled. Nutrients are set. Now, for the second phase. The water, he called upon the river goddess. She ascended, drenching the area. The goddess of the Nile provides the ultimate hydration. The ancient artifact around the goddess's neck flared with a brilliant, blinding blue light, enhanced by angel tears. Her hydro-elemental mana surged. Jun Xu then mounted the Red King, soaring toward the heavens. Finally, the light. He checked his system window, adjusting the intensity. Not too blinding, just pure celestial energy. He extended his hand, channeling a torrent of pure faith and sincerity directly into the tree god's core. As the concentrated beam of holy light bathed her branches, the final stage of the awakening sequence began to trigger. A celestial melody filled the air as the entire forest began to glow with an overwhelming divine radiance. The tree god was reborn before their eyes, her entire form shimmering with a magnificent golden aura of absolute power. The first true deity since the Holy War had returned. The world tree was born. You've done well, Sword Saint. I am in your debt. Jun Xu stood before her, bowing slightly. Not at all. If anything, I am the one who owes you. The goddess offered a faint, knowing smile. I truly owe you a massive debt of gratitude. My mother would have found you a very intriguing soul. Hearing this, an image of a massive world tree filled his mind. Your mother is Zhou. The tree goddess nodded. Indeed, though she was reduced to ash, she is the mother of every world tree and divine root in existence. Jun Xu's eyes narrowed as a memory flickered in his mind. He whispered to himself, right, that hidden subplot. Then, with deep sincerity, she spoke. I must grant you a reward worthy of your deeds. On the surface, he scratched his head sheepishly, waving her off. Really, I didn't do this for a prize, but internally, in his inner degenerate was screaming, show me the loot. Nothing in this life is free. Baby, a single, shimmering droplet detached from the tree goddess's golden leaf. Take this. The final fragment, as it touched him, Jun Xu's body erupted with raw, pulsating energy. He grinned. Level 8 was finally within reach. A blinding radiance enveloped him. Pure, unadulterated, euphoria surged through every fiber of his being. The tree spirit glowed, channeling her essence into him. Jun Xu spread his arms, embracing the overwhelming release of power. The realm granted by the world tree expanded. Suddenly, a tiny spark descended, slowly turning into a deep, abyssal black. He caught it in his palm, watching it shatter into black feathers. Panicked, Jun Xu unfurled his scroll, muttering in disbelief. What? How is this a failure? This follows Goddess GER's blueprint perfectly. Her voice echoed through the clearing. It is because you, the Sword Saint, are not yet ready. He looked up at the goddess, stunned. Not ready. After I've struggled and clawed my way this far, what about all the stats and items I've ground for level 8? She sighed, explaining the weight of his progress. From level 8 onwards, you have stepped into the divine rank. This is the transcendent realm. He fell silent. A godhood beyond the limits of any superhuman. He had to define it himself. Jun Xu's eyes widened in confusion. How am I supposed to do that? Her branches reached out, swirling around his small frame in a cosmic dance. Your vessel is ready. Your soul, as an omnipotent existence, has finally cleared the path to godhood. In the void, a pillar of light formed a triangle around the earth. Tell me, on the road from mortal to God, where exactly are you stuck? Tiny in the face of infinity, Jun Xu stood atop one of the 3 glowing celestial orbs. God rank. A memory of his past life surfaced this setting. Definitely existed in the game's core files. Shattered fragments of his past self rushed back. All characters reaching level 9 must first define their god rank at level 8. The fragments containing the faces of others began to link together, forming a grand constellation. Level 9. A constellation. To be a god is to hold a title that echoes through eternity. Information on Soren and her unique attribute, windows flickered before his eyes. The title is determined by the traits that represent the very essence of one's life journey. Then, it was Jun Xu's turn. Power spiraled around him as a barrage of system. Windows appeared. Traits are more than just stats. They are the direction and the unshakable belief of a soul. Level 4. Warrior class. Philosophies like immortal recovery, combat mana, and Tiger King sword style flashed by. Jun Xu frowned, rubbing his chin. It was all so vague and hazy. A golden warrior's traits are fluid, making them impossible to pin down. Is what I'm missing. A god rank. The goddess offered a gentle, subtle smile in response. Exactly. You've acted only to survive, never once reflecting on your own true identity. Light blazed from the goddess once more. If the soul lacks a solid ego, then all this power is merely an illusion. Jun Xu clutched his chest, looking up at her desperately. How do I fix it? What do I do? Through experience? She answered softly, providing the cryptic key to his evolution. His mind raced. Demit, identity, and ego. I've never wasted time thinking about that crap. Do not be discouraged. Sword Saint. He bowed his head, hand over his heart. Sinking into silence, the answer lay within. Suddenly, a swirl of black smoke erupted, piercing deep into Jun Xu's chest. He gasped, clutching his heart in agony. This was the dark power bestowed by the general. A trait card flickers as Jun Xu's eyes widen. Suddenly, a massive blast erases everything. Reincarnated Jun Xu wakes in a stranger's body, his mind racing as he surveys the unknown. A shaky voice cuts through. Brother, I was wrong. Please, forgive my cowardice. Jun Xu turns to see his comrade bleeding. Just run. Save yourself while you still can. Enemies close in. Jun Xu draws his steel. Abandon a brother. Not in this lifetime. You idiot, the man coughs. Don't think I'll ever be grateful for your sacrifice. Jun Xu is witnessing a hidden memory, the tragic origin of the legendary General 𝐷𝐿𝐳𝐵. The enemy legion levels their spears. Surrender now, or we will show no mercy. He realizes the hero trait awakened from pure desperation, and this man's unyielding loyalty. Please, run. Do you actually think you're some kind of hero now? The man charges. A final sacrifice. A legendary trait card finally manifests above him. With a wild, bloodied grin, he glances back and shouts one last time. Not a hero. Just a man of honor. We live or die together. Right? A selfless heart. Suddenly, the vision shatters, and Jun Xu's mind snaps back to reality. He collapses, gasping. I felt his burning rage. But I must find my own path. In this world, what is my true purpose? What will I fight to protect? His eyes snap open, glowing with divine mana. The system pulses in response to him. A dark smirk forms. That's right. I'm here to become the strongest hunter alive. Meanwhile, outside the subconscious realm, the river goddess watches Jun Xu rise, surrounded by a storm of hovering trait cards. Visions of forgotten powers flicker and merge within the glowing system interface. Traits stack like a fortress wall. Arare. High-tier card begins to glow with intensity. Mana surges as he merges traits to forge a single ultimate grade hidden skill. Lightning arcs from his blade. With one swing, he visualizes his path to the peak. A massive tower looms in his mind, This is how I'll surpass every other hunter. A shockwave erupts. On the summit, a blinding light announces his absolute final awakening. He ascends, the Kim warrior, legendary master of all collected traits. Light floods the forest. The goddess remains silent, her eyes fixed on this new legend. Behold, the Sword Saint. Jun Xu opens his eyes, radiating an aura of pure destruction. Evolution complete. Transcendent status reached. Level 8 is finally in his grasp. The guild hall erupts. A natural-born genius, he actually reached the 8th tier. Everyone crowds around the hero, their eyes filled with pure awe and respect. Cho brings the liquor. At top 100 globally. You're a freaking monster. Kim. Actually, he's top 7 in the whole country now. Kim the mage adds proudly, forget Sword Saint. The priest cries, you're a god of the blade now. Jun Xu signals for silence. Quiet. We celebrate this victory in private tonight. The mood shifts. If the Father's order finds out, a guild war is inevitable. When they move, we strike back. Jun Xu stares coldly at the dark horizon. He had publicly exposed his ties to the cult to bait them into the light. He recalls the incriminating data stolen from the Mamakea Guild's high-security servers. The report was clear. The Saintess herself orchestrated every disaster since Chapter 1. Watching his team train, Jun Xu knows the peace won't last much longer. They'll soon realize his power. It's time to force his squad's rapid evolution. I must help everyone get stronger before the Great War begins. Rank check level 7. Level 6. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the distant skyline. All 6 traits were maxed out. It's time to fuse them. The shadows of the allies Junu had gathered began to flicker into reality. With his growing roster of comrades and a foolproof strategy, he felt a surge of confidence. The Saintess's defeat was finally within reach. Centuries later, a massive citadel loomed ominously against the pitch-black midnight sky. 1 month had passed. Above the Grand Cathedral of the Holy Father's Society, fireworks erupted in a deafening, chaotic celebration. Seated arrogantly upon her throne, the Saintess let out a bored, heavy sigh. What a noisy racket. A nearby soldier bowed deeply, his voice trembling with reverence. The Transcendent. He has finally appeared, my lady. Resting her chin on her hand, she sneered. Our savior for this wretched world. Her eyes gleamed with malice as she let out a dark, chilling laugh. After enduring countless cycles of reincarnation and forging his soul through the fires of infinite trials, though he'd attained God-tier status within the depths of hell, he chose to return once more rather than ascending. A massive magic circle flared to life. As the mage cast his spell, the prophesied cleansing of the church began. The Saintess's face twisted in ecstasy. Level 8. He's the perfect vessel for the Father's descent. The wait is finally over. Below the altar, legions of soldiers stood in perfect formation, awaiting the Saintess's final command. Everything is ready, my lady. With a fluid motion, she drew her blade, its edge shimmering with a deadly light. Standing before her army, weapon in hand, she gave the cold order. Commence the operation. Her eyes burned with dark anticipation. The sacrifice begins now. Elsewhere, Junu slammed his foot down and bolted toward the chaos. On a television screen, a news anchor's voice broke the silence with a grim tone. Breaking news. The entire Holy Father's Society has vanished. The report flashed across every screen, gripping the nation in a sudden, icy fear. From the Grand Cathedral to the smallest branch, every member had disappeared into thin air without a single trace. Hearing the report, Junu threw open his door and sprinted out. The society had already been under investigation for suspicious activity linked to nationwide terror attacks. The clock was ticking. Junu pushed his limits. Phase 3 has officially begun. Mid-sprint, a massive crowd blocked his path. He needed to focus, and he needed to do it fast. The civilians moved like mindless puppets, chanting for a savior, before lunging at him with unnatural strength. End this misery. Save our world from this living hell. Their desperate cries echoed through the streets. Junu gritted his teeth, narrowly dodging the mob. Suddenly, magical restraints lashed out, binding the attackers instantly. Don to move. The police arrived to provide backup. Stand down. Any further aggression will be met with lethal force. Relief washed over Junu. Then, a familiar voice called out to the Sword Saint. It was the president himself. Junu was stunned. The Korean president and the high commander of the military were both standing right there. He realized the president had been tracking him since the Seoul incident. They had anticipated the escalation. Steeling himself, Jun snapped into a formal salute as he addressed the leader of the nation. Mr. President, why are you here personally? The man's gaze was unwavering. I'm here to ensure your safety. The church's movements have turned erratic. The president explained, cutting straight to the heart of the crisis. Sword Saint, I suspect they're trying to force a god into your body. Jun nodded in grim agreement. You're right. But before they can complete the possession, they need to harvest an unthinkable amount of mana. The president frowned. But how can they possibly gather that much mana while remaining in hiding? Jun's voice turned cold as he presented the most likely and most terrifying possibility. The society has an ancient, forbidden method for mana accumulation. It's pure evil mass human sacrifice. Stunned, the president asked, are you saying the missing members are all offering themselves as tribute? That wouldn't be enough. Jun countered, his eyes sharp. What if they're targeting 1 million lives? The horror of the statement left the president speechless. Jun didn't let up. If an entire megacity is wiped out in an instant, think of the power they would gain. Inside the war room, a report shattered the silence. A massive barrier has just sealed off the entire Wangrusi district. All distress signals were severed. Hostile forces were actively repelling any military attempts to breach the perimeter. Jom slammed his fist onto the table. Their intentions are clear. This goes way beyond simple religious expansion. Yanjiang remained calm, his eyes narrowing as he deduced the cult's true, terrifying objective. They're going to slaughter every citizen in Wangdu for the ritual. It's an atrocity beyond comprehension. He stepped forward, slamming the evidence down. The truth is finally here. Our investigation exposes the link between the Black Panthers and the church. The evidence is undeniable. Look at this classified data. They were planning to sacrifice everyone in Guangdu City to create a god king. Dayam gritted his teeth in fury. It was just as feared the plan to resurrect the father. Jun Xu stood up next, ready to reveal his ultimate tactical counteroffensive. President, the time is now. Issue the general mobilization order. A heavy, tense silence filled the room. The president weighed the gravity of the decision. A general mobilization. What do you all think? I need everyone's consensus before I sign this. Jom voiced his stance without a second's hesitation. I agree, we must wipe them out immediately, Yangang shouted, throwing his full weight behind it. With evidence this damning, there's no reason to delay. It's time for war. The Solar Tower Master eagerly voted yes. While He Young pledged his faction's absolute cooperation, the Kumo security forces and my elite personal guard will join the front lines. No retreat. The president reached his verdict. Understood. If you are all in? He turned seriously toward the Sword Saint. I am placing the weight of this entire operation's command squarely on your shoulders. The goal: total subjugation of the church. Will you lead our united forces? Jom looked on, satisfied. No one objected. Under their gaze of absolute trust, Jun Xu accepted the heavy mantle of leadership. Suddenly, the system window blinked into existence with a massive information update. Trait acquired Supreme Commander. The larger your army, the stronger you become. Jun Xu smirked, accepting the challenge. The gears of fate shifted as the battle finally erupted. The Great War had begun. Roles were assigned with surgical precision. The East and West Legions spearheaded the brutal ground assault. Open fire, Jom roared. An explosion rocked the field. But Yangang frowned. No damage impossible. All units, charge. A thunderous war cry echoed as soldiers from every guild surged forward together. The Makilia Holy Knights joined the fray, their blades gleaming with a singular, righteous purpose. The Tho Church gave their all, while Church G fought side by side with us in this desperate struggle. Jun Xu mobilized every ally. The Northern Dragon Legion descended from the clouds to dominate the skies. Naval forces struck from the coast, while the Monster Village and Solar Tower boarded their massive warships. Jun Xu stood tall, the very image of a legendary commander leading a divine crusade. I am the one who leads them. Kim's resolve blazed. I use every stat I have to win. Suddenly, a colossal battleship appeared. Commander, look, something massive is coming out of the clouds. Jun Xu turned, his face a mask of cold indifference. So, you've finally decided to show yourself. He had predicted every move. A blinding, holy radiance erupted from the enemy's flagship. The core threat appeared: a ship carrying 8 mid-tier bosses. Jun Xu immediately locked onto the target. The Saintess's ship. That's the priority. He commanded the Tower Master to unleash the opening strike. Tower Master, can you bring that thing down? The old man smirked. Now. This looks interesting. He leveled his weapon at the vessel. Watch closely. This is how a real mage handles business. Die. His direct hit cracked the enemy barrier. The Tower Master laughed in triumph at the damage. Absolute Flame, the ultimate spell. How does it taste? Thanks, Master, Jun Xu said. Moving to Phase 2, Tower Master. We'll handle the rest. Mage Kim Priest, Kim prepare for the next wave. They snapped to attention. The Supreme Flame Cannon was fully charged. Target locked fire at will. A flaming dragon tore through the air. River Goddess. Their left shield is gone. Move in now, Goddess. Navigate the Skipbradnir to the port side. She responded instantly to his tactical command. Got it. Tides surged, launching the ship high. This is the moment. Maximize all magical output. Following the command, the crew throttled up. The ship pierced forward like a lethal, shimmering spear. Iron Fist reported in. Commander, the Supreme Flame Cannon has reached 100% capacity. Again, ready to fire on your order. Jun Xu narrowed his eyes. Strike now, no time to waste. Fire again. Shrapnel tore through the air, sending the enemy lines into a state of pure, chaotic degeneration. What the hell? We're losing altitude. Just as the ship began to plummet, a chilling voice cut through the panic. Maintain your ranks. The soldiers turned to see their high-ranking commander stepping onto the deck. Hunters, remember your oath. We serve the ultimate deity. Our great father grants us immortality. Fear is for the weak. He raised his hand, a system window flickering as he channeled mana. Oh, great father, hear your servant's plea. Grant us your divine trait. But before the spell finished, Junu's squad launched a devastating cinematic preemptive strike. What? The leader recoiled, terror flashing in his eyes as he heard that familiar, cold voice. Touchdown. As Junu landed, whispers of the savior spread through the panicked ranks. He surveyed the battlefield. They were lunatics. Despite the odds, they charged with bloodshot eyes, screaming for his head, for the father. Even a high-tier hunter like Junu felt the pressure. There were just too many of these degenerates. Suddenly, the Red King materialized, a massive summon blocking the path. The enemy leader froze before those razor-sharp fangs. The ranks broke into a total nightmare. The commander, he was swallowed whole. Yet, the fanatics still refused to yield. Stand firm. He is only one man, with the father's blessing. We can kill him. Then, a mocking laugh echoed. Who said he was alone? Soren's guild members appeared, ready to turn this dungeon into a graveyard. Master, you weren't planning on hogging all the experience, were you? Jun Xu flashed a confident 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Guzan opened the dance, a sword master taking on two elites. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a double kill. Next was Kali, weaving through the chaos with terrifying ease. Ready to surrender yet? Or do you want a skill? I might spare your life. But the enemy spat back. Shut your mouth, you cursed witch. Her eyes glowed. Thousands of afterimage mirages bloomed, shredding the survivors. Fine then. Yusti. Suddenly, a flash of steel took the final head. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Realizing her kill was stolen, Soren not again. Me bad. Soren shrugged. It was just too fun. But in that split second, an assassin lunged at Kali's back. Clang Janet's shield slammed down just in time, intercepting the lethal ambush. Keep your guard up, Janet barked. With one shield bash, she sent the enemies flying. Never underestimate the enemy territory. The enemy captain stood paralyzed. Impossible. How could a 1,000-man rank be wiped out this fast? Before he could even process the defeat, the Red King's jaws closed around his body. He trembled, praying to a silent god. No. Great Father, it is not too late. Give us the power up. But fate was faster. A single bullet pierced his skull. Jun Xu announced over the comms, aerial suppression complete. On the ground, the slaughter continued. Jom's blade carved through the fleeing remnants like a hot knife through butter. Yan Zhang watched from the side, teasing the old man. Hey, old-timer. Your blade looks a bit light today. He let out a boisterous laugh. Just a warm-up. Jom began reminiscing about old wars while cutting down foes. I haven't seen numbers like this since the liberation. Yan stared ahead, her expression hardening. This is nothing we can handle. She watched their reinforcements arrive. A wall of steel in the sky. The victory was already written. A barrage of explosions turned the enemy tank division into scrap metal. Jom clicked his tongue in admiration. Look at that. Junu's team really knows how to make an entrance. Junu gave a playful salute. Campaign Commander Kim reporting in the father's cult has been officially purged, but the city ahead was still encased in a massive barrier. Soren gasped as Yanjiang stepped forward. I never thought I would see the Commander's ultimate mantra performed at such a close range. Jin nodded in awe. If anyone can shatter this S-rank field, it is her. We are going through. Jun Xu watched in silence, his system eyes analyzing the core of Yanjiang's complex flow, a perfect fusion of martial arts and sorcery. The absolute signature skill of the Western Army's general. In terms of raw burst damage, this even eclipses the East's Black Tiger sword style, but a doubt flickered in Junu's mind. This was the strongest penetration skill in this world. Yet, the dust settled and Guzan started to cheer. Amazing. The barrier must be destroyed. Wait. What a collective gasp echoed as the smoke cleared from the impact zone. Just as I feared, the team stood frozen. After a strike like that, the shield did not have a scratch. Dread gripped his heart. Jin stared in horror as his ultimate skill was completely nullified. Jom stepped forward, reaching for his blade. Stand back. Let me handle this. Junu immediately blocked his path. Wait. General, don't be reckless. If a top-tier general can T-pierce that barrier, only one truth remains. Yanjiang nodded grimly. He's right. That's the peak of martial arts, the level 9 Heavenly Demon art. Soren gasped in shock. Jom cursed. Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from the shield, a voice whispered from the shadows. Has the Heavenly Demon's power always been this terrifying? Yanjiang hesitated, her eyes narrowing as she calculated their only desperate chance. It's possible with the Heavenly Demon's heart? The Tower Master suddenly cut her off. Are you suggesting he's dead impossible? Suddenly, Hai Yang appeared with a crucial revelation. Actually, it's entirely possible. She held a decrypted document that changed everything. The resurrection plan is clear. It mentions his second disciple, the one called the Demon King. The Tower Master paled. The Demon King. Did the student truly murder his own master? How could anyone commit such a betrayal? Jom demanded, his voice trembling with rage. But the Heavenly Demon is an invincible monster. Yanjiang's mind raced through the implication. Junu stared at the horizon. Even the Demon King couldn't have pulled this off alone. What if the church assisted him? A hidden variable? Junu had already made his choice. The path was finally clear. The group turned to Junu, awaiting the next quest objective. What's the move? Junu, he didn't hesitate. We need eyes on the ground. Now, Junu volunteered for the mission. He would infiltrate the enemy lair and confirm the truth. Mounted on the legendary Red Dragon, Junu soared toward the peaks of Heavenly Mountain. The barrier haunted his thoughts. The Heavenly Demon art, the ultimate absolute defense and offense. There was only one way to shatter it, by using the Heavenly Demon's own power. You really heading to the cult's heart? Jom asked. Junu's resolve was like steel. I have to. If he's dead, the balance is gone. Doubts flickered in his mind. Only one person possessed the hidden stats to pierce that divine shield. The God King. The first disciple. Junu arrived, tossing a rare item to his dragon. The beast roared in delight. Junu marveled at its endless stamina and high-tier traits. 4,000 kilometers without breaking a sweat. Truly the ultimate S-rank mount. He stood before the ominous spire. Heavenly Demon cult. Let's see what you were hiding. Draconic statues glowed as he approached. Welcome, Sword Saint of the Eastern Lands. The Grand Elder blocked his path. Why come here without a formal summons? Junu didn't flinch. Call me Warrior Kim. I'm not here for a social visit. He threw their suspicion back at them. Watching the elder's composure begin to crumble. I am here to see the demon. I need to know if he's breathing or rotting. Entry is strictly forbidden. The elder hissed. But Junu wasn't backing down. A barrier of your master's making just appeared in Gyeonggi. Explain that. His voice turned ice cold. Isn't that proof enough that your master might be gone? Rage exploded from the Grand Elder. How dare you speak such blasphemy? He is in deep seclusion. No one enters the sacred grounds. No one. Junu's system interface flickered. He saw right through the elder's desperate lies. Is that so? Then why are his disciples missing? The elder's face paled instantly. Are you accusing the disciples of treason? The air grew heavy with killing intent. Assassins surrounded him. You won't leave this mountain alive after those words. The elder signaled the attack. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Man, I'm way too busy for this. The Grand Elder coldly orders the slaughter to begin. With arrogant sneers, the guild degenerates charge all at once. Junu flickers like a ghost, weaving through their formation. They're stunned. His movement speed is off the charts. When did he? Before they can react? Junu is at the elder's throat. The old man freezes in pure terror. In one swift motion, Jun'U slams the high-ranking elder into the floor. The power gap is undeniable. If you won, let me in. I'll force my way. Suddenly, the elder's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. The mark of the heavenly demon Jun'U smirks. His hidden stats revealing a legendary authority. I have the right to enter. Jun'U declares. Ignoring the trembling hunters, open the third gate. He challenges the impossible dungeon. The elder watches the screen, sighing as the quest begins. Did the Blood King really entrust the mark to a degenerate like him? The elder mutters. This is the demonic cult's ultimate training hall. An S-rank zone created by the first heavenly demon, guarded by indestructible puppets with master-tier martial arts. It's a death trap for any hunter. Even a sword saint couldn't clear this floor. The elder turns away, expecting a quick death. I'm leaving. Clean up whatever's left of his corpse. He orders his subordinates coldly. Wait. Elder, look, the subordinates go pale. The elder turns back and his jaw drops. He cleared it already. The elder frantically analyzes the system logs, unable to believe his eyes. Gate 1, the Asura Guardian Marus. A master of practical combat and Venus-style swordsmanship, a one-hit kill monster. Jun'U obliterated it in mere seconds with an overwhelming aerial assault. Gate 2, the Heavenly Calamity. How is he tanking fire magic without a protective aura? The elder screams. Jun'U is recalibrating his mana circuits in real time. The elder finally realizes the terrifying truth. Traits magic resistance. Darkness immunity. Diamond body. He's an ultimate fortress that refuses to break. Jun'U laughs. His power-up complete. Too easy. Second gate cleared with zero effort. Now for the final trial, the Gate of Supreme Wisdom. Clearing this means inheriting the Heavenly Demon title. The final boss lunges with murderous intent. Jun'U tightens his grip, calculating his next move. He's observing the boss's movements. He's trying to copy the Heavenly Demon divine art. Basic traits want it cut it here. With fire in his eyes, Jun'U charges into the storm. If I use my world trait, I can replicate his entire skill set. Jun'U's brain works at overclocked speeds. Steel clashes against steel. The sheer pressure distorting the very space around them. Both warriors are pushed back. Immediately, the boss counters, forcing Jun'U into a desperate defense. I need that skill. But the Heavenly Demon Divine Art is a rank 9 ultimate ability. He fights for survival while hunting for the perfect moment to trigger his skill evolution, expand the world Devil Eyes, Sixth Sense, and Mana Brain. All system traits activated at once. Jun'U fights back fiercely. The boss shows no fatigue, forcing Jun'U to push beyond his limits, to break the master's barrier. He needs the power of the demon god himself. The puppet lunges with a cold face. Jun'U's eyes glow crimson as he tracks every micro-movement. I won't stop until I reach the peak. The resolve in his soul ignites. Boom. A perfectly timed strike sends the boss flying. Black smoke billows as Jun'U stands tall. Even with the demon's art, you're just a puppet. Jun'U sheathes his blade. All gates conquered. Suddenly, the massive doors tremble, sending a shockwave through the entire facility. What is this power? The elder collapses to his knees. A new heavenly demon has awakened. Long live the third heavenly demon, the guild members chant. But Jun'U just looks confused. Wait. What? The crowd is in a frenzy. Bowing to their new sovereign as if possessed, a massive aura circle erupts outside. The elder rushes forward. Please, let me serve you. My lord, hold on, I was just copying his moves. Jun'U tries to wave them off. Sweating, the elder freezes. Just copying. He looks up with a face full of desperate hope. You mean you didn't actually inherit the core legacy? Jun'U stares back, ready to set things straight. That's what I've been saying. He paused, his gaze sharpening. I'm definitely mastering the heavenly demon god art. Jun Xu scanned the hall as the great elder introduced the two massive statues icons of the heavenly demon lineage. One represented the legendary founder, while the other depicted the current heavenly demon ruling this era. I'm well aware. Jun Xu smirked, interrupting. I know our current prideful lord better than anyone. He rubbed his chin, wondering if the heavenly demon sword existed here, a legendary item hidden in game data. We've arrived. The elder beamed. Jun Xu looked up, stunned by the massive sign looming over the entrance. The penance cave. Here. One of the 3 keys to the heavenly demon cave was being held captive, imprisoned after a duel with the divine lord. A figure stirred. Jun Xu grinned. Long time no see. The Ink Fox swordmaster was shocked. It was the Blood King. He immediately corrected his fighting posture. It's been a while. The Blood King noted, observing him. You've already awakened to rank 8. My mana is sealed. But my eyes are sharp. Jun Xu bragged. I'm the sword heaven of the East now. The Blood King laughed, genuinely impressed. To think you've surpassed me. I've clearly been slacking off lately. Why seek me out? The king asked. Jun Xu cut the small talk and got straight to the point. A massive system barrier has sealed off an entire city back in South Korea. Jun Xu explained grimly. It was created using the Heavenly Demon art. The Blood King froze in shock. The demon art explained. I suspect the old cult used the Heavenly Demon's heart. Jun Xu clarified. Seeking the truth. Rage exploded as the king stood abruptly. Bullshit. You're retelling me. My master has already passed away. He couldn't sit still any longer. The Blood King turned to the elder, his voice thick with urgency. Ella. I must enter the Heavenly Demon cave immediately. The elder hesitated, as it broke every sacred rule, seeing no other way. The elder finally relented. As the manager of the cult, I'll grant you permission. Think of it as a short stroll, but you must return within 30 minutes. That is my final condition. Fine, as long as the sky doesn't fall, I'll be back, the Blood King agreed. His spirit, burning, he vanished in a blur of speed. Guards panicked, shouting for the Divine Lord as the king escaped. He raced forward like a lightning bolt, shouting that the Heavenly Demon's resting place was just ahead. Jun Xu struggled to keep up. Even with sealed power, the Blood King's physical stats were absolutely terrifying. If a prisoner was this strong, how monstrous were the Divine Lord and the Demon Queen? Suddenly, a devastating strike slammed into the Blood King from behind, sending him reeling in pure agony. Little brother, a cold voice echoed. Didn't you promise to spend 3 years in silent meditation? The Divine Lord appeared with a sinister smile. Why this reckless breakout? You've clearly forgotten your place. The first disciple and true heir. The Blood King stammered as the Divine Lord closed in with overwhelming pressure. Master might be gone, the Lord scoffed. Shut up and return to your cell. You degenerate, cause more trouble. The Divine Lord hissed. And I'll sever your limbs just like I did before. Jun Xu landed gracefully, mocking them. Wah. Pretty intense. Typical behavior for a bunch of cultists. The Lord sneered. Are you the so-called Sword Heaven? Jun Xu shrugged. I am just a simple warrior. I've heard the rumors. The Lord growled. But this is sacred ground. I won't tolerate your filth here. Jun Xu smirked, his tone playful. I heard the cult only respects the law of the strongest. Right. He drew his weapon in a flash of silver. How about we settle this with a duel then, foolish child? The Lord challenged. I'll give you a 3-second head start as your senior. They collided with a thunderous boom. Then I won't hold back. Jun Xu roared, initiating the strike. The Lord activated the Heavenly Demon shield, mocking him. Sharp, but useless. You'll regret vowing to fight me. Useless. Watch me. Jun Xu parried easily. Compared to the Guangzhou barrier, this was childish play. With a lightning-fast counter, he slashed the Lord's face. The Divine Lord's arrogant expression instantly shattered. Who's giving who 3 seconds? Now Jun Xu taunted, his eyes gleaming with a hunter's thrill. Wielding the Master Blade, his power doubled. He pointed the glowing tip directly at the villain's throat. Despite the wound, the Divine Lord's smile turned feral. I was too overconfident. Let's get serious. All right. Let's get serious. Ha, he roars, shattering the ground with a devastating strike. The Heavenly Demon palm misses. Junu watches from the shadows as the terrain crumbles into dust. If that's the play, then watch this. He activates a massive shield and charges forward. Junu calculates the trajectory, prepping his ultimate defense to tank the coming impact. Purple mana flares. A wounded Chanwi pales as the soldiers gasp at the sudden energy spike. The Heavenly Demon arts. They stare in shock. He smirks. Yeah, I just copied it. Jun Xu scans the rubble. Without that block, it had been crushed into a bloody pulp. The Divine Lord snaps. How dare you use our arts? He lunges in a blinded, murderous rage. A brutal knee strike slams into Jun Xu like a meteor. The surprise attack leaves him reeling, clenching his fists. Jun Xu regains his focus. He leaps back, forcing his battered body upright. Analysis complete. The Lord's mastery is flawed. Jun Xu prepares to exploit his sloppy form, sliding back. Jun Xu realizes it's time for his final, decisive trump card. Trait shift, dual-layered swordsmanship. The Lord flinches as Jun Xu's movements become an unpredictable blur. Junu adapts instantly, parrying the black surge of the Heavenly Demon's power, with surgical precision, moving like an afterimage. Jun Xu unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes upon his stunned foe. Each hit feeds his world trait, evolving his power. The Divine Lord screams in a frenzy. Witness the true heavenly demon, he bellows. His aura evolving beyond the stars themselves, golden light erupts. The cosmic blade. It's finally merged with my own sword. The brilliance blinds the Lord. Zuch power. I've never seen a light like this before. The Lord drops to his knees. Lost. Sword heaven signals for him to stand up. Good fight? I learned a lot. Jun Xu helps him up, his mind already plotting ahead. The duel proved it even the heavenly demon arts can't break Guangzhou's black barrier. Jun Xu runs the numbers. In terms of hunter rankings, the power scale is clear. Can we enter the cave now? Jun Xu asks. The Divine Lord nods. Proceed. Let's go. To the heart of the cult. Jun Xu eyes the massive heavenly demon cave. Welcome. My lord. The Divine Lord enters, offering a formal greeting to his master. The Lord pales. The heavenly demon has been slaughtered. Qianhui falls in utter despair. What happened, master? You said you'd ascend to the heavens. The Lord wails in grief. Who did this? As they mourn, Jun Xu spots a hidden clue etched into the floor. System analysis. These markings prove the old cult, my father's enemies, were behind this. Those heretics, Qianhui roars, still doubting they could have breached this sacred sanctuary. Jun Xu points to the truth. Wasn't there one other person permitted to enter here? The realization hits him like a truck. You mean my senior sister, the demon queen? Qianhui erupts in fury. That treacherous snake. We must hunt that traitor down immediately. Agreed. To defile our master? This sin is only punishable by a painful death. With a face of pure malice, he orders assemble the cult. We march on Brazil. Brazil. Jun Xu freezes as a dark memory of the Black Dragon Guild resurfaces. Kidnapping. Torture. The saintess is still hunting the vessel of the god Poka. It connects. Poka kneels in reverence, destined to be the blood sacrifice for the king of gods. Hippie. Get Director Choi on the line. Choi answers. Sword heaven. What are your orders? I need every high-rank artifact on the market. Buy them all. Jun Xu commands, I'll get hundreds ready. Choi replies. Jun Xu sends the files, ready to gear up. Junu reflects. In this world, everything boils down to your achievement traits. To evolve his power, he must harvest every public attribute within the system window. Make it fast. 𝐁𝐞𝐢𝐧𝐠. Suddenly, a scout bursts in. Lord, things just got worse. High Priest Paulo collapses amidst the rising smoke. The great chief rushes over, crying. Hen, are you all right? He sighs in despair. The awakening failed. The living god remains dormant. The chief gasps. But why? Jun Xu suddenly appears, his voice cold. He's been poisoned. Hoka stands there, frozen in utter disbelief. Kim Tian tremble. Poisoned. How Jun Xu steps forward calmly. Step aside. Let me check his stats. He realizes the living god's vessel is flawless. But then, a sudden chill stops him dead in his tracks. The heavenly demon's poison has already taken root. It's spreading fast, devouring his life force from within. It's a terrifying fusion of light and dark, a divine power tainted by the purest form of evil. Jun Xu withdraws his hand. This is no ordinary toxin. It's a cursed martial art of the highest tier. The chief is horrified. A curse. Who did this? Jun Xu's eyes narrow as he scans the crowd. The culprit is here. They sabotaged the ritual and are lurking nearby. We must find them now. Jun Xu glares at a hidden figure. End this pathetic masquerade. Your time is up. The demon queen. A soldier stirs unnaturally. The crowd gasps. The demon queen is among us. Her helmet hits the ground with a thud. I cast aside that old name long ago. She declares. A dark, suffocating pressure fills the room as she reveals her true identity. Heavenly demon art. Mystic ice. One-hit kill. I have many traits. Hai Wai steps out, grinning wickedly.